Chapter 1. The Supreme Master System. Xiantian Sect. One of the 7 peaks, Falling Sky Peak. In a cave on the back mountain, a light sigh was heard. It's been 10 years since I crossed over, yet my cultivation is still at the 2nd rank of the profound realm, even worse than some 2nd-generation disciples. Master, if you knew, would you regret taking me as your disciple? Su Yang sat cross-legged on a mat, having practiced for over a month, but his cultivation showed no signs of improvement. His heart was bitter, feeling ashamed. 10 years ago, he accidentally crossed into this world and was very fortunate to be accepted as a disciple by the celestial master Xianming, thus embarking on the path of cultivation. This is a fantastical world, colorful and wondrous, with myriad races, where everything is based on strength. The identity he crossed over with was that of the son of a wealthy merchant in the secular world. Due to his kind heart and willingness to help others, he caught the attention of the wandering celestial master Xianming. Celestial Master Xianming is the leader of the Falling Sky Peak and is second only to the sect leader in strength. Thus, he is the head of the 7 peaks with a transcendent status. However, Celestial Master Xianming is inherently lazy, fond of wandering the seas, and has never taken in disciples. It was only when he felt that his time was near that he accepted Su Yang in the secular world, entirely to continue the legacy of Falling Sky Peak. After bringing Su Yang back to Falling Sky Peak, Celestial Master Xianming taught him for a few days before ascending. As the only living person of Falling Sky Peak, Su Yang inadvertently inherited the position of Peak Master shortly after. In order not to let down the fortune bestowed by his master, he was determined to promote Falling Sky Peak. Unfortunately, with mediocre talent, no matter how hard he worked in seclusion, his cultivation always progressed slowly, becoming a joke within Xiantian sect. Since he was incapable, he decided to place his hopes on his disciples. Thus, Su Yang began to take in disciples. However, upon learning about his story, not to mention becoming a disciple, they would rather avoid him. 3 years ago, through tricks and deception, he managed to take in a disciple, placing all his hopes on him. Unfortunately, his own limited talent meant that after 3 years of teaching, the results were not ideal. He couldn't help but feel guilty towards this disciple. Am I really Su Yang, who accomplishes nothing? Su Yang couldn't help but sigh to the heavens. But at that moment, ding, the Supreme Master System is starting to bind. A system? Su Yang was instantly overjoyed. The essential golden finger for crossing over. After 10 years, you finally arrived. Su Yang was so excited he almost cried. Binding successful. This system is dedicated to creating the strongest master in history. As long as you give items to your disciples, you can receive random doubled returns. So the host should not be stingy with the disciples. Now, please accept the welcome gift from this system. Ding. The host has received a divine essence pill. Ding. The host has obtained a great sun celestial art. In the system's backpack, a pill and a technique appeared immediately. Actually, a divine essence pill. This is a divine pill for condensing divine bones. Although my disciple has a rare, earthly bone constitution, it is still far from a divine bone. If he can take the divine essence pill, he can undergo a transformation and his cultivation could progress by leaps and bounds. Su Yang immediately stood up, ready to find his disciple. But at that moment, the system suddenly issued a warning. Warning. The disciple Zhou Lingfeng's loyalty is only 20. If it falls below 10, the master-disciple relationship will be automatically dissolved. Su Yang's expression froze. Zhou Lingfeng had been with him for 3 years, always showing respect. Yet his loyalty was so low. It was no wonder as a master. Not only was he mediocre, but he also lacked cultivation resources, unable to provide much help. Thus, the two of them had always been looked down upon by the other peaks, and it was normal for him to have grievances. However, things were different now. With the system, not only would he soar, but his disciple would also rise powerfully. Just wait. I will take you to stand tall in the heavens. Su Yang waved his hand, and a flying sword floated in front of him. This Xianyuan sword was a relic left by his master and was Su Yang's most impressive treasure. He stepped onto the flying sword, and with a thought, he soared into the sky. Before long, he arrived at the front mountain, Falling Sky Cliff. He did not find Zhou Lingfeng, but instead saw the chief disciple of the sect leader, Mo Lin. He was gentle and refined, exuding a scholarly aura, and was one of the few who did not look down on Su Yang. Greetings, Uncle Su. Mo Lin was older than Su Yang and had a higher cultivation level, but Su Yang was the peak master, on par with the other peak masters in terms of generation. And Mo Lin was a second-generation disciple, so he naturally had to pay his respects. "Why has nephew Mo come?" Su Yang asked. "Master has sent a decree, asking Uncle Su to go to the main hall, saying there is something to announce. Do you know what it is?" "This." Mo Lin hesitated. "You'll know when you go." "All right, I'll go tell Ling Feng." Su Yang agreed. Junior brother, Zhou, has already gone. He went too. Su Yang was a bit surprised, but didn't think too much about it. "Then let's go now." The two rode their sword away. Mo Lin stole a glance at Su Yang, unable to help but shake his head slightly. Before long, the two arrived at the main hall. In the hall stood a group of people, led by a man with 3 strands of long beard, dressed in dark robes, exuding an immortal aura. It was the sect leader of Xiantian's sect, Qi Xian. Next to him were 5 others who were the peak masters of the other peaks. And with Su Yang, all 7 peak masters were present. His only disciple, Zhou Lingfeng, was also there. Tall and handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Su Yang always believed that aside from himself, his disciple was the most handsome in Xiantian's sect. "Greetings, master." Zhou Lingfeng respectfully bowed. Su Yang nodded slightly and cupped his hands to the 6 people in front. "Greetings, 6 senior brothers and sisters." Except for Qi Xian, who smiled at him because of his position as sect leader, the others did not show him any good expressions. Some even mocked him. "I heard junior brother Su was in seclusion. Looking at your relaxed expression, has your cultivation finally improved?" This person was Yu Pingchuan, the peak master of Qingyang Peak. Falling Sky Peak and Qingyang Peak had long-standing grievances, stemming from when Celestial Master Xianming took Yu Pingchuan's position. In front of everyone, he had given Yu Pingchuan a severe beating. Yu Pingchuan had always harbored resentment. Unfortunately, he was no match for Celestial Master Xianming and could only endure. After Celestial Master Xianming passed away, he had not missed a chance to target Su Yang over the years. If it weren't for Su Yang's frequent forbearance, Yu Pingchuan would have likely found a way to deal with him long ago. "My cultivation doesn't need Brother Yu to worry about. I wonder why the sect leader has gathered everyone here for such an important matter?" Su Yang asked curiously, because if there was no significant matter, it was rare for the 7 peak masters to gather. "This time, it wasn't me who called you here, it was junior brother Yu." Qi Xian pointed at Yu Pingchuan. "Him? What scheme is he up to now?" Su Yang did not think Yu Pingchuan would announce anything good. Why Yu Pingchuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth. "Today I called everyone here to witness that I am preparing to take in a disciple." "Take in a disciple?" Xiao Xianing, the peak master of Zai Peak, rolled her eyes. "I thought it was something major. It's just taking in a disciple. What do you need us for?" "I'm very busy. Generally speaking, it is quite common for peak masters to take in disciples, and there is no need for witnesses at all." "Sister Xiao, don't be in a hurry. If it were a normal disciple, of course, I wouldn't need your witness. However, this time is special. The disciple I am taking and already has a master, and he wants to transfer to Qingyang Peak. If I handle it privately, it would not be appropriate." Yu Pingchuan explained with a smile. "Are you poaching someone again? Which peak is it this time? I want to make it clear in advance. If it were mine, I absolutely won't agree." Xiao Xianing was the first to express her stance. "Rest assured, Sister Xiao, how could I snatch your disciple?" Yu Pingchuan's gaze shifted to Su Yang, smiling. "Junior brother Su, I'm sorry this time." Chapter 2. I feel he's unreliable. Su Yang vaguely guessed that it was indeed aimed at him this moment. The system prompted again. Zhou Lingfeng's loyalty has dropped to 9. He has betrayed, and the master-apprentice relationship has been automatically dissolved. Su Yang couldn't help but frown indeed. In order to gain this disciple, he had made many grand promises. But he had devoted himself wholeheartedly, using all the resources of Falling Sky Peak on him. He never expected that Zhou Lingfeng would betray him just like that. Senior brother Yu, Su Shidi only has one disciple, whom he treasures like a precious gem. Isn't it unfair for you to poach his only disciple? Xiao Shiwening couldn't help but speak up for Su Yang. Good birds choose good trees to roost in. I can provide him with better resources. If he doesn't want to change his master, does he want to be buried with a useless person? That said, once Zhou Lingfeng left Su Yang, Falling Sky Peak would be left with just him as a lonely figure. Moreover, it would be extremely embarrassing for a disciple to change masters. Are you sure you want to change your master? Su Yang shifted his gaze to Zhou Lingfeng and asked calmly, without anger. I was blind at first, fooled by your sweet words to come back. With your level, what right do you have to be my master? Zhou Lingfeng felt angry just thinking about it, having wasted 3 years of his time. These 3 years were meant to temper your character. I was going to give you a surprise today, but unfortunately, you didn't seize the opportunity. Su Yang shook his head, having betrayed him. He naturally wouldn't try to keep him. Yu Pingchuan snorted disdainfully. What else can you do besides making grand promises? You're just embarrassing yourself. As he spoke, he took out a pill and boasted, "This is what I call surprise. Unlike you, who can only talk that that actually a cleansing marrow pill. This is a top-quality spiritual pill, extremely precious. Senior brother you really are willing to spend money, and no wonder he's willing to switch to your side. It seems that becoming senior brother Yu's disciple is indeed a wise choice." Several peak masters couldn't help but be moved. Su Yang also knew the effects of the cleansing marrow pill. It could cleanse the tendons and marrow, refining the root bones, making cultivation much more effective. However, compared to the divine marrow pill, which could lead to a complete transformation and change one's fate, the difference was too great. Good disciple, this is a meeting gift from your master. Yu Pingchuan handed the cleansing marrow pill to Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt down. "Master, please allow your disciple to pay respects." "Ha ha ha. Please rise, disciple." Yu Pingchuan laughed heartily. This scene undoubtedly made Su Yang feel awkward. Zhou Lingfeng looked at him with disdain. "Did you see that? This is the difference. The resources you provided me don't even compare to this cleansing marrow pill. If I were you, I would just hide away and not come out to harm others." "Good disciple, you can't say that. If you don't even have a disciple, how can you be a peak master?" Yu Pingchuan smiled mockingly at Su Yang. "Su Shidi, don't say that the seniors don't take care of you. There's a young man at the foot of the mountain who wants to join my Zhuantiangong. He has been kneeling for 3 days and nights. You can take him as your disciple. I know that young man, he has a good character, but unfortunately, he has a mortal bone and can only live a mortal life, having no connection to immortals. Senior brother Yu, is it appropriate for you to ask Su Shidi to take a mortal bone as a disciple?" Yu Pingchuan chuckled lightly. "Su Shidi is also just a yellow bone. Isn't it just right for him to take a mortal bone as a disciple? Don't you think so, Su Shidi? There are different types of root bones. Mortal bones, yellow bones, mysterious bones, earth bones, and heaven bones. Su Yang possessed a yellow bone and could barely cultivate. As for divine bones, they are rare and hard to come by, usually belonging to the children of divine sex, with boundless prospects. Now that Su Yang has the divine marrow pill, he could definitely create a divine child. Moreover, the system had given him a prompt, ding, detected that there's a remnant soul within that young man at the heavenly soul realm. The young man came to seek a master due to the remnant soul's will. There is a heavenly essence grass on Zai Peak of Zhuantiangong, which can be refined into a heavenly marrow pill to help the young man forge a heavenly bone. The young man, surprisingly, had an old man hidden within him. Isn't this just a reminder that one should not underestimate the youth? I will take this disciple. Su Yang smiled. Senior brother Yu is right. He is indeed suitable to be my disciple. I will go and take him now. After saying that, he quickly walked out of the main hall and flew down the mountain on his sword. Ha ha! He actually went. Yu Pingchuan laughed loudly. Isn't that because you took away his only disciple? He can only go find another. Xiao Shiwening said unkindly. Taking a mortal bone as a disciple, Falling Sky Peak will sooner or later be left without successors. Senior brother Xian, if you were aware from the underworld, what would you think? At the foot of the mountain, a young man knelt on the ground, his face pale and extremely weak. He had been kneeling here for 3 days, but he still hadn't received any acknowledgement from Zhuantiangong. The young man felt shaken and couldn't help but ask, "Old man, I can barely hold on anymore. Do I have to continue kneeling?" Inside him, with a remnant soul, an old man with white hair, encouraging him, "Your root bone cannot be accepted by the immortal sex.To impress Zhuantiangong. You can only rely on sincerity. Once you join this sect and obtain that heavenly essence grass, I will teach you to refine the heavenly marrow pill. At that time, you will be able to undergo a transformation and become a pride of heaven, soaring into the sky. At that time, I will trample everyone who looks down on me underfoot." The young man recalled his experiences, clenched his fists tightly, and his gaze gradually became resolute. At this moment, a sound of breaking air came. Someone is coming. The young man looked up and saw Su Yang slowly landing in front of him. Su Yang carefully examined him, that he is indeed a mortal bone, but being able to kneel here for 3 days shows good character. Young man, I am a master of Falling Sky Peak in Zhuangdiangong. Do you wish to worship me as your master? Yi Bufan was overjoyed he had finally impressed the immortal, but the old man said, a second-grade Tongshan cultivator can also become a peak master. Although Zhuangdiangong is only a second-rate sect, it shouldn't stoop to having such a person as a peak master. He is that bad, old man. Yi Bufan felt a bit disheartened. Forget it. Although he's weak, your purpose for coming here is to obtain the heavenly essence grass. It doesn't matter who your master is. Seeing that the young man didn't respond to him, Su Yang promised, as long as you worship me as your master, I will help you undergo a transformation. The old man laughed. This kid really knows how to boast. Undergoing a transformation is not that easy. He must be trying to coax you into becoming his disciple. Just play along with him. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan immediately bowed. Disciple Yi Bufan pays respects to master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the first disciple, stepping onto the path of the Master of Emperors, opening the Emperor Master's dojo. Emperor Master's dojo. A teacher imparts knowledge and resolves doubts, allowing disciples to benefit immensely. This kid has an old man backing him. He definitely doesn't sincerely recognize me as his master. With this skill, I will make you truly convinced later. So, Su Yang brought Yi Bufan to Falling Sky Peak. Why Yi Bufan didn't see anyone else and couldn't help but curiously ask, Master, where are the other senior brothers and sisters? Su Yang touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward, and said, it's just you and me here. From now on, you'll be the chief disciple of Falling Sky Peak. Just me? Yi Bufan pointed at himself in surprise. Internally he complained, old man, why do I feel like he is unreliable? Chapter 3. The Great Truth. My eyes are dull with his level of cultivation. Who would be willing to take him as a master? Otherwise, why would he accept you? A mere mortal, as a disciple? Tian Lao's words hit the nail on the head. Yi Bufan felt a bit depressed, but chose to accept it. After all, it was he who brought him into the Xintian sect. Once he underwent a transformation and achieved success in his cultivation, he would help him to promote the Luotian peak. Disciple, you possess a mortal bone, making your path to cultivation very difficult. Now, I will assist you in undergoing a transformation. Su Yang was prepared to use the divine essence pill to forge him a divine bone. However, Yi Bufan politely declined, saying, no need, master. I will find a way on my own. You go ahead and busy yourself. I want to familiarize myself with the environment. He intended to go to Zai Peak to get that heavenly essence grass and didn't take Su Yang's words to heart. Since I have accepted you as a disciple, I must take responsibility for you. Su Yang took out the divine essence pill and handed it to Yi Bufan. Here, take it. I really don't need it, master. You should keep it for yourself. Yi Bufan refused without even looking at it. He wanted to take the heavenly essence pill. How could he casually eat your pill? What if something went wrong? But Tian Lao suddenly exclaimed, the divine essence pill. It's really the divine essence pill. The divine essence pill? Yi Bufan was puzzled. What grade is the divine essence pill? Can it compare with the heavenly essence pill? Silly child, how can the heavenly essence pill compare with the divine essence pill? This pill has transcended the realm of spiritual pills. It is a divine pill. A divine pill? No way. He gave me a divine pill? Yi Bufan was shocked. Divine pills are legendary. He wouldn't even dare to think about them. The divine essence pill can forge divine bones, and he actually possesses it but isn't using it himself. Bufan, you're incredibly lucky. This master is extraordinarily generous. You should thank him quickly, Tian Lao urged. Yi Bufan came to his senses and was about to take the divine essence pill, but Su Yang withdrew his hand. Since you don't want it, then forget it. Tian Lao immediately panicked. Hurry, apologize to him and correct your attitude. Yi Bufan quickly said, Master, I was wrong just now. Please forgive me. Now you know the value of this master's pill? I was foolish and did not recognize the true treasure. Please punish me, master. Yi Bufan immediately knelt down. Seeing that this is your first offense, I won't punish you this time. But remember, everything your master gives you is a treasure. If you question me again, I will not forgive you, Su Yang warned. I will certainly correct my attitude in the future. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Here. Su Yang handed the pill over again, and Yi Bufan hurriedly accepted it. Take it now. Yes, master. Yi Bufan eagerly swallowed the pill. In the next moment, a warm current spread throughout his body, causing every bone to tremble restlessly. Soon after, a series of bone-cracking sounds erupted. Ah! Yi Bufan cried out in pain. Endure it. You must endure it. This is a transformation. Once successful, you will possess a divine bone, and no one will look down on you anymore. Tian Lao continuously encouraged Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan gritted his teeth and bore the pain. After a while, the cracking sounds gradually calmed, and a golden light suddenly erupted from his body, carrying a hint of a sacred aura. It worked, and it's not just any divine bone. It's the Supreme Divine Bone. Bufan, you've hit the jackpot. Tian Lao exclaimed excitedly, as if he himself had obtained a divine bone. Divine bones also have grades: ordinary, medium, high, fine, and supreme. The Supreme Divine Bone is definitely a dragon among men, favored by heaven. Yi Bufan was overjoyed and immediately bowed to Su Yang, thanking him profusely for the pill. This bow was sincere. Don't rush to thank me. I still have something for you. Su Yang took out a book. This is the Great Sun Heavenly Image Technique. Take it. The Great Sun Heavenly Image Technique. A heavenly level technique. He actually has a heavenly level technique. Tian Lao shouted again. You must know, although he is a powerful figure in the heavenly soul realm, the technique he cultivated was only at the earthly level. He had always wanted to obtain a heavenly level technique, but had been unable to do so. How could a small cultivator like him possess so many treasures and be so generous? Master, please forgive my rudeness, but your cultivation level seems to be low. Why don't you use it yourself? Yi Bufan was quite puzzled. If Master had taken the divine essence pill himself and then cultivated this heavenly level technique, he wouldn't be at this level of cultivation. You are my disciple, so naturally, I will leave the good things for you. If I don't give them to you, how can I repay you double? Master, you are truly good to me. Yi Bufan was moved. He didn't expect to be so lucky to meet such a good master. Bufan, although his cultivation is low, he truly values you as a disciple and is nurturing you. Don't let his good intentions go to waste. If he says something wrong later, I will point it out for you, Tian Lao said. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan finally allowed Su Yang to teach him. So the two of them sat cross-legged. Su Yang opened the Imperial Master's teaching hall, and his entire demeanor instantly transformed into something solemn and sacred, giving off an unfathomable feeling. What's going on? Why does he seem to have become a different person? Tian Lao was astonished and suddenly found Su Yang inscrutable. What is cultivation? The path of cultivation is to glimpse the secrets of heaven. Su Yang began to speak. Yi Bufan initially didn't take care, but as he listened, he gradually became engrossed. He felt that although Master S' explanation was simple, it made so much sense. Even Tian Lao, a heavenly soul realm expert, felt that what Su Yang said was profound and insightful, and some issues that had troubled him for a long time suddenly became clear. This is the great truth, the great truth. He can actually articulate such profound truths. How is this possible? How can this be? Is he really just a second-grade minor cultivator? No, this shouldn't be. Tian Lao was like a bumpkin who had never seen the world, constantly shouting and making a scene, completely lacking the demeanor of a strong person. Now looking at Su Yang, he seemed the same, yet different. Not him, yet still him. Mysterious and unfathomable. I understand. He is not a minor cultivator at all. His cultivation is all fake. He is a hidden master, an existence I cannot even aspire to reach. My eyes are dull. Truly dull. Chapter 4. Feeding Fish with Heavenly Essence Pills. A master is truly a master after a long while. Su Yang finished speaking. The Imperial Master's teaching hall closed, and he returned to his original self. Yi Bufan was still immersed in thought, as if he had gained a new perspective. Su Yang did not disturb him, believing that this time he would surely be wholeheartedly convinced. After a while, Yi Bufan came back to his senses, and his gaze had changed. After this lecture, he realized he had opened the door to a new world, feeling as if he had received a sudden enlightenment. Once again kneeling before Su Yang, Yi Bufan sincerely admired his master, filled with respect and awe. Thank you, Master, for imparting the teachings. I have learned greatly. From now on, I will only recognize you as my master and will never betray you. Ding! Yi Bufon's loyalty has reached 100, activating the doubling return feature for cultivation. Disciple's cultivation improves, with a 100-fold return on cultivation. When 2 disciples reach 100 loyalty, the return on cultivation doubles, and so on. The host's root bone and cultivation techniques, among other factors, enhance the return on cultivation. Such a great benefit. Doesn't that mean I only need to accept disciples and don't even need to cultivate myself? Ding. Since the host's first disciple's loyalty has reached 100, a critical hit doubling return reward is granted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Wuliang Dan, 10 Shen Sui Dan, 100 Tian Sui Dan, and 1,000 Shisui Dan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Imperial level cultivation method, 10 Heavenly level cultivation methods, and 100 Earth level cultivation methods. Note: items returned cannot be returned again once given away. Suyang was overjoyed. The rewards were incredibly abundant, especially the Wuliang Dan, which is a supreme treasure. This Dan can forge Wuliang bones, with no limit on talent or cultivation, and it absolutely crushes within the same major realm. As for the Imperial level cultivation method, it is the top-tier method, far surpassing the Heavenly level methods. Of course, these 2 items are for his own use. The others will be given to his disciples later. You just finished listening to your master's teachings. It's best to find a place to digest it well. There are many rooms here that are unoccupied. Feel free to choose. Suyang pointed at Yi Bufon's heart and then at him. Tian Lao was shocked. It turned out he had discovered me long ago. Truly a master. He immediately bowed respectfully to Suyang, thanking the senior for the guidance, saying he had gained a lot. Suyang didn't hear him at all and returned to his room. Tian Lao, you call me master and senior? Yi Bufon asked in surprise. Xiao Fan, your master is definitely not simple. You must not neglect him in the future, Tian Lao said seriously. But didn't you say he is only at the 2nd rank of the Xian realm? I misjudged. How could someone at the 2nd rank of the Xian realm produce divine pills and heavenly level cultivation methods? Especially the profound principles he spoke of, which are not only deep and mysterious, but also require extremely high cultivation to articulate. Is he even more powerful than you? I can only say, compared to him, I'm like an ant. Yi Bufon gasped. At this moment, Suyang sat on the bed and took the Wuliang Dan. There was no sound of bones breaking as imagined, nor any discomfort. It was as if nothing had happened. Suyang even looked like an ordinary person, with no trace of cultivation detectable. But he could feel a significant change, as if he could see through everything. This is the Wuliang bone, ordinary yet extraordinary. Returning to simplicity. After being a waste for 10 years, he finally transformed today. Suyang felt a surge of emotions. Then he took out the Imperial level cultivation method, the Dian Wudao Gong. With his current talent, combined with the insights from just now, he comprehended this top-tier technique in just 3 days. At this moment, the system prompted, "Congratulations to the host for receiving a cultivation return, raising cultivation to the Great Xian Realm." Suyang was taken aback. He jumped from the 2nd rank of the Xian Realm to the Great Xian Realm just like that. This was too fast. He opened his panel. Host, Suyang. Cultivation, 1st rank of the Great Xian Realm. Root bone, Wuliang bone. Cultivation method, Dian Wudao Gong. Special skill, Imperial Master Dao Field. Cultivation return, 100-fold. Disciple, Yi Bufon. Loyalty 100. Cultivation 1st rank of the Xian Realm. Cultivation divisions. Entering the Xian Realm, Great Xian Realm, Starshine Realm, Bright Moon Realm, Fierce Sun Realm, Earth Soul Realm, Heaven Soul Realm. Each realm has 10 ranks. In just 3 days, Yi Bufon had cultivated from an ordinary person to the Xian Realm. This was equivalent to nearly 10 years of hard work. The speed was simply against the heavens. However, he had the Supreme Divine Bone. The heavenly level cultivation method had absorbed the profound principles, and with Tian Lao's assistance, this was quite normal. Even with the 100-fold cultivation return, he wouldn't have reached the Great Xian Realm without the Wuliang Bone and the Imperial level cultivation method's boost, which was far beyond 100-fold. Moreover, within the Great Xian Realm, he was not just invincible, but absolutely crushing. The Xintian sect, as a second-rate sect, had the sect master at the Starshine Realm, while the peak masters were all at the Great Xian Realm. So now he was the first person under the sect master. Finally, he wouldn't embarrass his master. Su Yang walked out satisfied and saw Yi Bufan feeding the fish. Su Yang had his own fish pond and would feed the fish to pass the time during his monotonous cultivation life. He even named them Qingxia, Manyu, Jiasin, Shuzhen, and Zuxian, all of whom were idol stars from Su Yang's past life. Master, I just finished my cultivation. I came out and saw these fish and tea been fed for a few days, so I helped take care of them, Yi Bufan explained as he approached. After 3 days, his temperament had visibly changed a lot, giving off a sense of budding brilliance. Yi Bufan also scrutinized Su Yang and found that his master seemed to be becoming more ordinary, yet his temperament was extraordinary. As expected, my guess was right. The senior had previously deliberately displayed false cultivation. Now that he was no longer hiding, even I couldn't see through him. Returning to simplicity. The great principles are the simplest. What realm has the senior truly reached? Tian Lao had been completely conquered by Su Yang. For these few days, he had repeatedly instructed Yi Bufan to serve this master well. Yi Bufan initially didn't understand, since his master was so powerful. Why was he here as a small peak master? Tian Lao explained, "Silly boy, how could we understand the thoughts of a master? He must have his reasons for doing this. You are incredibly lucky to be favored by a master. I even want to apprentice under him." Su Yang looked at the fish in the pond. 9 carp were gathered together, their eyes bright and staring straight at Su Yang. "The master has arrived. Master, look at me. I am Qingxia. Master, I'm on you." 3 days ago, when Su Yang opened the Imperial Master Estao field, these fish also heard his teachings of the great principles, resulting in them all awakening their intelligence. At this moment, Su Yang was still unaware of their changes and suddenly had a whim, taking out 9 Tian Sui Dan. "Wow, Tian Sui Dan, 9 of them!" Tian Lao exclaimed as if he had never seen such a thing. "Disciple, give each fish one," Su Yang commanded. "Master, are you really feeding the fish Tian Sui Dan?" Yi Bufan was dumbfounded. This was originally the top-tier divine pill he had always dreamed of obtaining. Feeding fish. His mind was slightly boggled. The senior is truly remarkable. Feeding fish with 9 Tian Sui Dan. Who else would dare? Tian Lao admired him greatly. "Disciple, you are now my disciple. Don't make such a big fuss and embarrass your master," Su Yang taught. "I will take your teachings to heart," Yi Bufan said, dazed as he accepted the pills, feeling a pang of heartache. This was Tian Sui Dan, 9 of them, enough to forge 9 heavenly bones of the proud sons of heaven. To use them as fish food was simply, "Master, this disciple is so silly. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and give me the Tian Sui Dan. I can't wait. Quickly, quickly." The 9 carp looked eagerly at Yi Bufan. In their eager anticipation, Yi Bufan reluctantly tossed the 9 Tian Sui Dan into the pond. The 9 carp immediately excitedly swallowed the Tian Sui Dan. Soon after, they felt immense pain, writhing and splashing in the water. "Master, they don't have intelligence and don't know how to endure this intense pain. They might burst." Yi Bufan stared intently at the pond, feeling that these pills were wasted and was very distressed. Su Yang was also somewhat nervous. It wasn't heartache for the pills, but worried that the carp couldn't withstand it. After all, they had been raised for so many years, and he had feelings for them, so he wanted to give them a chance. Fortunately, after a while, one carp first emitted a purple glow. With the purple light, the heavenly bone formed. Then came the second, third. Purple lights lit up one after another, illuminating the pond and leaving Yi Bufan astonished with his mouth agape. They all succeeded. Ha ha! Truly the handiwork of the senior. 9 carp with heavenly bones. Who would believe it if told? Tian Lao laughed heartily, feeling he had witnessed an incredible miracle. Very good, my big stars. Let me reward you again." Su Yang took out 9 Shisui Dan and tossed them into the pond to help them refine their root bones and advance further. Yi Bufan was completely stunned. 9 high-grade divine pills used as feed. After the 9 carp consumed the Shisui Dan, they excitedly swam back and forth in front of Su Yang, seeming to try their best to show off. "Master, even if they have heavenly bones, without spiritual intelligence, they can only be ordinary fish and cannot cultivate," Yi Bufan reminded. Su Yang tried to ask, "Great stars, if you understand my words, wag your tails." 9 koi fish immediately obediently waved their tails. They've gained intelligence. Yi Bufan exclaimed. I understand now. It must be that the profound truths the senior spoke before were heard by them, which is why they gained intelligence. Tian Lao sighed with envy. It is said that cultivation is all about opportunity. These 9 koi really have immense fortune. However, even if they gained spiritual intelligence, it wouldn't be easy for them to cultivate. They must have suitable demon cultivation techniques. The techniques are vastly different from those of our human race. They are not described in words, but are unique demon clan imprints. Moreover, this is the territory of the human race, where demon cultivators are rare, and cultivation techniques are even more scarce. Although the senior is unfathomable, after all, he is of the human race. Before Tian Lao could finish speaking, Su Yang produced 9 cultivation techniques all at once. Each one had a unique demon clan imprint. This demon cultivation technique, and 9 of them at the earthly level, incredible. Tian Lao couldn't help but curse, truly shocked by Su Yang once again. Back in the day, I went to great lengths to obtain an earthly level technique. Yet here it is as common as cabbage. Great stars, since you have gained spiritual intelligence, I will now impart to you demon cultivation techniques. Whether you can leap over the dragon gate and soar to great heights depends on your own fortune. Su Yang tossed the 9 techniques into the fish pond. The fish each selected one, and the demon clan imprints on the techniques lit up, enveloping them. Then, the fish closed their eyes and began to comprehend. Tian Lao. Who exactly is the master? Why does he even have demon cultivation techniques? Yi Bufan couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Tian Lao couldn't answer either. He felt that his proud perspective was like that of a frog at the bottom of a well before the senior. At this moment, Su Yang turned back and said, In just 3 days, you have reached the transcendence realm. You haven't disappointed your master. Now you can fly with a sword. Let me gift you a flying sword. He took out the Xianming sword. This is a high-grade Xian-level magic weapon, a relic of the Xianming real person. Magic weapons are categorized into 4 grades, Tian, Di Xian, and Huang, with further distinctions of lower, middle, upper, and extreme. A high-grade Xian-level magic weapon is considered quite precious, especially in a second-rate sect like the Xiantian sect, where it is second only to the sect's treasure. Thank you, Master. Yi Bufan happily accepted it. Ding. The host receives a random double return, a Xiantian sword. A low-grade immortal weapon. A high-grade Xian-level magic weapon returns an immortal weapon. This random double return is delightful. Flying with an immortal sword. I wonder how fast it will be. Su Yang immediately acted, and with a flick of his hand, the Xiantian sword floated before him. As the immortal sword appeared, the immortal energy radiated from the sword, terrifying enough to make all the rare beasts on the falling sky peak, tremble, and prostrate themselves on the ground. Their eyes filled with fear. Yi Bufan also found it hard to resist the power of the immortal weapon. His legs shook, and he knelt down with a thud. Tian Lao once again exclaimed in shock, My heavens! It's actually an immortal weapon. I never thought I would see an immortal weapon in my lifetime. I understand now. The senior must be some immortal powerhouse. It must be. Ha ha ha. They say that those who survive great calamities will surely have future blessings. I didn't expect to encounter an immortal powerhouse. Marvelous. Marvelous. Su Yang didn't expect an immortal weapon to cause such a commotion. He was delighted and immediately jumped onto the immortal sword. Disciple, I have nothing to do, so I'll fly a few circles. You should focus on your cultivation. After speaking, with a thought, the immortal sword shot out with a bang. The speed was so fast, it seemed to enter another time and space. Everywhere it passed, the space seemed to tear apart, with howling winds and rumbling sounds, shaking the mountains and forests. Refreshing. So refreshing. An immortal sword is truly an immortal sword. The Xianming sword feels like a snail. It was like the difference between a tractor and a supercar. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of the Xiantian sect, and they all stopped to look at the sky. What terrifying pressure! Is it an immortal sword? Who is that person on the sword? The speed is too fast to see clearly. Could it be an immortal? Everyone was intimidated by the pressure of the immortal weapon, instantly filled with fear. Even the sect leader, Qi Bai Xian, was frightened pale, unable to comprehend how such a remote place could have an immortal descend. If they angered the immortal, the Xiantian sect will be finished. He quickly sent a voice transmission, instructing all disciples to kneel and pay their respects. An immortal has descended. Quickly kneel and worship. Hurry. Upon hearing this, the disciples dared not hesitate and hurriedly knelt down, each lowering their heads almost to the ground. At this moment, Su Yang happened to pass by Qingyang Peak and saw Yu Pingchuan and his disciples kneeling in a row, momentarily stunned. Could they think I am an immortal? He stopped. Yu Pingchuan's heart jumped to his throat, trembling as he said, "Junior disciple of the Xintian sect, Yu Pingchuan, pays respects to the immortal." Su Yang smiled. This guy is also capable of being scared like this. If he looked up and saw me now, what would his reaction be? However, Su Yang didn't want to reveal his identity and just glanced before turning to fly away. Yu Pingchuan dared not raise his head until there was no more movement, then cautiously lifted his head. It's gone. He let out a long sigh of relief, his forehead already covered in cold sweat. So terrifying. Thankfully, the person just passed by. Su Yang returned to Falling Sky Peak, feeling both amused and helpless. I just flew a circle to test my skills, and I became an immortal? This won't do. It's too ostentatious. So, Su Yang ran to the treasure pavilion, preparing to choose an ordinary flying sword for daily travel. It's better to take out the immortal sword less often. Just as he left, an uninvited guest arrived riding a flying crane. Zhou Lingfeng. Chapter 6. The benefits of following the right master. Zhou Lingfeng's great regret returning to Falling Sky Peak, where he had lived for 3 years. Zhou Lingfeng felt even more regretful. Compared to Qingyang Peak, this place was like a doghouse. I was so foolish to stay here for 3 years. His eyes were filled with disdain, and he grew more resentful of Su Yang. He possessed earthly bones. Although he wasn't a genius, he had good potential. If he had followed the right master, he would have already made a name for himself. Unfortunately, he had been coaxed and deceived by Su Yang into becoming his disciple, wasting 3 years in vain. The more Zhou Lingfeng thought about it, the angrier he became. "Su Yang, come out. Who are you?" Yi Bufan heard the shout and immediately walked out. Seeing the other party's unfriendly demeanor, he also didn't have a good expression. "What brings you to Falling Sky Peak? You are Su Yang's new disciple?" Zhou Lingfeng examined Yi Bufan and, upon seeing the Xianming sword in his hand, couldn't help but feel angry. He had previously asked Su Yang for the Xianming sword, who said he would give it to him once he reached the Transcendence realm and could fly with the sword. Now he had directly given the sword to this waste, clearly treating them differently. Su Yang really is generous. He actually gave you the Xianming sword. Zhou Lingfeng mocked. "But you're just a waste with ordinary bones. No matter how good the resources are, you'll never achieve anything. Whether I'm a waste or not, it's not up to you to judge. You are not welcome here. Leave immediately." Ye Bufan retorted unhappily. "You think you could drive me away? If it weren't for my severing ties with Su Yang, would you be able to stay here? So you're the traitor. Truly blind. To not want such a good master. Is he good?" Zhou Lingfeng laughed. Who doesn't know he is the waste of the Xintian sect? If not for good luck, could he become the peak master? Only a little waste like you would take him as your master. 2 wastes truly match. You are not allowed to insult my master. Yi Bufan said angrily, pointing his sword at him. "Do you dare to fight me? Well, Su Yang wasted 3 years of my time. I can't take it out on him, so I'll vent my anger on you." Zhou Lingfeng unleashed a burst of momentum and had already reached the 8th rank of the Transcendence realm. "See? I followed Su Yang for 3 years and only reached the 7th rank of Transcendence. Now that I've become a disciple under Qingyang Peak and received the cleansing elixir from my master, I have only taken 3 days to advance to the 8th rank. This is the benefit of having a good master." Zhou Lingfeng was feeling proud and intended to show off in front of Yi Bufan. He thought the other party would be intimidated by him, but Yi Bufan simply snorted disdainfully, saying, "You only advanced a minor realm in 3 days. And you dare to flaunt it in front of me? How ignorant! Foolish child! Do you know how difficult cultivation is? A waste like you, even if given 3 years, wouldn't be able to advance. Then let me show you the difference." Yi Bufan stepped forward, releasing a powerful aura that pressed towards Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng immediately felt as if he had been struck by a giant force, unable to stop himself from taking 2 steps back before stumbling and falling to the ground. Consolidation realm. How is this possible? He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Under my master's guidance, I reached the consolidation realm in just 3 days. Do you still think I'm a waste? Yi Bufan looked down from above, revealing a mocking expression. Impossible, this can't be true. You're clearly a commoner, S-Bone. How could you? Zhou Lingfeng shook his head, unable to accept it. The facts are right in front of you. My master is unfathomable, and you are blind to the truth. This must be fake, I don't believe it. Zhou Lingfeng stood up and rushed towards Yi Bufan. Overestimating yourself. Yi Bufan didn't even need to use his sword, simply slapping out a palm. Zhou Lingfeng felt an irresistible force sweep over him, and with APFF, he spat out blood and was sent flying. He really is at the consolidation realm. Zhou Lingfeng lay on the ground, clutching his chest, looking shocked. Originally, all of this belonged to you. I should thank you for giving this opportunity to me. Yi Bufan thought to himself, feeling fortunate that if this fool hadn't betrayed the master, he might not have had the luck to become the master's disciple. You're lying. He is a waste ridiculed by everyone. If he were really that powerful, why couldn't he teach me anything in the 3 years I followed him? Zhou Lingfeng shouted in anger. Because you disappointed me too much. Not far away, Su Yang approached with a cold face. Master. Yi Bufan immediately bowed. You did well. You didn't embarrass me. Su Yang said. It's his own fault for being ungrateful, daring to insult the master. Su Yang glunted at Zhou Lingfeng. You are no longer a disciple of Falling Sky Peak. What are you doing here? Why are you treating me this way? I followed you for 3 years, but you've always kept secret from me. He only followed you for 3 days, and you taught him the consolidation realm, claiming to have given all the resources to me. You're hypocritical. Zhou Lingfeng yelled indignantly. If I hadn't done this, how would I know your true character? So you were testing me all along? It doesn't matter anymore. Zhou Lingfeng thought for a moment and suddenly knelt down. Master, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Su Yang sneered. How did I never notice you were so shameless before? It was the disciple's ignorance, not understanding the master's difficulties. Now, the disciple has awakened. Please give me another chance. Zhou Lingfeng pressed his head to the ground, appearing to repent sincerely. But Su Yang showed no mercy, disdainfully saying, You thought I was a waste and bowed before another master in front of me. Now you know my power, and you want to return to my side immediately. Zhou Lingfeng, you disgust me. Get lost. He didn't want to look at him any longer. Are you really that heartless? Zhou Lingfeng asked, raising his head. Get lost. Su Yang was too lazy to say more. Zhou Lingfeng glared at Su Yang with resentment, mounted his flying crane, and angrily left. Master, don't be angry. You still have me. The disciple will definitely serve you well and never betray you. Yi Bufan comforted. He isn't worth the master's anger. I simply don't want him to dirty my eyes. Su Yang had long seen through it. In the great hall of the Xiantian sect, several peak masters were waiting for Su Yang when they suddenly saw Zhou Lingfeng staggering in. Yu Pingchuan's expression froze, and he quickly asked, Who beat you up like this? Master, you must stand up for your disciple. Zhou Lingfeng knelt down with a thud. I was ordered to invite Master Su, but he resented me for betraying him and attacked me, injuring me. He even insulted the master, saying he was shameless and only knew how to steal other people's disciples, wishing he could kill the master. How outrageous. He is tired of living. Yu Pingchuan was furious and immediately wanted to settle the score with Falling Sky Peak. Qi Baihuan stopped him, saying, Don't act impulsively. There is no need for conflict among fellow disciples. He injured Lingfeng, insulted me. What is there to say? Yu Pingchuan retorted. Did he really say that to you? Su Yang looked at Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng, feeling a bit guilty, quickly stood up to accuse. I know you wouldn't admit it. You only dare to bully me. In front of my master, you wouldn't even dare to fart. You're truly embarrassing the position of a peak master. Enough. Su Yang suddenly slapped him. Zhou Lingfeng was directly knocked down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Scoundrel. Yu Pingchuan shouted angrily. You hit my disciple in front of me. If I don't take you down today, I won't be called Yu Pingchuan. He finally seized the opportunity and naturally wouldn't let it go, unleashing his aura, ready to fight Su Yang. Peak Master Yu's cultivation has actually reached the pinnacle of the Great Profound Realm. Several Peak Masters were astonished. Zhou Lingfeng secretly rejoiced. The number 1 under the Master. My Master should be this strong. Su Yang, just now I gave you a chance. You didn't want it. This time you're dead for sure. Qi Baihuan's expression darkened, wanting to stop it. But Su Yang held him back. Master, you've taken care of me enough in these 10 years. But my grievances with him must be resolved sooner or later. Let me settle this account with him today. Don't act impulsively. With your cultivation, you definitely aren't his opponent. Qi Baihuan advised. Even a clay figure has some temper. I've endured him for 10 years, but he keeps pushing me. If I endure any longer, am I still a man? Qi Baihuan fell silent. In these 10 years, junior brother Su has indeed borne too much. Since he has made this decision today, he must have reached his limit. Rather than living in humiliation for a lifetime, it's better to go all out and be a true man. He must be thinking the same way. Sighing, Qi Baihuan said, in that case, I respect your decision. He looked deeply at Su Yang, unable to bear the thought of seeing him being crippled and left first. Yu Pingchuan sneered, you finally grew some backbone. This is your own doing. You should say, you're looking for death. Arrogant. Yu Pingchuan's expression turned cold as he charged at Su Yang, raising his hand to strike. The palm wind was fierce, carrying a momentum like a landslide. A few peak masters were taken aback. This palm strike was made without any reservations, clearly intending to kill Su Yang. Senior brother Yu, show mercy. Xiao Xianing couldn't help but advise, considering their shared sect. But Yu Pingchuan didn't listen at all, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The large palm came crashing down. Everyone sighed, thinking Su Shidi was finished. However, Su Yang remained unfazed in the face of this lethal strike and casually waved his hand. An inexplicable force suddenly surged forth, and with a crisp crack, Yu Pingchuan's arm was directly shattered. He was sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar, and spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured. Incomparable bones. He crushed the same realm. Everyone was dumbfounded, defeating senior brother Yu, who was at the peak of the great profound realm. With one move, was this still Su Shidi? Master, Zhou Lingfeng hurried over to help Yu Pingchuan, utterly shocked. How could he be this powerful? You hit it well. Yu Pingchuan gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Su Yang. Just now you wanted to kill me? Su Yang's gaze was icy, exuding a murderous intent. What do you want to do? Don't go too far. Yu Pingchuan's face changed upon sensing Su Yang's killing intent. You want to kill me, and I can't kill you? Su Yang raised his hand. You can't kill me. If I die, the entire Xuantianzong will suffer. Yu Pingchuan quickly shouted. Do you think I would believe that? Don't you know that an immortal just passed by our Xuantianzong? To tell you the truth, that immortal deliberately stayed at my Qingyang peak, met me once, and held me in high regard, intending to nurture me. If you dare to kill me, the immortal will definitely be furious. His words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Senior brother Yu, are you serious? The immortal has taken a liking to you? Someone quickly asked. If you don't believe me, go ask Master. He sensed the immortal was at my Qingyang peak and gathered everyone to discuss this matter. Once I gain the immortal's favor, I will surely soar to great heights, and then I can lead our Xuantianzong to rise strongly. But now, I am injured by Su Yang, and he wants to kill me. If something happens to me, the immortal will not spare him, nor will he spare Xuantianzong. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, very surprised. Zhou Lingfeng immediately pointed at Su Yang and shouted, Su Yang, no matter how powerful you are, can you surpass an immortal? Offending my master is the same as offending the immortal. If you don't want to die, kneel down and apologize to my master. Su Shidi, why don't you just concede? Su Shidi, we can't afford to anger the immortal. For the sake of Xuantianzong and for yourself, don't act impulsively. Yes, Su Shidi, think twice. They believed Yu Pingchuan's words and began to persuade Su Yang. Yu Pingchuan felt pleased. He admitted he had underestimated Su Yang. But he had the immortal as a shield, so Su Yang couldn't touch him. Su Yang laughed, good. Having an immortal as a backer, Yu Pingchuan. I really underestimated you. Now that you know fear, then just cripple your own hands and roll out of Xuantianzong. You think too much. Today, I will definitely kill you. Su Yang's expression turned cold. You dare. Aren't you afraid of the immortal's wrath? Yu Pingchuan shouted. Immortal? Su Yang sneered. I am the immortal you speak of. Hearing this, Yu Pingchuan burst into laughter. Su Yang, although you can hide your strength, your ability to boast hasn't changed. What kind of existence is an immortal? You dare to call yourself an immortal. Do you think we are all fools? Masters, Su Yang dares to impersonate an immortal. He will definitely incur the immortal's wrath. If you don't want Zhuantianzong to be implicated, please, all masters, strike together to kill him, in order to protect our sect. Zhou Lingfeng seized the opportunity to incite. You beast, you deserve to die even more than you Ping Chuan. Su Yang coldly stared at Zhou Lingfeng. You're in grave danger, yet you dare to shout. Let us see who will die today. Zhou Lingfeng was not afraid at all, because he did not believe that Su Yang could impersonate an immortal. Zhuantianzong would not allow him. Then open your dog eyes and see clearly whether I am impersonating. Su Yang raised his hand, and the sword of heaven appeared in his grasp. Chapter 8. Immortal Inheritance. The aura of immortality spread out, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the great hall. Zhou Lingfeng could not withstand the might of the immortal sword. His legs buckled, and he directly knelt down. The immortal sword? That's the immortal's sword. I recognize it. Su Shidi, how could the immortal's sword be in your hands? Several peak masters exclaimed in astonishment. What immortal? I was just bored and took the immortal sword for a spin, and you all mistakenly thought I was an immortal. Su Yang mockingly glanced at Yu Pingchuan. Now, do you still think I want to nurture you? That immortal sword is not yours. You must have stolen it. Don't let him deceive you. He stole the immortal's sword, and if the immortal comes down upon us, we will all be doomed. Quickly kill him, kill him. Yu Pingchuan shouted in a frenzy. Yes, yes, what are you all waiting for? Act quickly, Zhou Lingfeng echoed. But this time, everyone no longer believed them, responding with cold indifference. Xiao Xianing scoffed. Try stealing the immortal sword from an immortal, if you dare. The two were immediately silenced. Yu Pingchuan, our debt shall be settled now. Su Yang walked forward with his sword. Yu Pingchuan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Su Shidi, don't kill me. We've at least been fellow sect members. I promise I will never trouble you again. I'll even return your disciple to you. Do you think I would still want such a disciple? Su Yang thrust his sword into Yu Pingchuan's heart. Yu Pingchuan's eyes widened as he fell to the ground dead. Zhou Lingfeng, terrified, crawled in front of Su Yang, repeatedly bowing his head. Master, I was wrong. I will change. I will definitely change. Change in your next life. The sword light flashed, and Zhou Lingfeng also fell in regret. Ding! The host has cleaned house for the first time, gaining the Eye of the Emperor Master. The Eye of the Emperor Master is activated. Within a certain range, all treasures come into view. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Su Yang was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that killing a traitor would unlock a new skill. He immediately tried to activate it. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and he clearly saw all the treasures hidden on the peak masters. The treasures within the entire Zhuantianzong and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the 7 peaks could not escape Su Yang's Eye of the Emperor Master, including the heavenly essence grass on Zai Peak. Next to the heavenly essence grass, there was an inconspicuous stone which immediately piqued Su Yang's interest. It was actually Xianling Jade. This jade has the effect of calming the mind and preventing one from going into madness. More importantly, it can speed up the cultivation process. The larger the piece, the more it accelerates. Ordinary Xianling Jade is only the size of a peanut and can increase the cultivation speed by 1/10. Every time it is discovered, it causes a frenzy. The piece Su Yang found was as big as an egg, so its preciousness was evident. Su Yang immediately wanted to collect it, but Xiao Xianing called out to him. Su Shidi, we were short-sighted before and didn't realize you were this powerful. But you killed senior brother Yu. You must inform master. I will go ask him now. All right. Su Yang had to wait here. At the same time, he sent a message to Yi Bufan, asking him to collect the Xianling Jade to prevent it from being taken by someone else, which would be a huge loss. In the ancestral hall, the spirit tablets of the ancestors of Zhuantianzong were placed here, including that of the true immortal Xianming. Qi Baixian looked at the spirit tablet of the true immortal Xianming and sighed. Junior brother Xian, before you passed away, you asked me to take good care of your disciple, and I have protected him for 10 years. But now I may have to go back on my word. It's not that I don't protect him, it's his own decision. I respect him and hope you won't blame me. At this moment, Xiao Xianing rushed in a panic. Master, Su Shidi, before she could finish, Qi Baixian interrupted her. You don't need to say anything. This is Su Shidi's own choice. Saying this, he took out a pill and handed it to Xiao Xianing. Take this to heal him, and let junior brother you not trouble him anymore. No, master, Su Shidi was not crippled by senior brother Yu. Could it be that Su Shidi acted with deadly intent? That's right, with Yu Shidi's character. How could he let Su Shidi go? Qi Bai Xian looked at the spirit tablet and smiled bitterly. Xian Shidi, you two have reunited. I feel ashamed as your senior brother. He waved his hand, his expression sorrowful. Xiao Shimi, you can go down now. I want to be alone for a while. Senior brother, you misunderstood me. Su Shidi is not dead. On the contrary, Yu Shixiang has died, Xiao Xianing explained. Not dead is good. What do you mean? Yu Shidi is dead? Qi Bai Xian finally reacted, astonished. Yes, Yu Shixiang was killed by Su Shidi. It turns out Su Shidi has been hiding his strength, injuring Yu Shixiang with one strike. Yu Shidi is at the 10th rank of the Great Profound Realm, and Su Shidi injured him with one strike? Qi Bai Xian found it hard to believe. After all, even he couldn't injure Yu Pingchuan with one strike. This would require at least the 3rd rank of the Starry Radiance realm to achieve. He suddenly burst into loud laughter. Good, good, good. Xian Shidi, did you hear that? Your disciple has become successful. But then he thought of something, his expression changed. Oh no, something big is going to happen. Senior brother, what happened? Xiao Xianning asked. You don't know, Yu Shidi has gained the favor of an immortal. Now that he is dead, the immortal will definitely take it out on our sect. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left. Quickly, summon all disciples and let them escape as far as possible. Qi Bai Xian was extremely anxious, immediately preparing to disperse the disciples. But he was stopped by Xiao Xianning. Senior brother, you don't have to worry. This so-called immortal is actually Su Shidi. He was the one who controlled the immortal sword. We all misunderstood. You can't be joking, right? Su Shidi has an immortal sword? Qi Bai Xian was shocked. Yes. He used the immortal sword to kill Yu Shixiao. This is impossible, Qi Bai Xian said in disbelief. Really? Why would I lie to you about this? It shouldn't be, Qi Bai Xian pondered. Senior brother, is there something wrong? Xiao Xianning asked in confusion. The immortal sword contains immortal power, and only an immortal can control it. How could Su Shidi do it? Qi Bai Xian thought for a moment and exclaimed, I understand. Senior brother, what did you understand? Besides immortals, those who have received an immortal's inheritance can also control the immortal sword. You mean, Su Shidi has received the inheritance of some immortal? It must be so. That is why Su Shidi's cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. And he has been enduring all these years because the immortal inheritance is of great importance. If it were to spread, he would definitely attract envy and invite disaster. Qi Bai Xian hurriedly asked, Where's Su Shidi? He is waiting for you in the main hall. Let's go. Qi Bai Xian immediately set off toward the main hall. When the two arrived, they saw several peak masters overjoyed, repeatedly bowing and thanking Su Yang. The two exchanged glances. What is going on? Greetings, senior brother. The few of them bowed. What are you all doing? Qi Bai Xian asked in confusion. Senior brother, Su Shidi is too generous. He gave each of us a heavenly essence pill and an earth-level martial art. One of them said happily. Qi Bai Xian quickly focused his gaze and found they all had a pill and a secret manual in hand. Senior brother, Xiao Shiji, you also have them. Su Yang took out 2 more pills and 2 secret manuals, which were the divine essence pill and a heavenly level martial art. Apart from Yu Pingchuan, who had always targeted Su Yang, the other peak masters had not made things difficult for him, especially Qi Bai Xian and Xiao Xianning, who had often looked after him. Su Yang was grateful and wanted to strengthen the Xiantian sect. Qi Bai Xian looked at the divine essence pill and heavenly level martial art in his hand, extremely excited. With these, the rise of the Xiantian sect is just around the corner. Su Shidi indeed received the immortal inheritance. Senior brother, what about Yu Pingchuan's death? Su Yang Sudinli asked. This is your grudge. I have already advised him, but he didn't listen, so you can't blame yourself, Qi Bai Xian said. All right, you all take the pills first. And after you undergo transformation, come to the falling sky peak to find me. Su Yang turned and left. Senior brother, how did Su Shidi suddenly become so powerful and have so many treasures? One of them asked curiously. Su Shidi has great fortune and received the immortal inheritance. The immortal inheritance. The few peak masters were all greatly surprised. Listen carefully. Before Su Shidi has grown up, this matter must not be leaked in the slightest. Bai said seriously. The others naturally understood the stakes and nodded in agreement. Then, one by one, they eagerly took the pills. At Zai Peak, Yi Bufan followed Su Yang's instructions and arrived at a pond. Next, it was a blue grass, very beautiful. It was the heavenly essence grass. It turns out Master has long known about the existence of the heavenly essence grass, Yi Bufan said in surprise. This heavenly essence grass was discovered by me accidentally passing through here back then. It wasn't mature at the time, so I didn't take care of it, Tian Lao said. That's true, but Master sent me here for this stone. What is it for? Yi Bufan looked at a stone the size of a chicken egg next to the heavenly essence grass, which looked ordinary and had nothing special about it. Since it's the Elder's order, just do as you were told. Tian Lao now held Su Yang in great esteem, believing that whatever he said had its intricacies. Yi Bufan thought the same and prepared to take the stone. As for the heavenly essence grass, in the past, he would definitely have regarded it as a treasure. But now he had no interest at all. Just as he reached out to take the stone, a delicate voice suddenly called out from behind, "Wait." Turning around, he saw a woman in white coming on a flying sword. She was stunningly beautiful, exuding an otherworldly aura, like a celestial maiden from the heavens, sacred and unapproachable. Tian Lao immediately reminded him, "Be careful, this girl is at the full moon realm." Yi Bufan was greatly surprised. The headmaster of the Xintian sect was only in the starry radiance realm. What was such a powerful expert doing here? Was it also for the stone? Yi Bufan immediately became alert and asked, "Do you have something to say?" Bai Ningyue stood suspended in the air on her sword, looking down at Yi Bufan from a superior position. First rank of the profound realm. At his age, he was quite good in a second-rate sect like Xintian sect. But in her eyes, he could only be considered average. He must want the heavenly essence grass to refine the heavenly essence pill and improve his constitution. So she said, "You don't need to be nervous. I mean you no harm, but I want that heavenly essence grass." She wants the heavenly essence grass? Yi Bufan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "But since you discovered this grass first, I won't forcibly take it." Bai Ningyue flipped her jade hand, and a pill appeared in her palm. This is a washing marrow pill, a top-quality spiritual pill that can help you wash your muscles and marrow, refining your constitution. Although the heavenly essence grass can refine the heavenly essence pill, the refining is not easy, and even if you get it, it may not be useful. On the contrary, this washing marrow pill is more suitable for you. In Bai Ningyue's view, the young man would surely be delighted to accept it. After all, the heavenly essence grass was just one of the materials for the heavenly essence pill, and the failure rate was extremely high. Even she didn't have much confidence. In contrast, the finished washing marrow pill was more practical and, in a sense, its value was even higher than the heavenly essence grass. But Yi Bufan shook his head. "I don't need it." Bai Ningyue's brows slightly furrowed. "Is it that I didn't make myself clear enough? You can't refine the heavenly essence pill. I am Bai Ningyue, the goddess of the Medicine King Valley, and I am a third-rank alchemist. My Medicine King Valley is one of the 5 great sects of the southern region, proficient in alchemy. Even I only have a 30 chance, so you'd better listen to my advice and give the heavenly essence grass to me. At most, I'll give you another washing marrow pill." Bai Ningyue took out another one. 2 top-quality spiritual pills. Their value already exceeded that of the heavenly essence grass. But Yi Bufan was still not moved, insisting, "I really don't need it." Bai Ningyue's expression couldn't help but turn slightly cold. "I kindly advised you and even offered 2 washing marrow pills in exchange. Don't be greedy." "You misunderstood. What I mean is if you want the heavenly essence grass, I can give it to you. No need for your pills." The master is even using the washing marrow pills to feed the fish, clearly looking down on them. "It would be better to do a favor. You want to give me the heavenly essence grass for free?" Bai Ningyue was quite surprised. "Just a single heavenly essence grass is of no use to me. I already possess the supreme divine bone. Not to mention that the master is using the heavenly marrow pills to feed fish. Why would I need the heavenly essence grass? You see through it. The heavenly essence grass is indeed useless in your hands. But I can't take yours for free. These 2 washing marrow pills were promised to you, so take them." Bai Ningyue insisted. "I really don't need them." Yi Bufan declined without hesitation. "Are you sure you don't want them?" Bai Ningyue couldn't help but praise. "At such a young age, you are not swayed by treasures. This character is truly commendable. My Medicine King Valley needs someone like you. Just in time. I want to take on a disciple. Would you like to be my student? Be your student? Yi Bufan rejected. I'd rather not. I already have a master. Your master should be from the Shintian sect, right? That sect is only a second-rate sect, far inferior to my Medicine King Valley. Follow me, and I won't treat you poorly. As long as I can refine the heavenly marrow pills, I will help you forge the heavenly bone, making you a prodigy. At that time, even the Shintian sect will treat you with respect. Such favorable conditions should be obvious to anyone with normal judgment. Bai Ningyue was skeptical that she could persuade this young man. But to her surprise, Yi Bufan said seriously, I promised my master that I would never betray him in this life. What a respectful and trustworthy young man. Bai Ningyue not only didn't get angry, but increasingly admired Yi Bufan. She asked, Who is your master? My master is the peak master of the Shintian sect, Lu Tian Peak. Yi Bufan introduced, pride unconsciously showing on his face. In Bai Ningyue's eyes, however, it seemed he had never seen the world. A mere peak master of the Shintian sect could not compare to her. Since he is unwilling, then I will go persuade his master. With that thought, Bai Ningyue raised her hand, and the heavenly essence grass flew automatically into her hand. Then she said, Since you have such a filial disciple, I also want to meet your master. Lead the way. Chapter 10. The goddess is terrified. Is she trying to find a master to snatch someone? Yi Bufan guessed Bai Ningyue's thoughts, but wasn't in a hurry. All right, just wait a moment. He agreed and picked up the stone to put it away. What do you need the stone for? Bai Ningyue asked curiously. My master asked me to retrieve it. So, you came here not for the heavenly essence grass, but for this stone? Yes, Yi Bufan nodded. Bai Ningyue was speechless, ignoring the heavenly essence grass for a broken stone. What is his master thinking? Indeed, people from second-rate sects have not seen much of the world. If this boy continues to follow his master, he will definitely become a frog at the bottom of a well. No way. No matter what, I have to take him away. If his master disagrees, I don't mind using some forceful methods. Let's go. I'll take you to meet my master, but you'd better not act recklessly. If you offend my master, I can't protect you, Yi Bufan kindly reminded. Bai Ningyue laughed. As a powerful figure in the Haoyue realm, even the head of the Shintian sect would have to treat her with respect. It was already good that his master didn't flatter her. Why would she offend him? This kid's perspective is too narrow. It seems that in his mind, the master is the most powerful person. Fine, I'll show a bit of strength in front of his master later. I wonder how this boy will react when he sees his master treating me with respect. Bai Ningyue was looking forward to it. Before long, the two flew to the vicinity of Lu Tian Peak. Yi Bufan again anxiously reminded, Don't forget what I told you. Don't offend my master. Bai Ningyue's lips curled up slightly. All right, I know what I'm doing. Kid, soon you'll know how humble your proud master will be in front of me. How should I make my entrance? I should announce my identity first. I believe once they learn who I am, they will welcome me with utmost respect. So, just before approaching Lu Tian Peak, Bai Ningyue raised her voice and declared, I am Bai Ningyue, the goddess of Medicine King Valley and the peak master of Lu Tian Peak of the Shintian sect. Hurry and come out to greet me. She deliberately added some flair, sending an invisible wave of sound sweeping toward Lu Tian Peak. Then she waited for the other party to come out and kneel before her. However, just as the sound wave entered Lu Tian Peak, a golden light suddenly shone, shooting straight into the sky. The sound wave was instantly dissolved by the golden light, and part of the golden light rebounded toward the direction from which the sound wave came. Not good. The senior is giving a lecture. She has disturbed the senior and will be rejected by the principles of the Tao. Tian Lao shouted urgently, Quick, make her kneel and apologize. Yi Bufan was startled upon hearing this and hurriedly reminded, You need to kneel and apologize to my master, or something bad will happen. Bai Ningyue looked at the golden light rushing toward her and sneered, To be able to dissolve my sound wave, you do have some skill. But kid, you think too highly of your master. How could he? Before she finished her words, the golden light had already reached her. Bai Ningyue then realized the extraordinary nature of this golden light, and her expression changed. She instinctively mobilized all her strength, and a faint moon appeared behind her. Like a bright moon hanging high, instantly raising her momentum to its peak, sharp and radiant. This was the mark of the Haoyue realm. Based on the brightness of the moon, it could be judged that she was at the third-grade Haoyue realm. In this northern wilderness, southern region, she could already be considered a top expert. She raised her palm to strike out, the force so fierce it seemed as if the entire moon was crashing down, capable of splitting mountains and rivers. However, such a fierce palm strike was instantly rendered formless upon contact with the golden light. It was as if a grain of sand had fallen into the ocean, causing not the slightest ripple. How is this possible? Binding Yue finally changed her expression, feeling utterly incredulous. The next second, the golden light fell upon her, and the moon behind her shook violently before completely dissipating. Binding Yue felt that she had committed a grave disrespect, rejected by heaven and earth, unaccepted by all things. Everything she had learned in her life, everything she had known, was abandoning her. Binding Yue was immediately horrified. Her cultivation, her alchemy skills, and all her knowledge were disappearing. How could this happen? Kneel down and apologize. If you wait any longer, you'll be finished. Yi Bufan reminded again. Binding Yue, not daring to hesitate any longer, immediately knelt on the flying sword, trembling with fear. I'm sorry. Only then did the golden light gradually dissipate from her. Binding Yue's face was already pale, covered in cold sweat. Her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. I told you not to offend my master, yet you didn't listen. Now you know the consequences, Yi Bufan said solemnly. Who is your master? Binding Yue stammered. My master is low-key and lives in seclusion here. I can't say without his permission. Just remember, if you offend my master again, no one can save you. Gulp. Binding Yue couldn't help but swallow hard, dumbfoundedly nodding I understand. After adjusting her state, she continued to fly forward. Upon arriving at Lutian Peak, she saw a man in white casually sitting cross-legged on a mat, exuding an unparalleled aura, both sacred and ordinary, unfathomable yet simple, giving a very mysterious feeling. He was giving a lecture. Every word seemed to convey supreme truths, as if enlightening one's mind. Sitting in front of him were 5 people, completely focused on listening, some thoughtful, some enlightened. Moreover, each of them was glowing, 3 with purple light and 2 with golden light. 3 heavenly bones, 2 divine bones. Binding Yue was astonished. It was already extremely rare for a sect to have a prodigy, but now there were not only 3, but even 2 divine sons. Am I seeing things? Binding Yue couldn't believe it. But at that moment, the fish pond suddenly lit up with purple light. 9 purple lights, 9 heavenly boned fish. Binding Yue was stunned and quickly rubbed her eyes, thinking that she hadn't recovered from the shock earlier, causing her vision to blur. However, no matter how much she rubbed her eyes, there were indeed 9 koi fish with heavenly bones. What was going on? Could it be that someone fed the fish with 9 heavenly essence pills? That's insane. Who would commit such a sin? Just as she was still in shock, a sudden golden light flashed beside her. It was more dazzling than the other 2 combined and carried a sacred aura. Supreme Divine Bone. Binding Yue was so surprised that her tongue got tied. She never expected that this young man actually possessed a supreme divine bone. As the goddess of the Medicine King Valley, she only possessed an ordinary divine bone. It was said that among 10,000 sons and daughters of gods, there might not be one with a supreme divine bone. If one appeared, barring any accidents, they would surely become a supreme-level powerhouse and would be fiercely sought after by various forces. Binding Yue realized that her once proud talent seemed insignificant, and her previous understanding was completely overturned. This obscure Shintian sect had actually produced 3 heavenly bones, 2 ordinary divine bones, 1 supreme divine bone, and even 9 heavenly bone koi fish, far surpassing the divine sect. Especially that boy's master, who was so mysterious that it sent chills down her spine. Binding Yue suddenly had a bold guess. Chapter 11. Why don't I have such a generous master? Could their roots all be crafted by him? That would be too exaggerated. At that moment, Binding Yue suddenly sensed something. The boundary barrier had loosened. She was overjoyed, quickly cast aside her distractions, sat cross-legged, and began to break through the barrier. In no time, the barrier was shattered. 4th grade Bright Moon Realm. But Binding Yue didn't stop there. She continued to push forward. Before long, Su Yang finished his lecture and closed the Imperial Master's teaching hall. Everyone came back to their senses and knelt down to Su Yang, respectfully bowing their heads in gratitude. Su Yang said, "You are my senior brothers and sisters. I can't accept this. Please get up." Junior brother Su, you not only transformed our roots, gave us techniques, but also lectured us, allowing us the opportunity to become top powerhouses. Your grace is like a rebirth. You absolutely deserve it. Qi Bai Xian expressed gratefully. Others echoed, all filled with awe for Su Yang, because they understood from Su Yang's lecture that he had not merely received an immortal's inheritance. Even with an immortal's inheritance, it would be impossible for him to speak such profound truths. Qi Bai Xian confidently speculated, based on my experience, junior brother Su should be the reincarnation of some immortal. Only a true immortal could speak such profound truths, and not just any immortal, but one of significant power. Since he has reincarnated, it means he must have been harmed. Therefore, his identity must be kept secret, and we must not let it leak. Thus, several peak masters tacitly avoided inquiring about Su Yang's situation. Knowing what was understood did not need to be spoken. Junior brother Su, we need to go back and digest and comprehend the profound truths you have shared. So we won't disturb you further, Qi Bai Xian said as he took his leave with several peak masters. Master, Yi Bufan stepped forward to pay his respects. What's wrong with her? Su Yang looked at Bai Ningyue. Before Yi Bufan could answer, Bai Ningyue's internal momentum suddenly surged, rapidly increasing. I broke through again. 5th grade Bright Moon Realm. Bai Ningyue was overjoyed, not expecting to advance 2 small realms at once. The profound truths shared were too mysterious and boundless. At that moment, she felt Su Yang's gaze upon her, quickly kneeling and bowing. Junior Bai Ningyue, thank you for the teachings, senior. You can break through immediately, which means you have already accumulated enough. You just needed an opportunity. This is also your fortune. However, I just heard you introduce yourself. It seems you are from Medicine King Valley, right? You must be the goddess of the Medicine King Valley. You have quite a good talent, Su Yang asked casually. Bai Ningyue trembled and quickly corrected herself. Senior, please do not be angry. It was disrespectful of me to not recognize your greatness and offend you. Please forgive me. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead, anxious and nervous, fearing the senior would punish her. If he pursued the matter with his abilities, crushing her would be as easy as squashing an ant, and even the Medicine King Valley could be implicated. Su Yang spoke calmly. I have heard of your Medicine King Valley. It is one of the 5 great divine sects of the southern region, with a noble status. You possess a divine bone. So you must be the goddess of the Medicine King Valley, right? You do have a good talent. This little bit of talent of mine is insignificant before you, senior. Bai Ningyue could now confirm that the roots of those few people and the 9 koi fish all originated from the senior's hands. No wonder the young man looked down on the heavenly essence grass. It turned out I was the fool. Get up, Su Yang said. Bai Ningyue felt as if she had been pardoned, and the weight on her heart finally lifted. Yi Bufan noticed her cold sweat and lack of previous arrogance. Couldn't help but tease, do you still want to take me as a disciple? Bai Ningyue's heart sank, and she quickly knelt down again. Senior, I didn't mean it. I saw his good character, which is why I developed an affection for talent. So, you came to find me to steal my disciple? Su Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Bai Ningyue was frightened half to death, repeatedly admitting her mistake. I only have this one disciple, and you want to steal him? You think just admitting your mistake is enough? Su Yang showed a look of dissatisfaction. Senior, please spare my life. I will never dare again. Bai Ningyue regretted it immensely, wishing she hadn't come. Who said I wanted your life? Am I really that unkind? Then what does the senior mean? Bai Ningyue raised her head in confusion. Give me all the golden sun pills you have on you as an apology. Bai Ningyue was astonished. How did he know I had golden sun pills? The senior truly was unfathomable. She immediately took out the medicine bottle and respectfully handed it over. Su Yang opened it and took a look. There were 10 pills in total. This pill was a high-quality spirit pill specifically used for healing, each worth quite a bit. As expected of the goddess of the Medicine King Valley, carrying so many spirit pills. Bufan, it's for you. Su Yang casually tossed it to Yi Bufan. Thank you, master. Yi Bufan was overjoyed. With his bottle of golden sun pills, his life had more security. Bai Ningyue felt envious. This bottle of golden sun pills had taken her a long time to save up. Although Bai Ningyue was the goddess of the Medicine King Valley, resources were still limited. How could she receive 10 golden sun pills from her master like Yi Bufan? Why don't I have such a generous master? Ding! The host receives a random double return and obtains 10 divine sun pills. Another divine pill. Su Yang couldn't help but feel delighted. He looked at Yi Bufan, and with the eye of the Imperial Master opened, he clearly saw the heavenly elder hidden within him. There was only a wisp of remnant soul left, like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Su Yang took out a divine sun pill and handed it to Yi Bufan. Bai Ningyue's eyes widened in disbelief. This is the divine sun pill? It's actually the divine sun pill. The heavenly elder also shouted excitedly. It was rumored that this pill could condense the soul and reshape the body, and as long as one wasn't completely dispersed, they could be brought back to life. Yi Bufan exclaimed in joy. Then, heavenly elder, you can be reborn. He first thought of the heavenly elder, having regarded him as a close elder throughout their journey. However, although the heavenly elder longed for rebirth, he remained calm. The divine sun pill is so precious. It's given to you by your master to protect your life. How can I use it? But Su Yang said to Yi Bufan, this pill is given to you. You can arrange it as you wish. Yi Bufan was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt down to thank him. The heavenly elder also knelt to Su Yang, knowing that the senior was speaking specifically for him. This grace was like a rebirth, leaving him emotionally moved. Because given the heavenly elder's condition, there might never be hope of restoration in this life. And even this wisp of remnant soul would gradually dissipate, turning to ashes. The heavenly elder had already come to terms with it. But now, with the divine sun pill, he reignited the hope of life. By the way, Master, this is the stone you wanted. Yi Bufan took out the Xianling jade and handed it to Su Yang. Master, forgive me for being dull. This is just an ordinary stone. What use is it? Bai Ningyue immediately became curious. What I picked is certainly not an ordinary stone. Su Yang wiped away the surface of the stone, revealing a crystal-clear Xianling jade in front of everyone. Bai Ningyue and Tian Lao exclaimed in unison, Xianling jade. Such a large piece of Xianling jade. It's rare in the world. If used for cultivation, how much would the cultivation speed increase? Bai Ningyue felt extremely ashamed, having mocked them for not having seen the world and treating a broken stone as a treasure. It turned out the fool was me. Before the Xianling jade was revealed, there was no way to detect its abnormalities. The senior truly is a senior. Not only could he see the mystery within, but he also found such a large piece, which I have never seen in my life. This can at least increase my cultivation speed tenfold. Tian Lao sighed in admiration. Yi Bufan happily said, Master, with this Xianling jade, your cultivation speed will be even faster. Congratulations on obtaining a treasure. To his surprise, Su Yang smiled and said, Silly disciple, who said this is for me? It's for you. Chapter 12. Contract Spirit Jade. 9 great female stars as servants. Yi Bufan was stunned. Master, you mean the Xianling jade is for me? I have said before, you are now my disciple. Don't act like you've never seen the world. Su Yang tossed the Xianling jade back to him. Yi Bufan carefully caught it and repeatedly thanked him. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Bai Ningyue was extremely envious. First, there were the golden sun pills and the divine sun pills. And now, there was such a large piece of Xianling jade. Is this what they call a good master? Oh my, can I also have one? Don't rush to thank me. As my disciple, your cultivation is too low. I want you to go out and experience life and death training, using up the golden sun pills in the shortest time possible. Do you have any objections? Yi Bufan was taken aback upon hearing this. Master, you want me to undergo life and death training? Life and death training is the fastest way to improve cultivation. You have 10 golden sun pills. As long as you still have a breath left, you basically 1T die. Plus, with this Xianling jade, your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds in a short time. The path has already been paved for you. Don't let me down. Su Yang did this not only for Yi Bufan's rapid growth, but also for himself. Yi Bufan tightened his grip on the Xianling jade and nodded heavily. I will never disappoint Master S cultivation. Pack up and go experience it as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Yi Bufan turned and left. Ding. Host has received random double return. obtaining a contract spirit jade. This jade can establish a master-servant contract with all things. Your servant can gain cultivation equal to yours. The disciples of your servant can also return cultivation, but only half of your disciples. Su Yang was overjoyed. With this, his cultivation could increase even faster. He immediately thought of the 9 koi fish. So he sent by Ningyue away, saying, "If there is nothing else, you can leave." To his surprise, Bai Ningyue suddenly knelt down again. "Senior, I wish to become your disciple." "Become my disciple?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow. This girl already has the potential of a divine bone. Taking her in wouldn't be bad. But the problem is her cultivation is higher than mine. According to the system's rules, if a disciple's cultivation is higher than that of their master, they will not be able to receive cultivation returns. "Senior, I was ignorant before and offended you. I am ashamed and know that you might not like me, but I don't want to miss this great opportunity. As long as you accept me as your disciple, I am willing to accept any punishment." Bai Ningyue spoke sincerely, her eyes filled with anticipation. But Su Yang still shook his head. "You and I do not yet have the fate of master and disciple." Bai Ningyue looked up and asked, "When will that fate arrive?" "It will come naturally when the time is right. You can go now." Bai Ningyue felt incredibly disappointed and left helplessly. Su Yang arrived at the fish pond, where the 9 koi fish immediately wagged their tails joyfully. Su Yang smiled and asked, "You should be able to transform now, right?" The most challenging part of demon cultivation is opening one's intelligence. Once they do, they can usually take on human form. The 9 koi fish leaped out of the pond and transformed, presenting 9 graceful figures before Su Yang, resembling the 9 great female stars he had named them after. This was because Su Yang had long implanted the appearances of the 9 stars into the fish's minds, waiting for this day. Qingxia was heroic, Man Yu was agile and elegant, Shuzhen was sexy and enchanting. These 9 were once national goddesses who captivated many, and now, with a hint of cultivation aura, they were even more radiant. Especially at this moment, just having transformed and without clothes, their wet bodies instantly stirred Su Yang's heart. Ahem. Su Yang awkwardly coughed twice. "You all should put on some clothes first." The 9 women covered their mouths and giggled before quickly turning around, using their scales to conjure outfits, all of which were graceful and varied. Su Yang took out the contract spirit jade and said, "Offer your essence blood and pledge allegiance to me." The 9 women did not hesitate, and each flicked a drop of blood from their fingertips, absorbed by the contract spirit jade, establishing a wondrous connection with Su Yang. The contract spirit jade shone brightly, enveloping the 9 women. Soon, their cultivation quickly rose, all reaching the first grade of the great profound realm. "Thank you, Master, for your grace." The 9 women knelt down in delight to express their gratitude. Su Yang waved his hand, distributing each of them a heavenly essence pill, 10 cleansing marrow pills, and 2 earth-level cultivation methods, one of which was for demon cultivation. "Your task is to recruit disciples and teach them cultivation. I will reward you based on your merits." "Yes, Master. Go." The 9 women leaped and soon disappeared from view. Now all that was left was to wait for the results. However, Su Yang did not remain idle. He entered seclusion to cultivate in the cave on the back mountain. A day later, besides his own cultivation improving, there was also a return of cultivation. It was from Yibu Fan. He must have gone somewhere to undergo life and death training. 2 days later, 3 different cultivation returns came in, surely from the big stars who had taken on 3 disciples. However, since they had just started cultivating, the returns were not substantial. Another 2 days passed, and 6 more returns appeared. On the 6th day, the system prompted, "Congratulations to the host for advancing to the first grade of the Bright Moon Realm." Su Yang temporarily halted his cultivation and opened the system panel. "Host, Su Yang. Cultivation, first grade of the Bright Moon Realm. Root bone, infinite bone. Cultivation method, Great Yin Wudao method. Special skills, Imperial Master S Dojo, Imperial Master SI. Cultivation return, 100-fold. Disciples, Yibu Fan, Loyalty 100. Cultivation, 10th grade of the Profound Realm. Servant Qingxia, 1 disciple. Cultivation, 5th grade of the Entry Profound Realm. Servant Man Yu, 1 disciple. Cultivation, 5th grade of the Entry Profound Realm. Servant Shuzhen, 1 disciple, cultivation, 4th grade of the entry profound realm. Cultivation return, 50-fold. In just 6 days, Yi Bufan had made such significant progress. But this was not surprising. After all, he possessed the supreme divine bone, practiced a heavenly level cultivation method, and had listened to Su Yang's teachings twice, combined with life and death training and the Xianling Jade. It would be hard not to improve rapidly. As for Su Yang, with the infinite bone and imperial level cultivation method enhancing him, his cultivation return was more than 100-fold. Moreover, he had also been cultivating during these 6 days. As for the big stars and their disciples, their rapid increase in just a few days was likely due to them all taking the heavenly essence pills. However, this small amount of cultivation plus a 50-fold return was far less than Yi Bufan's, but at least there was a larger quantity. As time passed day by day, Su Yang's cultivation soared like a rocket. Meanwhile, Bai Ningyue had returned to the Medicine King Valley for half a month. During this period, she had been in seclusion, primarily to consolidate the 2 realms she had broken through at Falling Sky Peak, and also because there were still some profound truths she had not fully digested. On this day, she finally finished digesting them, and her cultivation broke through once again. 6th-tier Bright Moon Realm. Bai Ningyue opened her eyes, filled with joy. This made her admire Su Yang even more, and she was determined to take him as her master. The elder said the timing wasn't right, but when would it be? Just as Bai Ningyue was pondering, a disciple came to report, "Senior sister, the Valley Master wants you to gather in the main hall. He says there is an important matter to announce." Important matter? Bai Ningyue raised an eyebrow. She walked out of her room and encountered someone along the way, a flicker of disgust passing through her eyes. "Senior sister, you finally came out of seclusion." The other person was Chu Qinghe, a fellow disciple of Yaowang Valley, who smiled insincerely and said, "I thought you would hide and never come out." Bai Ningyue replied bluntly, "What do I have to hide from? Am I afraid of you? A defeated opponent? You?" Chu Qinghe's expression darkened with anger. Yet, he immediately switched back to a smiling face, saying, "Yes, I accidentally lost to you before. But today is different." As he spoke, he took out something and flaunted, "Look closely at what this is." Chapter 13, I really don't want to be the heir. Xianling Jade. Bai Ningyue was taken aback. "You do have some discerning eye." "Yes, this is Xianling Jade, and it's much larger than ordinary Xianling Jade." The piece of Xianling Jade in Chu Qinghe's hand was the size of grape, and he said proudly, "With this piece, you can't find a second one in the entire southern region." "Is this your first time seeing it?" Bai Ningyue scoffed. "Unfortunately, I've seen pieces several times larger than yours. Yours pales in comparison." "Nonsense. Such a large piece of Xianling Jade is already the limit. How could there be a bigger one?" "Bai Ningyue, I know you're jealous of me, but there's no need to talk big like that. It only makes me look down on you more, unworthy of your status as a goddess. If you don't believe me, fine, I can't be bothered to explain. Step aside. Good dogs don't block the way." Bai Ningyue said without politeness. "Do you think I'm still the old me?" Chu Qinghe's expression hardened, and a moon appeared behind him, much brighter than Bai Ningyue's previous one, with an even stronger aura. "See? With this jade to help me, I've risen 2 realms in a short time, now at the 4th-tier Bright Moon Realm." He regained his confidence. "We are both of divine bone, and our cultivation methods are also of the Xian level. The conditions are almost the same. It's all about cultivation level. Now that my cultivation is higher than yours, do you think you're still my opponent?" He thought he could intimidate Bai Ningyue and dampen her spirit. But Bai Ningyue merely snorted in disdain. "This level of cultivation, and you dare to show off in front of me? What are you pretending for? You're only at the 3rd-tier Bright Moon Realm. I can't stand your arrogant demeanor, thinking everyone is beneath you. To be honest, the reason the Valley Master called us here is to select the next Valley Master heir. Now that your cultivation is inferior to mine, this position is mine for the taking. I advise you not to go, lest you embarrass yourself." If it had been before, Bai Ningyue would have insisted on competing with Chu Qinghe, but now she was determined to take Su Yang as her master. And if she became the heir of Yaowang Valley, she would lose that opportunity. So she said, "The mere position of heir doesn't interest me at all. You can have it." After saying that, she walked toward the main hall on her own. Chu Qinghe sneered, "You can't beat me, so you pretend not to care. Just wait, you'll regret this." Bai Ningyue entered the main hall. All the high-ranking members and elders were already present. At the very top sat a majestic man, the Valley Master of Yaowang Valley, Lai Tiancheng. However, his face bore a sickly pallor, appearing quite weak. Bai Ningyue knew that the Valley Master had previously failed to break through to the Earth Soul realm, leading to damage to his soul, with his 3 souls and 7 spirits separated. If it weren't for the various elixirs of Yaowang Valley barely supporting him, he would have long since been lost. Now he was in a hurry to choose an heir, which indicated he couldn't hold on much longer. Greetings, Valley Master. Bai Ningyue bowed. Ningyue, I've called you here to announce something. Lai Tiancheng said weakly, my time is running out, and I don't have much time left. You and Qinghe are the goddess and son of my Yaowang Valley. Among the younger generation, you two have the best talent and the highest cultivation. Therefore, you have both been cultivated as potential heirs to the Valley Master. Not long ago, Qinghe reached the 4th tier Bright Moon realm, surpassing you in cultivation. So I am preparing to choose him as the heir. Do you have any objections? Of course, she had no objections. Chu Qinghe strode into the hall. Valley Master, I just demonstrated my cultivation to senior sister. She feels inferior and has chosen to give up. Ningyue, is that so? Lai Tiancheng asked. Valley Master, I believe you don't need a rush to choose an heir, Bai Ningyue said. Bai Ningyue, what do you mean? Chu Qinghe immediately shouted. Do you know the Valley Master's current situation? If we don't choose an heir, who will lead Yaowang Valley in the future? Do you think delaying time will allow you to surpass me? Don't dream. Do you really think I'm inferior to you? Bai Ningyue retorted. The facts are right in front of you. You were just scared to compete with me because of my cultivation, so don't deny it. Huh? Bai Ningyue coldly laughed. I'm not competing with you because I'm not interested in the heir position. What are you pretending for? Is it so hard to admit I'm stronger than you? Since you refuse to accept it, I'll show everyone here that I can defeat you. Chu Qinghe, wanting to prove himself, released his aura once more. It was indeed 4th tier Bright Moon realm. Ningyue was at the 3rd tier, and Qinghe had indeed surpassed her. It seemed Qinghe was right. Ningyue was indeed trying to buy time. For her own selfish interests, disregarding the bigger picture, such behavior was unworthy of being an heir. Everyone felt dissatisfied with Bai Ningyue's actions. Bai Ningyue, did you hear that? Admit your mistake now and publicly apologize, and I will consider not pursuing this matter. Chu Qinghe said triumphantly. If you want to fight, stop talking nonsense. I'll let you strike first, Bai Ningyue said dismissively. You really overestimate yourself. I'll help you. Chu Qinghe charged at Bai Ningyue and struck with his palm. Bai Ningyue also struck out her palm. The two used the same palm technique. It was all about cultivation level. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Chu Qinghe thought he could defeat Bai Ningyue and redeem himself. But to his surprise, he was forced back several steps, blood surging in his body. And he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. 6th tier. She has broken through to the 6th tier. Everyone was astonished. Even Lai Tiancheng's eyes brightened. How could this be? You were clearly at the 3rd tier. Why did you suddenly rise 3 realms? This is impossible. Chu Qinghe could hardly accept that with such a large piece of Xianling jade assisting him, he had barely broken through 2 realms. How did she manage to do it? Do you still think I'm inferior to you now? Bai Ningyue mocked. You. Chu Qinghe was left speechless. Ha ha ha. Ningyue, you have surprised me so much. I now announce that you are the next heir to the Valley Master of Yaowang Valley. Lai Tiancheng publicly confirmed the heir, making Chu Qinghe's face turn green with anger. Damn it. He watched Bai Ningyue being celebrated by everyone, receiving their congratulations, feeling extremely unwilling. Why does she always overshadow me? Why? At that moment, Lai Tiancheng suddenly showed a look of pain, growing even weaker. Valley Master, everyone's expression changed, and they cried out in alarm. Lai Tiancheng waved his hand, struggling to hold his body upright. Ningyue, I can't hold on much longer. I am now handing Yaowang Valley over to you. Valley Master, I said I have no interest in being the heir, Bai Ningyue replied. Nonsense. If you don't inherit, what will happen to Yaowang Valley? Don't forget the rules of Yaowang Valley. The strongest among the younger generation inherits the position of Valley Master. Since you are the strongest, you must inherit it. If it weren't for my limited time, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. Lai Tiancheng sighed helplessly. I have no choice. Everyone fell silent. As Lai Tiancheng said, with Bai Ningyue's current cultivation, she is not yet capable of taking on the position of the Valley Master. But who knows? The Valley Master is not well. and this is the only option left. Valley Master, listen to me. I know someone who might be able to heal your injuries, Bai Ningyue said. What did you say? Someone can heal me? Lai Tianqing was taken aback. Yes, that's why I just said you don't need to rush to choose a successor, Bai Ningyue nodded. Ningyue, you're not just comforting me, are you? My soul is injured. Half of my 3 souls and 7 souls are gone. This kind of injury is almost incurable. Are you sure someone can do it? Lai Tianqing questioned. How could I dare to joke about such matters? It is naturally true, Bai Ningyue replied affirmatively. Lai Tianqing, hearing Bai Ningyue's confirmation, hurriedly asked, then tell me, who is this senior expert? Bai Ningyue replied. He is the master of the falling sky peak of the Xintian sect. Chapter 14, is it surprising? Xintian sect? Lai Tianqing looked puzzled, clearly having never heard of this sect. Have you all heard of this sect? Never heard of it. It might be some hidden sect, everyone speculated, thinking the Xintian sect was quite impressive. But Chu Qinghe laughed. Stop guessing, I know this sect. It's an obscure second-rate sect. Second-rate sect? Everyone was astonished. Bai Ningyue, I thought you were talking about some powerful figure. But it turns out to be a mere peak master of a second-rate sect. Can someone like that really heal the Valley Master? Chu Qinghe seized the opportunity, reproaching. I think you don't want to be the successor and are deliberately fabricating lies with ulterior motives. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. How can you know his methods? You can't even imagine, Bai Ningyue retorted. Ridiculous. Chu Qinghe shouted. What methods can a peak master of second-rate sect have? Ask everyone. Do they believe it? This time everyone agreed with him. It did seem quite absurd. Chu Qinghe continued, Valley Master. You trust her so much to entrust the Medicine King Valley to her. But she not only refuses, but also uses such a ridiculous reason to deceive you, completely disregarding your life and the future of our Medicine King Valley. She has no qualifications to inherit the position of Valley Master. Qinghe is right. How can someone like her take over the Medicine King Valley? Bai Ningyue, you have let us down too much. Many supported Chu Qinghe and began to criticize Bai Ningyue. Chu Qinghe felt proud. He thought he had no hope, but unexpectedly Bai Ningyue dug her own grave. Let's see how she ends this. Ningyue, how do you explain this? Lai Tianqing also straightened his face, looking displeased. Valley Master, I really don't want to inherit the Medicine King Valley, but didn't he lie to you? That senior indeed can heal your injuries, Bai Ningyue said. You still call him a senior? Bai Ningyue, as the goddess of the Medicine King Valley. You actually call a peak master of a second-rate sect a senior, lowering your status and disregarding the dignity of our Medicine King Valley. Chuking Angri Zepiman. That's enough, Bai Ningyue exclaimed. Aren't you just jealous that I am stronger than you and took your position as the successor? Someone like you, with a narrow mind and slandering others, has no qualifications to inherit the Medicine King Valley. You are slandering me. I am thinking of the Medicine King Valley and the Valley Master's safety. You are considering the Valley Master's safety, right? Then good. If you have the ability, heal the Valley Master's injuries. Chu Qinghe was instantly speechless, unable to respond. You shut up. Try not to be a nuisance. You. Chu Qinghe's face turned angry. All right. We are all fellow disciples. Making a fuss like this is unbecoming. A black-faced old man named Luo Nansheng, the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley, spoke up. He was also Chu Qinghe's master. At this moment, when he stood up, Chu Qinghe felt a surge of joy. His master would surely speak up for him. But Luo Nansheng looked at Bai Ningyue and said, I believe Ningyue is not someone who speaks without basis. Since she dares to say this, she must have confidence. Valley Master, we are all helpless regarding your injuries. Rather than waiting to die, why not trust Ningyue this once? Master, why are you? Chu Qinghe panicked, not understanding why his master was siding with Bai Ningyue. Shut up. Luo Nansheng glared at him. Chu Qinghe had no choice but to close his mouth in frustration. Valley Master, what do you think? Luo Nansheng asked again. He was the most respected person in the Medicine King Valley besides Lai Tianqing, who even had to call him senior brother. Since he spoke, Lai Tianqing naturally had to give him face. So he asked Bai Ningyue, Ningyue, are you sure that peak master of the Xintian sect can heal my injuries? I am willing to bet my life on it, Bai Ningyue said seriously. All right. Then I will trust you once. You go and invite him over, Lai Tianqing decided. Valley Master, this might be. What? You just promised me. And now you're going back on your word? No, Valley Master. That senior is mysterious and unfathomable. How could I possibly invite him? You must go in person, Bai Ningyue explained. Ridiculous. What status does the Valley Master have to lower himself? Bai Ningyue, you're going too far. Many immediately reprimanded Bai Ningyue, expressing their dissatisfaction. But this time, Lai Tianqing agreed. Forget it. After all, I don't have much time left. I might as well take a trip to relax before I die. Valley Master, this matter is settled. Do not say more. Lai Tianqing hammered down the decision, stood up. Ningyue, there's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Yes, Valley Master. Bai Ningyue accepted the order and left with Lai Tianqing. The crowd dispersed. Chu Qinghe immediately approached Luo Nansheng and asked, Master, why did you do this? Luo Nansheng retorted, do you think the person Bai Ningyue mentioned can heal the Valley Master? Of course not. Chu Qinghe replied without thinking. Then why do you stop them? Chu Qinghe's heart stirred. His master meant that he had initially thought he could help him become the successor with the Xianling Jade, but unexpectedly Bai Ningyue disrupted his plans. If she became the Valley Master, he would have no chance to emerge again. Fortunately, she was unwilling to take over the Medicine King Valley and found such a far-fetched reason not to. Given the Valley Master's injuries, it was likely he wouldn't return from this trip. As long as he died out there, we can push the blame onto Bai Ningyue. This way, we can eliminate her, and no one will compete with you. A wise light flashed in Luo Nansheng's eyes, as if everything was within his calculations. Master thinks it through, but what if the Valley Master really gets healed? Wouldn't Bai Ningyue then gain the Valley Master's favor even more? And I would have no chance against her in the future? Zhuqing Wo Di, Luo Nansheng slightly nodded. It's not that I'm afraid of the unexpected. Your concerns are not unfounded. In that case, I will send someone to follow them. If necessary, cut the roots. Hearing this, Chu Qinghe smiled. Master is wise. Now Bai Ningyue will never return alive. At this moment, Bai Ningyue was flying toward the Xintian sect with Lai Tianqing. Along the way, Bai Ningyue reminded Lai Tianqing. Just as He Bufan had instructed her before, Valley Master, when you meet the senior, be sure not to offend him. I was disrespectful to him before and almost got ruined. She recalled the golden light that could make her be rejected by heaven and earth, still feeling a lingering fear. Is he really as powerful as you say? Lai Tianqing harbored doubts. If what Bai Ningyue said were true, why would he remain as a peak master in a second-rate sect? Valley Master, he is the most mysterious existence I have ever seen. You don't know. He single-handedly built the Xintian sect into 3 heavenly bones, 2 ordinary divine bones, and 1 supreme divine bone, and even turned 9 carps into heavenly bones. Bai Ningyue thought it was unbelievable. Are you exaggerating too much? Lai Tianqing became increasingly skeptical, knowing that even the 5 great divine sects did not have this capability. Valley Master, whether I exaggerated or not, you will know for sure when you meet the senior later. The two flew for nearly 2 days before finally arriving at the Xintian sect. Bai Ningyue pointed ahead and said, Valley Master, we have arrived. That is Falling Sky Peak. Lai Tianqing originally wanted to fly directly over. However, Bai Ningyue was stopped. Master, let me inform them first to avoid losing decorum and displeasing the senior. A master of the divine sect had to announce himself even when visiting a second-rate sect? Lai Tianqing was dismissive, but since he was here to seek help, he didn't say anything and nodded slightly. Bai Ningyue then respectfully bowed and said, Senior, I am disturbing you again. After waiting for a while with no response, Bai Ningyue tried again. Senior, I have brought the master of Yaowang Valley to pay a visit. Still, there was no reaction. Could he have gone out? Bai Ningyue wondered. Let's go down first. Perhaps he will return shortly, Lai Tianqing suggested. Bai Ningyue had no choice but to follow him down to Luotian Peak. Lai Tianqing glanced around, his gaze landing on a fish pond. Did he really turn 9 koi into heavenly bones? As he spoke, he curiously walked over. Bai Ningyue followed behind, yes. I have never seen such a grand undertaking. It's simply unbelievable. Lai Tianqing arrived at the edge of the pond and looked down. Master, are you surprised? Bai Ningyue asked with a smile. I am surprised. I shouldn't have come with you, Lai Tianqing suddenly said with a stern expression. Chapter 15. The stars shine brightly. Master, what do you mean? Bai Ningyue asked in confusion. Did you not say there were 9 heavenly bone fish? Look for yourself. Where are the fish? Lai Tianqing questioned. Only then did Bai Ningyue look at the pond and found not a single fish. Where did they go? Bai Ningyue was quite surprised. Bai Ningyue, did you specifically trick me into coming here? What is your intention? Lai Tianqing pressed. Master, please believe me, I really didn't deceive you. Perhaps those 9 koi went to cultivate, Bai Ningyue speculated. At this point, you still speak nonsense. Even if a fish has heavenly bones without spiritual intelligence, how can it cultivate? Do you know that I can no longer move freely? I have been depleting my life force all this time just to come out. Are you trying to make me die out here? Lai Tianqing became increasingly agitated and could not help but show pain, struggling to stand. Master, Bai Ningyue hurriedly went over to support him. However, Lai Tianqing shook her off angrily. I don't need your faint concern. I can walk by myself. Saying this, he took out his flying sword. Master, it's not suitable for you to use your sword now. You might lose your life, Bai Ningyue kindly advised. Even if I die, I won't die in Yaowang Valley. Lai Tianqing was about to leave when suddenly a long laugh came from ahead. Master, since you're here, don't go back. As he spoke, a figure flew in on a sword. He, why are you here? Lai Tianqing frowned and asked. I came specifically to send the master and Bai Ningyue to their deaths, He said with a smile. You want to kill me? Lai Tianqing's expression darkened. With your current condition, do I even need to lift a finger? Rather, Bai Ningyue, you must die today, He sneered. Elder Tang, I have no grievances with you. Why do you want to put me to death? Bai Ningyue asked in a deep voice. You should blame yourself for always suppressing Chu Qinghe and stealing his position as heir. If you don't die, how can you become the master? Huh, Bai Ningyue sneered. He can't openly compete with me, so he resorts to underhanded tactics. No wonder Luo Nansheng would speak for me. It turns out he wants to use this opportunity to eliminate me. He really goes to great lengths for his useless disciple. He, you are so bold. Kneel down and admit your mistakes now, and I will give you a chance to make amends, Lai Tianqing admonished. Kneel down for you? He scoffed. Lai Tianqing, you are about to die, and you still think you matter? Unbridled, Lai Tianqing shouted, but the exertion caused him to cough and stagger, holding his chest. Fortunately, Bai Ningyue managed to support him in time. Look at you. You can't even stand steadily, yet you still try to act like a master in front of me. Save your strength. Perhaps you can live a little longer, He mocked. This is outrageous. Lai Tianqing was furious, truly feeling like a tiger fallen in the plains being bullied by dogs. All right, the time is about right. It's time to send you on your way. With that, a faint sun-like phantom appeared behind He, radiating light. The solar realm. Bai Ningyue's expression grew serious as she immediately stood in front of Lai Tianqing. A moon phantom also appearing behind her. Master, you go first. Today, none of you will leave. He dove down and struck out with a palm. Bai Ningyue hurriedly summoned all her strength to strike with both palms. But with a significant gap in cultivation, she was instantly sent flying. Puffed, she fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You overestimate yourself. How dare you fight me? He snorted dismissively. He stopped. Lai Tianqing shouted angrily. Master, you're still trying to show off? I was going to give her a quick end, but since you were protecting her like this, then fine. I will destroy her foundation in front of you and turn this lofty goddess into a waste. You dare? Lai Tianqing was furious. What do I have to fear? Watch closely. He landed in front of Bai Ningyue, a sinister smile on his face, and struck her with a palm. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed, and Bai Ningyue let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her divine bone had been forcibly destroyed. Ningyue. Lai Tianqing was shocked and wanted to act, but he simply couldn't muster the strength. Old thief Tang, if I do not die, one day I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Bai Ningyue's eyes were filled with blood, glaring fiercely at He with overwhelming hatred and anger, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Your divine bone is destroyed. You have become a waste. What will you use to take revenge? Besides, you will die today. He raised his hand, preparing to take Bai Ningyue's life. Damn it! Bai Ningyue was filled with unwillingness but found herself helpless. Ningyue, Lai Tianqing shouted. Go to hell. Just as He was about to strike, a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind. Are you asking for my permission to kill someone on my territory? Following the voice, Su Yang was seen coming out from the back mountain, flying in on his sword. Senior, Bai Ningyue was overjoyed, the senior has returned. You're the master of Luotian Peak from Xintian sect that by Ningyue mentioned? Tang He assessed Su Yang, finding nothing particularly special about him. If not for the flying sword beneath his feet, he would think he was an ordinary person. Moreover, his flying sword was the lowest grade yellow-level artifact, looking quite shabby, nothing like what Bai Ningyue claimed. Lai Tianxing also shook his head inwardly, realizing Bai Ningyue had truly deceived him. Su Yang glanced at the others and saw Bai Ningyue's divine bone destroyed, raising an eyebrow slightly. Finally, his gaze landed on Tang He, asking flatly, "What brings you to my place?" Bai Ningyue said, "You are some kind of senior expert who can heal our master's injuries. It seems Bai Ningyue truly has poor eyesight, but you are quite capable to have deceived her into believing you completely." Tang He mocked, "And what about you?" Su Yang said, "I came to kill those two and also take care of you to prevent you from deceiving others again," Tang He said with a half-smile. "You really know how to bring me trouble." Su Yang looked at Bai Ningyue. "I'm sorry, senior," Bai Ningyue said apologetically. "He, this trouble is of your own making. Who told you to deceive her? If you are afraid, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then call me Grandpa 3 times. Perhaps I might leave you with a whole corpse." Tang He laughed. Su Yang was not afraid, as he had successfully broken through to the solar realm during this time of seclusion. He was too lazy to waste words and prepare to take action. But at that moment, a sudden sound of breaking air resonated through the sky. 9 graceful figures flew in on flying swords, side by side, like a stunning scenic line. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. They have returned. The 9 women landed simultaneously, each exuding extraordinary grace. This scene was like a group of big stars making a grand entrance. Tang He sensed that they exuded an aura no weaker than his own, and his expression changed instantly as he exclaimed, 9 solar realm experts. In the southern region, the Fierce Sun realm is already considered a top-tier expert, generally renowned and treated with utmost hospitality and respect wherever they go. Moreover, 9 of them appearing at once, each with extraordinary temperament, must indicate that the power behind them is not simple. Tang He did not dare to be negligent and quickly cupped his hands politely, saying, "I am Tang He from the Medicine King Valley. May I ask where the 9 friends have come from?" Chapter Enambalas, Inata den Bonnet. The power of an emperor master, he thought that upon hearing he was from one of the 5 great sects, the other party would definitely treat him politely. However, the 9 women all had cold expressions, looking down on him. "What is the Medicine King Valley? It isn't even worthy to carry our master's shoes." "Master?" Tang He was taken aback. The identity of the Fierce Sun realm is so noble. Who wouldn't be respected? But they are merely servants. How terrifying must their master be to have 9 extraordinary Fierce Sun realm experts as servants? Just thinking about it made Tang He feel scared. Such a person was someone he absolutely could not offend. He immediately lowered his stance, respectfully bowing, "Please forgive my rudeness, but may I ask who your master is?" Seeing him bowing and scraping, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. He really knew how to flatter and curry favor. His reaction caught Tang He's attention, who felt his authority was being challenged, and immediately reprimanded. "You little brat, what are you laughing at? Do you believe I can destroy both your body and spirit right now? You dare? Do you want to die?" The 9 women shouted in unison. Tang He hurriedly said, "Ladies, please calm down. He is just the peak master of a second-rate sect, of lowly status, who offended me. I just want to teach him a lesson. There is no need for such a strong reaction, right? You wouldn't have taken a liking to this pretty boy, would you? Presumptuous. He has a lowly status? Then you are not even an ant." With their eyes glaring, they said, "You are blind, daring to be rude to our master. You must be tired of living." "What? He is the master?" Before Tang He could react, the 9 women knelt down in unison before Su Yang. "We pay our respects to the master." "Holy crap. He really is our master?" Tang He was startled. "How could this be possible?" "Get up," Su Yang said. The 9 women stood up, and Qing Xia asked, "Master, how should we deal with this dog? Offending the master, naturally, he must be turned to ashes." "Yes, kill him, kill him," the 9 women clamored. Tang He felt the killing intent from all 9 of them, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Not to mention how powerful their master is. Just these 9 Fierce Sun realm experts attacking together could easily annihilate him. Scared, Tang, he dare not stay any longer and turned to run. Sisters, don't let him get away. At Qing Xiao's call, the 9 women were about to chase after him. But Su Yang said, let me handle it. He extended a finger and casually pointed at Tang He. An inexplicable force swept through, enveloping Tang He in an instant. With a scream, Tang He was reduced to ashes, with not even a chance to resist. Limitless bone, crushing within the same realm. Lai Tianqing, witnessing this scene, felt a chill in his heart. Although Tang He was a first-grade Fear Sun realm expert, even during his peak as a 10th-grade Fear Sun realm expert, he could never have killed him so easily. So he truly is a master, as Bai Ningyue said. Master is mighty. Master is so handsome. I love you. The 9 women cheered excitedly. Like little fans who had just seen their idol, their beautiful eyes revealing deep admiration. All right, everyone quiet down. My head is hurting from your noise, Su Yang said helplessly. He, it's all because the master is too handsome. We can't help ourselves. Exactly. The 9 women giggled and blinked. Su Yang asked, why did you suddenly come back? We missed the master, and we also came back to take a bath. Yeah, the water outside is not as good as at home. Master, we're going to take a bath now? The 9 women jumped into the fish pond, turning back into carp, happily chasing and playing in the water. Lai Tianqing was taken aback. They are the 9 fish with heavenly bones that Bai Ningyue mentioned. It turns out they have already become demon cultivators to transform ordinary fish into fierce sun realm great demons. This senior's methods are simply heaven-defying. I wrongly accused Ningyue. Su Yang ignored them and walked up to Bai Ningyue. Senior, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Please punish me. Bai Ningyue, having her divine bone destroyed, looked pale and very weak. But she still gritted her teeth and crawled to kneel before Su Yang, sincerely apologizing. Su Yang said lightly, you're like this. What punishment is there to speak of? Yes, having my divine bone destroyed is the greatest punishment. Bai Ningyue felt bitter in her heart, giving a wry smile. Earlier, the senior said our master-disciple fate had not yet arrived. Now it seems the senior indeed had foresight. Now that I have become I no longer have the qualification to worship the senior as a master. Su Yang activated the Emperor Master S.I to check. Bai Ningyue's divine bone had indeed been shattered, but could be reshaped using the divine essence pill. However, he discovered something unusual within Bai Ningyue's root bone. Inata Denbone. Within the divine bone, there was actually another kind of root bone hidden. This root bone was very special and extremely rare. It was born for alchemy, with an innate talent that no one could surpass. Other alchemists needed a Dan furnace to refine pills, but she was the best Dan cauldron herself, possessing innate Dan fire within her body, able to refine pills effortlessly. More importantly, her cultivation would increase with alchemy, achieving the Tao through pills. Earlier, Bai Ningyue's divine bone concealed her Dan bone. Now that the divine bone was destroyed, it was revealed. It was indeed a blessing in disguise. Such a talent must be taken under his wing. So, Su Yang asked, do you really want to worship me as your master? Bai Ningyue nodded, saying, Senior's methods are extraordinary. It would be a great honor for me to become your disciple. It's just a pity that in my current, I have no qualification. The more she spoke, the more uncomfortable she felt, and her eyes couldn't help but redden. Lai Tianqing came over to comfort her. Ningyue, don't be sad. I have a heavenly essence pill here. As long as you take it, you can reshape your heavenly bone. Although it can't compare to the divine bone, it is still a prodigy and stronger than many. Saying this, he took out a heavenly essence pill. Valley Master, this heavenly essence pill is the last one left in the Medicine King Valley. Moreover, reshaping will be slightly inferior to the original. If I take it, wouldn't that be a waste? Bai Ningyue said, you suffered this calamity because of me, and I wrongly accused you. Consider it compensation. Quickly take it. Lai Tianqing handed over the heavenly essence pill. Bai Ningyue no longer declined. Even if it was an inferior heavenly bone, it was still better than being A. But Su Yang stopped her, saying you can't take it. Bai Ningyue was stunned upon hearing this. Senior, what do you mean? Lai Tianqing was puzzled. You are harming her. Harming her? I'm clearly helping her. How could I harm her? Lai Tianqing was even more confused. Su Yang did not explain, looking at Bai Ningyue, and said sternly, I am now formally accepting you as my disciple. Are you willing? Bai Ningyue was surprised. Senior, You want to accept me as a disciple? But my root bone is already. You just need to answer, willing or not willing. Willing, I am willing. Bai Ningyue quickly replied, respectfully bowing, Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the second disciple, unlocking the power of the Emperor Master. Ding! The host receives a Master S meeting gift, the complete Ancient Dan formula. Ding! Disciple, by Ningyue's loyalty reaches 100. Host receives a 200-fold cultivation return. Just after accepting her as a disciple, her loyalty is already at 100. This disciple is definitely the right choice. Even more surprising is the new skill gained. With it, as a master, I will be stronger than my disciples in every aspect. Suyang was very satisfied. Bai Ningyue was extremely excited. She had finally become the disciple of her senior. Since her master was able to forge the supreme divine bone, he should also be able to help her reshape her divine bone. No wonder he didn't let her take the heavenly essence pill. At this moment, Suyang took out a pill. The divine essence pill. Lai Tianqing exclaimed in surprise. He actually had an ancient divine pill. So what Ningyue said about him forging the supreme divine bone was indeed true. Now it seemed like he was going to help Ningyue reshape her divine bone. Bai Ningyue's eyes lit up as she looked forward to her master granting her the divine essence pill. However, to her surprise, Suyang squeezed hard, and the divine essence pill was crushed into powder. The two stared in shock. He actually destroyed the divine essence pill. Master, you! Bai Ningyue was quite puzzled. Extend your hand, Suyang instructed. Bai Ningyue, confused, hesitantly extended her hand. Suyang poured the powder of the divine essence pill into her palm. Now try to refine the divine essence pill. Refine the divine essence pill? Bai Ningyue said with a bitter smile. Master, the divine essence pill is an ancient divine pill, and the ancient pill formulas have long been lost. Even if I had the formula with my abilities, I wouldn't be able to refine it. Moreover, I no longer have a divine bone, so I can't refine pills at all. Indeed, senior, even if you want to test Ningyue, this is too much to ask. Lai Tianqing said, you just became a disciple, and you want to defy your master? Suyang displayed the authority of a master. The disciple dares not. Bai Ningyue quickly replied, refine it. All right, the disciple will obey. Bai Ningyue had no choice but to agree with a stiff upper lip. But as she looked at the powder in her hand, she had no idea where to start. Because no alchemist could refine a pill solely with the powder of the pill. Calm your mind, cast aside distractions, and focus on refining the pill, Suyang reminded. Bai Ningyue followed his advice, her expression gradually becoming focused. Before long, her body suddenly felt warm, as if some power was surging toward her palm. Whoosh! A ball of white flame burst out from her palm in a strange manner. What is this? Lai Tianqing was taken aback. Master, what's going on? Bai Ningyue called out. Don't lose focus. Yes. Bai Ningyue realized her anomaly and began to try to control the flame. The flame flickered, sometimes fierce, sometimes calm. Like a wild horse wanting to break free, difficult to control. Bai Ningyue frowned and said, Master, this flame is too hard to control. It is a part of your body, just like your hands and feet. Try to establish a connection with it, and it will naturally become controllable, Suyang reminded. Understood. Bai Ningyue stared intently at the flame, extremely focused. Gradually, she felt herself becoming one with the flame, and under her control, it became increasingly docile. Soon, Bai Ningyue began to refine the divine essence pill, and the powder in her palm started to slowly gather together under the flame's heat, reforming the divine pill. Lai Tianqing couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. As the head of the Medicine King Valley and a fifth-grade alchemist, he was the alchemy king of the southern region, with superb alchemy skills. However, this was the first time he had seen someone reform a crushed pill. Moreover, refining pills required a pill furnace. He had never seen anyone refine pills in their hands. Additionally, the fire needed for alchemy usually condensed within the alchemist's body in red, yellow, or blue colors. Even if there were other uniquely colored alchemical fires, Lai Tianqing was aware of them, but he had never seen white alchemical fire. Furthermore, how could Bai Ningyue, whose divine bone had been destroyed, condense alchemical fire? White fire. Lai Tianqing furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I remember now. This is innate alchemical fire. It is said that there are people in this world who are born for alchemy, possessing extremely unique alchemical bones. Their bodies serve as furnaces, and they can create pills with a mere wave of their hands. They enter the Tao through pills and achieve the Tao through pills. They are the destined alchemists. Senior, could it be that Ning Yue is? Lai Tianxing asked excitedly. Don't disturb her. Yes, yes. Lai Tianxing stared at by Ning Yue, his body trembling with joy. The destined alchemist from legends, the talent that every alchemist dreams of. Those who possess this talent are truly favored by the heavens. Who would have thought that even after Ning Yue's divine bone was destroyed, she still harbored an alchemical bone? If it weren't for the senior's discovery, he could have made a grave mistake. This senior is indeed unfathomable. Lai Tianxing was in awe of Su Yang, his eyes revealing a sense of reverence. As time passed, the divine essence pill had been reformed about halfway, but beads of sweat began to appear on by Ning Yue's forehead, showing that it was quite strenuous for her. However, in order not to disappoint her master, she gritted her teeth and persevered. An hour later, a golden light suddenly illuminated the alchemical fire. It's done. Lai Tianxing shouted excitedly. When the golden light dissipated, Bai Ning Yue put away the alchemical fire, and in her palm was a brand new divine essence pill. Master, I did it. I succeeded. Bai Ning Yue exclaimed repeatedly, her excitement akin to being on a high. Su Yang smiled slightly. Now check your cultivation level. Because as Bai Ning Yue refined the pill, Su Yang received a return of his cultivation level, which came from Bai Ning Yue. My cultivation level is at the 7th grade Moonlight Realm. I broke through. Bai Ning Yue was both surprised and delighted. Master, what is going on? She quickly asked. You're an alchemist. You should have heard of alchemical bones, right? And you have an innate alchemical bone, Su Yang explained. I have an innate alchemical bone, but I clearly had a divine bone. How could it suddenly turn into an innate alchemical bone? Bai Ning Yue was extremely surprised. Your innate alchemical bone was hidden by the divine bone. When the divine bone was destroyed, the innate alchemical bone revealed itself. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Su Yang clarified. So that's how it is. Bai Ning Yue suddenly realized, and she also remembered the reason why Su Yang had initially not accepted her as a disciple. Her master had said that their fated connection as master and disciple had not yet arrived. And it was only after her divine bone was destroyed that he accepted her as a disciple. It turned out he had foreseen all of this. Her master's methods were truly incredible. Bai Ning Yue felt an added sense of admiration and awe for Su Yang. To her, the figure standing before her was not a mere human, but an omnipotent deity. Now that you have become my disciple, consider this as a welcome gift. Su Yang took out an ancient compendium of pill formulas, a book with a strong sense of historical depth. Supreme Ancient Pill Formula. Lai Tianxing was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. The Supreme Ancient Pill Formula refines divine pills, but it had long been lost. He never expected that the senior would have it. Even more unexpectedly, he gave such a precious treasure as a welcome gift for accepting a disciple. I want a master like that too. Master, this is too precious. The disciple. As an alchemist, Bai Ning Yue naturally understood that the ancient pill formula was an invaluable treasure, and for a moment, she didn't dare to accept it. Su Yang helplessly said, Why are you acting like that, brat, you bouffon? Every time I give you something, you act so surprised. Just accept it. Hearing this, Bai Ning Yue couldn't help but recall the scene when her master gave something to Yi Bouffon, feeling both amused and exasperated. It's not that we haven't seen the world. It's just that the treasures you give are too overwhelming for us. After Bai Ning Yue accepted the welcome gift, the system's voice sounded. Ding, Chapter 18, Be mentally prepared. Don't be scared. The host receives a random double return, a Danzun order. Aside from the items that Su Yang sent out that couldn't be returned, the items rewarded by the system could also be returned. This Danzun order was a supreme treasure. It contained the Tao of Pills, one of the 3,000 Taos. Those who hold this order can make all alchemists bow down and dare not disobey. Those who disobey will go against the Tao and face certain death. At this moment, Lai Tianxing suddenly started coughing violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and fell down. Valley Master, Bai Ning Yue exclaimed, quickly helping him up. Lai Tianqing weakly said. My time has come. Bai Ningyue became anxious and pleaded with Su Yang. Master, please save the Valley Master. Su Yang opened the eye of the Imperial Master and looked, discovering that Lai Tianqing's soul was severely damaged, with only the last soul remaining out of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, which was also slowly dissipating. His cultivation was not yet at the heavenly soul realm, and he couldn't survive like Tian Lao with a remnant soul. He could only disperse his soul and never be reborn. Since you just devoted yourself to protecting my disciple, I will save your life. Su Yang took out a Divine Sun pill and handed it over. Another divine pill. Lai Tianqing was overjoyed and quickly accepted it to take. After the pill entered his abdomen, its medicinal power spread throughout his body, beginning to gather his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Lai Tianqing immediately sat cross-legged and started to heal. He won't recover immediately. You guard him, Su Yang said. Yes, Master, Bai Ningyue replied, standing guard nearby. Su Yang then went to the main peak, Xiantian Peak, to check on the progress of his master brother. When he arrived, he saw that several other peak masters were also present, each with a grim expression. What happened? Where is master brother? Su Yang asked. Su Shidi, you came at the right time. Master brother is inside helping Mo Shitzi heal, Xiao Xianing said. Mo Shitzi is injured? What happened? Su Yang asked. Just as the door opened automatically and Qi Baiyuan's voice came out, you all come in. The group entered the room. Qi Baiyuan looked somewhat exhausted. Mo Lin was lying on the bed, pale and very weak. Master brother, is Mo Shitzi okay? Xiao Xianing asked on behalf of everyone. He has already woken up, and there is no major issue. He just needs to rest for 2 days, Qi Baiyuan replied. Disciple greets several uncles. Mo Lin attempted to rise to pay his respects, but was too weak to muster the strength. You are injured. Don't move around. Now, tell me what exactly happened. Who did this to you? Qi Baiyuan asked. Disciple went out for training and accidentally obtained a heavenly essence pill in a secret realm, intending to bring it back to the sect immediately. However, I was intercepted on the way. Not only was I injured, but they also stole the pill. If it weren't for my vigilance, I might not have returned, Mo Lin said, feeling ashamed. It is my failure to lose such a precious treasure. Please punish me, Master. You don't need to blame yourself. It was the other party's shamelessness, and it has nothing to do with you. Do you know who they were? Qi Baiyuan asked again. It was Li's son from the Fire Sect. Mo Lin gritted his teeth, very angry. The Fire Sect? The others frowned upon hearing this, as it was a first-rate sect with immense power. Although the peak masters had improved rapidly with Su Yang's help recently, especially Qi Baiyuan and Xiao Xianing, one reaching the 9th rank of the Starry Radiance realm, and the other breaking through to the Starry Radiance realm and advancing to the 2nd rank. They were still considerably weaker compared to the Fire Sect. Mo Lin naturally understood that the Fire Sect was not to be provoked, yet he felt very unwilling. If he could obtain the Heavenly Essence Pill, the Xintian sect would have a talented disciple, and it could surely grow stronger in the future. It was all his fault for being useless. Mo Lin looked dejected, seemingly unable to get over it. Seeing this, Su Yang guessed that it was because he had lost the Heavenly Essence Pill, which affected his state of mind and created a mental knot. Once a cultivator has a mental knot, it becomes difficult for them to make breakthroughs, and they might even go astray. Su Yang had always admired Mo Lin. He was the only one who truly respected him as a master uncle during Su Yang's downfall over the past 10 years. So he went to the bedside to comfort him, saying, It's just a heavenly essence pill. There's no need to be so upset. Let it go. Master uncle, that is a heavenly essence pill, an incredibly precious top-grade spirit pill. Taking it would grant one a heavenly bone and make one a prodigy. Our Xintian sect could also grow stronger, and perhaps even rise to become a first-rate sect. How can I let go after losing such a valuable treasure? Mo Lin became increasingly distressed and was on the verge of tears. However, he suddenly realized that not only did Master Uncle Su seem unconcerned about the loss of the Heavenly Essence Pill, but even Master and the other uncles showed no signs of distress. It seemed that the Heavenly Essence Pill was not something valuable to them. Am I seeing things? Or are they pretending for my sake? It must be that way. The Heavenly Essence Pill is so precious. How could they not care? This made Mo Lin very touched, but also more guilty. I let the Xiantian sect miss an opportunity for rise. I'm the sinner of the Xiantian sect. Upon this realization, Mo Lin felt deep regret and despondently said, Master, several uncles, I want to be alone for a while. Qi Baiyuan scolded, look at you. It's just a heavenly essence pill, and you're so upset. With such a poor state of mind, how can I trust you with the Xiantian sect in the future? Is my state of mind poor? I'm doing well not to vomit blood for frustration. Mo Lin said, feeling helpless. What made him even more speechless was that Xiao Xianing still advised Qi Baiyuan, saying, Master brother, you can't blame Mo Shitzi. After all, he is still young and hasn't seen much of the world, so it's normal for him to place such importance on the heavenly essence pill. The other peak masters echoed, their tones so casual that they seemed to not regard the heavenly essence pill as anything significant. Mo Lin was somewhat bewildered. When did these uncles become so carefree? I was just out for training for a while. How did they all change like this? Did they receive some kind of shock? At this moment, Qi Baiyuan said to Su Yang, Su Shidi, this blow to Mo Lin is too great. It has affected his state of mind. If we don't resolve his mental knot, he will be ruined. I hope you can help him open his eyes and see the world. Yes, Su Shidi, Mo Shitzi is the future successor of our Xiantian sect. It would be bad if you were to be ruined like this. Please, Su Shidi, lend a hand and help this child, several peak masters pleaded, leaving Mo Lin even more perplexed. When did they become so polite to Master Uncle Su? Asking him for help? Can someone tell me if they have gone crazy? Or if I really haven't seen the world? Don't worry, I will help Mo Shitzi recover. Su Yang confidently assured everyone, and they immediately felt relieved. Mo Lin blinked in confusion. Looking at them, it seemed that as long as Master Uncle Su acted, there would be no problem that couldn't be solved. They'd gone mad. Really mad. Mo Shitzi. Su Yang looked at Mo Lin and said with a smile, you need to be mentally prepared. Don't get scared. Chapter 19, Prodigy Banquet. Showcasing the glory of our Xiantian sect, look at what Master Uncle Su is saying. I lost the heavenly essence pill. Could he possibly produce this pill? Mo Lin thought nothing of it and did not take it to heart. Su Yang didn't say more. With a casual wave of his hand, dozens of pills appeared before them. Mo Lin glanced at them casually and dismissed, Master Uncle, I know you mean well, but no matter how many pills you take out, they can't compare to the heavenly essence pill. I appreciate your kindness. He thought he was going to see something impressive. Mo Lin shook his head secretly. Look closely. What are these? Su Yang said. What else could they be? Just ordinary pills, right? They probably don't even count as spirit pills. After all, even the lowest grade inferior spirit pills were very precious, and the entire Xiantian sect stock of spirit pills couldn't compare to these. Therefore, Mo Lin didn't take it seriously and casually replied, Master Uncle has quite a collection of pills. You brat. Qi Baiyuan suddenly slapped Mo Lin on the forehead. Master, why did you hit me? Mo Lin asked, feeling annoyed. Open your eyes wide and see clearly what these pills are, Qi Baiyuan scolded. Why is Master also following Master Uncle Su's nonsense? Mo Lin thought. Aren't these just? He looked over helplessly this time and examined them carefully, his eyes widening in disbelief. No way. How could they all be heavenly essence pills? A single heavenly essence pill is extremely rare. How could Master Uncle possibly have so many? I'm seeing things. It must be that I'm seeing things. Mo Lin couldn't believe this was real and rubbed his eyes hard. But when he looked again, nothing had changed. It was indeed exactly the same as the Tian Sui Dan he had received earlier. In fact, in terms of quality, it was even better. These are all Tian Sui Dan. Master Su, I'm not dreaming, am I? Mo Lin gulped and stammered. Slap yourself and see if it hurts. Su Yang said with a smile. Slap. Mo Lin really slapped himself. It hurts. So this isn't a dream. It's real. Nephew Montak, do you still want to be upset over a Tian Sui Dan? Su Yang asked. Master Su, how do you have so many Tian Sui Dan? Mo Lin asked in surprise. You don't need to worry about that. Here, Su Yang handed one to him. Is this for me? Mo Lin asked in shock. And this? Su Yang took out a book of techniques and handed it over. Earth-level martial arts. Mo Lin was once again astonished by Su Yang's generosity, suddenly realizing that this Master Su had become enigmatic and hard to see through. What exactly had happened during this time? Work hard. The Shintian sect will rely on you to thrive in the future, Su Yang encouraged. As your disciple, I will definitely not disappoint you, Mo Lin quickly promised. At that moment, a disciple reported from outside, reporting to the sect master, the fire sect has sent an invitation. What do they want with an invitation? Xiao Xuaning said, unhappily. Qi Baixian took the invitation and opened it. Sect master senior brother, what does the invitation say? Xiao Xuaning asked. The fire sect is holding a Qianjiao banquet in 3 days, inviting major sects to participate. Qi Baixian handed the invitation to others to read. They stole my Tian Sui Dan and are still holding a Tianjiao banquet. Disgusting. Mo Lin said angrily. The Tian Bone physique is rare. I heard that the fire sect's master is a Tian Bone, which is why they could develop into a first-class sect in such a short time. Now that Li's son has obtained the Tian Sui Dan, the fire sect has 2 proud sons, indeed worth celebrating. After Qi Baixian said this, he immediately felt it was strange, and his gaze shifted to the dozens of Tian Sui Dan on the table. Sect Master Senior Brother, having 2 proud sons in one sect may seem impressive to others, but not to us in the Shintian sect, Xiao Xuaning said with a dismissive smile. Everyone looked at the dozens of Tian Sui Dan on the table and couldn't help but laugh. Having 2 proud sons is worthy of a banquet. Then shouldn't we in the Shintian sect celebrate as well? This so-called Tianjiao banquet is just a joke in our eyes. It's better not to attend, someone proposed. What do you think, Junior Brother Su? Qi Baixian asked. I think the Shintian sect has been silent for so long. It's time to show our strength. Su Yang said. What do you mean? Since the fire sect dares to steal our Tian Sui Dan, let their Tianjiao banquet serve as a wedding dress for our Shintian sect. A cold light flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Good, then we will listen to Junior Brother Su. In 3 days, we will go to the fire sect and showcase the reputation of our Shintian sect, Qi Baixian decisively concluded. Su Yang returned to the falling sky peak, where Lai Tianchong was still healing. Bai Ningyu stood nearby and walked over to Bao. Master, you're back. Get ready. We'll be going out in 3 days, Su Yang said. Where's Master going? To the fire sect. The fire sect? Bai Ningyu slightly furrowed her brow. Do you know the sect? Su Yang asked. Yes, the master of the fire sect, Li Tianhai, was once a disciple of the Grand Elder, but was later expelled for committing a crime. However, the Grand Elder has always valued him. Without the Grand Elder's support, the fire sect Wu Ti have become a first-class sect. It's said that the Grand Elder even gave a Tian Sui Dan to Li Tianhai to help him cultivate the Tian Bone, Bai Ningyu explained. Is this Grand Elder going to kill you? Su Yang asked. Once the sect leader's injuries are healed, we will seek him out for revenge. Bai Ningyu said coldly. I will go as well. Su Yang believed in repaying kindness and would naturally not let go of grudges. 3 days later, Fire Sect. As a first-class sect, they hosted a grand banquet, attracting many guests. At that moment, in the sky, figures flew in on swords. The Heavenly Blade sect has arrived. The Qinyan sect has arrived. The 100-Leaf sect has arrived. Various sects sent representatives to congratulate, creating a lively atmosphere. Inside the main hall, Li Tianhai looked at the continuous stream of guests and couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Father, there are really a lot of people today. Not only many first-class sects, but also 3 super first-class sects have come. Standing next to Li Tianhai was a young man, his son Li Sun, who was also the main character of this Tianjiao banquet. It's already rare for a first-class sect to have one Tianjiao. Now that both of us have the Tian Bone, once you grow up, our fire sect will definitely rise to a super first-class sect. Once they see this, they will naturally look favorably upon us. Li Tianhai smiled with pride. So that's why you're holding this Tianjiao banquet, to tell everyone that our fire sect is about to rise? Li Sangyi said, only by letting the world know of our fire sect strength can we gain more resources. You must work hard and not disappoint your father. Don't worry, Father. Ever since I obtained the Tian Bone, my cultivation has been progressing much faster than before. If nothing goes wrong, I will soon break through to the Starry Realm. Very good. Li Tianhai nodded in satisfaction and then changed the subject. I heard you invited the Shintian sect? Chapter 20. So many proud sons. Li Sun smiled and said, Yes, Father. This Tian Sui Dan was stolen from that Mo Lin kid. If this gets out, it will damage our fire sect's image. I planned to call them over to warn them to keep their mouths shut. You've thought this through, but them coming over would only be self-humiliation. I doubt they will dare to come, He speculated. I don't have high hopes. It doesn't matter if they don't come. After the banquet, I will personally take people to the Shintian sect. If they behave, then fine, if they dare to talk back. A cold light flashed in Li Sen's eyes. But at that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. The Shintian sect has arrived. They actually dare to come. Interesting. Li Sen's lips curled up slightly. Father, I will go greet them. He casually replied, clearly not taking the Shintian sect seriously. When the people from the Shintian sect landed on their swords, everyone looked at them with curiosity. Most of the sects invited had sent only 2 representatives, with a maximum being 3. However, the Shintian sect had sent over a dozen people, all with stern faces, clearly not there to congratulate but rather to cause trouble. But the Shintian sect was only a second-class sect. What strength did they have to challenge the fire sect? Su Yang and the others ignored the strange look from the crowd and walked straight toward the main hall. However, just as they reached the entrance, they were stopped by Li Sun, who had come out. Stop. The main hall is filled with our fire sect's honored guests. You, a second-class sect, have no right to enter. He immediately gave the Shintian sect a show of force. Everyone immediately realized that there seemed to be a grudge between the 2 sides, and now there was a good show to watch. Li Sun, you stole my Tian Sui Dan, yet you still have the nerve to hold a Tianjiao banquet. Your fire sect is too shameless. Mo Lin stepped forward and shouted loudly. The crowd couldn't help but whisper among themselves, realizing how Li Sun had obtained the Tian bone. Naturally, Li Sun would not admit it. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he argued. Our fire sect, a dignified first-class sect, would never steal your things. Instead, I kindly invited you over, and you come here to cause trouble. Do you think our fire sect is easy to bully? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of fire sect disciples surrounded them. Dare to do it, but not dare to admit it. Li Sun, do you dare to swear in front of everyone that if you stole my Tian Sui Dan, your fire sect will not end well? You bastard! Li Sun shouted angrily. What are you? Do you think you deserve me to swear? And what are you? Relying on your Tian bone? I tell you, the dual pride of your fire sect is nothing but a joke in front of my Shintian sect. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. He really dares to boast, saying such things openly, laughing at others' dual pride. I think he's the real joke. Truly ignorant and fearless. What kind of disciples does Shintian sect produce, bringing shame upon themselves? Everyone was mocking and ridiculing, treating Mo Lin like a fool. Li Sun took the opportunity to mock. Your Shintian sect doesn't even have a single heavenly bone. Yet you dare to speak so boldly here. Just listen to what everyone has to say. Who is really the joke? Mo Lin huffed. That's your ignorance. Just a heavenly bone. Any random person from my Shintian sect can produce one. Li Sun laughed loudly. Fellow Taoists, listen to what he says. Any random person from Shintian sect is a heavenly bone. So in their eyes, heavenly bones are like cabbages, worthless. We treat them like treasures, or we're just frogs at the bottom of the well. How ridiculous. If all of you from Shintian sect were heavenly bones, would you still be a second-rate sect? Even the 5 great sects wouldn't dare to say such things. Do you think we're fools? If you have the ability, show us your root bones. If you all are heavenly bones, I will eat shit standing on my head. I'll eat this table too. What nonsense. Mo Lin provoked everyone's anger, and they scolded him one after another. But he was not at all flustered, pointing at the 2 and saying, you want to eat shit standing on your head? You want to gnaw on the table, right? Yes, it's what I said. If you have even one heavenly bone, I will eat it immediately. I will also eat this table right away, but if you don't have heavenly bones, don't even think about leaving here safely today. The 2 swore and threatened Mo Lin. Mo Lin shouted, all right, don't blink, I'll show you something now. With that, he straightened his back, his eyes focused, and a purple light immediately shone from his body. Wow, it really is a heavenly bone. How is that possible? How could a second-rate sect have heavenly bones? Everyone was taken aback. He actually took the heavenly marrow pill too. Could it be that he has more than one? Li Sun was equally surprised, uncertain. It shouldn't be. I clearly searched his body at the time and found only one. You 2, what else is there to say? Mo Lin coldly stared at the 2. instantly rendering them speechless. Now, fulfill your promise, Mo Lin reminded. Don't go too far. I went too far? When you were laughing at me and threatening me just now, why didn't you say you were going too far? The two had nothing to retort. Mo Lin, this is my fire sect. It's south, not your place to act wild. Li Sun shouted. What? Are you going to protect them? So, your fire sect is also a bunch of untrustworthy people? You. Li Sun suppressed his anger. You just said any random person from your Xintian sect is a heavenly bone. But now there's only you. Aren't you also talking nonsense? Playing with us? Yes. You said it yourself. If you have the ability, let everyone from your Xintian sect show their heavenly bones. I don't believe it. Can heavenly bones really be like cabbages? The two immediately supported Li Senior. In their view, if Xintian sect could produce one heavenly bone, it would already be a huge fortune. How could there be more? They must be boasting. But Mo Lin immediately ordered loudly. Junior brothers and sisters, show them your dazzling brilliance. Yes, senior brother. The 9 disciples who came this time responded in unison, stepping forward together. Immediately, 9 purple lights shone one after another, illuminating the surroundings like the sun, leaving everyone stunned. For a moment, there was complete silence outside the great hall. A pin drop could be heard. Xiao Xianning coldly smiled. Let us see what they have to say now. Su Yang said lightly, this is just the beginning. Today, my Xintian sect will surely make a name for itself in the southern region. Several peak masters were filled with anticipation. Why is no one speaking? Weren't you all shouting just now? Mo Lin broke the silence, teasingly sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Everyone looked like they were constipated, their faces flushed, unable to say a word. 10 heavenly bones. Not to mention in the southern region, even across the entire 4 seas and 8 wastelands, there wouldn't be a sect that has this many. How did Xintian sect manage this? Li Sun, why don't you speak? Are you mute? Montak Lin Mokit. Chapter 21. Really just one sword needed. Li Sun furrowed his brows tightly, his expression very grim. That secret realm definitely had more than one heavenly marrow pill. I've been played by Mo Lin. How ridiculous. The commotion outside had already alarmed the people inside the great hall. They all came out, and upon seeing the 9 dazzling purple lights, they were all shocked, especially Li Tianhai, knowing that his son's heavenly marrow pill was taken from a disciple of Xintian sect, and now they have produced this many heavenly bone figures. It showed that his son had misjudged. It was simply a huge loss. However, he didn't show it, laughing heartily. Congratulations, congratulations. Xintian sect has produced so many outstanding talents. They will surely shake the 4 directions in the future. Master Qi, your Xintian sect is about to rise. Qi Bai Xian's face was stern, snorting. My Xintian sect has always been low-key, generally not engaging in disputes with others. But you condone your son robbing the heavenly marrow pill from my sect's disciples and even injuring them. Now you shamelessly hold a banquet for your talents, flaunting your fire sect's dual pride. When we approach you for an explanation, you still refuse to admit it. The virtue of your fire sect is shameless and disgusting. It's simply a disgrace to our practitioners. Qi Bai Xian scolded publicly, undoubtedly completely offending the fire sect. Li Tianhai's face turned ashen with anger, his mouth twitching, clearly furious to the extreme. In the end, he laughed in anger, clapping his hands. Well said, well said. It has been a long time since anyone provoked my fire sect. You have successfully angered me. His smile gradually faded, and a strong killing intent erupted from him. Everyone's expression changed. This Xintian sect is too impulsive. Even if the fire sect robbed your heavenly marrow pill, you should have come and made trouble. The cultivation world has never been a place of reason. Everything is based on strength. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. This has been the case for thousands of years. Xintian sect should develop secretly. Wait until these heavenly bone disciples grow up and have the strength to challenge the fire sect before seeking revenge. Doing it now will only lead to self-destruction. Second-rate sects are indeed second-rate. Only concerned with immediate hatred, they don't understand patience. What a pity. 10 heavenly bone disciples are about to have their bright future ruined because of their sect master's wrong decision. But they soon realized that Qi Baixian was not the slightest bit afraid of Li Tianhai's killing intent. Instead, he wore a cold smile. So you can't argue with us, and plan to resolve this with force, right? My fire sect's dignity cannot be insulted. This is your own doing. Li Tianhai said coldly. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount. This indeed holds true. In that case, there is no need for more words. Let us see the true skills. Who gave you the courage to oppose my fire sect? Li Tianhai sneered. Just these so-called heavenly bone disciples? Do you think they can do it? Let me have a go with your fire sect. Qi Baixian stepped forward, standing with his hands behind his back, brimming with battle intent. You? Li Tianhai scoffed. A second-rate sect master, at most of the Starry Radiance realm, is not worthy of me personally taking action. Sect master, let me handle this. A stout man stepped out from the fire sect. Duan Yuan, I heard he just stepped into the full moon realm. The fifth first-rate expert of the fire sect. With 5 first-rate experts stationed at the fire sect, it's simply like using an egg to hit a stone. Xintian's sect is overestimating itself. It's estimated that Duan Yuan alone could wipe out Xintian's sect. The onlookers whispered among themselves, and no one believed that Xintian's sect would return alive today. Elder Duan, the banquet is about to begin. Make it quick and don't delay the auspicious time. Li Tianhai instructed. Rest assured, sect master, to kill him, just one strike is enough. As for the others, they're just clay chickens and pottery dogs, easily disposed of. Duan Yuan was determined and completely disregarded Qi Baixian and the others from the Xintian sect. He raised his hand, and a long knife appeared in his grip, not only sharp, but also emanating a faint heat. This was the Luyan knife, a top-tier, Xian-level artifact, with the Haoyue realm and a top-tier Xian-level artifact. He clearly intended to end the fight quickly. The Xintian sect was doomed. The crowd shook their heads, increasingly pessimistic about the Xintian sect. The Flame sect truly was a first-rate sect. Even a 4th elder possessed a top-tier Xian-level artifact, Shao Xianing side. It's just an artifact. Don't forget our junior brother, Su, possesses a celestial artifact. Besides, our Xintian sect has a treasure that protects the sect, which is a supreme Xian-level artifact. Moreover, our master has also broken through to the Haoyue realm, and with his heavenly level techniques, taking down Duan Yuan would be effortless. A peak master laughed, showing no signs of worry. That's true. We'll shock them later. Shao Xianing also smiled. Just then, Duan Yuan pointed his knife at Qi Baixian, boasting, with one strike I will kill you. Qi Baixian replied word by word, I only need one sword, and you will die. Ha ha ha. Duan Yuan laughed loudly, unashamed. Then let me see what you can do. As he spoke, a moon shadow appeared behind him, and his aura surged. He slanted the knife downward, and flames suddenly erupted from the blade, exuding an imposing presence. Flame knife technique. This was the unique knife technique of the Flame sect, rumored to be a supreme Xian-level technique. The flame knife technique focused on accumulating power. A single strike of raging fire was unstoppable, nearly comparable to a low-grade earth-level technique. Everyone was eager to see how powerful Duan Yuan's flame knife technique would be. As Duan Yuan finished accumulating power, the flames on the knife surged up several meters high, resembling a soaring fire dragon. Duan Yuan's eyes widened as he charged toward Qi Baixian with the knife raised. In contrast, Qi Baixian stood with his hands behind his back, not moving at all. Why hasn't He made a move yet? I think he has realized Duan Yuan's strength and given up resisting. That's true. The leader of a second-rate sect, at most at the Star Radiance realm. What can he use to fight Duan Yuan? He just said he would solve Duan Yuan with one sword. Now he is being slapped in the face. While everyone was discussing, Duan Yuan had already charged in front of Qi Baixian, shouting loudly as he swung his knife. The blazing flames roared like a fire dragon. The attack extremely fierce. He's done for. Everyone except the Xintian sect thought so. But at that moment, Qi Baixian's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and a moon appeared behind him as well. In his hand, he held a sword, striking faster than lightning, arriving before Duan Yuan. The sword was accompanied by streaks of lightning, producing a sound like a dragon's roar, as if it were a manifestation of heavenly might. This was the supreme Xian-level artifact, the Xintian sword, and the heavenly level technique the Xian Thunder Dragon Roar Sword Art. In the blink of an eye, Qi Bai Xian vanished from his original position and stood proudly behind Duan Yahan, sword in hand. Duan Yahan was still in the act of swinging his knife, but the flames had already disappeared, and he stood frozen in place. What is happening? Before the crowd could understand, a crisp sound rang out, and the Luyin knife snapped in half, falling to the ground. Immediately afterward, a deep gash appeared on Duan Yahan's neck, blood gushing out. Thud! Duan Yahan collapsed, lifeless. The venue fell silent, everyone stunned in place. One sword. He truly used only one sword to kill Duan Yahan. At that moment, a golden light shone from Qi Bai Xian, dazzling and making him appear incredibly dignified. Someone was the first to react, exclaiming in shock, "Divine Bone." The leader of the Xiantian sect is actually a divine bone. This not only shocked Li Tianhai, but even moved those from several super first-rate sections. 10 Tian Bone disciples, 1 divine bone leader, and with a superb sword technique, at least earth level, the Xiantian sect was hiding deep. The one who spoke was Lu Zhenming, an elder from the super first-rate sect, Qiyun sect. He had thought that the Flame sect had produced a pair of talents and would surely rise to join the ranks of the super first-rate sects in the future. That was why he represented Qiyun's sect to establish a good relationship with them. However, the actions of the Flame sect left a bad impression on Lu Zhenming. At the same time, the Xiantian sect truly amazed him. If this sect could retreat safely today, they would undoubtedly rise powerfully and change the landscape of the southern region. No, it should be said that they would have a place in the entire northern wilderness and even the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. However, if the leader of the Xiantian sect was their biggest trump card, it would be difficult to leave the Flame sect unscathed today, because Lu Zhenming couldn't help but glance at Li Tianhai, calculating quickly in his mind. If he could assist the Xiantian sect this time and establish a good relationship with them. His gaze shifted to a young man beside him, and he whispered, "Young sect master, do you think we should help the Xiantian sect?" Chapter 22. The Flame sect is excluded from the southern region. I say so. This young man wore luxurious clothing, his appearance handsome and imposing. However, a hint of arrogance was evident between his brows. Upon hearing this, he slightly raised an eyebrow. "Elder Lu, my father instructed me before coming here that the Flame sect can only befriend, not be enemies. Have you forgotten that Li Tianhai was once a disciple of the great elder of the Medicine King Valley?" Lu Zhenming nodded and patiently explained. "I naturally understand that the Flame sect's current status is due to the support of the great elder of the Medicine King Valley. But young sect master, you've also seen the potential of the Xiantian sect. As long as we help them today and make them owe us a favor, when the Xiantian sect rises in the future, it will greatly benefit our Qiyun sect." The young sect master shook his head. "I don't think so. The rise of the Xiantian sect will take a long time. Even if we help them today, they might face new crises in the future and may not truly rise. Moreover, helping them would offend the Flame sect and indirectly offend the Medicine King Valley. I believe it would be more advantageous for us to help the Flame sect." Lu Zhenming urged, "Young sect master, please believe me. Helping the Xiantian sect is the wisest choice." The young sect master immediately showed an unhappy expression. "Are you questioning me?" "Lu Zhenming, listen well. I am the young sect master. You must obey me, and you have no power to influence my decisions." Lu Zhenming frowned, wanted to say something, but ultimately kept his mouth shut. While they were conversing, Qi Bai Xian had already retracted the golden light, coldly staring at Li Tianhai. "Do you still think my Xiantian sect is a soft persimmon you can bully at will?" Li Tianhai said solemnly, "I admit I underestimated you. But do you think this will allow you to challenge my Flame sect? You are gravely mistaken." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures stepped forward simultaneously. Each of them exuded a stronger aura than Qi Bai Xian. 3 were at the Haoyue realm, the lowest being 2nd grade, while the highest reached 5th grade. Qi Bai Xian had just broken through. Although he had a heavenly level technique and could challenge beyond his level, taking on 3 at once was still beyond his capability. However, he remained calm, lightly laughing. 3 against 1. Your Flame sect really has no shame." At that moment, the young sect master stepped forward and said, "You came here to provoke, yet you still have a nerve to say it's unfair that others are using their advantage? How ridiculous! Who are you? Qi Bai Xian asked. I am Chun Shuha, the young sect master of the Qiyun sect. I came here to congratulate the Flame sect, but you disrupted the proceedings, and I'm very displeased. He thought that by stating his identity, he would surely intimidate the opponent. After all, the reputation of a super first-rate sect, aside from the 5 great sects, was the most influential. Everyone began to murmur. Even the Qiyun sect was intervening on the side of the Flame sect, and the Xintian sect had no chance at all. However, Qi Bai Xian showed no significant reaction, instead mocking the dignified, super first-rate sect Qiyun sect. When did you start to flatter the Flame sect? Young sect master Chun, you've really lost your stature. Brat. Chun Shuha was suddenly furious and ordered Elder Lu, tear his mouth apart. However, Lu Zhenming said, Young master, right now it is a grudge between their 2 sects. It's better for us not to interfere. Lu Zhenming, do you dare to disobey my order? Chun Shuha questioned angrily. Young master, please calm down, just observe. You. Chun Shuha was extremely angry, but he couldn't do anything to Lu Zhenming and could only swing his sleeves and step aside, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Li Tianhai smiled at him. Young Master Chun, you need not be angry. I will have someone capture him and hand him over to you for disposal. Only then did Chun Shuha's expression soften. Thank you, Sect Master Li. Li Tianhai immediately ordered the 3 elders to spare him a breath and leave him to young Master Chen for handling. Yes, the 3 responded and prepared to act. However, a voice suddenly came from the Xintian sect. Senior Brother Zhang, you must be tired. Let me take over from here. Su Yang walked out as he spoke. Then I will trouble Junior Brother Su. Qi Bai Xian unhesitatingly stepped back, not worried about Su Yang at all. This person was going to fight for Qi Bai Xian. Could it be that his strength was even greater? He looked quite handsome, but there was no trace of cultivation. How could the Xintian sect still have mortals? Was this guy coming out to seek death? Due to the effect of the infinite bones, everyone regarded Su Yang as an ordinary person. Chun Shuha took the opportunity to mock. Is there no one in the Xintian sect? Even mortals have to be sent out. Su Yang replied bluntly, Our grievance with the Liuhua sect has nothing to do with you. If you want to seek death, I don't mind sending you on your way. You dare talk to me like that? The one seeking death is you. Chun Shuha was about to take action, but he was stopped by Lu Zhenming, young master. Don't be impulsive. This person is not simple. Are you stupid? This is not simple. I can easily destroy him. Don't meddle in my affairs. Seeing that he wouldn't listen to advice, Lu Zhenming suddenly pointed at Chun Shuha. He immediately became unable to move. Lu Zhenming, are you rebelling? Quickly release me. Chun Shuha shouted angrily. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhenming then pressed on his throat, rendering him unable to speak, only able to glare angrily at Lu Zhenming. Lu Zhenming ignored him and instead slightly bowed to Su Yang. On behalf of the young master, I apologize. My Qingyun sect will not interfere in the grievances between your 2 sections. Seeing his sincere attitude, Su Yang did not hold it against him and kindly reminded. Following someone like this will eventually drag you down. Lu Zhenming frowned, but did not respond. Kid, instead of worrying about others, worry about yourself first. The 3 elders of the Liuhua sect stared at him coldly. Su Yang raised his voice. Today, we of the Xintian sect are here to seek justice. The Liuhua sect bullies the weak, and now they want to annihilate my Xintian sect. I hereby declare on behalf of my sect, we will not rest until the Liuhua sect is annihilated. Today, the Liuhua sect is expelled from the southern region. I said so. This guy is so arrogant. Is he a fool? How could he expel the Liuhua sect just because of him? Ignorant. Everyone regarded Su Yang as a joke and sneered at him. Yet Su Yang continued to shout, if anyone is unconvinced, feel free to step forward. My Xintian sect will accept it. This statement undoubtedly offended everyone present, and immediately someone voiced their dissatisfaction. What is your Xintian sect? How dare you oppose us all? Never seen someone so eager to seek death. I'm not convinced. What can you do about it? I'm not convinced either. How about that? Me too. More and more people stood up, all filled with hostility towards Su Yang. Senior Brother Zhang, is it really okay for Junior Brother Su to act like this? Xiao Xianing asked with some concern. Don't worry. I believe Junior Brother Su won't do anything reckless. At this moment, Chun Shuha saw that the Xintian sect had provoked everyone's anger and wanted to join in. But he was immobilized by Lu Jinming and couldn't move or speak, only constantly signaling Lu Jinming to hurry and release him. Lu Jinming said, "Young master, I'm doing this for your own good. We won't participate in this muddy water." This bastard, Chun Shuha, was about to be driven mad. Is that all? Is there anyone else unconvinced? Seeing that most people had stood up, Su Yang was not flustered and continued to ask, "Kid, these people are enough to destroy your Xintian sect. You still want to expel my Liuhua sect? A brain is a good thing. Too bad you don't have one." Li San Mokit. Su Yang glanced at him and said, "Then let us start with you." Chapter 23. Advancing and retreating with the Liuhua sect as he spoke. He pointed out. Everyone laughed. Did he think he could kill someone just by moving his fingers? Who did he think he was? But the next second, Li San was suddenly enveloped by some force, and with a bang, he exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere, a sight too horrific to behold. "Senet!" Li Tianhai exclaimed in shock, filled with grief and anger. Everyone else was dumbfounded. This person was unexpectedly deep and concealed. "Kill him! Kill him!" Li Tianhai screamed hysterically. The three elders immediately rushed towards Su Yang. But Su Yang waved his hand, and the three had no power to resist, similarly splattering blood on the spot. Hiss! Everyone present gasped in shock. 3 first-class masters at the Haoyue level were killed so effortlessly. Is there anyone else? Su Yang stood with his hands behind his back, coldly scanning the crowd. Those who had just been shouting were now completely intimidated, and no one dared to speak. Even when Su Yang's sharp gaze swept over, they all lowered their heads. "You," Su Yang pointed at one person. "You were the first to stand up and challenge, right?" The person was frightened and quickly waved his hands. No, I yield, I am convinced." "Is that so?" The person immediately knelt down, pleading, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't kill me, don't kill me." "What about you?" Su Yang scanned the crowd again. Thud, thud, thud. Those people all knelt down, repeatedly begging for mercy. Just a moment ago, they had been so boisterous, and now they were in utter disgrace. The disciples of the Xintian sect felt immensely relieved and thrilled to see this scene. Once upon a time, they would have dared to dream that the Xintian sect could be so powerful, so proud among the crowd. "All of you get up." Li Tianai Shoutangrili. Sect Master Li, this is the grudge between your Liuhua sect and the Xintian sect. Don't drag us into it. If you want to seek death, don't involve us. I kneel for my reasons. Does it bother you? Everyone's attitude suddenly changed, and they turned their guns around. This is the world of cultivators. Whoever is strong is the father, and no one will go against their own life. You. Li Tianhai pointed at these people, shaking with anger. Good, very good. Li Tianhai gritted his teeth and snarled. "You cowardly turncoats. Do you really think my Liuhua sect can't compete with your Xintian sect? Isn't it obvious? He easily killed all 3 of your first-class masters simultaneously. With such strength, what do you have to fight against him? The Liuhua sect is finished today. Don't get dragged down by them. Hurry and kneel properly. Today, I will let you know the true strength of my Liuhua sect." Li Tianhai's eyes widened. His hands slightly spread, his clothes moving without wind, and his aura continued to rise. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together, and the space behind him rippled. In the next second, a phantom of the sun appeared, illuminating the surroundings and enhancing his imposing presence. Luoyang realm. He actually reached the Luoyang realm. Everyone was taken aback. They hadn't expected Li Tianhai to be a super first-class master. Lu Jinming slightly narrowed his eyes. The Liuhua sect already had super first-class strength, and Li Tianhai was well concealed. Coupled with his background from the Yaowang Valley, even the Qingyun sect wouldn't dare to offend him lightly. If it were normal times, Lu Jinming would certainly establish a good relationship with him. But he always felt that this Xintian sect was very strange. Even if Li Tianhai was a super first-class master, he probably wouldn't come out unscathed. It was better to observe the situation and not get involved in this muddy water. Lu Jinming had just made up his mind when Chun Shuha suddenly broke free from his restraints and stood up before Lu Jinming could react. "Master Li, our Qingyun sect is willing to advance and retreat together with your sect." "Young master, you." Lu Jinming still wanted to dissuade him, but was sternly reprimanded by Chun Shuha. "Lu Jinming, do you dare to lay hands on me? To rebel against your superior, what punishment should you face? Young master, I'm doing this for your own good. This water is too deep. Our Qingyun sect cannot afford to provoke them. Lu Zhiming pleaded. Our Qingyun sect is a top-tier sect. How can we not afford it? Moreover, Master Li is also a top-tier expert now. With our Qingyun sect's assistance, a mere Xiantian sect is nothing to worry about. I think you are short-sighted and unworthy of great responsibility. Young master, please believe me. Enough. Chen Shuhe interrupted him. I don't want to hear your explanation anymore. You just offended me. And now, as the young master of Qingyun sect, I announce that you are dismissed from your position as elder and expelled from Qingyun sect immediately. Lu Zhiming was stunned. Chen Shuhe continued from this moment on. Our Qingyun sect is willing to ally with the Liuhua sect and advance and retreat together with them. The enemies of the Liuhua sect are our enemies. Master Li, what do you think? Good. Our Liuhua sect welcomes this. Li Tianhai answered immediately. Chen Shuhe was delighted and said loudly, You all heard that. The Liuhua sect is now qualified to be a top-tier sect. Now that we are joining forces with our Qingyun sect, a mere Xiantian sect can be easily destroyed. Are you all sure you want to stand with them? The crowd exchanged glances, not expecting the Qingyun sect to make a move at this time. With the alliance of two top-tier sects, even if the Xiantian sect had unexpected surprises, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Once the Xiantian sect was destroyed, they would inevitably come to settle scores with themselves. Thinking of this, someone immediately stood up to express their stance. Our Du sect is willing to advance and retreat with the Liuhua sect. With the first person taking the lead, others followed suit. Our Bei sect is willing to advance and retreat with the Liuhua sect. Our Donghai sect is willing to advance and retreat with the Liuhua sect. Our Tiandao sect is willing to advance and retreat with the Liuhua sect. As various sects expressed their positions, Chen Shuhe's mouth curled up in satisfaction. Lu Zhiming, you see, under my call, everyone has made the right choice. With so many of us, can we not deal with just one Xiantian sect? If you kneel down and beg me now, maybe I will let you come back. Lu Zhiming smiled bitterly. I have always been loyal to the Qingyun sect and dedicated to you. Yet you have expelled me just like that. Now you want me to kneel before you in front of so many people. How can you humiliate me like this? If this is how the Qingyun sect treats me, then so be it. Chen Shuhe's expression turned cold. Good. You said it. Don't regret it later. I only regret following a young master like you, who is willful and unruly. The Qingyun sect will eventually suffer disaster because of you. You dare to curse my Qingyun sect? I remember that. Today, I will let you see that the Qingyun sect will only grow stronger. Is that so? Lu Zhiming scoffed and suddenly walked in front of Su Yang. Then today, I will assist the Xiantian sect. Who dares to step forward must first pass my test. As he spoke, he released his aura, and a half-sun phantom appeared behind him. The crowd was shocked. Half-step Liang realm. Lu Zhiming, are you tired of living, daring to oppose me? Chen Shuhe shouted angrily. This is not the Qingyun sect. I am no longer a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Do you think you can do anything to me? Lu Zhiming said disdainfully. You. Chen Shuhe was momentarily speechless. At this moment, a light laugh suddenly rang out, and an old man in gray robes slowly walked out. He smiled and looked at Lu Zhiming. I originally just wanted to watch a good show, but did not expect to see you in such a sorry state. Lu Zhiming, if you want to protect the Xiantian sect, then I will be your opponent. Zhao Qingshan. Lu Zhiming frowned. He was the leader of the Tianhe sect. The Tianhe sect was also a top-tier sect, and it was said that the strength of Leader Zhao was second only to the sect master of the Tianhe sect. Wasn't he also at the Liang realm? Why was he targeting Lu Zhiming? It seemed that there had been grievances between them long ago. But Lu Zhiming had joined the Qingyun sect, so Zhao Qingshan couldn't act against him. Now that Lu Zhiming had left the Qingyun sect, he naturally had no more scruples. As expected, Zhao Qingshan's expression gradually turned cold. Back then you killed my disciple. If it weren't for you hiding in the Qingyun sect, I would have killed you long ago to avenge my disciple. Now, I finally caught the opportunity. Today, you will undoubtedly die. As he spoke, a complete sun phantom appeared behind him, brighter than Li Tianhai's. Second grade, Liang realm. Lu Zhiming's expression suddenly darkened. But that was not all. Another beautiful woman gracefully walked out. Now that Master Li has reached the Liang realm, The Liuhua sect will eventually become a top-tier sect, since both the Qingyun sect and the Tina sect are involved. Our Fuyo pavilion naturally cannot stand by. As she spoke, a sun also appeared behind her. Wow, another Liuriang realm. Still, it was the third-grade Liuriang realm. The deputy master of Fuyo Pavilion, Su Qiaoan. Now we have 3 Liuriang realm experts on our side. Even if the Xintian sect has Lu Zhenming's assistance, it is no longer a concern. The confidence of the crowd immediately surged, and they no longer felt any fear towards Su Yang. Li Tianhai laughed heartily. The 3 of you, Li Tianhai, will remember your kindness. Once we resolve the Xintian sect, there will be generous rewards. Master Li is being polite. Our Fuyo Pavilion has always had ties with your sect, Su Qiaoan smiled. I don't care about anything else. I only want Lu Zhenming's life, Zhao Qingshan said coldly. Lu Zhenming, do you now see the situation clearly? Everyone is on the side of the Liuhua sect. Do you still think my decision was wrong? Qin Shuhe seized the opportunity to show off in front of Lu Zhenming, wanting to slap him hard in the face. At this moment, Lu Zhenming also lost his confidence. 3 Liuriang realm experts were something he could not handle at all. Even the disciples of the Xintian sect began to worry, especially the students, all feeling despair in the face of so many experts. Master, this is getting serious. We can't hold on, Xiao Shiwening said with a bitter smile. Qi Baixian furrowed his brows tightly, feeling extremely frustrated. He had originally wanted to use the Liuhua sect as a stepping stone to raise the fame of the Xintian sect. But who would have thought that Li Tianhai was actually a Liuriang realm expert? What's more, he never expected 3 top-tier sects to get involved, completely exceeding previous expectations. Su Shidi should be able to handle it, right? One peak master said. How can this be handled? 3 Liuriang realms. Even if Su Shidi is a reincarnated immortal, his strength hasn't recovered yet, another peak master said. A sense of helplessness arose in everyone's hearts. No matter what, we must protect Su Shidi, Qi Baixian said with a serious expression. Yes, as long as Su Shidi is alive, our Xintian sect still has hope, Xiao Shiwening agreed. The other 3 peak masters also nodded in agreement. So, Qi Baixian shouted, Xintian sect disciples, listen up. Swear to protect Master Su with your lives. Yes. All the disciples responded. One by one, they immediately stood in front of Su Yang, ready to fight to the death. Su Yang was very satisfied with their performance. At the critical moment of life and death, they did not let him down, and it was worth it for him to help them forge the Tiangu. Ha ha ha. With you all, do you think you could protect him? Qin Shuhe laughed mockingly. The others also looked at them with disdain. Su Shidi, wait for the right moment to leave. We will risk our lives to carve out a bloody path for you, Qi Baixian urged. Su Shidi, the future of the Xintian sect depends on you. Xiao Shiwening started to leave his last words. However, Su Yang remained unfazed and said, don't worry, you won't die. They will only serve to highlight the reputation of our Xintian sect. As he spoke, he stepped forward and glanced faintly over at the Qingyun sect, the Shana sect, and the Fuyo Pavilion. Are you all sure you want to be enemies with my Xintian sect? Qin Shuhe mocked. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Are you scared now? Little brother, you want to use the Liuhua sect to gain fame, and your calculations are quite good. Unfortunately, you didn't expect that Master Li is a Liuriang realm expert. Our Fuyo Pavilion is naturally willing to lend a helping hand and do you a favor. However, sister, you do look quite handsome. If you agree to be my servant and serve me well, I might be able to spare your life. Su Qiaoan smiled faintly, her gaze greedily fixated on Su Yang. Since you are so determined, that's very good. With the 3 top-tier sects backing us, the effect of establishing authority will be even more pronounced, Su Yang said lightly. Still want to establish authority over us? Aren't you afraid of twisting your tongue while boasting? Zhao Qingshan scoffed disdainfully. Stop wasting words with him, everyone. Let's destroy the Xintian sect together. Li Tianhai could no longer wait to avenge his son, and his words immediately received a response from everyone. One by one, they rolled up their sleeves, eager to take action. The disciples of the Xintian sect felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Only Su Yang remained calm and composed. Shouting loudly, everyone come out. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of whooshing sounds echoed through the sky. Looking towards the sound, They saw 9 graceful figures descending on swords, each with a sun-like phantom behind them, exuding elegance and authority. 9 Blazing Sun Realm experts. Who were they? Where did so many Blazing Sun Realm experts come from? Everyone stared in shock, frozen in place. The 9 stars made their grand entrance, landing in unison before Su Yang. They were all invited by junior brother Su. Xiao Shiwening looked at Qi Bai Xian in surprise. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Qi Bai Xian said with a haha. What did I say? Junior brother Su can definitely handle this. Junior brother Su is amazing. Even able to summon 9 Blazing Sun Realm experts. With him joining, what do we have to fear? Several peak masters were all smiles, their worries dissipated. But Li Tianhai and the others' expressions darkened. They never expected the Xiantian sect could summon 9 Blazing Sun Realm experts. Several friends. I am the sect master of the Fire sect, and I have a grudge against the Xiantian sect. I don't know how you managed to summon them, but please do me a favor and don't interfere in this matter. I will surely reward you handsomely, Li Tianhai urged, cupping his hands. The 9 women exchanged glances. Then Qing Xia smiled and said, the Xiantian sect has paid a great price to summon us this time. If you want us to stay out of this, you'll have to show us enough sincerity. Chapter 25. The Medicine King Valley comes to congratulate Li Tianhai, thought for a moment, then took out a medicine bottle, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. But he still smiled and handed it over. This bottle happened to contain 9 washing marrow pills. So consider it a goodwill gesture towards you all. 9 washing marrow pills. Sect Master Li is quite generous. It is said that Sect Master Li has the support of the Medicine King Valley. It seems the rumors are true. 9 washing marrow pills should be enough to entice them. Everyone revealed envious looks. Qingxia reached out to accept the bottle. Li Tianhai felt a surge of joy. Although the cost was a bit high, if it could satisfy them and allow him to make connections, it would be worth it. But the next second, Qingxia squeezed the bottle hard in front of everyone. Bang! The medicine bottle shattered, and the washing marrow pills turned to dust. You! Li Tianhai's expression changed. How dare you present such trash? Qingxia sneered. Trash? These are 9 high-quality spirit pills. Li Tianhai retorted angrily. I sincerely want to befriend you, and you're deliberately humiliating me. Humiliate you? Qingxia laughed coldly. You've never seen the world, have you? Our master usually gives us washing marrow pills as our meals. Washing marrow pills as meals? Everyone was stunned, unable to believe it. Even a Medicine King Valley isn't that extravagant, right? Wait, what did she just say? Master? They have a master? The identity of the master of 9 Blazing Sun Realm experts was beyond imagination. Everyone couldn't help but wonder. May I ask who your master is? Qinshuhe quickly asked, immediately starting to calculate. If he could befriend their master, the Qingyun sect would surely rise to new heights. He wasn't the only one thinking this. Others also had similar thoughts. Eagerly, they all perked up, waiting for an answer. But Qingxia looked at Su Yang and complained, Master, I was going to trick him into giving me something good, but I didn't expect him to be so poor. What? He is the master? No way. Everyone was filled with doubt, preferring to believe they had misheard. But the 9 women all knelt down in unison, calling out, We greet our master. This confirmed Su Yang's identity, leaving everyone dumbfounded and in disbelief. Junior brother Su this. Qi Bai Xian was a loss for words. Originally thinking that junior brother Su had invited powerful experts for help, they never expected them to be junior brother Su's servants. I really didn't misjudge him. This person is even more terrifying than I imagined. Lu Zhiming felt relieved, glad he hadn't gone against him. Only then did Li Tianhai realize he had been played. His heart filled with rage as he immediately urged, everyone, don't panic. Even if they have 9 Blazing Sun Realm experts, so what? As long as we unite, we can still deal with them. Sect Master Li is right. My Qingyun sect, along with the Shanhua sect and the Feiyao Pavilion, have Blazing Sun Realm experts that are not fewer than theirs. Moreover, with everyone's support, the wrath of dozens of sects is something the Xiantian sect cannot bear. Chen Shuhe chimed in, realizing that he could no longer befriend the 9 Blazing Sun Realm experts now that they were Su Yang's servants. He immediately joined forces with Li Tianhai. But Su Qiaoen stated, don't count on my Feiyao Pavilion. I am willing to ally with the Xiantian sect. Su Yaoen, Ju. Qinshua's expression turned furious. Don't glare at me. I know what's wise. Su Qiaowen smiled sweetly at Su Yang and said, I was blind earlier, but now I represent the Feiyao Pavilion and am willing to ally with the Xintian sect, sharing fortune and misfortune together. Li Tianhai was furious. This opportunistic wretch. He thought the Xintian sect would surely seize the opportunity to ally with the Feiyao Pavilion to deal with him. But unexpectedly, Su Yang coldly laughed. Now you know to curry favor with my Xintian sect? Unfortunately, it's too late. Su Qiaowen put away her smile and said, there are no unresolvable grudges between us. I can apologize to you. In the cultivation world, strength is what matters. Your Xintian sect has strength now, and my Feiyao Pavilion is a top-tier sect. Allying with us would not harm your Xintian sect. Is being a top-tier sect really that impressive? Su Yang scoffed. If you want to ally with my Xintian sect, your Feiyao Pavilion is still not qualified. If you are willing to become a subordinate sect of my Xintian sect, submit to us and follow our lead. I might consider it. Submit to you? Su Qiaowen frowned. Not willing? Then forget it. Su Yang had no real expectations. He just mentioned it casually. But after a moment's hesitation, a look of determination flashed in Su Qiaowen's eyes, and she immediately knelt down. My Feiyao Pavilion is willing to submit. Everyone was astonished. The Feiyao Pavilion actually submitted. It made sense. With 9 Blazing Sun realm experts as servants, the Xintian sect was too mysterious to comprehend. Now they were scared again. Immediately, someone followed suit, kneeling down and saying, my Tiandao sect is also willing to submit. My Bei sect is willing to submit too. And me, my Donghai sect, is also willing to submit. One by one, sects knelt and submitted to save their lives. But Su Yang sneered, thinking that my Xintian sect would accept any trash. You're not worthy. Everyone was stunned at his words. Li Tianhai said solemnly, your Xintian sect is strong. But don't think it allows you to act recklessly in my fire sect. I have the backing of the Medicine King Valley and the great elder of Medicine King Valley. Luo Nansheng is my master. Offending me means offending the Medicine King Valley. That's right, the fire sect has the support of the Medicine King Valley. They are one of the 5 great sects of the southern region, a top power in the pyramid. Even if the Xintian sect has 9 Blazing Sun realm experts and the Feiyao Pavilion, they cannot afford to offend the Medicine King Valley. Li Tianhai continued, my master has promised to send someone to congratulate me for having 2 outstanding disciples in my sect, and they are on their way. You would do well to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, when the people from the Medicine King Valley arrive, you will all die. Hearing this, the hearts of the Xintian sect disciples sank. Ha ha ha. Su Qiaowen, I truly pity your Feiyao Pavilion for choosing to submit to the Xintian sect. Now come and kneel before sect master Li to apologize. Perhaps he might still forgive you. Qin Shuhe mocked. Su Qiaowen's face darkened. Su Yang glanced at her and said, if you regret it now, it's not too late. In front of so many people, choosing to submit to your Xintian sect. If I were to turn against you again and bow to the Liuhe sect to apologize, how would I face the world as the Fuyo Pavilion? And how would I stand in the southern region? Su Qiaowen forced a smile and said, besides, I have a feeling you will bring me surprises. What if the feeling is wrong? Women's intuition is usually very accurate. Su Yang smiled slightly. Women are indeed strange creatures. The people from Yaowang Valley are coming soon. Are you Xintian sect still going to be stubborn? Chen Chua shouted. Yaowang Valley? Su Yang scoffed. Their valley master has to kneel when he sees me. It's laughable that you use them to threaten me. Damn, this guy really dares to say that. So arrogant, even daring to provoke the valley master of Yaowang Valley. The more arrogant he is, the better. Offending Yaowang Valley, they are doomed. Naturally, everyone did not believe Su Yang's words. Su Qiaowen also forced a bitter smile and said, you really are fearless. You don't believe it? Su Yang asked. Su Qiaowen did not answer, but her expression already revealed the answer. Who is the valley master of Yaowang Valley? He is one of the 5 most powerful people in the southern region. How could he kneel to you? Is my intuition really accurate? Seeing Su Yang's arrogance, Su Qiaowen couldn't help but waver. At this moment, a sudden noise came from the sky, followed by a loud shout. The people from Yaowang Valley have come to congratulate. Looking in the direction of the sound, 5 people came riding swords. Chapter 26. No, you killed the wrong person. The people from Yaowang Valley are here. That one is Su Songhai. the master of the Tianyao Hall of Yaowang Valley, a 4th grade alchemist, rumored to have reached the 6th grade Liang realm. The one on his left is He Songyin, the 5th elder of Yaowang Valley, 4th grade Liang realm. The one on his right, I recognize, is Zheng Yufeng, the pride of Yaowang Valley. The woman over there, she is by Ningyue, the goddess of Yaowang Valley. And the one in the middle, my God, it's Lai Tiansheng, the valley master of Yaowang Valley. He actually came in person. Everyone introduced the identities of the people one by one, surprised and delighted. Li Tianhai was filled with suspicion. Su Canghai, He Songyan, and Zheng Yufeng had a good relationship with him due to the elder's connection. So it was understandable that they came to congratulate him. But why would the Valley Master and the goddess also come? Back when he made a mistake, it was the Valley Master who personally expelled him from Yaowang Valley. Could it be that the Valley Master has learned that he has reached the Liang realm and specially came to invite him back to Yaowang Valley? It should be. After all, the Liang realm is sought after everywhere, and even Yaowang Valley would strive to recruit him. Moreover, he had a pair of outstanding talents. Even the Valley Master would be moved. Thinking this, Li Tianhai couldn't help but grin proudly. What does it matter if there are 9 Liang realms? What does it matter if Fuyo Pavilion helps? My Yaowang Valley Master has personally arrived. Your Xintian sect is doomed. Su Qiaoen looked at Su Yang with a resentful expression. You want to show off, and now the main character is here. Let's see how you handle it. It seems that her intuition this time was inaccurate. Sigh. She sighed inwardly, feeling quite frustrated. Soon, the 5 landed gracefully. Everyone immediately greeted in unison. We have seen Master Lai, senior brother. The Valley Master of Yaowang Valley has come in person. What should we do now? Xiao Xining asked nervously. The situation was escalating, and Bai Xian had no idea what to do at this moment. I think junior brother, Su, should still be able to handle it. After all, that was the Valley Master of Yaowang Valley, the top boss in the southern region. Even if junior brother Su has 9 Liang realm servants, it would be difficult to handle. Several peak masters were also frustrated. We just wanted to make a name for ourselves by stepping on the Liehua sect a little. There was no need to provoke a big shot like Yaowang Valley. Li Tianhai hurriedly went up to greet them respectfully. Master, thank you for coming. Tianhai feels honored. Lai Tiansheng looked him over with an indifferent expression. You have reached the Liang realm? All of this is thanks to the past cultivation of Yaowang Valley. Otherwise, how could I have today? Everything I have is from Yaowang Valley. Do you want to return to Yaowang Valley? My biggest wish is to return to Yaowang Valley, to serve Yaowang Valley loyally until death. That could be arranged. Li Tianhai was overjoyed upon hearing this. He guessed correctly. Master Li is deeply valued by the Valley Master. Congratulations, congratulations. Chen Chuha was the first to congratulate. Others also hurried to congratulate him, all with flattering faces, trying to curry favor. Because the identity of a disciple of Yaowang Valley is far more weighty than that of the sect master of Liehua sect. Thanks to the Valley Master for your kindness, your kindness. Li Tianhai reciprocated one by one, laughing heartily and full of spirit. However, he soon showed a look of anger, kneeling before Lai Tiansheng and saying, Master, please help your disciple. What is it? My son has achieved Tiangu, and I specially held a banquet to celebrate. But they... Li Tianhai pointed angrily at Su Yang. My son had a bit of a conflict with Xintian sect, and they came to cause trouble, even killing my son and several elders in front of my disciple. This is utterly vile. Please help my son seek justice. What do you want to do? Lai Tianxing asked. I want them to pay in blood for blood. Especially him. The main culprit is him. I want to crush him to ashes, never to be reborn. Li Tianhai glared at Su Yang, gritting his teeth, filled with indignation. Lai Tianxing frowned, showing displeasure. Chen Shuha saw this, and thought the Valley Master was angered by the actions of Xintian's sect, and quickly seized a rare opportunity to curry favor. Master Lai, I am a disciple of Qingyun's sect. My father, Chen Qingshan, is the current sect master of Qingyun's sect. This time, I was sent by my father to congratulate the Liehua sect on gaining a pair of outstanding talents. But I never expected Xintian's sect to come and cause trouble, even killing in public. I couldn't stand it. So I allied with Master Li to share the hatred together. However, Xintian sect has 9 Liang realms assisting them. And Fuyo Pavilion is also helping them oppress us, completely disregarding us. This person even dared to shout that even Master Lai would have to kneel before him. Such arrogance and disregard for others is truly infuriating. I earnestly request Yaowang Valley to take action against him, and my Qingyan sect is willing to serve as a loyal dog. Seeing Chen Shuhe act so quickly, everyone naturally did not want to fall behind, each one scrambling to stand up and express their stance. Our Tiandao sect requests Yaowang Valley to take action. Our Dayu sect requests Yaowang Valley to take action. Our Donghai sect requests Yaowang Valley to take action. Xiantian's sect once again became the target of public criticism, and this time they were facing the top force in the southern region, Yaowang Valley. Lu Jinming and Su Qiaoen both looked at Su Yang, their expressions very serious. This person is indeed mysterious and unpredictable. Given time, he will surely make a name for himself in the southern region. But the problem is he has offended Yaowang Valley, and he won't have that chance at all. Their choice this time seems to have been a wrong gamble. Do you all want to destroy Xiantian's sect? Lai Tiansheng scanned the crowd and asked. This sect must be eliminated, or the public anger will not subside. Chen Shuhe was the first to declare. Others followed suit, all filled with hatred towards Xiantian's sect, as if it had stolen their wives. This is outrageous. Bai Ningyue could no longer listen, her eyes filled with strong, killing intent. Because she is now Su Yang's disciple, these people wanting to annihilate Xiantian's sect would mean including her as well. Chen Shuhe saw that the goddess of Yaowang Valley, who was usually gentle, was also enraged, showing that his actions had achieved the desired effect, and he couldn't help but feel proud. Since you all want to destroy Xiantian's sect, I will fulfill your wishes. Lai Tianxing coldly commanded, Su Canghai, He Songnian, take action. Yes, master. The two immediately accepted the order. I also want to kill. Bai Ningyue drew her sword, unable to suppress her urge to kill. Everyone was overjoyed, waiting to see the annihilation of Xiantian's sect. Chen Shuhe even taunted Lu Jinming. Lu Jinming, it proves that you were wrong. I was right. Wait to die. Lu Jinming clenched his fists, extremely unwilling. But in the next second, a sword shadow flashed by in an instant, and Chen Shuhe suddenly felt difficulty breathing. Unable to catch his breath, he suddenly had a blood mark appear on his neck, and blood gushed out immediately. Why? Chen Shuhe stared blankly at Bai Ningyue, confusion filling his eyes. You deserve to die. Bai Ningyue's cold gaze was chilling, her killing intent palpable. Everyone was dumbfounded. Had she lost her mind in anger? Someone quickly reminded her, Goddess Bai, you killed the wrong person. He is the young master of the Qingyan sect, not. But before they could finish their sentence, Su Canghai's sword had already pierced through his heart. You. He was equally dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground. The crowd was shocked. What was going on? Weren't they here to exterminate the Xiantian sect? Chapter 27. I want to be a servant, Su Hall Master, Goddess Bai. They are not from the Xiantian sect. It's them, they. Li Tianhai hurriedly explained. The ones being killed are these blind fools. Bai Ningyue coldly replied, swinging her sword once more, taking another life. Then the onslaught began, charging forward with swords drawn, hacking down anyone in sight. Su Canghai and He Songnian followed closely behind. Both were at the Sunfire realm, killing far faster than Bai Ningyue, as easy as chopping vegetables. Now everyone finally realized that the ones targeted by the Yaowang Valley were them. They had gone mad. Run. No one dared to oppose the Yaowang Valley. Their first instinct was to flee. But Su Yang had already ordered the 9 stars to block all escape routes. No matter which direction they ran, they couldn't escape. In just a short while, the ground was littered with bodies, blood flowing like a river. Damn it! Zhao Qingshan realized he was doomed today, glaring at Lu Jinming and charging at him. With that momentum, he was determined to take Lu Jinming down with him, using all his strength without leaving any room for himself. With his second-rank Sunfire Realm cultivation, Lu Jinming couldn't withstand this desperate attack, his face changing drastically. But at that moment, Su Yang pointed at Zhao Qingshan. The overwhelming force from the same realm swept over like a thunderbolt, smashing into Zhao Qingshan. Just as his sword was half a meter away from Lu Jinming, it could no longer advance an inch, instantly dying with no bones left. Instant kill. Lu Jinming looked at Su Yang in shock. He thought he could only instant kill those at the Haoyue realm, but unexpectedly, Even those at the Sunfire realm could be annihilated with a snap of his fingers. How terrifying was this strength? It was likely that even the leader of the Yaowang Valley couldn't do this. He had underestimated him. He quickly bowed in gratitude, feeling immensely thankful. You save yourself, Su Yang said lightly. Lu Jinming, still shaken, was glad he had escaped the Qingyun sect in time. Otherwise, he looked at the lifeless Chun Chuha, feeling extremely fortunate. He then made a decision, cupping his hands in request. Now that I have nowhere to go, may I join your sect? Su Yang understood his thoughts. With the young master of the Qingyun sect dead, they would undoubtedly come looking for him. I am Su Yang, the master of the falling sky peak. I can take you as a servant. Servant? Lu Jinming was taken aback. Su Qiaoan, standing nearby, was also confused. Was it not insulting to make a half-step Sunfire Realm expert a servant? However, she didn't dare to speak up now, thinking Lu Jinming probably wouldn't agree. If you don't want to, that's fine. Su Yang did not insist. Lu Jinming gritted his teeth, but bowed deeply, master of the peak. Please allow me to bow to you. He had gone mad. He actually agreed. Su Qiaoan was speechless. Su Yang turned to her and said, if you don't want to stay at the Fuyo Pavilion, you can come to my falling sky peak to keep him company. Su Qiaoan twitched her mouth and smiled awkwardly. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't think I have that fortune. I only give you one chance. If you miss it, it's gone. Thank you very much. Su Qiaoan complained in her heart, thinking she would have to be crazy to leave the vice master position to be a servant for him. Then she saw Su Yang take out a pill in front of her. Heavenly Essence Pill. Su Qiaoan's eyes widened. Since you have become my servant, I want to treat you poorly. This pill is for you as a meeting gift. Su Yang handed it over. Lu Jinming couldn't believe it. Master, is this really for me? Don't want it? Yes, yes, yes. Lu Jinming hurriedly accepted, overjoyed. He was of the Xianbone, having endured countless hardships to reach his current cultivation. But due to limitations in talent, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through, always stuck at half-step Sunfire Realm. Now, with the Heavenly Essence Pill, once he became a Heavenly Bone, he would surely break through. What level of cultivation method are you practicing? Su Yang asked. Reporting to the master, I am practicing a method called Qing Feng Ju, a Xian level method. Lu Jinming replied respectfully. That's a bit low. From now on, you should practice this earth level method. Su Yang took out a manual and handed it to him. Thank you, master. Lu Jinming was ecstatic. He had felt wronged earlier, but now he thought being a servant was too good. I am proud to be a servant. Can you give me another chance? Su Qiaoan said enviously. I want to go mad. I want to be a servant. I said, the opportunity is only once. It's too late to regret now. Su Yang directly refused. Come on, look at me as a woman. As the saying goes, men and women work well together. So it's not tiring. I can do the work he can do, and I can also do what he can't do. For example, warming your bed, washing your feet, massaging your back. I'm proficient in everything. Su Qiaoan looked at Su Yang with a pitiful gaze, even acting cute. Just give me a chance, please. Women really have a natural advantage. No, if she comes, I definitely won't be able to showcase my value. Lu Jinming quickly said, Master, although I'm a man, as long as you don't restrict gender too strictly, I can do it too. Su Yang had a black line on his face. Lu Jinming, what do you mean? Su Qiaoan complained. The master gave you a chance. It was you who didn't seize it. As the vice master of the Fuyo Pavilion, don't you think it's degrading to speak in such a way? Lu Jinming said without courtesy. I'm a woman. Women are changeable, changing 18 times a day. Is that wrong? You're being unreasonable. You're talking reason with a woman. No wonder you're single. I'm single and I'm happy. Single dog. You capricious person. A Sunfire Realm and a quasi-Sunfire Realm were arguing over who would be the servant, causing a commotion that left the nearby disciples of the Xiantian sect dumbfounded. They were secretly glad they had joined the Xiantian sect a step earlier. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the qualification to be servants at the Falling Sky Peak. Enough, everyone shut up, Su Yang said coldly, and only then did the two stop arguing. Meanwhile, the massacre was nearing its end. The once joyous Tianzhao banquet had turned into a hell on earth. Li Tianhai was the only survivor. Now looking at the corpses everywhere, his face pale, legs weak, and terrified, he looked at Lai Tiancheng, stammering, Master, why? Are you asking me why I didn't kill you? Lai Tiancheng stared at him expressionlessly. Clearly, It was the Xiantian sect that caused trouble, especially him. Who killed my son and slandered you? Why didn't you kill him? You didn't say. I almost forgot. Lai Tianqing turned and walked toward Su Yang. The disciples of the Xiantian sect immediately grew tense. Lu Zhenming and Su Qiaowen also had their hearts in their throats. Kill him! Kill him! Li Tianhai's expression turned ferocious, thinking the master was going to make a move against the Xiantian sect. But when Lai Tianqing reached Su Yang, he suddenly knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." Chapter 28. The succession ceremony by Ning Yue had been captured. What the hell? The master of the Yaowang Valley actually kneeled down and called him Senior? Before everyone could react, Bai Ning Yue also walked over and knelt on the ground. Disciple pays respects to the master. Those who insult my master have all been put to death, except for Li Tianhai. What? Master? When did the goddess of the Yaowang Valley become his disciple? Everyone stood there, as if their brains had crashed, unable to process what was happening. The most unacceptable thing is Li Tianhai, who keeps shaking his head and mumbling. This is impossible, impossible, it must be fake. How did you all get here? Suyang Asked, Master, didn't you tell your disciple that you were coming to the Liuhua sect to settle accounts? Bai Ning Yue explained. The Valley Master came to support you as soon as he healed his injuries. You really care? Su Yang smiled slightly. This is what the younger generation should do. Lai Tianqing said respectfully, what about those three? Su Yang pointed to Su Songhai and the others. They quickly knelt down and bowed to the elder. The three were extremely shocked. What kind of existence is Li Tianhai, who even makes the Valley Master kneel and call him elder? Why is he just a peak master of the Xiantian sect? When my disciple and the Valley Master came, we encountered them on the way. They came to attend the Tianjiao banquet and said they were here to support Li Tianhai on the orders of Luo Nansheng. So we came with them, Bai Ning Yue explained. So, they are Luo Nansheng's people? Su Yang's gaze turned slightly cold. No, we have already turned to the light and sworn loyalty to the Valley Master. Yes, we are now the Valley Master's people. The three hurriedly explained, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads, fearing Su Yang would kill them with just a finger. Master, I gave them soul-shattering pills so they dare not betray. This pill is a high-grade spirit pill. Once taken, if there is no antidote within a certain time, the soul will shatter. Hearing this, Su Yang withdrew his gaze and turned to Li Tianhai. Why not kill him? We need to go back to deal with Luo Nansheng. He is still useful, Lai Tianqing said. Useful for what? Su Yang Asked. I have long discovered that Li Tianhai is Luo Nansheng's illegitimate son. Illegitimat. This was unexpected for Su Yang. No wonder Luo Nansheng took such good care of a disciple expelled from the Medicine King Valley, even bestowing him with the Tian Sui Dan. I am the son of the Grand Elder? Li Tianhai was very surprised. Even he himself was unaware. Master, according to the information from those three, they have already determined that the Valley Master is dead, claiming that I killed the Valley Master. Now the Medicine King Valley is controlled by Luo Nansheng, supporting Chu Qinghe to ascend to the position of the next Valley Master heir. The succession ceremony will be held in 3 days. Upon hearing this, a cold light flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Then let this succession ceremony become their day of mourning. Master, we are willing to accompany you, the 9 maidens immediately expressed. Qi Baixian also said, Su Shidi, we are also willing to lend a helping hand. Senior brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but this time we are causing a commotion at the Liuhua sect, and the news will spread quickly. Those sects that have been killed will definitely come seeking revenge. You should return and prepare. Su Yang also asked the 9 maidens and Lu Zhenming to stay at the Xiantian sect to help. As for Su Qiaowen, he also expressed that he would lead the disciples of the Fuyo Pavilion to advance and retreat together with the Xiantian sect. After arranging everything, Su Yang set off with Lai Tianqing and the others to the Medicine King Valley. The current Medicine King Valley was extraordinarily lively. As one of the 5 great sects in the southern region, its status is exceptional. So many affiliated sects certainly came to congratulate. The Valley Master succession ceremony was such an important occasion that they had to come to show their support. Moreover, disciples of the Medicine King Valley who were out training also rushed back. Inside the Great Hall, it was crowded with people. Outside the Great Hall, Disciples were also standing densely. Looking around, the large square was filled with a dark mass, with at least tens of thousands of people. Everyone was in high spirits, some even exuding very strong auras, sharp and dazzling. If they all mobilized, they could almost sweep the southern region. This is the strength and foundation of a divine sect, far beyond that of a top-tier sect. At this moment, in a certain room, Chuchinga stood in front of the mirror, stretching out his arms as a maid draped a magnificent robe over him. He looked at his well-dressed self in the mirror, his mouth curled up, exuding an indescribable aura of confidence and satisfaction. Today, he would become one of the most powerful people in the southern region. He had waited a long time for this day. After Chuchinga was dressed, Luo Nansheng pushed the door and entered. The maid discreetly withdrew. "Master, is everyone here?" Chuchinga asked. "Almost everyone is here, but Su Tsang-Hai and the others haven't returned from the Liuhua sect yet. What are they doing? Don't they know today is my succession ceremony?" Chuchinga showed a displeased expression. Logically, they should have returned early. For some reason, today, he felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. "Master, now that the Medicine King Valley is in our hands, what could go wrong? I think you've been too worried lately." Chuchinga didn't care. Perhaps, but as long as Bai Ningyue is not eliminated, she remains a hidden danger, Luo Nansheng said with concern. She has now become the center of the Medicine King Valley. She probably doesn't dare to show her face now. Moreover, you said that Lai Tianqing must have had his soul shattered. With just her alone, what kind of trouble could she cause? Chuchinga waved his sleeve and said, "Once I take over the Medicine King Valley and everything settles, I'll send someone to that Xiantian sect to deal with her." Saying this, he smiled slightly, adding that he would also bring back Li Shixiang and his son, so that Master and his family could reunite. Luo Nansheng nodded in satisfaction. "You are thoughtful. But I've already sent Su Tsang-Hai and the others to fetch them. However, there has been no news from them for a long time." At this moment, a disciple outside reminded Grand Elder Chu Shixiang the auspicious time has arrived. "Master, don't worry too much. Let's start the succession ceremony," said Luo Nansheng. "All right." Luo Nansheng had no choice but to set aside the matter. The two then walked out of the room and came to the outside of the Great Hall. "The new Valley Master has arrived," a disciple shouted loudly. Everyone inside and outside the hall immediately perked up and stood straight. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of disciples, Chuchinga walked proudly towards the throne, feeling extremely excited. "I'm finally going to be the Valley Master." As he stepped onto the steps and stood before the throne, Luo Nansheng announced loudly, "The former Valley Master Lai Tianqing has unfortunately passed away. Today, our sect's divine son, Chuchinga, will take over the position of Valley Master. Now, please welcome the new Valley Master to ascend the great throne." "Please, Valley Master, ascend a great throne." The disciples all congratulated in unison, their voices soaring to the sky. Chuchinga could hardly wait to sit down. But at that moment, a sudden sound of breaking air came from the sky. The disciples all looked up. They saw 6 people flying in the air. It was Su Yang and the others. Lai Tianqing was not among them. Li Tianhai was wearing a hood. "Senior sister? What senior sister?" "She killed the Valley Master and has already been expelled from the Medicine King Valley." "How did she come back?" "She must have been captured by Su Tianzh and the others." Amidst the discussions among the disciples, the 6 landed gracefully. Upon seeing Bai Ningyue, Chuchinga's expression involuntarily brightened. Chapter 29. "You dare to touch my disciple." It turned out Su Tsang-Hai had gone to capture Bai Ningyue. No wonder he returned late. "Su Tianzh, He Chong Lao, you did well." Chuchinga immediately praised with a smile. "Chuchinga, you are mistaken. I wasn't captured. I came on behalf of the Xiantian sect to visit the Medicine King Valley," Bai Ningyue said coldly. Everyone was taken aback. Bai Ningyue joined the Xiantian sect? How could the divine maiden join a second-rate sect? Has she lost her mind? "Su Tsang-Hai, what is going on?" Chuchinga frowned and asked. As Ningyue said, "She is now a disciple of the Xiantian sect and came back with us." Su Tsang-Hai replied indifferently. "Are you all stupid? Don't you know she killed the Valley Master?" Chuchinga said unhappily. "The one who harmed the Valley Master is you." Bai Ningyue raised her hand and pointed at Chuchinga, angrily shouting, "Luo Nansheng deliberately framed me to make you the heir, and even sent He to kill me. If it weren't for my master saving me, I would have already fallen into your hands. As soon as these words came out, the entire place was in an uproar. Nonsense. Chu Qinghe immediately denied it. How could the Grand Elder do such a thing? Bai Ningyue is just trying to turn black into white to save herself. Su Tangzhu, Elder-He, you have all been deceived. Now, as the newly appointed Valley Master, I command you to capture Bai Ningyue. But the two remained unmoved. Didn't you hear? Move now. Chu Qinghe shouted. They have already seen through your true colors and will no longer assist in your tyranny. Bai Ningyue sneered. You. Chu Qinghe was furious. Su Canghai, He Songyan, are you really going to betray me? Luo Nansheng asked sternly. Great Elder, stop now. It's not too late to back down. Su Canghai advised. Traitors. Luo Nansheng would not listen to the advice. His gaze turned cold, and he immediately shouted, Su Canghai, He Songyan, Zheng Yufeng have listened to Bai Ningyue's instigation and have already betrayed the Medicine King Valley. Where are the disciples from the Earth Medicine Hall, Mysterious Medicine Hall, and Yellow Medicine Hall? Present. 3 people responded immediately. Capture them. Luo Nansheng ordered. Understood. The 3 hall masters immediately released their aura. All at the mid-stage of the Fiery Sun realm. The disciples from the 3 halls also drew their weapons. Luo Nansheng, you better tell them to stand down, or I will kill him. Bai Ningyue pulled Li Tianhai to the front and removed his hood. At this moment, Li Tianhai had been rendered powerless, covered in wounds, and was on the verge of death, looking very tragic. Luo Nansheng's heart sank, and he quickly shouted for them to stop. Everyone was confused. Who is this person? He is the great elder's disciple, Li Tianhai, who has long been expelled from the Medicine King Valley. Just a discarded disciple. The great elder seems to be very worried about him, the other disciples whispered. Bai Ningyue, release him at once, and I can spare your life. Luo Nansheng said in a deep voice. Master, we can't let the tiger return to the mountain. Shut up. Luo Nansheng immediately interrupted Chu Qinghe. It seems you care about him a lot. If you want me to release him, you must admit to the wrongdoing you committed. Bai Ningyue sneered. Bai Ningyue, don't be delusional. Zhuqing sao det an vili. Fine then. Bai Ningyue suddenly grabbed Li Tianhai's arm and twisted it hard. Crack. The whole arm was twisted into a spiral shape, causing Li Tianhai to scream in pain. Bai Ningyue. Luo Nansheng was furious, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. If you don't want him to suffer, then do as I say, Bai Ningyue warned. How can I trust you? Let us make a pact as proof. Bai Ningyue bit her finger and wrote a line of blood characters in the air, with blood as the contract. If a practitioner breaks the agreement, they will suffer backlash. Luo Nansheng glanced at the blood characters in the air, confirmed the content was fine, and squeezed out a drop of blood. Master, no. Chu Qinghe desperately advised. Do you want me to send a white-haired person to bury a black-haired person? Luo Nansheng glared at him and insisted on sending the blood over. The pact is established. Now, you can tell the truth. Bai Ningyue said. Luo Nansheng did not hesitate and revealed the truth. Bai Ningyue was right. It was I who framed Bai Ningyue to make Chu Qinghe the heir and take control of the Medicine King Valley, and sent He to kill her. Everyone was shocked. Many disciples showed anger, not expecting the great elder and Chu Qinghe to be such people. Luo Nansheng was indifferent to their reactions. His gaze fixed on Bai Ningyue. Now release him. Bai Ningyue pushed Li Tianhai in front of Luo Nansheng with one hand. Tianhai, quickly take this. Luo Nansheng immediately took out a golden sun pill and let Li Tianhai consume it. However, Li Tianhai's injuries were too severe and he couldn't recover for a while. Luo Nansheng let him enter the main hall to heal. He then glared at Bai Ningyue, saying, Now, your death is imminent. Bai Ningyue fearlessly replied, You two are the ones who should be punished. All disciples, obey orders, quickly capture these two. The disciples looked at each other, but no one dared to act. Bai Ningyue frowned and said, What are you waiting for? Capture them. Yet still no one dared to move. Luo Nansheng sneered coldly. Do you think that forcing me to admit will work? I've managed the Medicine King Valley for so many years. How could a little girl like you overthrow me? Bai Ningyue's expression darkened. Bai Ningyue, you are too naive. The Medicine King Valley is already Master S-World. Even if they know the truth, what can they do to help you? Don't forget, this is a world where strength is paramount. The truth doesn't matter, and power can control everything. If Lai Tiancheng were still alive, perhaps you would have a chance, but unfortunately, he is dead. Therefore, today you cannot escape death. Chu Qinghe laughed triumphantly. Then you'll be disappointed. The Valley Master is still alive. Binding Yue's words immediately caused an uproar among the disciples. Liao Baichuan, the Hall Master of the Earth Medicine Hall, hurriedly asked, "Are you serious? The Valley Master is still alive?" Before Binding Yue could answer, Chu Qinghe interjected, "Hall Master Liao, do you believe such nonsense? Lai Tiancheng's soul is damaged. He cannot survive. She is deceiving you." "That's right, with a damaged soul. How could he possibly survive?" But Binding Yue shouted loudly, "No one can save the Valley Master, but my master can." He intervened, and the Valley Master is already recovered. Chu Qinghe scoffed, "Binding Yue, do you even believe what you're saying? Him? Your master? I think you must be out of your mind to take such trash as your master. Insult my master." Binding Yue's expression darkened with anger, and she immediately drew her sword to kill. Her aura exploded forth, startling Chu Qinghe. 7th grade Bright Moon Realm. She actually broke through again. "Master, save me." Chu Qinghe shouted anxiously. "You dare to kill my disciple in front of me?" Luo Nanxing's gaze turned cold. Su Yang casually replied, "You dare to move against my disciple?" Chapter 30. The Ancestor of the Medicine King Valley. Binding Yue thrust her sword at Chu Qinghe. Luo Nansheng immediately stepped in front, reaching out with bare hands. A terrifying aura emanated from him, and behind him, a sun-like figure emerged, shining brightly. Moreover, in the blazing sun, there was a figure sitting cross-legged, gathering the sun's essence. This was a sign of about to break through to the Earth Essence realm. Although he was still in the Fiery Sun realm, his strength had already surpassed the 10th grade of the Fiery Sun realm. Unexpectedly, the Great Elder had taken this step. Barring any accidents, the Medicine King Valley would soon have another Earth Essence realm powerhouse. The disciples were all astonished. Chu Qinghe wore a cold smile, with the master present. "Who could kill me? Binding Yue, you are doomed." But at that moment, Luo Nanxing suddenly felt a mysterious and unfathomable power sweeping in. The sun behind him was instantly shattered, with no resistance, and was sent tumbling out, crashing to the ground with a loud bang, sending debris flying. Poof! Luo Nansheng spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Binding Yue's attack continued unhindered, thrusting towards Chu Qinghe. Chu Qinghe never expected his master would be injured, and he was completely unprepared, unable to dodge in time. No! His face changed dramatically, and he instinctively begged for mercy. But Binding Yue gave him no chance, unhesitatingly stabbing into his heart. "You!" Chu Qinghe stared in disbelief. Today was supposed to be his succession ceremony. Why did it turn out like this? This is the consequence of insulting my master. Binding Yue pulled out her sword, blood gushing forth, and Chu Qinghe fell unwillingly. Before dying, he struggled to look at the throne in the main hall. That was the position he had long coveted. Just one step away, just one step away. Then his body went limp, and he died on the spot. "Qinghe!" Luo Nanxing cried out in despair. Everyone's gaze fell in unison on Su Yang, all stunned into silence. The Great Elder, who had already begun gathering the essence, was severely injured by this person in one move. We mocked Binding Yue for being foolish and taking such trash as her master. It turns out we were the blind ones. Is he really a person from a second-rate sect? Binding Yue flicked the blood from her sword and coldly surveyed the crowd, questioning. Now, is there anyone who still looks down on my master? No one responded. They were all shaken by Su Yang's strength. The vast square was silent. Oomph. Binding Yue let out a satisfied hum, walked up to Su Yang, and respectfully bowed, thanking her master for his assistance. With the master here, no one can touch you. Do whatever you want. Yes, master. Binding Yue felt joyful in her heart. Having her master backing her up felt great. Don't be arrogant. Luo Nansheng stood up, clutching his chest, his eyes filled with anger as he said hatefully, "No matter how powerful you are just one person. My Medicine King Valley has tens of thousands of disciples. Even if it takes time, we can wear you down to death. Is that so?" Su Yang scanned the surroundings. The Medicine King Valley indeed had a large number of people, including quite a few experts in the Rising Sun and Full Moon realms. Su Yang was currently only in the Rising Sun realm, while he could crush others of the same realm, facing tens of thousands of opponents could indeed wear him down. However, Su Yang had his trump cards. Even if 100,000 came from the Medicine King Valley, he wouldn't take them seriously. Luo Nansheng, you are insidious and shameless, acting unilaterally. You're not worthy of being the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley. How could they listen to you? Binding Yue shouted. You are now a disciple of Xiantian's sect, not the goddess of my Medicine King Valley. Why does an outsider have to judge me? You. Binding Yue was momentarily speechless. Luo Nansheng raised his voice and declared, Disciples of Medicine King Valley, listen up. Binding Yue has joined Xiantian's sect and has nothing to do with my Medicine King Valley. No matter what reasons they have as master and disciple. If they dare to run rampant in my Medicine King Valley, not only did they injure me, but they also killed the heir of the valley. My Medicine King Valley, as one of the 5 great sects of the southern region, has never suffered such humiliation. If we don't deal with these two today, how can my Medicine King Valley maintain its face? Where is our dignity? The disciples felt this made sense. Regardless of what the Grand Elder and the goddess had done previously, they were still people of Medicine King Valley. Even if Binding Yue was wronged by the Grand Elder, she had already severed ties with Medicine King Valley by switching to another sect. Now, these two outsiders were being aggressive in Medicine King Valley, which was tantamount to being enemies with all the disciples. This was a matter of stance. The dignity of the sect could not be offended. Liao Baichuan, the head of the Earth Medicine Hall, was the first to express his opinion. The Grand Elder is right. My Medicine King Valley does not allow any outsiders to run wild. Binding Yue, although we have personal ties, you're no longer one of us. Killing our sect's heir cannot be forgiven. That's right. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. Kill them to avenge the heir. Kill, kill, kill. The disciples shouted in unison, their battle cries shaking the heavens. This took Binding Yue by surprise, seeing them all righteous and filled with murderous intent. She felt very helpless. She could only seek help from Su Yang. Master, what should we do? Su Yang's expression was calm as he replied lightly, If they really want to make a move, I will have to kill them all. He understood the attitude of Medicine King Valley. If he were in their position, he would do the same. But if they wanted to kill him, that would be seeking their own death. Binding Yue grew anxious. She had only come to seek revenge on Luo Nansheng and couldn't let her master destroy Medicine King Valley. She quickly shouted, You all calm down. The Valley Master is coming soon. Don't offend my master any further, or you will lose your lives. The Valley Master is already dead. You can't fool us. Do you really think your master has 3 heads and 6 arms? Are we afraid of him with so many of us? The emotions of the disciples had already been stirred up, and they wouldn't listen to Binding Yue's good advice at all. Luo Nansheng seized the opportunity and ordered, Disciples, listen up. Kill those 2. Kill. Over 10,000 disciples shouted in unison, their momentum soaring to the skies, far beyond what a single rising sun realm could compare to. But at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out, Stop it. Following the sound, 2 figures quickly flew over. The Valley Master? Am I hallucinating? The Valley Master is really not dead. Who is the person next to the Valley Master? It's the ancestor. What? The ancestor? He actually came too. The disciples looked at the white-haired, kind-looking elder in astonishment. The reason the sect was called a sect and looked down upon the southern region was not only because of the son and daughter of the sect, but also because of a powerful Earth Soul realm expert sitting in charge. The ancestor of Medicine King Valley, by Shi, was an Earth Soul realm expert and was also the master of Lai Tianqing and Luo Nansheng. Fortunately, we made it in time. Binding Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. How is this possible? How is he still alive? And he even brought the master with him. Luo Nansheng was exceptionally surprised. Soon, the 2 landed. Lai Tianqing glanced at Su Yang, secretly relieved. It was good to arrive in time. If he had been a moment later, his Medicine King Valley would have been finished. The disciples all knelt down in worship, greeting the ancestor and the Valley Master. Get up. Bai Shixian waved his hand. The disciple stood up. Bai Shixian glared at Luo Nansheng. You unworthy disciple. Do you know your crimes? Chapter 31, He is not crazy. He is about to reveal his trump card. I did nothing wrong. Luo Nansheng frowned and denied vehemently. Unworthy disciple, at this point, you still do not repent. Tianqing has told me everything. It was you who incited him to break through to the Earth Soul realm, causing his soul to be damaged. Bai Ningyue took him to find someone for treatment, and you sent people to kill those too. Afterward, you framed Bai Ningyue for Tiancheng's death and supported your disciple to become the heir, manipulating Medicine King Valley from the shadows. One by one, did I say anything wrong? Bai Shixian questioned sternly. Yes, I did it all, so what? Luo Nansheng retorted excitedly. The position of Valley Master should have been mine. He has always been inferior to me. Just because I was careless during the competition and accidentally lost to him, you passed the Valley Master position to him. If you hadn't been so hasty and biased, not giving me another chance, could I have done this? Luo Nansheng said, agitated. You were arrogant and didn't seize the opportunity, yet you blame others. Fortunately, I didn't pass it to you back then. A person like you is simply unworthy. Unworthy? Luo Nansheng suddenly burst into laughter, appearing almost insane. Master, he seems to have gone crazy, Bai Ningyue muttered softly. No, he is about to reveal his trump card. Su Yang had already activated the eye of the Emperor Master and saw through Luo Nansheng's secrets clearly. Trump card? What trump card? Does your Medicine King Valley have a sealed alchemy cauldron? Master, you even know this. Bai Ningyue was very surprised. This matter was almost impossible for outsiders to know, except for a few people in the Medicine King Valley. The means of the master were indeed unimaginable. That alchemy cauldron is currently hidden on him, Su Yang said. What? Bai Ningyue was instantly shocked. Just then, Luo Nansheng let out a loud roar. I will show you right now whether I am worthy. As he spoke, he spread his arms, and a black alchemy cauldron flew out of his body, dark as ink, ancient and weathered, exuding a hint of a strange aura. Bai Shixian was greatly shocked and shouted angrily, Unworthy disciple, you actually released this demonic cauldron. Are you insane? You forced me to do this. You bastard. Bai Shixian stepped forward. The ground seemed to move beneath his feet, instantly teleporting Luo Nansheng in front of him, shortening the distance, moving mountains and seas. This was the Earth Soul realm, using the soul as a guide to communicate with the Earth, borrowing the power of the Earth for one's own use. Bai Shixian raised his hand and aimed to strike Luo Nansheng, wanting to clean up the mess. But suddenly, the alchemy cauldron emitted a beam of black light, rushing into Luo Nansheng's body. Instantly, a black aura surrounded his eyes, as if he had become a different person, his entire body exuding a strange aura that made others very uncomfortable. Bang! Bai Shixian's palm struck him. The power of this palm was so strong that the ground shook. As if an earthquake had occurred, cracks opened up and quickly spread, scaring the disciples to quickly fly away on their swords. The entire square was forcibly shaken down half a meter, becoming a hollow pit, unrecognizable and in disarray. This is the Earth's soul realm. How terrifying. The disciples flew in the air on their swords. Looking at the scene below, all of them were extremely shocked. Such a terrifying palm. It was clear that the Grand Elder would definitely find it hard to withstand. But Luo Nansheng seemed unfazed, completely unharmed, with a hint of a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Master, you are too weak. Bai Shixian's eyes widened, and he struck out with a palm again. His attack even fiercer. Luo Nansheng casually met it with his own palm. Boom! The two palms collided, shaking the space. Bai Shixian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like an arrow. Ancestor! Master! Everyone exclaimed in shock. Lai Tiancheng quickly flew over to catch Bai Shixian and took out a Jinyang dam for him to take. This sinful disciple has absorbed the power of the demon cauldron and has already fallen into madness. His cultivation level has probably reached the 5th rank of the Earth Soul realm, or even higher. Bai Shixian was only at the 1st rank of the Earth Soul realm and was far from being a match. He struggled to squeeze out a sentence. I'll hold him off. You take the disciples and leave. Escape as much as you can. At the Earth Soul realm, victory is no longer just about numbers. But Master, Lai Tiancheng couldn't bear it, knowing that the Master was in great danger. Stop being sentimental. Do you want the Medicine King Valley to be destroyed at the hands of this sinful disciple? Hurry! Bai Shixian was extremely anxious. But Lai Tiancheng said, Master, don't worry. Perhaps someone can deal with Luo Nansheng. Who? Him. Lai Tiancheng pointed to Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang was opening the eye of the emperor teacher, staring intently at the Danding. This cauldron was an ancient artifact, containing a terrifying evil power within. If fully absorbed, one's cultivation could directly reach the peak of the heavenly soul realm. However, the mind would also be affected if the will was not strong enough. It would be easy to fall into madness, becoming bloodthirsty and cruel. But this was not the biggest secret of this cauldron. It also hid a mystery. It was actually sealing such a treasure, and it must be obtained. After Su Yang discerned the mystery of the Danding, he immediately felt a surge of excitement. However, to unlock the seal, he must absorb all of this evil power. He also figured out how to absorb it. Naturally, Su Yang wouldn't absorb it himself. Otherwise, he would become a ruthless killer, which would be troublesome. So he decided to let Luo Nanxing do it. As for how to deal with him after he absorbed it, Su Yang had his own cards to play. Just as he made up his mind, Bai Shixian's gaze fell on him. Seeing Su Yang riding the most useless flying sword, his aura ordinary, Bai Shixian frowned and shouted, "Nonsense! This person is even inferior to an outer disciple of my Medicine King Valley. How could he possibly deal with that sinful disciple?" "No, Master, he..." Lai Tianqing was about to explain, but Su Yang had already flown towards Luo Nanxing on his sword. What was he doing? Everyone was puzzled. "Master is going to take action. With my master here, you don't need to worry," Bai Ningyue said proudly. "Master, just watch. This senior's methods are unprecedented. He will definitely be able to deal with Luo Nanxing." Lai Tianqing also assured Bai Shixian. "Is that true?" Bai Shixian was skeptical, but disciples generally wouldn't speak without basis, so he decided to observe the situation. At this moment, Luo Nanxing was absorbing the power of the demon cauldron, and when his cultivation reached the 7th rank of the Earth Soul realm, he found it difficult to absorb any further. He tried several times to no avail, feeling very unwilling. "Is it that I can't absorb it anymore?" Su Yang's voice came over. "So what if I can't absorb it? With my current strength, killing you will be a piece of cake," Luo Nanxing confidently declared. "I know how to fully absorb this power." "You know?" Luo Nanxing was slightly taken aback. How could he know? Bai Shixian was also very surprised. This demon cauldron had been sealed in the Medicine King Valley for many years, unknown to outsiders, and even he didn't know the method to absorb it. "I told you, the senior's methods are mysterious and unpredictable. He will definitely seize the power of the demon cauldron," Lai Tianqing said with a smile. However, Su Yang said, "I can tell you how to do it." Chapter 32. Kneel. When you are told to kneel, everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Luo Nanxing was already difficult to deal with. If he were allowed to fully absorb the power of the demon cauldron, not only would the Medicine King Valley face destruction, but the southern region would also face a catastrophe. Bai Shixian quickly shouted, "Don't tell him." But Su Yang ignored his advice and stated the truth. The demon cauldron is bloodthirsty. As long as blood is used as a guide, it can be recognized. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Luo Nanxing suddenly realized, a wicked smile appearing on his face. "Good, if I really absorb all the power of the demon cauldron, perhaps I will spare your life." He then cut his wrist, letting blood drip into the demon cauldron. The cauldron immediately trembled as if it had caught a whiff of a delicacy, appearing extremely excited. Following that, the evil power within the cauldron poured out toward Luo Nanxing, drawn by the scent of blood. Everyone was astonished at the sight. "Bai Ningyue, this is your master's doing." He was clearly afraid for his life, and, in order to survive, was willing to ally with Luo Nanxing. "You still take pride in him. How shameful." Everyone scolded Bai Ningyue, filled with righteous indignation. "You are not allowed to speak ill of my master." Bai Ningyue, though not knowing why her master was doing this, chose to trust him unconditionally. "Is this the so-called senior expert you mentioned? He is trying to kill us." Bai Shixian was also furious, glaring at Lai Tianqing and reprimanding him. Lai Tianqing didn't know how to explain. "What are you waiting for? While he is still absorbing, hurry and take the disciples to escape," Bai Shixian urged. Only then did Lai Tianqing come to his senses, but he glanced at Su Yang and, seeing him calm and composed, weakly said, "Master, the senior may have other plans." What plans could he possibly have? Is he waiting for that sinful disciple to absorb all the power of the demon cauldron before acting? That might be possible. Possible, my foot. Bai Shixian was furious, his face flushed with anger. What sin have I committed? Accepting a sinful disciple is bad enough. And now you are disappointing me too. If what you say is true, I would rather worship you as my master. What are you still doing? Hurry and escape. Master, don't be angry. Let me go and ask him. Lai Tianqing said cautiously. What is there to ask? If I tell you to leave, then leave. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. Master, what about you? If I hold him back, how will you escape? Master, I am willing to share the fate of the Medicine King Valley. Lai Tianqing said resolutely. Share your fate, my foot. If you dare to disobey my orders, I will sever our master-disciple relationship. Stop talking nonsense and escape. Lai Tianqing didn't dare to defy him. Looking sorrowful as he reluctantly said, Disciple, I obey. He then loudly commanded, All disciples, obey my orders and evacuate immediately. The disciples all flew away on their swords. Ningyue, aren't you leaving? Lai Tianqing looked at by Ningyue. The master is still here. How can I abandon him? Besides, I believe in my master, Bai Ningyue said firmly. Lai Tianqing looked at Su Yang again, also wanting to stay, but he still had to be responsible for the thousands of disciples of the Medicine King Valley, and he didn't dare to disobey the master's orders, so he could only leave helplessly. Su Yang didn't explain much. As long as his disciples believed in him, that was enough. In a little while, only Su Yang and a few others were left in the square. Luo Nansheng was still absorbing the power of the demon cauldron, lost in it and unable to pay attention to anything else. After Bai Shixian and the other disciples left, his aura surged wildly, shaking the ground as the power of the earth quickly gathered. When the power reached its peak, he opened his eyes wide, stepped forward, shrinking the distance, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before Luo Nansheng, channeling all his strength into his right palm and slamming down hard. The force of this palm was enough to shatter a mountain, but Luo Nansheng was protected by the demon cauldron and remained unharmed. In fact, he even rebounded by Shixian, causing his internal energy to surge, and he spat out blood again. Ancestor, Bai Ningyue couldn't help but call out. Stop struggling. He has the demon cauldron protecting him. Your strength can't hurt him, Su Yang kindly reminded. It's all because of you. Bai Shixian angrily blamed him. Do you know that once he absorbs all the power of the demon cauldron, he will become a ruthless killer, and no one in the southern region will be able to stop him? He won't have that chance. What nonsense are you talking? Do you think you can deal with him? You can kill him anytime. Bai Shixian was laughing in anger. I haven't been out for a long time, and I just encountered a reckless little brat like you. The southern region will suffer because of your actions today. You are the sinner of the southern region. Su Yang replied irritably. Well, very noisy. Just stay over there. Bai Shixian was about to scold when the demon cauldron suddenly shook violently. Su Yang felt a surge of joy. The seal was loosening. Ha ha ha. Luo Nansheng finally absorbed all the evil power, laughing excitedly towards the sky. At that moment, a black aura surrounded him. His eyes filled with blood red, and his entire being exuded an eerie presence. He slightly spread his arms, his clothes fluttering, slowly rising into the air without needing to fly on a sword. This was communicating with the heavens through the soul, allowing oneself to stand in the air. Heavenly Soul Realm. Bai Shixian's heart sank, his expression extremely grave. A demon in the Heavenly Soul Realm could affect not only the southern region, but the entire northern wilds and even the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Truly a relic from ancient times, so easily creating a heavenly soul realm. Su Yang remained unfazed, even complimenting, what time is it? And you still have the mind to say such things. Bai Shixian was furious. At that moment, Luo Nansheng's gaze turned towards him, his red eyes emanating a bloodthirsty glow, his head twitching, and his mouth grinning in a terrifying manner. Master, do you still think I am unworthy? Saying this, he casually slapped in a direction. A terrifying force swept forth, easily smashing a nearby mountain into dust. So terrifying. This was a show-off to Bai Shixian. You ungrateful disciple, for your selfish desires. You have fallen into the demonic path. I do not have a disciple like you. Bai Shixian reprimanded sharply. Luo Nansheng tilted his head, smirking, power is king, regardless of righteous or demonic paths. Now, I can kill you with ease. However, out of respect for a master-disciple relationship, kneel and bow to me, and I will take you as my servant." "Nonsense. Don't dream," Bai Shixian shouted angrily. "That doesn't depend on you. I say you're my servant, then you're my servant. But you have to wait in line." Luo Nansheng suddenly shifted his gaze to Su Yang, grinning. "This time I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you telling me the method, I wouldn't have become this strong. Now I give you a chance to live. Kneel and serve me as your master." Su Yang smiled lightly. "You should kneel to me." "Let me kneel to you? Ha ha ha. Kid, you haven't recognized the situation. Kneel." Before Luo Nansheng could finish, Su Yang suddenly shouted. Thud! Luo Nansheng fell to the ground, involuntarily kneeling. Chapter 33. Dan Qi transforms into sword. Supreme quality, what is going on? Bai Shixian's expression was one of shock, utterly bewildered. How could this happen? Luo Nansheng wanted to get up, but mysterious pressure weighed down on him, unable to move. "What have you done to me?" He glared at Su Yang and questioned. Su Yang stood with his hands behind his back, holding a token, which was the Danzun Ling. This token contained the essence of the alchemical path. Regardless of whether one turned demonic or ascended, any alchemist must bow before him. This was the constraint of the great path, binding heaven and earth, allowing you to live or die. It was tyrannical beyond measure, devoid of any rationale. The people of Yaowang Valley practiced the path of alchemy, and with the Danzun Ling in hand, Su Yang completely controlled their lives and deaths. At this moment, Su Yang's aura began to change. He looked like himself, yet not like himself, giving off a very vague feeling. Bai Shixian was shocked to find that he felt a trace of awe towards him from the bottom of his heart. Looking at him was like seeing the true essence of the alchemical path, feeling insignificant like an ant before him. How is this possible? Bai Shixian was immensely shocked, feeling everything was too incredible to believe, yet he had to believe it. When Su Yang's gaze swept over, Bai Shixian immediately felt his soul being struck, his whole body trembling, his legs giving way, instinctively kneeling down. Finding Yue also knelt, not only in awe but also mixed with surprise. This is the master. My innate Dan bone is still insignificant before the master. Luo Nansheng, do you still think you have the qualifications to make me serve you as master? Su Yang looked down at him, his voice carrying immense authority, sacred and inviolable. Luo Nansheng was now filled with terror, his face drained of color. "You, a being like you, shouldn't appear here. It's not right." He stammered, his blood-red eyes filled with fear. The previous arrogance completely vanished. "Where I appear is none of your business. Your master is right, for your selfish desires. You willingly fell into the demonic path, wanting him to be your servant, betraying your teacher and ancestors, acting in defiance. You are unworthy to be human." Su Yang coldly threw out a sentence. "You should take your own life." "No, senior, spare my life, spare my life. I am willing to serve you as master, and I will never dare to betray you for eternity." Luo Nansheng hurriedly knocked his head and begged for mercy, panic-stricken. "You are unworthy." Su Yang snorted, his gaze indifferent, lightly commanding, self-destruct. The voice was like heavenly might, penetrating the soul. Luo Nansheng found himself unable to resist the will of the other party. As if heaven demanded his life, and he had to die, he involuntarily raised his hand. "No, no!" Luo Nansheng watched in horror as his right hand was raised, utterly terrified and despairing. Bang! His right hand slammed onto himself. Not only did it disperse the evil power within, but it also shattered his 3 souls and 7 spirits, and his body began to gradually dissipate until he turned to ash. Gulp! Bai Shixian instinctively swallowed, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. So it turns out everything the heavenly city said was true. This person was indeed unfathomable. Just now, he had spoken disrespectfully to him. He truly deserved to die. At that moment, the demon cauldron shook violently, and cracks began to appear. The purpose of this cauldron's existence was to seal the treasures inside. Now that the evil power had dissipated, the seal was completely lifted, and the cauldron lost its necessity. Boom! With a loud bang, the demon cauldron exploded into fragments. Immediately after, a golden Dan pill floated in midair, emitting a holy golden light, along with a sharp sword intent. Surrounding it were 9 sword phantoms, intertwining around the Dan pill. There was actually a Dan pill hidden inside the cauldron. Bai Shixian was very surprised. This is a divine Dan. Bai Ningyue exclaimed based on the record from the ancient Dan formula compendium. Dan Shi transforms into sword. This is a supreme quality sword Dan. The divine marrow Dan can forge divine bones. The quality depends entirely on luck. Besides divine bones, there are some unique root bones that are not inferior to divine bones. However, these unique root bones are relatively singular. For instance, Bai Ningyue's innate Dan bone can only cultivate the path of alchemy. If cultivated in other paths, it cannot exert the function of the Dan bone. To put it simply, divine bones are the all-around version, capable of cultivating any path with a broader selection. Dan bones are a specialization version, with all skill points focused on alchemy. And this sword Dan before us belongs to supreme quality, capable of forging supreme sword bones. At that time, one can only cultivate the path of the sword. This type of divine Dan is rarer than the divine marrow Dan. In a sense, it is even more precious than the divine marrow Dan, especially since it is a supreme quality sword Dan. It is among the rarest of the rare. It is actually a supreme quality sword Dan. If anyone can consume it, they will undoubtedly become an unparalleled sword cultivator. As an alchemist, and at the level of Dan Wang, Bai Shixian naturally understood the preciousness of this sword Dan. It could be said to be an invaluable treasure. According to the records left by Yaowang Valley, the demon cauldron was an ancient alchemical cauldron containing evil power sealed by the Yaowang Valley for generations. And no one dared to touch it. But unexpectedly, a sword Dan was hidden inside the cauldron. If discovered earlier, Yaowang Valley might have already produced an unparalleled sword cultivator. Now that this senior has discovered him, Bai Shixian, despite his reluctance, would never dare to covet this elixir. He certainly didn't want any trouble to befall the Medicine King Valley. Therefore, before Su Yang could speak, Bai Shixian took the initiative to congratulate him, expressing his congratulations on the senior's acquisition of the sword elixir. This was a declaration of attitude. Su Yang showed a satisfied expression, considering him perceptive. However, since this was ultimately something from a Medicine King Valley, Su Yang still took out a divine essence pill and handed it to him, saying, "This pill is for you." As a trade, the divine essence pill. Bai Shixian was taken aback. "Senior, if it weren't for your intervention this time, our Medicine King Valley would have been destroyed by that wicked disciple. You have shown great kindness to our Medicine King Valley, so let this sword elixir be a token of gratitude. How could I dare to take your divine pill? You have quite an eye, but I have never been in the habit of taking back what I give away," Su Yang said casually, tossing it to him. "Take it." "Thank you, senior," Bai Shixian said excitedly, holding the divine essence pill with both hands. He was quite anxious inside because the Medicine King Valley was now without a divine son or divine daughter. They represented the facade of the sect. Now, with this divine essence pill, he no longer needed to worry. Having resolved this matter and unexpectedly gained a sword elixir, Su Yang was in a good mood as he left with Bai Ningyue. As for Li Tianhai in the main hall, he was already a cripple. It didn't matter whether he was killed or not. Moreover, the Medicine King Valley would not let him off. Bai Shixian originally wanted to call his disciples back, but he had been injured, so he first focused on healing himself. At this moment, after Su Yang and Bai Ningyue had flown a distance away, they noticed someone rushing towards them at a rapid pace, almost appearing beside them in the blink of an eye. Bai Ningyue sensed the aura emanating from the person and couldn't help but exclaim, "Earthly Soul Realm." Chapter 34. Heavenly Soul Realm? Your vision as lo the newcomer was a burly old man, exuding a sharp sword intent. Not only was he standing on a flying sword, but two other swords also circled around him, giving him an imposing presence. However, he looked anxious and ready to spring into action, as if he was about to engage in a fight. He noticed the two of them, initially indifferent, but suddenly sensed an extraordinary sword intent from Su Yang, causing him to pause in surprise. This kid looks ordinary, yet he has such sword intent. Could he be a natural sword body? He couldn't help but stop and quickly approach the two. Bai Ningyue immediately became alert. The old man fixed his intense gaze on Su Yang, as if he had seen a rare treasure. Su Yang felt uncomfortable under the old man's stare, wondering if the old man had some peculiar preference for his looks. Wonderful, wonderful. The old man's gaze became even more fervent. Su Yang felt goosebumps rising on his skin and had the impulse to take out his immortal sword and cut him down. Fortunately, the old man spoke up, "Little fellow, do you wish to take me as your master?" Su Yang was momentarily stunned. Bai Ningyue was also quite surprised. Did this old man actually want to take her master as a disciple? Was he crazy? Just as Bai Ningyue was about to explain, the old man interjected. "I am Su Jianfeng from the sword sect. I see your extraordinary bone structure and natural sword body. You are a rare sword cultivation talent. Thus I have the desire to accept you as my disciple. However, I have urgent matters at hand. Here, take this token. It is a token of my trust. If I can return alive, you may use this token to come to the sword sect to find me. If I unfortunately perish, you can still use this token to become my disciple in the sword sect." Without waiting for a response, he stuffed the token into Su Yang's hands and hurriedly left. The two were left in a state of confusion. Su Yang sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't due to a fixation on his looks. "Master, this is the divine sword token of the sword sect. He is an ancestor of the sword sect," Bai Ningyue said, staring at the token in Su Yang's hand in astonishment. Su Yang had naturally learned of the old man's identity from his earlier words. The sword sect was one of the 5 major sects in the southern region. This sect focused on sword cultivation. Sword cultivators were said to be invincible at the same level, so the sword sect strength was considerably greater than that of the Medicine King Valley. The old man said he was a natural sword body. It was likely due to the sword elixir on him that led to this misunderstanding. "Master, he actually wants to take you as a disciple. If he knew your abilities, I wonder if he would be scared." Bai Ningyue thought about it and became excited. Just like when she wanted to accept Yi Bufan as a disciple, it would definitely be interesting. "I'm more concerned about what he is going to do." Su Yang looked in the direction Su Jianfeng had left, which was toward the Medicine King Valley. From his demeanor, it seemed he was going to take risks. Moreover, he was heading toward the Medicine King Valley. Was he going to cause trouble for them? Bai Ningyue immediately became worried. After all, he was from the Medicine King Valley and naturally didn't want any trouble to befall it. It shouldn't be. Su Yang had already observed with the eye of the Emperor Master. The other party was at the 5th rank of the earthly soul realm, and being a sword cultivator, the Medicine King Valley couldn't handle him. And since he mentioned that he might die this time, it indicated that he was uncertain about his opponent. This meant he was going to face Luo Nansheng. Judging by the direction he was rushing from, it was exactly where Lai Tiancheng and the others had escaped. If he guessed correctly, he must have learned of this from Lai Tiancheng, which was why he was in such a hurry to go there. Knowing the danger yet still wanting to go, this person was quite admirable. Su Yang couldn't help but appreciate Su Jianfeng. "Let's go." After figuring out the other party's intentions, Su Yang continued on his way. At this moment, Su Jianfeng was flying at full speed toward the Medicine King Valley and saw the plaza in ruins from afar, making him even more anxious. As he approached the Medicine King Valley, he shouted from the air, "Demon, let me have a word with you." Bai Shixian was currently healing his wounds when he heard the furious shout and immediately looked up. He saw Su Jianfeng descending like a sharp sword, full of momentum. "Brother Su." Upon recognizing the visitor, Bai Shixian was taken aback. "Brother Bai, you're still alive. That's great." Su Jianfeng landed in front of Bai Shixian with a bang, urgently asking, "Where's that demon? Why are you here?" Bai Shixian countered, "I heard that your Medicine King Valley was having a succession ceremony today, and since I had nothing to do, I thought I'd come over to catch up with you. But on the way, I encountered your disciples and learned from your apprentice that your wicked disciple Luo Nansheng opened the demon cauldron, absorbed the power of evil, and became a demon, so I rushed over immediately. By the way, where's that demon? Why is he gone?" Su Jianfeng asked. "He is no longer here." Bai Shixian replied. "He ran away? That's bad. We must find him and eliminate him. Otherwise, the southern region will surely suffer. But with my own strength, I'm afraid it's not enough. We shouldn't delay. I will immediately gather the other old fellows from the various sections." Su Jianfeng's expression was serious, and he was about to leave. Bai Shixian held him back and said, "He didn't run away. He was dealt with." "Dealt with?" Su Jianfeng asked in surprise. "Brother Bai, you're not joking with me, are you? You dealt with him alone? Did you take some powerful medicine and break through to the heavenly soul realm? No way. If you have such a powerful pill, you shouldn't keep it to yourself. Give a few to your old brother." Bai Shixian replied irritably, "I don't have the kind of pill you mentioned. Do you think alchemy is that easy? Then how did you deal with him? Your apprentice told me that your wicked disciple has completely absorbed the power of evil, and his cultivation has reached at least the heavenly soul realm. Not to mention me. Even if all of us old fellows combined, we wouldn't be able to handle him. I certainly don't have that ability. It was a senior who intervened and dealt with him. A senior? Su Jianfeng quickly asked, is there a senior at the heavenly soul realm in our southern region? How come I didn't know? Heavenly soul realm? Brother Su, your vision is limited. What do you mean? Are you saying he is above the heavenly soul realm? Bai Shixian shook his head. You can't be saying he is an immortal. Don't say it. Don't say it. Such an existence. You, and I should not speak too much about. Su Jianfeng was immediately shocked. However, he still carried a hint of doubt, saying, how could such an existence possibly appear in our southern region? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Do you know how my sinful disciple died? Bai Shixian retorted. How did he die? Was he killed instantly? Killed instantly? If it were an instant kill, it wouldn't be enough to demonstrate the predecessor's terrifying power. Bai Shixian recalled the earlier scene, his face filled with reverence, and said, the predecessor spoke casually, and just by saying a word, my sinful disciple committed suicide. Su Jianfeng immediately gasped in shock. Such a method could no longer be expressed in words. He had no more doubts in his heart and began to feel a sense of awe towards this predecessor. Where is the predecessor? Where? Su Jianfeng hurriedly inquired, wanting to witness the predecessor's demeanor. If he could receive guidance from this elder, his cultivation and swordsmanship would surely reach new heights. He has already left. Didn't you meet him? Bai Shixian said. No. Then it can only be said that you are fated to miss him. Su Jianfeng couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, he suddenly thought of something and said, although I miss seeing the predecessor, I encountered a person with a natural sword body on my way here. So it wasn't a wasted trip. Natural sword body? Bai Shixian exclaimed in surprise. You are so lucky? You can meet such a sword cultivation genius? What do you mean by that? Can I meet them? I have already given him the divine sword order. When he comes to the sword worship pavilion, I will take him as my disciple. Su Jianfeng thought for a moment and then said, no, he shouldn't have gone far. I'll go find him now. Such a disciple must not be missed. Saying this, he was about to leave. Bai Shixian called out to him and asked, wait, you just said you met them on your way here? Yeah. Is there a problem? Chapter 35. You are not suitable to be my disciple. Were they a man and a woman? Bai Shixian asked again. How do you know? Do you know them? By the way, they seem to be coming from your Medicine King Valley direction. Could they be disciples from your Medicine King Valley? Su Jianfeng speculated. One of them used to be, but before Bai Shixian could finish, Su Jianfeng impatiently interrupted. That means he isn't anymore. That's great. A natural sword body like this would be wasted in your Medicine King Valley. He must come to my sword worship pavilion. No, Brother Su, you can't take him as a disciple. He is. Why can't I take him? Su Jianfeng immediately became displeased, not giving Bai Shixian a chance to explain, and his expression darkened. Could it be that you want to take him back to your Medicine King Valley? Brother Bai, that's not fair. No, I can't let you steal him. After saying that, he flew away in a hurry, fearing that Bai Shixian would take him away. Brother Su, wait. Let me explain. Bai Shixian hurriedly chased after him. He's following me, definitely trying to steal my person. Su Jianfeng immediately increased his speed, flying like the wind on his sword. With his cultivation, he quickly distanced himself from Bai Shixian. This old Su is always so anxious. Can't he let me finish speaking? Bai Shixian saw Su Jianfeng disappearing from sight and felt quite helpless. At this moment, Su Yang and the two were on their way to the Xintian sect. As they flew over a mountain, a sudden roar echoed from below. Master, look! Bai Ningyue pointed to a cliff in the mountain. They saw several monkeys forced to retreat to the edge of the cliff, terrified and helpless, emitting desperate cries. Among them, the smallest monkey stood in front, holding a stick, baring its teeth at a large tiger, waving the stick in an attempt to drive the tiger away. However, the tiger completely disregarded the monkey's threat, roaring fiercely, shaking the mountains. The monkeys trembled in fear, but only the smallest monkey bravely charged forward with its stick. As a result, it was swatted away by the tiger and fell to the ground in pain. The tiger, baring its fangs, slowly approached it, while the monkeys it protected took the opportunity to escape, abandoning it. How can they do this? Finding Yue angrily complained. Master, this little monkey is too pitiful. Clearly the smallest, yet bravely stood up to protect its companions, only to be abandoned in the end. It's really not fair. It is indeed quite tragic. Su Yang looked at the small monkey's stubbornness in the face of despair and appreciated its spirit. He then activated the eye of the Emperor Master to examine it, and his heart suddenly jolted. This monkey was actually born with fortune. In this world, there exists a type of being, whether human, animal, or plant, that is naturally endowed with luck, referred to as the child of fortune. They are favored by the heavens and destined for an extraordinary life. Even a humble blade of grass, once touched by fortune, will eventually gain immense opportunities. Su Yang immediately became interested in this monkey. Your opportunities will be granted by me. Just as the tiger was about to pounce on the small monkey, Su Yang descended and stood in front of it. With a casual wave of his hand, he sent the tiger flying, causing it to hurriedly flee. Seeing this, the small monkey blinked and actually knelt down to bow to Su Yang. Master, this monkey is very perceptive. Finding Yue was very surprised. Monkeys are inherently more intelligent than ordinary animals, and this one, being born with fortune, already possessed half of its spiritual intelligence. With just a little more opportunity, it could easily fully awaken its intelligence. Little guy, today I will grant you a chance. If you can understand, just sit quietly. Su Yang pointed to the ground. The small monkey seemed to understand, but ultimately squatted down. Master, you have to wait. I want to listen too. Finding Yue guessed Su Yang's intention and hurried over to sit next to the small monkey. One person and one monkey looked like two students waiting for teacher to lecture. Su Yang also sat cross-legged in front of them. Emperor Master Dao, field, open. Su Yang's aura immediately changed, and he began to impart teachings. The small monkey initially looked confused, but gradually, its eyes began to clear up more and more. After an unknown amount of time, Su Jianfeng flew over at full speed, looking back with a smug smile. Brother Bai, in terms of speed, you can't compare to me. The natural sword body is mine for sure. You can't steal it. Suddenly, he faintly heard an extremely profound sound coming from nearby. What is this? Su Jianfeng stopped to listen carefully and couldn't help but exclaim. Who is the predecessor expounding on the great principles here? Where? He looked around and quickly determined the source of the sound, immediately flying over. Anyone who could speak of the great principles must be extraordinary. Very likely the predecessor that Brother Bai mentioned. To his surprise, he stumbled upon him here. That's great. Su Jianfeng was extremely excited. But at that moment, the sound suddenly stopped. Why has it stopped? Did they finish? Su Jianfeng felt very depressed. He had just started to grasp something and was about to gain insight. Now that it had abruptly ended, it felt like being interrupted halfway through a bathroom break. Needless to say, it was very uncomfortable. Su Jianfeng immediately sped up and flew forward, searching everywhere. Finally, he discovered a man and a woman sitting by the edge of a cliff along with a monkey. Su Yang had finished his teachings, and Bai Ningyue and the small monkey were now closing their eyes to digest the information. He silently sat there, not wanting to disturb them. How did they end up here? I understand now. The predecessor was just expounding the teachings here. Su Jianfeng landed on his sword and hurriedly asked Su Yang, "Where's the predecessor?" Predecessor? Su Yang was slightly taken aback. Yes, wasn't he just here giving you all a lecture? Where did he go? Su Jianfeng pressed again. Do I look that old? Su Yang countered. You? You mean you were the one lecturing? Su Jianfeng looked at him in astonishment. It seems there's no one else here but me. I don't have the mood to joke with you now. Quickly tell me which direction the predecessor went. Su Jianfeng appeared extremely anxious, desperately wanting to hear the predecessor's teachings once more. Don't you believe me? Su Yang asked. Though you're a natural sword body, you cannot possibly speak of profound truths. Do not make such jokes. It offends your seniors, and you cannot bear the consequences. Su Jianfeng's expression was serious, and he felt some dissatisfaction towards Su Yang. If you don't believe it, then fine. Su Yang was too lazy to explain further. Su Jianfeng furrowed his brows, feeling even more displeased. Although this person was a rare talent in sword cultivation, he loved to boast and even dared to impersonate seniors, showing a lack of respect, which indicated a flawed character. No wonder the Medicine King Valley didn't he want him. It turned out that Brother Bai advised him not to take him in, not because he wanted to snatch him back, but because he knew this person's character was poor. If allowed to become a powerful figure in the future, he might even become a disaster. With this thought in mind, Su Jianfeng dismissed the idea of taking him as a disciple and said sternly, "Return the token to me. You are not suitable to be my disciple." Chapter 36. Divine Marrow Pill, if one doesn't work. Then too will he considered himself the #1 sword cultivator in the southern region, and countless people sought to be his disciples. He saw great potential in this child, and it was a tremendous opportunity for him. Unfortunately, he was too disappointing. Now that he had given up on taking him as a disciple, he was sure that he would regret it. Su Jianfeng thought the other party wouldn't want to miss such a great opportunity to become his disciple. But to his surprise, Su Yang simply threw the token back to him. This thing had no meaning in returning to a disciple. It was a burden to keep. It was better to return it, leaving no debts between them. Su Jianfeng caught the token, his brows knitted. "You just returned the token to me like that? Didn't you say I should return it to you? Do you know what this token represents? It is my token of trust. In returning it means I will not take you as a disciple again." "Oh," Su Yang responded indifferently. "Oh, you don't regret it all?" Su Yang's reaction was unexpected to Su Jianfeng, making him quite unhappy. "Forget it. I won't argue with him." Su Jianfeng put away the token and took out a pill. "Tell me the whereabouts of the senior, and I will give you this washing marrow pill as a reward." This was a high-grade spirit pill, and he believed this kid would be overjoyed. However, Su Yang only glanced at it faintly, showing no emotion. "I want to take the pill, and as for his whereabouts, I also don't know." Since he didn't believe him, then let it be. Su Yang was too lazy to explain further. "You don't know?" Su Jianfeng frowned. "Yes." Su Yang nodded. Could this kid be angry that he didn't take him as a disciple and was intentionally saying this? It must be the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so indifferent to the washing marrow pill, clearly seeking revenge. Such a narrow-minded person. It's good that I didn't take him as a disciple. Su Jianfeng didn't want to waste more time with Su Yang and, realizing the senior hadn't gone far, hurried to look for him, hoping he could still catch up. Thus, Su Jianfeng immediately flew away on his sword. Su Yang shook his head. The person was good, but unfortunately, his temperament was too hasty and his mind not very sharp. Su Jianfeng searched the vicinity but did not see the senior's figure, feeling disappointed and unable to suppress a sigh. Ultimately, he was fated to be unrelated to the senior. At that moment, Bai Shixian rushed over, panting, "Brother Su, I finally caught up with you. Let me tell you, you don't need to say anything. I've changed my mind. You're not taking him as a disciple anymore? That's good, that's good." Bai Shixian breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Su Jianfeng had realized in time and hadn't offended the senior. "Brother Bai, I misunderstood you earlier. I'm sorry." Su Jianfeng suddenly apologized to Bai Shixian. "What did you misunderstand me about?" Bai Shixian asked. "I thought you were trying to snatch him from me, so I brushed you off. I didn't expect you were reminding me that the kid has poor character and isn't suitable to be my disciple, so I took the divine sword token back." Bai Shixian was taken aback. "No, Brother Su, you already met him and said this in front of him?" "Yes, otherwise how would I know his nature?" "It's infuriating. That kid got lucky and encountered the senior you mentioned. When I rushed over, the senior had already left. I asked him to tell me the senior's whereabouts, but he wouldn't say, causing me to miss the senior." The more Su Jianfeng spoke, the angrier he became, and his dissatisfaction towards Su Yang grew. This startled Bai Shixian, who quickly said, "Brother Su, what should I say? You've caused trouble." "Trouble? What trouble have I caused? Did I offend the senior? But I didn't even see him. How could I offend him?" "You're overthinking it." Su Jianfeng didn't take Bai Shixian's words to heart and made a decision. "No, I have to go find that kid and ask about the senior's whereabouts. I think he is deliberately not saying it. If he still refuses to say, let us see how I deal with him." Saying this, he hurriedly flew away again. "Brother Su," Bai Shixian called out, but couldn't he stop him, feeling quite helpless. Why was he in such a rush? Couldn't he wait for him to finish his explanation? He hurriedly chased after hing. At this moment, Bai Ningyue opened her eyes first. Although she hadn't made a breakthrough in her cultivation, her understanding of alchemy had progressed further. Shortly after, The little monkey also opened its eyes, its gaze becoming more lively. It spun around twice and suddenly knelt down before Su Yang, speaking human words. "Thank you, esteemed one, for imparting the teachings, helping me awaken my intelligence. Master, it has awakened. It has awakened." Binding Yue was overjoyed. Su Yang smiled gently. "You possess great fortune. Even without me, you would have great opportunities in the future." "Fortune? Master, are you saying it is a child of fortune?" Binding Yue exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," Su Yang nodded. "It is said that children of fortune are favored by heaven and will have great opportunities. However, they will also be coveted by others. So before they grow up, they will receive heavenly protection and show no abnormalities." "Master, you can even see this. How remarkable." Binding Yue admired Su Yang even more. "Esteemed one, you are my opportunity. Please bestow a name upon me." The little monkey said. "Bestow a name?" Su Yang recalled the names he had given to the 9 koi fish, his mischievous side resurfacing. "All right, I bestow upon you the surname Sun. Name you Chi Tian. May you one day soar to the heavens, stand equal with the heavens, and achieve the title of great sage equal to heaven. Sun Chi Tian." The little monkey repeated softly, filled with joy. "Thank you, esteemed one, for the name. I now have a name. From now on, I shall be called Sun Chi Tian, Sun Chi Tian." It was so happy that it danced around and even did somersaults. At this moment, Su Jianfeng happened to return on his sword and was astonished to see the little monkey speaking human words. It actually awakened its intelligence. Truly worthy of being a senior expert. Merely imparting teachings can cause a monkey to awaken its intelligence. This further solidified Su Jianfeng's determination to find the senior. Hoping to hear from him one last time, he landed in front of Su Yang and took out a sword. This sword is named Qing Feng, a mid-grade earth-level magic weapon. "You are a natural sword body. This sword is very suitable for you. Just tell me the whereabouts of that senior, and I will gift you this sword." Su Jianfeng said seriously, feeling a bit pained inside. An earth-level magic weapon was also extremely precious to him, but for the sake of seeing the senior, it was a mere earth-level magic weapon. Binding Yue almost couldn't hold back her laughter. The senior he was looking for was clearly right in front of him, yet he failed to recognize the greatness. Su Yang ignored Su Jianfeng and waved his son Chi Tian. "Chi Tian, come here." Su Jianfeng was instantly furious. How dare he ignore me? This is outrageous. He was about to explode in anger when he saw Su Yang take out a pill and suddenly exclaimed, "Divine marrow pill. How does this guy have a divine marrow pill?" Before he could figure out, Su Yang handed the divine marrow pill to Sun Chi Tian. "Now that you have awakened your intelligence, I will help you refine your bones. Eat this." Su Jianfeng was left speechless. Giving a divine marrow pill to a monkey? Is he crazy? "Thank you, esteemed one." Sun Chi Tian joyfully accepted it and swallowed it whole. Soon, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed from his body, causing him to grimace in pain. After a while, the bone-cracking sounds gradually faded, and a golden light suddenly shone from Sun Chi Tian. Su Jianfeng was envious, because he only had a heavenly bone himself. If this divine essence pill could be consumed by himself, his cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. But now it was actually fed to a monkey. Such a waste. Ordinary divine bone. Su Yang frowned slightly, clearly not satisfied. What a pity. If only he could forge a supreme divine bone, like senior brother. Binding Yue couldn't help but feel sorry for Sun Chi Tian. "I'm already very satisfied to have a divine bone. Thank you, expert." Sun Chi Tian knelt down again to express his gratitude. "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Let's try again." Su Yang took out another divine essence pill. He still had more. Su Jianfeng was shocked to see this. He couldn't help but speak up. "The divine essence pill is so precious. You've already fed him one. Don't waste another." "What's wrong? Do you want it?" Su Yang asked indifferently. Su Jianfeng really wanted it, but he couldn't bring himself to ask for it. Tried to snatch it, but that was not the way of the righteous, and it would go against his principles. Besides, as the ancestor of the sword sect and the #1 sword cultivator in the southern region, how could he tarnish his reputation? But that was a divine essence pill. Just as Su Jianfeng hesitated, Su Yang directly stuffed the divine essence pill into Sun Chi Tian's mouth. Gulp. He swallowed it in one go, and once again, the sound of bones cracking echoed. Su Jianfeng was extremely frustrated. Another one wasted. After a while, golden light shone from Sun Qitian's body, even more dazzling than before. High-grade divine bone. This time, the luck was good. Binding Yue said happily. But Su Yang was not satisfied. As the child of destiny, the future great sage Qi Tian, how could he settle for just a high-grade divine bone? It was too lowly, so he took out another divine essence pill. Let's try again. Here we go again. Su Jianfeng instinctively shouted. You can't waste a divine pill like this. The pill is mine. I can use it however I want. Do I need your permission? Su Yang said displeased. He's just an ordinary monkey. Even if he gained intelligence, there was no need to waste divine essence pills like this. You can give it to me, and I'll help you waste it. Unseeing. Su Yang replied lightly. You say I'm unseeing? I've roamed the southern region for many years. What kind of scenes haven't I seen? Su Jianfeng said proudly. Have you seen a scene like this? Su Jianfeng was left speechless. Who would waste divine essence pills like you? Such a sin, such a sin. He watched as Su Yang stuffed another divine essence pill into the monkey's mouth, feeling envious and jealous to the point of wanting to cry. For the first time in his life, he felt that he was worse off than a monkey. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed again. Sun Qitian's divine bone was still being forged, but Su Yang had already taken out another divine essence pill. Su Jianfeng's eyes widened. Where did this guy get so many divine essence pills? Is he buying them in bulk? Even the Medicine King Valley, known as the holy land of alchemy in the southern region, seems to have only had one, which was treasured. At that time, the disciples fought over it to become the Son of God, resulting in bloodshed. Now this guy was taking out 3 to feed a monkey, and he still had one in hand, clearly intending to continue feeding until he was satisfied. Damn it, humans are worse than monkeys. It's infuriating. I suddenly want to be a monkey too. At that moment, golden light shone from Sun Qitian again, this time accompanied by a hint of a divine aura. Supreme divine bone. It worked. Binding Yue exclaimed excitedly. Su Jianfeng's expression was filled with resentment like a wronged wife. How could this beast be so lucky to have a supreme divine bone? The grace of the expert is unforgettable. Sun Qitian immediately knelt and bowed to Su Yang. Full of gratitude, using just 3 to forge a supreme divine bone was quite good luck. Su Yang smiled with satisfaction. Su Jianfeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. To forge a supreme divine bone for this monkey, he used 3 whole pills, and that was considered good luck? You could at least give me one. Su Jianfeng immediately stared at the divine essence pill in Su Yang's hand, his eyes full of desire. Suddenly, he felt that it wasn't such a big deal if this person's character was a bit lacking. He cared so much for small animals, which surely meant he was a kind-hearted person, and he was also handsome. It wouldn't be bad to take him as a disciple. I just like handsome disciples. It's impressive. Su Jianfeng found a reason to change his mind and cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, I like people who care for small animals. I've decided to give you another chance to become my disciple. Upon hearing this, Su Yang raised an eyebrow, fully aware of his intentions. Su Jianfeng was afraid Su Yang would refuse, so he quickly took out a book of techniques. I am very generous to my disciples. If you don't like that green sword from earlier, I can give you a sword technique. This technique is of middle-grade earth level, very suitable for you. Earth level? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Let me tell you, earth-level techniques are extremely rare, especially the sword technique in my hands. Su Jianfeng proudly introduced. I became the #1 sword cultivator in the southern region, thanks to it. It's not an exaggeration to say that you can't find a second book better than it in the southern region. As long as you... Su Jianfeng hadn't finished speaking when Su Yang took out a book of techniques and handed it to Sun Qitian. This is a demon cultivation technique. Although it's only of heaven level, I think it suits you perfectly. Take it and cultivate. Heaven level. My dear mother. Su Jianfeng's voice suddenly stopped, stunned on the spot. The next second, his old face flushed, and he silently put away the earth-level technique he had been proud of. Not only did this person have so many divine essence pills, but he also possessed a heaven-level demon cultivation technique. The key was that these rare treasures that could drive people mad were being used on a monkey, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Who exactly is he? Just then, Bai Shi Xian happened to arrive. As soon as he saw Su Yang, He immediately stepped forward to greet him. Junior greets Senior. Senior? He really is. Su Jianfeng suddenly realized how big of a mistake he had made, and he was shocked, feeling a chill all over. Su Yang looked at Bai Shixian, who was sweating profusely, and asked curiously, what happened to you? Bai Shixian glanced at Su Jianfeng. It's because he ran too fast, looking for him. Senior, did Brother Su offend you? Bai Shixian asked cautiously. Offend is not the right word. He just isn't very bright. Su Jianfeng's heart sank, and he quickly knelt down to admit his mistake. Senior, it was my fault for not recognizing your greatness. Please forgive me. Do you still want to take me as a disciple? Su Yang asked indifferently. I dare not. Just consider that you didn't try to snatch it earlier. Otherwise, Su Yang's gaze turned cold. If Su Jianfeng had entertained any greedy thoughts and tried to snatch the divine essence pill, Su Yang would have already taken out the pill master token and crushed him with the way of the pill. This precious item, although it could only restrain alchemists, could easily kill someone at the Earth Soul stage. Su Jianfeng was filled with lingering fear. Thankfully, he had maintained his bottom line. All right, you can go now. Don't be so rash in the future. Su Yang dismissed him. Senior, Su Jianfeng wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Bai Shixian. Junior will take him away now. With that, he pulled Su Jianfeng away. After flying some distance, Su Jianfeng shook off Bai Shixian's hand and said, Why did you pull me away? I still want to hear Senior talk. Still want to listen? You offended Senior. It's already good that he didn't deal with you. Bai Shixian rolled his eyes at him. I haven't even scolded you yet. Do you know he is a senior? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Su Jianfeng, Colette, you had the chance to talk. Do you think I gave you the opportunity? Su Jianfeng thought about it. It did seem that way. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. So what should we do now? How can I earn Senior's forgiveness? Bai Shixian thought for a moment and said, I heard my disciples say that Senior seems to be the master of the falling sky peak of the Xintian sect. Now that Senior is going back, we can rush to the Xintian sect before him and ask them to say a few good words. It might be helpful. Su Jianfeng's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Don't be anxious. Let me finish my words, Bai Shixian said quickly. The disciples of Yawang Valley have all left to escape, so we might as well take them with us. First, it shows our sincerity, and second, it can help Xintian's sect build momentum. That's a good idea. I'll gather all the disciples from Baijin Pavilion as well, Su Jianfeng decided. By the time you gather them, the senior will have already returned to Xintian's sect. It can't be that Yawang Valley comes in full force while I'm the only one here, right? What if the senior thinks I'm not sincere? That's true, Bai Shixian thought for a moment. How about this? I'll go ahead to stabilize the senior for you. All right, it's settled then. I'll return to Baijin Pavilion now. After saying that, Su Jianfeng immediately flew off on his sword. On the cliff, Sun Qitian knelt before Su Yang, pleading, Master, I want to be your disciple and learn by your side. Bai Ningyue was delighted to hear this. Accepting a child of destiny as a disciple was a great thing. However, Su Yang shook his head and refused. I cannot take you as a disciple. Why? Sun Qitian asked anxiously, and Bai Ningyue was also puzzled. You were born with great fortune, and you will surely be extraordinary in the future. But a child of destiny has deep blessings. Whoever is with you will have their opportunities taken away by you. You must forge your own path, Su Yang explained. He had obtained the Tao of Pills and was protected by the great Tao, so he wouldn't be affected by the child of destiny. However, those around him, like Yi Bufan and Bai Ningyue, as well as the disciples of Xintian's sect, will be indirectly impacted. Unless Su Yang left Xintian's sect or only took Sun Qitian as a disciple, he couldn't help. All right then, Sun Qitian looked very disappointed. Su Yang then gave him a divine sun pill and 10 cleansing marrow pills. Although you have great fortune and can usually turn danger into safety, there are still many extraordinary people in this world who can put you in peril. You must not act recklessly. If fate allows, we will meet again one day. Su Yang advised him like a kind elder. Sun Qitian's eyes reddened, filled with reluctance. Today's teachings, Qitian will remember. Although I cannot be your disciple, in my heart, you are my reborn parents. Sun Qitian respectfully bowed 3 times to Su Yang. He then stood up, leaped away, and quickly disappeared into the mountains and forests. Master, can little Tian really only be alone? Isn't that too cruel for him? Bai Ningyue couldn't bear to say. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. There are gains and losses. While fortune brings him tremendous opportunities, it is also a shackle. This is his fate and his fortune. Only when his strength is strong enough can he break free from the shackles and control his own destiny. A child of destiny is like the protagonist in a novel. Anyone around him will be affected to some extent. Just like those monkeys earlier, a large part of the reason they encountered danger was because of him. Let's go, Su Yang said, collecting his thoughts and continuing the journey with Bai Ningyue. At this moment, in the main hall of Fuyo Pavilion, all the senior members were present. Su Qiaowen stood in the center, angrily staring at the Pavilion Master Shen Fuyo. Pavilion Master, didn't you promise to fully assist Xiantian's sect? Why have you gone back on your word and allied with Qingyun's sect? The news of the destruction of Li Hui's sect had already spread. Among the dozens of sect representatives attending the Tianjiao banquet, all except Fuyo Pavilion had perished. They initially didn't know who was responsible since everyone was dead. As the only survivor, Su Qiaowen did not hide the truth, telling them it was done by Xiantian's sect. Naturally, they didn't believe it. How could a second-rate sect have such strength? But soon, Xiantian's sect released the news themselves, confirming they were the ones who destroyed Li Hui's sect because they had 9 experts at the Liang Realm Station there. The various sects were astonished, not expecting Xiantian's sect to be so deeply hidden. As for Yaowang Valley, it was not mentioned at all. This was Su Yang's intention. The goal was simple. Since they had thoroughly offended these sects, there was no room for reconciliation. Rather than resolving them one by one, it was better to let them come to him and settle everything at once. After Su Qiaowen returned to Fuyo Pavilion, she truthfully reported the matter of submitting to Xiantian's sect, saying that was how she saved her life. Fuyo Pavilion naturally disagreed with becoming a subordinate sect of Xiantian's sect. The reason given was simple. How could a prestigious, super first-rate sect submit to another sect, even if Xiantian's sect had 9 Liang realm experts? Su Qiaowen didn't dare to reveal the whole truth because Su Yang had specifically instructed her not to. She could only hint that the 9 Liang realm experts of Xiantian's sect were servants of the master of Luotian Peak, and there were 10 Tiangu disciples, all created by him. This person was unfathomable and definitely had the means to destroy a super first-rate sect. At first, everyone still didn't believe it. But after Su Qiaowen guaranteed with her life and character, they finally compromised. Pavilion Master Shen Fuyo even promised that if those dozens of sects attacked Xiantian's sect, Fuyo Pavilion would assist. Only then did Su Qiaowen feel relieved. However, what she didn't expect was that Shen Fuyo suddenly changed her mind again. Pavilion Master, I made myself very clear. Master Su is unfathomable. Even if those dozens of sects combined are not his opponent, if we Fuyo Pavilion stand against him, we will surely be doomed, Su Qiaowen pleaded. Shen Fuyo appeared to be a very strong woman, her phoenix eyes sharp and stern. When faced with Su Qiaowen's advice, she remained unmoved, saying lightly, "My decision is made. You need not say more." Pavilion Master, enough. Shen Fuyo suddenly raised her voice, interrupting Su Qiaowen. You keep saying that Su Yang is unfathomable. Then why is he still hiding in Xiantian's sect as a peak master? Even if he has 9 Liang realm experts as servants, so what? This time he has to face the wrath of dozens of sects, among which are 10 first-rate sects, plus the super first-rate sects of Qingyun's sect and Shana's sect. Add in our Fuyo Pavilion, with double-digit Liang realm experts, far surpassing Xiantian's sect. With so many experts combined, can Xiantian's sect cope? I think you are just scared of him and are overestimating him. Su Qiaowen responded, but didn't you promise to help Xiantian's sect before? Why suddenly change your mind? If we stand with Xiantian's sect, perhaps we can help them resolve this crisis, but Fuyo Pavilion will also suffer heavy losses. Besides, asking us to assist as a subordinate sect, I cannot accept. A glint of brilliance flashed in Shen Fuyo's eyes, and she said, of course. The real reason I changed my mind is for another very important reason. What reason? Su Qiaowen asked hurriedly. I just received news from Qingyun's sect. They have contacted Baijian Pavilion. Baijian Pavilion. Su Qiaowen's expression changed. That's right. Chen Qingshan has solicited Baijian Pavilion to deal with Xiantian's sect. With the divine sect joining, do you think Xiantian's sect still has a chance? Chen Qingshan can actually summon Baijian Pavilion. Su Qiaowen was very surprised. Logically speaking, they didn't know the details of Xintian's sect. On the surface, dozens of sects combined should be enough to deal with Xintian's sect. Chen Qingshan had no reason to solicit Baijin Pavilion. Isn't this redundant? Su Qiaowen couldn't help but ask, Pavilion Master, why did Chen Qingshan ask Baijin Pavilion for help? It's because I told him that the 9 Liang realm experts of Xintian's sect are Su Yang servants, and that Xintian's sect has so many favored sons of heaven. It must be that Su Yang obtained some hidden treasures from an ancient secret realm. Since you say he is mysterious and unfathomable, he naturally needs to be cautious. Su Qiaowen was furious upon hearing this. You sold me out. Chapter 39. They're coming. I told you this matter to make you believe me and protect the Fuyo Pavilion. But you turn around and told Chen Qingshan, and even invited the Baijin Pavilion for this reason. So the Baijin Pavilion is willing to help because they want to obtain treasures from the ancient secret realm, right? If the leader Su Feng knows that I leaked this information, how can I explain it to him? Su Qiaowen was very angry and felt guilty towards Su Yang. Shen Fuyo, unconcerned, said, he is about to be destroyed along with the Xintian sect. What do you need to explain to him? Even with the Baijin Pavilion, they may not be able to compete with him. An existence that can make the leader of the Yaowang Valley kneel and respectfully call him senior is at least a strong person at the earthly soul realm. Plus, with the support of the Yaowang Valley, the Baijin Pavilion may not fare well. What kind of potion did he give you that you would blindly trust him like this? Shen Fuyo said, dissatisfied. What if I say that the Yaowang Valley will help the Xintian sect? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Someone immediately asked, Deputy Pavilion Master, has the Xintian sect won over the Yaowang Valley? It's not that the Xintian sect is currying favor with the Yaowang Valley. On the contrary, the Yaowang Valley is eager to serve leader Su Feng. This time, dozens of sects teamed up to deal with the Xintian sect, which is exactly what leader Su Feng intended. Although Su Qiaowen had promised Su Yang not to speak, she was after all a member of the Fuyo Pavilion and could not just watch them go to their deaths. So she said, the Yaowang Valley will definitely help the Xintian sect. Listen to my advice. Assisting the Xintian sect can protect our Fuyo Pavilion. Otherwise, we will certainly face disaster. Nonsense. Shen Fuyo not only did not believe it, but also questioned sternly. I received news that Li Tianhai is the illegitimate son of the Yaowang Valley's elder Luo Nanxing. The Xintian sect destroyed the Liuhua sect, and just based on this, there is an irreconcilable hatred between the two sections. You tell me, how can the Yaowang Valley help them? I didn't expect the Pavilion Master to know this. Su Qiaowen explained, Li Tianhai is not dead. He was captured by Master Lai. Leader Su Feng wants to deal with Luo Nanxing. And this time the destruction of the Liuhua sect also involved Master Lai. He has a connection with leader Su Feng and definitely won't ignore the Xintian sect. She could only say this much. She really couldn't say more. But Shen Fuyo didn't believe her at all and showed anger, loudly reprimanding, Su Qiaowen, stop it. The Yaowang Valley has long released news that Master Lai is critically injured and cannot be saved. You repeatedly fabricate lies to help the Xintian sect. What is your intention? I'm not lying, Master Lai. Enough. Shen Fuyo lost patience and shouted, I see that you have accepted benefits from the Xintian sect, which is why you're so tirelessly speaking for them. No wonder you would bow down to the Xintian sect. You are putting me in an unjust position and ruining my Fuyo Pavilion. Su Qiaowen, you have disappointed me too much. No, Pavilion Master, let me explain. No need to explain. I will not believe anything you say anymore. Shen Fuyo stood up, raised her hand to point at Su Qiaowen. You are colluding with the Xintian sect. I will strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the Fuyo Pavilion. Su Qiaowen was greatly shocked and smiled sadly. I am loyal to the Fuyo Pavilion. How could you treat me like this? She couldn't help but think of Lu Jinming. Her experience today was indeed very similar to his at the Liuhua sect, but he now had support while she had missed her opportunity. I can make you the Deputy Pavilion Master, and I can also make you nothing. This is your own doing. As soon as the words fell, a sun rose behind Shen Fuyo, 5th rank Liang realm. She rushed towards Su Qiaowen and struck with her palm. Su Qiaowen took the blow hard, spitting out blood and flying out heavily injured. But she mustered her breath and quickly escaped from the great hall in this backward momentum. Chase! Shen Fuyo commanded. Immediately, 2 elders of the Liang realm chased after her. The Grand Elder couldn't help but ask, Pavilion Master, do you really want to treat the Deputy Pavilion Master this way? Do you have any objections? Shun Fuyo glared coldly. The Deputy Pavilion Master has at least made significant contributions to our Fuyo Pavilion. If we just give up on her, I'm afraid, what do you understand? This time, even the Baijin Pavilion has intervened. The Xintian sect will surely perish. And she is colluding with the Xintian sect and urging us to rely on them. If this matter gets out, our Fuyo Pavilion will certainly be implicated. Only by clearing our relationship with her in advance can we protect our sect. Everyone suddenly realized. The Pavilion Master is still thoughtful. If only the Deputy Pavilion Master had such foresight. The Grand Elder shook his head and sighed. If she had half of my brains, would she have been deceived by the Xintian sect? Shin Fuyo snorted dismissively. At this time, Su Chaoan, feeling disheartened and injured, fled towards the Xintian sect. Shun Fuyo, I have been very kind to you. Since you want to push me to a dead end, then don't blame me for turning against you. In the Great Hall of the Xintian sect, several peak masters gathered, including the 9 stars and Lu Zhenming. At this moment, Lu Zhenming possessed the heavenly bone and had begun to cultivate earth-level techniques, successfully breaking through to the Liang realm. At this time, Mo Lin came in to report, Master, we just received news that dozens of sects led by the Qingyun sect and the Shanhe sect have formed an alliance and are starting to attack us. Everyone was not at all flustered, as this was all expected. Xiao Xuaning smiled coldly. These guys think they have us at their mercy, but they don't know they are the prey. Qi Baixian analyzed. We now have 10 Liang realm experts, plus the Fuyo Pavilion. Our top combat power is not lacking. However, Junior Brother Su said that as long as we can delay until he returns from the Yaowang Valley, we don't need to confront them directly. By the way, haven't the people from the Fuyo Pavilion arrived yet? Just as he finished speaking, a disciple rushed in to report. Deputy Pavilion Master from the Fuyo Pavilion requests an audience. Qi Baixian smiled. She has finally arrived. Quickly invite her in. When Su Chaoan staggered in, everyone was momentarily stunned. Deputy Pavilion Master, how did you get injured? What happened? Qi Baixian hurriedly asked. I'm sorry. I have failed my mission and couldn't persuade the Pavilion Master. I was injured by her and expelled from the Fuyo Pavilion. Su Chaoan recounted the events. Everyone was shocked. Someone immediately expressed concern. The Baijian Pavilion has actually intervened. What should we do? What are you afraid of? As long as the Master returns. The Baijian Pavilion is nothing to worry about. Exactly. There is no enemy that the Master cannot handle. Only the 9 women did not take the Baijian Pavilion seriously because, in their hearts, Su Yang was an invincible existence. That said, with the Baijian Pavilion involved, we can hardly delay for long. Even if Junior Brother Su returns, it may be difficult to cope. It's not that they didn't believe in Su Yang's strength, but the Baijian Pavilion, as one of the 5 great sects, was composed entirely of sword cultivators and had a far-reaching reputation, already deeply rooted in the southern region. Especially that ancestor of the Baijian Pavilion, known as the #1 sword cultivator in the southern region, had hardly any rivals. Although Junior Brother Su is a reincarnated immortal and possesses many treasures, before his strength is restored, facing the Baijian Pavilion, he probably won't have much chance of victory. Even with the help of the Yaowang Valley, they would have to wait for their lives. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't have gone to invite the Baijian Pavilion. Su Chaoan felt extremely guilty. Not long after, the disciple rushed in to report anxiously, Master, they are coming. As soon as the words fell, a loud shout like thunder erupted. Xintian sect, come out and die. Chapter 40, a big slap came over. Everyone's expressions darkened. They came faster than they had expected. Master, what should we do? Someone asked nervously. First, let us go out and take a look. If we can delay, we will delay. Qi Baixian led everyone out of the great hall quickly and looked up. They saw the sky dark with people, no less than 10,000, like a cloud covering the top, imposing and bringing great pressure to the disciples of the Xintian sect. Leading them were 2 super first-rate sects, the Qingyun sect and the Shanhe sect, personally led by the sect masters of the 2 sections. Chen Qingshan was already at the 5th rank of the Liang realm, and the sect master of the Shanhe sect, Zhao Jianghe, was also at the 4th rank. Behind them stood 9 experts of the Liang realm. The Fuyo Pavilion had not yet arrived, But Su Qiao knew they would be coming soon. Excluding herself, the Fuyo Pavilion had a total of 4 Liang realm experts. There are a total of 15 top-tier experts, with 11 from the Xintian sect. Not only do they have fewer numbers, but their overall strength is also far inferior to the opponents. Moreover, among these dozens of sects, there are quite a few in the Haoyue and Xingyao realms, along with a momentum of over 10,000 disciples, which is vastly different compared to the mere 100 or so disciples of the Xintian sect. If the Fuyao Pavilion were to assist, it might buy some time, but now Su Qiaowen frowned with deep guilt. The only relief was that she had not seen anyone from the Baijian Pavilion yet. They had not arrived. You have such audacity to kill my son and wipe out the representatives of dozens of sections. Today, I vow not to rest until I flatten your Xintian sect. The speaker was a tall man, the leader of the Qingyan sect, Chun Qingshan. Having lost his son, he harbored deep hatred for the Xintian sect, especially for Lu Zhenming, glaring at him furiously. And you, Lu Zhenming, how dare you betray my Qingyan sect and leave my son to die a tragic death? I will drag you to my son's grave and slice you alive. Lu Zhenming snorted. Your son insulted me and refused to listen to my advice. He brought this upon himself. You bastard, you're asking for death. Chun Qingshan was furious and could no longer wait to take revenge for his son. He immediately ordered, the Xintian sect is arrogant and has killed innocents. They deserve to be punished. Everyone attack. Tian Dao sect, obey the order, kill. Dayu sect, obey the order, kill. Bei sect, obey the order, kill. Kill. Dozens of sects, with over 10,000 troops, surged forward to attack the Xintian sect under the leadership of their respective sect masters. Such a grand scene not only left the Xintian sect disciples pale with fear, but even Su Qiaowen and Lu Zhenming felt their hearts race. Sisters formed the formation. The calmest among them were the 9 stars. At Qingxia's command, they arranged themselves in formation, each forming a different hand seal. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Zhen, Lian, Qian, Xing. The 9 women shouted each word in succession, culminating in a joint cry. Suddenly, dazzling purple light erupted from their bodies, and the 9 lights converged to manifest a massive celestial canopy that enveloped the Xintian sect. The 9 demon cultivation techniques that Su Yang had given them were actually interconnected. When they were in sync, they could combine their techniques to unleash 9 different methods, known as the 9 methods true word technique. For example, the celestial canopy before them was one of the 9 methods, the 9-word celestial canopy formation. This was also why Su Yang felt assured to leave the Xintian sect in the hands of the 9 women. At this moment, as over 10,000 troops attacked, countless sword shadows and blade lights smashed against the celestial canopy. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions were deafening, echoing across the sky. However, the canopy merely trembled slightly under the maintenance of the 9 women, showing no significant damage. 9-word celestial canopy formation, Chun Qingshan exclaimed, his brows furrowing involuntarily. This formation was a powerful defensive array of the demon race, requiring 9 great demons of the Liang realm to set it up together. The next to speak was Zhao Jianghe, the leader of the Shanna sect, gazing at the 9 women with astonishment. I didn't expect them to be demon cultivators. According to Shun Fuyo, these 9 women are servants of that Su Yang. His ability to subdue 9 great demons must be related to the treasures they obtained from the secret realm, Chun Qingshan speculated. It must be so, otherwise, how could a second-rate sect have 10 disciples with heavenly bones? Now, they can still deploy the 9-word celestial canopy formation. We might not be able to break it. Zhao Jianghe furrowed his brow. Don't worry. This time I persuaded the Baijian Pavilion to intervene, and they will arrive soon. Also, the Fuyao Pavilion should be on their way as well. Once they arrive, I don't believe we can't break this formation, Chun Qingshan said confidently. On the Xintian sect side, Xiao Xianing looked at the 9 women and breathed a sigh of relief, glad they had their formation to hold. However, the expressions of the 9 women were not good. It was clear that maintaining the 9-word celestial canopy formation was not easy, and the continuous attacks from the opponents over 10,000 troops were gradually depleting their strength, each of them frowning deeply. When the people from the Baijian Pavilion arrived, This formation might not hold, Qi Baixian said anxiously, but there was no other way. She could only hope that Su Shidi would return soon. Meanwhile, Su Jianfeng hurried back to the Baijian pavilion, and the disciples immediately welcomed him. "Welcome back, ancestor." Leading the group was the pavilion master, Gu Qinglu, who, like Su Jianfeng, was tall and imposing, with a sharp sword intent. He asked in confusion, "Master, didn't you say you were going to Yaowang Valley to catch up with Elder Bai? Why are you back so soon? Don't waste time. Immediately gather all disciples to go to the Xiantian sect with me," Su Jianfeng said urgently. Gu Qinglu was taken aback. "Master, you're rushing back for this sect? You know about this sect?" Su Jianfeng was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the reputation of the Xiantian sect to have reached the Baijian pavilion, but it was not surprising. With the previous methods of the ancestors, it would be hard to keep a low profile. "Since you already know, don't waste time. Gather the disciples quickly," Su Jianfeng urged. "Master, Chanya has already taken people there. You don't need to go in person," Gu Qinglu smiled. "Chanya went. Where did he go? I must go personally." Su Jianfeng felt dissatisfied. How could he just send a disciple? That was unacceptable. Gu Qinglu laughed and reassured him. "Master, are you overestimating the Xiantian sect? Although they obtained treasures from the secret realm, it's not enough for you to take action personally. Don't worry. This time, 5 elders are accompanying Changya, plus the experts from dozens of sects. It's enough to flatten the Xiantian sect." "What did you say? You want to flatten the Xiantian sect?" Su Jianfeng suddenly shouted. "Yes, the Xiantian sect is too arrogant. Not only did they destroy the Lihua sect, but they also killed disciples from dozens of sections. The Qingyun sect requested our Baijian pavilion to assist in revenge, promising to offer 70% of the secret realm treasure after the Xiantian sect is destroyed. So I sent Changya and the others there. Master doesn't need to make a trip for nothing. Just wait here," Gu Qinglu said with a slight smile, waiting for the master to praise him for his efficiency. After all, the treasures of the secret realm could instantly elevate a second-rate sect like the Xiantian sect. So there must be many good items. Otherwise, the master wouldn't take it so seriously. Now that he had arranged everything for him, there was no reason for the master to be unhappy. Unexpectedly, Su Jianfeng's expression turned furious. He raised his hand and slapped Gu Qinglu hard. Bang! Gu Qinglu was sent flying, the powerful force breaking a pillar. He fell to the ground, spitting out blood and even losing a tooth, the pain tearing at his flesh. Several elders nearby were shocked. What happened to the ancestor? "Master." Gu Qinglu was completely stunned. This plot was wrong. Shouldn't the master have praised him? Unworthy disciple. "I'll deal with you when I return." Su Jianfeng pointed at Gu Qinglu's nose and scolded, then immediately flew away on his sword. He even cut his palm, using his blood to fully activate the flying sword. The speed was so fast that it turned into a streak of light in the air, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, leaving several people in a state of confusion. "Pavilion Master, the ancestor hasn't been this angry in a long time. Did we get into trouble?" One elder weakly asked. Could it be that the ancestor already knew how important this secret realm treasure was and wanted to monopolize it? So we only offered 70%, making him very unhappy? Another elder speculated. Gu Qinglu suddenly realized. No wonder the master rushed back and even wanted to go in person. Understanding the reason, he immediately straightened his face and glared at the elders, sternly reprimanding them. "It's all your bad ideas, saying that 70% is enough, causing me to get slapped by the master for nothing. When he returns, you all better explain clearly. If I get punished by the master, I will skin you alive." A few elders looked aggrieved. At this moment, dozens of sects were still attacking the celestial curtain, and the purple light had dimmed considerably compared to the beginning. The faces of the 9 women gradually turned pale, each one drenched in sweat and increasingly struggling. Chen Qingshan slapped the celestial curtain, and with a loud bang, the curtain shook violently, startling the 9 women. They were about to hold on no longer. "Keep attacking," Chen Qingshan shouted loudly, and everyone immediately gathered their spirits, launching even fiercer attacks. The roaring sounds had almost never stopped, and the delicate bodies of the 9 women began to tremble involuntarily. The disciples of the Xiantian sect were worried when they saw this. Where was junior brother Su? Xiao Shiwening was extremely anxious, and the others were gripping their weapons, their sweaty hands trembling with tension. At that moment, a group of people suddenly flew in from the front. They all radiated a sword intent, especially the 5 who flew at the front, whose sword intent was extremely sharp, and their aura was extraordinary, not at all inferior to Qin Shan. These 5 were the elders of the Sword Worship Pavilion. Among them was a tall young man. Although he was only at the 6th rank of the Radiant Moon Realm, this group treated him with great respect, looking to him for guidance. He was the young master of the Sword Worship Pavilion, Gu Changya. The Sword Worship Pavilion had arrived. Everyone was delighted and temporarily stopped their attacks, bowing and greeting. They had met young Master Gu. Gu Changya wore a calm and confident smile, waving his hand. There's no need for courtesy, fellow Taoists. Qin Shan quickly said, Young Master Gu, it's good that you are here. The Shantian sect indeed has some tricks. Those 9 women are all demon cultivators and have set up the 9-word celestial curtain formation. We cannot take them down for the time being, and we need your assistance from the Sword Worship Pavilion. Gu Changya glanced at the formation, slightly surprised. There were already few demon cultivators in the southern region, and he didn't expect the Shantian sect to have tamed 9 great demons at the Radiant Sun Realm. If I'm not mistaken, it should be due to the treasure in that secret realm. Young Master Gu is wise. It must be so, Qin Shan echoed. I observe that this formation has been nearly exhausted by you. Breaking through should not be difficult. Gu Changya turned and instructed Elder Qin. Please trouble the 5 of you to take action. Yes, young master, the 5 elders responded. Young master, do you want us to help? Qin Shan asked kindly. After all, over 10,000 people have been attacking for so long without breaking the formation, and with just 5 of them, it might not be so easy. Sect Master Chun, are you lacking confidence in us? Elder Qin said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Elder Qin, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to be cautious. Qin Shan quickly explained. Don't blame me for speaking harshly. Although you have many people, you lack coordination, and your attacks are scattered. We are better off combining our strength. Elder Qin said confidently, while the other 4 elders also appeared proud. They flew to the front of the formation, each drawing a sword. Upon seeing the Sword Worship Pavilion arrive, the Shantian sect felt a heavy weight in their hearts. A peak master worriedly said, It is said that sword cultivators have extremely strong attack power, claiming to be invincible at the same level. Can this formation withstand it? Xiao Shiwening said, It should be fine. They couldn't break it with over 10,000 people, let alone just 5 of them. At this moment, Elder Qin said, Let us begin. The 5 stood at 5 different positions, their auras rapidly rising. Swish, 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 swish. 5 sword chants sounded simultaneously, each releasing a sword that circled around them. The 5 simultaneously formed a hand seal, and 5 lights of gold, green, blue, red, and yellow lit up on each sword. 5-element sword formation, go. The 5 said in unison, and the 5 swords flew toward the celestial curtain simultaneously. Along the way, the 5 swords interwove, their 5-colored lights merging as if becoming one. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the celestial curtain shook violently, cracking like glass. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks spread rapidly, and finally, with a bang, it shattered. Uft, uft, uft. The 9 women simultaneously spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, severely injured. The faces of the Shantian sect disciples changed dramatically. It's broken. What a powerful sword formation. No wonder it's the Sword Worship Pavilion. Their sword cultivators truly live up to their reputation. Everyone exclaimed in awe. Young Master Gu, I was presumptuous just now. We cannot compare to the might of the sword cultivators of the Sword Worship Pavilion. Qin Shan said sincerely, apologizing for his earlier doubts after witnessing the 5-element sword formation. Gu Changya smiled lightly. Sect Master Chun, there's no need to mind. Now that the formation is broken, we need not take action anymore, right? They're no longer protected by the formation and pose no threat. We can handle them completely. All right, I'll wait. And do not forget to fulfill your promise. I will not forget the 70% of the treasure from the secret realm. There is no time to waste. Let us act. Gu Changya glanced at the 9 women. Seeing that they were all stunningly beautiful, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes, and he specifically instructed, "Do not kill those 9 demonesses, I want them." Chun Qingshan laughed heartily. "Young Master Gu, rest assured, I will personally bring them to you. Then I will trouble you." Immediately, Chun Qingshan turned and looked down at the Xiantian sect, grinning fiercely. "Your time of death has come. Kill them. Kill." The thousands of troops could no longer contain their eagerness and rushed forward. The disciples of the Xiantian sect were immediately horrified, feeling a deep sense of despair in their hearts. Just as they thought they were doomed, a loud shout suddenly came from afar. "Who dares to touch the Xiantian sect?" The voice echoed in the air, and the ground trembled as countless fragments of stone quickly gathered. In an instant, a giant stone hand rose from the ground like a mountain, blocking in front of the Xiantian sect and slamming down fiercely. Chapter 42. Who injured them? Boom! The giant hand made a terrifying sound as it cut through the air. Leading the charge were hundreds of disciples from the Tiandao sect, all turning pale with fear in the face of this giant hand, which felt like heavenly might. Boom! The giant hand mercilessly struck them, turning them into a puddle of flesh and obliterating their spirits. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of the giant hand. Over 10,000 people were frightened and flew backward, creating chaos. Soon after, the sound of breaking air rang out, and everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. It was the people from the Medicine King Valley. Valley Master Lai Tianqing, along with their ancestor, had also arrived. It was him who had just made a move. So many people, the Medicine King Valley had actually mobilized their entire force. They were all astonished. "The Medicine King Valley is here. We are saved." The Xiantian sect was overjoyed. "The Medicine King Valley has come too, young master. They are probably also here for the treasure in the secret realm," Elder Qin speculated quietly. "Even the ancestor of the Medicine King Valley has made a move. It seems this secret realm treasure is extraordinary," another elder added. Gu Changye frowned, his expression serious. Looking at their formation, it seemed they intended to monopolize the treasure of the secret realm. Although the Medicine King Valley is also a divine sect, they are still inferior to our sword worship pavilion. Moreover, the ancestor of the Medicine King Valley is an old friend of our ancestor. They wouldn't dare to monopolize the treasure, Gu Changye said with a hint of disdain. Soon, over 10,000 troops from the Medicine King Valley, led by Shi Xian and Lai Tianqing, flew over in a grand manner. Lai Tianqing immediately warned loudly, "As long as I, the Medicine King Valley, am here, who dares to touch the Xiantian sect?" Dozens of sects were immediately intimidated, and no one dared to show their faces. Only Gu Changye, leading the people from the Sword Worship Pavilion, greeted them with a smile. "Valley Master Lai, long time no see." Lai Tianqing frowned and said, "Why is your Sword Worship Pavilion also here?" "Naturally, we have the same goal as you in the Medicine King Valley." "The same goal as us?" Lai Tianqing questioned. "If your goals are the same, why don't you stop them? The Xiantian sect killed their disciples. It is only right for them to seek revenge. I naturally have no reason to stop them." "Nonsense," Shi Xian angrily retorted. "Did Su Jianfeng ask you to stand by and watch? Where are the others? Why aren't they here?" "Senior Bai, you are mistaken. We were invited here by the Qingyan sect. He promised that after exterminating the Xuantians he would give us 70% of the treasures in the secret realm. However, since Senior Bai has personally come here, I am willing to split it 50-50 with the Yaowang Valley." Gu Changye thought to himself that he had already made the biggest concession, and Shi Xian should agree. To his surprise, Shi Xian was furious and used the shrink the ground to an inch technique to pull Gu Changye in front of him, slapping him across the face. Slap! The sound of the slap was crisp and loud, not only sending Gu Changye flying but also knocking out a tooth. "Young master," Elder Qin exclaimed, quickly flying over to catch Gu Changye. Gu Changye, blood at the corner of his mouth, looked at the tooth he spat out and felt a fiery pain on his face, instantly filled with anger. He couldn't hold back any longer and glared at Shi Xian, saying, "I am the deputy master of the sword sect. How can you slap my face in front of so many people? What do you think of the sword sect?" Shi Xian reprimanded, "If it weren't for Su Jianfeng, that slap would have killed you just now." Gu Changye's facial muscles trembled with anger, but he understood that Shi Xian was on the same level as the ancestor, and he could only swallow this anger. Moreover, since they had all come in full force, and Shi Xian's attitude, It was clear that splitting it 50-50 was impossible. So, Gu Changye adjusted his emotions and said with a grim face, "Let us just say that I didn't consider it carefully just now. I could take a step back. Let us split the treasures of the Xuantianzong 60-40, you 6, us 4. What do you think? This fool. What treasures does the Xuantianzong have?" Bai Shixian had already heard from Lai Tianxing on the way here that this was all a trap set by the seniors to wipe out dozens of sects in one go. He never expected that the sword sect would get involved. "Su Leoj, you're going to be in big trouble. Hurry up and come. If the seniors arrive first, don't even think about begging for forgiveness. Whether the sword sect can still exist will be an issue." Bai Shixian silently prayed for Su Jianfeng, but the more he feared, the more it came true. After Gu Changye finished speaking, before Bai Shixian could respond, a cold voice suddenly came from the side. "Do you think you can take something from the Xuantianzong with your lives?" Upon hearing this voice, Bai Shixian's heart sank. He quickly turned his head and saw Su Yang and Bai Ningyue flying over on their swords, both with cold expressions. "It's over. The seniors are back." Bai Shixian immediately wanted to go up and plead for the sword sect. However, Su Yang shot him a cold glare, making it clear that he should shut up and stay where he was. Bai Shixian bitterly smiled in his heart. "Su Leoj, you better pray for yourself." "Master, junior brother Su, Uncle Su is back. We are saved." The disciples of the Xuantianzong saw Su Yang and finally felt relieved, seeing the 9 women injured. Su Yang's eyes revealed a hint of coldness as he coldly asked, "Who hurt them?" "You little brat. What do you think you are? Daring to make noise in front of so many of us." The master of the Du sect intended to reprimand Su Yang, thinking he was unremarkable. But before he could finish his sentence, Su Yang raised his hand and struck, instantly causing blood to splatter everywhere. Everyone was shocked. The master of the Du sect was a top expert in the Haoyue realm, yet this person could kill him with a single move. "I'll ask again. Who hurt them?" Su Yang's gaze was icy as he scanned the tens of thousands of people in front of him, showing no fear. "You have such great power. It was my sword sect that broke the Juyin Timu formation. How about that?" Elder Qin stepped forward, not taking Su Yang seriously at all. "Sword sect." Su Yang laughed in anger. "Good, very good. Su Jianfeng wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of me, yet his disciples dare to hurt my people." He intended to directly deal with Elder Qin, but the eye of the Imperial Master detected someone coming. It was Su Jianfeng. He was using blood to control his sword, clearly rushing here at the cost of his life. There was no need to guess. He was here to stop his disciples. Obviously, he was unaware of the situation. Su Yang changed his mind and decided not to act for now, waiting for him to arrive first. Elder Qin was still unaware of the impending disaster. Angrily scolding Su Yang, "You're so bold. What kind of status does my ancestor have? You're not even worthy to carry his shoes, yet dare to speak so shamelessly." Su Yang coldly snorted, "Your ancestor has to kneel in front of me. You scoundrel, daring to disrespect the ancestor. You're seeking death. Kill him." Su Yang's words immediately incited the wrath of the sword sect members. Gu Changye was already holding back his anger after being slapped in public, and Su Yang happened to be the target for his frustration, immediately ordering, "Dismember him." "Let me do it." Elder Qin volunteered, drawing out a sword. "You little brat. Insulting my ancestor. I will make you perish completely, never to be reborn." He then raised his sword and was about to strike. At this moment, a loud and urgent shout came, "Stop." Chapter 43. Su Jianfeng is anxious. The voice was like thunder, deafening. Everyone was startled and looked towards the source of the sound. A streak of light quickly crossed the sky and appeared before the crowd in the blink of an eye. "Ancestor." The disciples of the sword sect were astonished to see who had arrived. "Why did the ancestor come?" "We greet the ancestor." They hurriedly bowed. Huff, huff. Su Jianfeng's face was slightly pale, panting heavily. "Ancestor, what happened to you?" Gu Changye asked curiously. Su Jianfeng wanted to scold them, but he had rushed here too quickly, losing a lot of blood to control the flying sword, and that last shout had left him breathless. He couldn't speak for a moment and could only glare at them, panting heavily. Gu Changye saw this and couldn't help but feel puzzled. The ancestor seemed very angry. Could it be that he also came for the treasures in the secret realm? It should be, since even the Yaowang Valley had mobilized all their forces, proving the preciousness of these treasures. The ancestor must have coveted them as well, which is why he rushed over, worried that the Yaowang Valley would get there first. The ancestor had a fiery temper, and now being so angry must be because he was upset that he hadn't informed him about the treasures earlier. But the old man usually was elusive, making it hard to find him. It was better to appease him quickly to avoid being blamed. With that thought, Gu Changye quickly explained, Ancestor, after we learned that the Xuantianzong had news of the secret realm treasures, we rushed over immediately. It was not intentional not to inform you. We had originally agreed that the sword sect would take 70% of the treasures. However, the Yaowang Valley, taking advantage of their numbers, wanted to monopolize it. Thank goodness you came. We need you to make a decision for us. Please, Ancestor, make a decision for us. The disciples of the sword sect immediately echoed Gu Changye in unison. Su Jianfeng was in a panic, thinking these damned fools. But the more anxious he became, the more he panted, his brows furrowing tighter, and his face growing increasingly ugly. His expression was as if he wanted to eat someone. Gu Changye felt a surge of joy in his heart. His words were having an effect. The ancestor was so angry that he would definitely take action against the Yaowang Valley. Seizing the opportunity, he signaled to Elder Qin. Elder Qin understood and spoke, Ancestor. The Xuantianzong thinks they have obtained the secret realm treasures and are acting arrogantly. They previously acted aggressively at the Li Huozong, not only exterminating the Li Huozong, but also killing disciples from dozens of sections. We came to settle the score with them, but not only did they not admit their mistakes, they openly provoked our sword sect, especially him. Elder Qin pointed at Su Yang. This person just boasted that the ancestor would have to kneel before him. Such arrogance is intolerable. I was just about to teach him a lesson when you arrived. Ancestor, please punish this person severely. This speech made Su Jianfeng even more anxious. He felt a chill in his heart, wanting to speak up, but his internal energy surged, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Stay calm, quick, stay calm. Su Jianfeng kept shouting in his heart, but at this moment, how could he remain calm? Everyone saw his reaction and thought he was angered by Su Yang. Can Junior Brother Su handle such anger from the ancestor? Xiao Xianing worriedly asked. He should be able to, right? Qi Baiyuan replied, uncertainly. Only Bai Shixian understood that Brother Su was not angry, but clearly scared. He initially wanted to speak up for Su Jianfeng, but upon seeing Su Yang's cold expression, he ultimately lost his courage. At this moment, Chen Qingshan's eyes darted around, deep in thought. With both ancestors from the sword-bowing pavilion and the Medicine King Valley present, it was clear that his chances of sharing in the secret treasure were slim. Thus, he stopped considering the secret treasure and began to think of other ideas. With both major sects gathered and the ancestors personally present, if he could curry favor with either side, it would greatly benefit the Qingyan sect. He was unfamiliar with the Medicine King Valley, but the sword-bowing pavilion learned about the secret treasure through his own revelation. Given this connection, he naturally chose to please the sword-bowing pavilion. After quickly thinking it over, Chen Qingshan immediately approached Su Jianfeng, cupping his hands in greeting. Su Senior, the Xiantian sect killed my son, and that Su Yang has insulted you. This child must be eliminated. It is against heaven's justice to let him live. However, your status is noble, and killing him would dirty your hands. Let me do it for you, to help you vent your anger. Get lost. Su Jianfeng was so furious that his chest heaved, feeling like he might vomit blood. He struggled to squeeze out a word. You dare to touch him, and I'll destroy your entire sect. Su Jianfeng wanted to say this, but was so anxious that he couldn't get the words out. Ancestor, calm down. This kind of person is not worth your anger. Gu Changye comforted him obediently. Young Master Gu, what does Su Senior mean? Chen Qingshan asked, puzzled. Does the ancestor's meaning not make it clear? He is saying you can just act, Gu Changye explained with a smile. Shut your mouth. Su Jianfeng was nearly driven mad by Gu Changye. Now I understand, Chen Qingshan said with a slight smile. All right, I'll go kill him now to vent your anger. Get lost with your anger. Su Jianfeng turned red in panic upon seeing Chen Qingshan about to act against his predecessor. No, I must stop him. Su Jianfeng gritted his teeth, spitting out a mouthful of blood to ease his anger. Ancestor, the disciples of the sword-bowing pavilion were immediately alarmed. Gu Changye shouted angrily at Chen Qingshan. Sect Master Chen, this child has made my ancestor spit blood. Hurry up and kill him. All right, Chun Qing-shan responded loudly, raising his sword and pointing it at Su Yang, sneering, "Kid, if you want to show off, you must pay the price, die." Just as he was about to strike, Su Jianfeng had already steadied himself and, in a panic, used the technique to shrink the distance and pulled Chun Qing-shan in front of him. Chun Qing-shan was taken aback. Su Sr., before he could finish his question, Su Jianfeng slapped him hard. Bang! This slap was filled with rage, and the immense power left Chun Qing-shan unable to resist, directly smashing his head and causing blood to splatter. Everyone was shocked and confused. The disciples of the Qingyun sect, witnessing their sect master being killed, were filled with righteous indignation, glaring at Su Jianfeng. One elder indignantly said, "Su Sr., our sect master stood up for you. Why did you kill him?" However, Su Jianfeng ignored the explanation and rushed over to grab the other's neck. Crack! He cleanly twisted it off. The disciples of the Qingyun sect's expressions changed drastically. Another elder, furious, shouted, "What does the sword-bowing pavilion mean by this?" In response, Su Jianfeng mercilessly slashed him in half with his sword. Now the disciples of the Qingyun sect were scared and dared not speak. But Su Jianfeng had no intention of letting them go. He made a hand sign, and two swords that circled around him flew out under his control, moving with such speed and ferocity that the Qingyun sect disciples had no means of defense. They didn't even have a chance to escape. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect were all killed, with no one spared. Everyone watched in horror. This was the strength of the #1 sword cultivator in the southern region. A top-tier sect was so easily exterminated by him. But why did he do this? Chapter 44. While they are dazed, they are mine. Everyone couldn't understand. Even the people from the sword-bowing pavilion were puzzled. After a moment of thought, Gu Changye quickly stepped forward to explain loudly. Our ancestor wanted to take action personally, but Chun Qing-shan overstepped his bounds, merely trying to curry favor with us. However, our ancestor despises sycophants the most, and in his anger, he killed him. As for the Qingyun sect's disrespect towards our ancestor, they naturally deserve to die. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood, coupled with the fact that the cultivation world respected strength. Su Jianfeng's dominance made them not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Gu Changye knew that the ancestor valued reputation the most. By helping him maintain his reputation, he also established the authority of the sword-bowing pavilion, and the ancestor would surely praise him. Seeing the ancestor approach him, he immediately adopted a humble attitude, saying, "There is no need to praise me, ancestor. This is what a disciple should do." Elder Qin and the others watched this unfold, nodding in approval. The young master was exceptionally intelligent, yet not arrogant or impatient, becoming more mature and steady. They believed that in the near future, the sword-bowing pavilion would certainly create more glory under his leadership. The ancestor was somewhat comforted. However, contrary to their expectations, Su Jianfeng remained silent and raised his hand to slap Gu Changye hard. "Ancestor, you..." Gu Changye was filled with confusion, about to ask why when Su Jianfeng slapped him again. "Ancestor, smack! Smack!" Su Jianfeng slapped him repeatedly, turning Gu Changye's face into a swollen mess. Everyone was astonished. What was happening? "Ancestor, what did the young master do wrong?" Elder Qin asked, but was pulled in front of Su Jianfeng, who also slapped him repeatedly. As if that wasn't enough, to everyone's shock, after hitting the two, Su Jianfeng began to slap himself, hitting himself harder each time. He kept slapping until he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, his expression dazed and swaying, before finally stopping. Everyone was completely stunned. Was Su Jianfeng going mad? Hitting his own disciples was one thing, but now he was hitting himself. Had he lost his mind? Ignoring their reactions, Su Jianfeng turned to look at Su Yang, who remained cold and indifferent, realizing that this was still far from enough. Sigh. He sighed gloomily in his heart. If he wanted to protect the sword-bowing pavilion, it seemed he could only resort to deadly measures. "Ancestor, what's wrong with you?" Su Jianfeng, with a face like a pig's head, was filled with countless questions in his heart. Su Jianfeng reprimanded, "Gu Changye, you are the divine son of the sword-bowing pavilion, the young master, and the future heir of the sword-bowing pavilion. I have always been very satisfied with you. You have never disappointed me. But today, you are guilty beyond redemption. I must clean up the house. Saying this, he placed his sword against Gu Changye's neck. Gu Changye's face changed drastically, and he cried out in surprise, "Ancestor, what did I do wrong? Just because I didn't report the secret treasure matter to you in advance? But I've already explained that as soon as I got the news, I rushed over immediately. There was simply no time to inform you, and I couldn't find you. Besides, this is not enough to sentence me to death. Ancestor, please reconsider. The young master is the future of our sword-bowing pavilion. We cannot execute him for such a trivial matter. Yes, Ancestor, don't be impulsive. Give the young master another chance. Please think it over, Ancestor." Several elders quickly pleaded for Gu Changye. The other disciples also bowed and shouted in unison, "Please think it over, Ancestor." Su Jianfeng remained unmoved, instead scanning them with a cold expression, saying, "Today, not only does he have to die, but you all must accompany him in death." The disciples were shocked. "Ancestor, why? You must give us a reason." Elder Qin urgently asked. "You have offended someone you shouldn't have offended," Su Jianfeng said. "Who exactly have we offended?" "Ancestor, we came here for the sect. We are here to seize the secret treasure. We have not sinned, but rather have done a service." "Yes, Ancestor, you can't kill us. We haven't offended anyone." The disciples cried out in injustice, feeling extremely wronged. "Shut up," Su Jianfeng shouted coldly. "You shouldn't have come, and you definitely shouldn't have offended Xuantianzong." They were dumbfounded. Is the Ancestor going to kill us for Xuantianzong? The Ancestor, Xuantianzong, is just a second-rate sect, and it only gained its current strength because of the treasure from the secret realm. Even with the treasure, they are not our match at Baijian Pavilion. Why should you fear them? Gu Changye was extremely confused and even felt that the Ancestor was getting muddled. Su Jianfeng couldn't help but look at Su Yang, still holding a glimmer of hope, hoping the elder would show mercy. Su Yang casually asked, "Do you want to be my enemy?" Su Jianfeng was so frightened that he immediately knelt down, pleading for the elder's forgiveness. "I wouldn't dare." Everyone was stunned by this scene. The dignified Ancestor of Baijian Pavilion, a powerful figure in the Earth Realm, the #1 swordsman of the southern region, actually called the peak master of a second-rate sect elder. He even knelt down in respect. It was simply insane. I didn't see it wrong. Who is he? This is too outrageous. The scene was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Su Yang and discussed among themselves. Gu Changye asked in confusion, "Ancestor, what virtue or ability does he have that warrants your kneeling and apology?" "Shut up." Su Jianfeng turned around and shouted, "You all kneel down too." "Ancestor, kneel down." Su Jianfeng shouted angrily. The disciples of Baijian Pavilion looked at each other, extremely reluctant, especially Gu Changye, as the young master of Baijian Pavilion and the future heir, with a noble status and high pride. How could he kneel to the peak master of a second-rate sect? How would he face others in the future? Therefore, he said, "Ancestor, Baijian Pavilion is at least a divine sect, renowned in the southern region, and no one dares to provoke us. If we kneel to him today, won't we become a laughingstock in the southern region? Who will respect Baijian Pavilion in the future? Ancestor, I know you are free-spirited and do not care about small matters. But you can't be confused. He has no qualification to make us kneel. It should be him kneeling. This is outrageous." Su Jianfeng was enraged. This fool. He immediately wanted to kill Gu Changye. But Su Yang asked, "Su Jianfeng, do you have any objections if I personally kill your disciple?" Su Jianfeng was completely disappointed in them, no longer hesitating, and loudly announced, "From this moment on, Gu Changye is expelled from Baijian Pavilion. You all are no longer disciples of Baijian Pavilion." The disciples were stunned. "Ancestor, how can you treat us this way?" Elder Qin said indignantly, "This is your own doing." Gu Changye, in a fit of anger, cursed loudly, "You are muddled." "Nonsense! You dare to curse me?" Su Jianfeng shouted angrily. "If you're not muddled, how could you expel us for him? I think you've gone crazy practicing the sword." Gu Changye lost his noble status and couldn't accept it for a moment, losing his rationality and directly retorting Su Jianfeng, "You're seeking death." Su Jianfeng was furious and couldn't help but want to take action. However, he was stopped by Su Yang. "Stay back, they are mine." Chapter 45. The Might of the Immortal Sword, the Power of the Great Tao. Su Jianfeng had no choice but to step aside. Everyone was curious about what Su Yang had to rely on to dare confront the people of Baijian Pavilion alone. Not to mention anything else, just those 5 elders, each a top-tier expert in the 5th grade Blazing Sun realm, capable of executing the 5-element sword formation in immense power. Wasn't he seeking death? Kid, I don't care what tricks you use to confuse the ancestor. You've caused us to be expelled from Baijian Pavilion. Once we incapacitate you and force you to reveal the truth, the ancestor will surely change his mind. Elder Qin glared at Su Yang with hatred. Stop talking nonsense with him. Quickly subdue him. Gu Changya urged impatiently. Set up the sword formation. Elder Qin commanded, and the 5 elders immediately arranged themselves. Although they didn't regard Su Yang highly, they had just witnessed his methods, so they immediately launched the 5-element sword formation. The 5 swords shone with 5 beams of light under their control, intertwining and breaking through the air. This sword formation had just displayed its might by easily breaking the 9 words Heavenly Curtain formation. Now, using it against Su Yang, everyone was not optimistic about him. The disciples of Zhang couldn't help but feel worried. Gu Changye specifically reminded, don't kill him, just cut off his limbs. His expression was sinister. Waiting to see Su Yang turned into a human doll. But Su Yang remained unfazed and waved his hand. With a sharp, piercing sound, a sword chant resounded. Using a sword in front of Baijian Pavilion, how could any sword withstand the 5-element sword formation? This kid was arrogant and overconfident. He would surely suffer. Let him show off. He deserves it. Everyone looked down on Su Yang, thinking he was humiliating himself. But the next second, when the sword was in Su Yang's hand, a powerful pressure erupted, moving everyone. Some with weaker cultivation were directly overwhelmed by this pressure, their legs going soft, and they couldn't help but kneel down. Some even fell off their flying swords. The swords under their feet or in their hands trembled uncontrollably, as if they were afraid. Immortal sword. He actually has an immortal sword. How could he possibly control an immortal sword? This is impossible. Everyone was dumbfounded, filled with astonishment. Only immortals could wield immortal swords. Bai Laodi was right. The elder truly is a powerful immortal. Su Jianfeng swallowed hard, feeling a sense of fear. He had just presented a sword to the elder. What a joke. Once the immortal sword appeared, all swords bowed in submission. The 5-element sword formation was affected, trembling uncontrollably. Su Yang stood proudly with the sword, coldly shouting, I have a sword named Zhan Tian, a mere sword formation, and I will break it with one sword. With that, he swung the sword. The immortal energy on the sword erupted, transforming into a dazzling sword light, magnificent and overwhelming, as if it would split the heavens and the earth, sweeping away with unparalleled power. Boom! With a loud bang, the 5-element sword formation instantly collapsed, and the 5 swords were directly shattered. The sword light did not diminish in momentum and continued to envelop the 5 elders. The 5 were instantly filled with terror, their faces losing all color. No! Elder Qin cried out in despair. But soon, they were engulfed by the sword light, leaving not even a trace behind. When the sword light dissipated, the scene fell silent. Everyone staring blankly at Su Yang, filled with fear. The power of a single sword was terrifying. Bai Ningyue's eyes were filled with admiration for her master. Just now, you said you wanted to cut off my limbs? Su Yang's gaze turned to Gu Changye. He was so frightened that he shivered all over and hurriedly knelt down. Elder, it was my fault for not recognizing the great mountain. Please forgive me. Elder, please forgive me. The other disciples of Baijian Pavilion also knelt down, repeatedly begging for mercy. At this moment, they finally understood why the ancestor acted this way. It turned out that this person was truly unfathomable. I asked you to kneel before, but you didn't. Now it's too late to admit your mistake. Su Yang swung out another sword, the sword light shining. No, ancestor, save me. Gu Changye cried out, also dying under the immortal sword. The other disciples had no chance of escape. Hiss! Everyone gasped. This guy has an immortal sword. We cannot kill him. It's better to leave quickly. This person is ruthless and will not spare us. Let's run. Go, go, go. They were all frightened out of their wits by Su Yang and quickly began to flee for their lives. The disciples received the order to intercept them. Not a single one was to be let go. Bai Shixian finally got the chance to show off, and quickly issued orders. Su Jianfeng was also preparing to take action to redeem himself. But Su Yang waved his hand. No need for you to act. I can handle it myself. They had no choice but to give up. Su Yang took out the Danzun Ling and tossed it into the air. The token floated in midair, trembling slightly, and then shone with a light that shot straight into the sky. The disciples of Yaowang Valley instinctively felt a sense of awe before the Danzun Ling. Even Su Jianfeng felt an inexplicable fear, looking up at the Danzun Ling, stammering in astonishment. The great Tao, a radiant light, gathered in the air, as if it were a solid substance, resembling a galaxy spanning the heavens and the earth. It emanated an immense majesty, reminiscent of the might of the universe. Su Yang shouted lightly, "Smash it!" The Tao of Pil descended with a deafening roar, striking down fiercely. Its vast range enveloped the entire army of over 10,000, leaving them nowhere to escape. They felt as if the sky were collapsing, filled with fear, their faces pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sound was incessant. The ground shook violently, and the mountains swayed. One life after another perished in despair, their forms and spirits obliterated, souls scattered, with none escaping. Su Yang raised his hand, and the Pil Master token returned to him. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. But the disciples of Xintian sect and Yaowang Valley were deeply shocked by Su Yang's astonishing methods, left in a daze. Especially Su Jianfeng, who was incredibly anxious, fearing that the senior would also deal with him. Su Yang paid them no mind, focusing on the Pil Master token, noticing that it had dimmed significantly compared to before, likely due to his use of the Tao of Pil, consuming some of the power of the Tao. After all, he was not a true great being. Each use diminished the power within the token. This trump card should be used sparingly unless absolutely necessary. Master, you are amazing, Bai Ningyue exclaimed excitedly, her big eyes sparkling like stars. What a fuss, it's just a rabble. Su Yang smiled, reverting to his usual approachable demeanor. In the hearts of the disciples, the master was invincible. Bai Ningyue giggled. Bai Shixian approached, complimenting, "Senior, your depth is unfathomable. You've opened our eyes. You have been quite thoughtful this time." Su Yang understood that if Yaowang Valley hadn't arrived first, Xintian sect might have suffered greatly. You are too modest. If it weren't for your assistance, my Yaowang Valley would have been destroyed by that wicked disciple long ago. It is an honor for my Yaowang Valley to serve you. Bai Shixian secretly decided to cling tightly to this senior's thigh. He glanced at Su Jianfeng, unable to help but say, "Senior Su Leoj, what's wrong? Do you want to plead for him?" Su Yang asked lightly. "Please forgive my boldness. I really cannot blame Su Leoj this time. It was his disciple who was blind and offended the senior. Moreover, Su Leoj has already expelled them from his sect and clarified the relationship, which is a way to make amends. I hope the senior can show mercy and not hold it against him," Bai Shixian requested. Hearing this, Su Yang's gaze shifted to Su Jianfeng. He couldn't help but shiver slightly and lowered his head. "Senior, it is my failure in discipline. If you wish to punish me, I accept it. But please, be lenient and spare the sword worship pavilion. I would be extremely grateful." Su Yang knew that this matter indeed could not be blamed on him, and he had acted to remedy it in time. Thus, he said, "I am not unreasonable. This matter is indeed unrelated to you, but they are your disciples after all. If I do not pursue it, you should stay in my Xintian sect and guard the gate for a year. Do you have any objections?" Letting the first sword cultivator of the southern region guard the gate? Everyone was speechless. Yet Su Jianfeng not only showed no dissatisfaction, but was instead overjoyed. He didn't care about the identity of guarding the gate. As long as he could stay at Xintian's sect, he would have ample opportunities to listen to the senior's teachings in the future. This was not a punishment. It was clearly a blessing. Fearing that Su Yang would change his mind, Su Jianfeng hurriedly agreed, "I am willing to accept the punishment. Don't say a year. Even if it's 10 years or even forever guarding the gate at Xintian's sect, I would be more than happy." Everyone exchanged glances. The ancestor of Sword Worship Pavilion truly could bend and stretch. However, Bai Shixian suddenly became anxious upon hearing this and hurriedly requested, "Senior, I'm also willing to guard the gate at Xintian sect." The disciples of Yaowang Valley were taken aback. Had the ancestor lost his mind? Master, you can't possibly guard the gate at Xiantian's sect. You're the ancestor of my Yaowang Valley. Even if the senior is unfathomable, you can't go guard the gate. Lai Tianxing wanted to advise against it. If this gets out, what will happen to your dignity? Wouldn't Yaowang Valley be laughed at? But before Lai Tianxing could finish, Bai Shixian interrupted. Don't speak. Did I tell you not to speak? Didn't you hear? Bai Shixian reprimanded sternly. Lai Tianxing had no choice but to reluctantly close his mouth. Bai Shixian looked at Su Yang with hope. Senior, please give me a chance. He had learned from Su Jianfeng that the senior possessed profound teachings. If he could listen in, it would be of great benefit. Previously, he had been troubled about how to get close to Su Yang, and now he certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. You come to guard the gate at my Xintian sect. Do your disciples from Yaowang Valley agree? Su Yang asked. They dare. Bai Shixian glared back at the disciples. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to speak. Lai Tianxing could only bitterly smile and say, Senior, this is the ancestor's decision, and we will definitely support it wholeheartedly. Bai Shixian was then satisfied and withdrew his gaze. All right, you can guard the gate together with him. Su Yang agreed. Thank you, Senior. Both elders bowed in gratitude. Su Qiaoen watched this unfold, feeling a pang of regret. Even those at the Earth Spirit Realm were eager to guard the gate at Xiantian's sect, yet she had previously refused to come as a servant. Serving as a servant was certainly better than guarding the gate. She couldn't help but cast a glance at Lu Jinming, feeling increasingly envious of him. At this moment, Bai Shixian dismissed Lai Tianxing, saying, This is no longer your matter. You all should return. Yes, Master. Lai Tianxing had no choice but to lead the disciples away. Su Yang approached the 9 major stars, activating the eye of the Emperor Teacher to check their injuries, which were not severe and would heal with a few days of rest. However, Bai Shixian, eager to perform, took out a vial and presented it to Su Yang. Senior, I have golden sun pills here that can help them heal and recover sooner. You're thoughtful. Su Yang did not decline and took it, handing it to the 9 women. After taking the golden sun pills, their injuries, which weren't too serious, quickly showed noticeable improvement. Su Yang was very satisfied and tossed Bai Shixian a book of techniques. Here's a reward for you, a ground-level technique, and a top-tier one. It's even suited for my alchemy cultivation. Bai Shixian, who had only been practicing a low-grade, ground-level technique, was overjoyed. Thank you for the reward, Senior. Su Jianfeng was immediately envious. He had previously boasted in front of Su Yang that he practiced a middle-grade, ground-level technique. He hurriedly wanted to take out treasures to present to Su Yang, hoping to receive a reward as well. However, the best things Su Jianfeng had were only techniques and swords, which wouldn't catch the senior's eye. Meanwhile, the senior could casually give away a monkey-level technique and possessed an immortal sword. Su Jianfeng wasn't an alchemist and had no precious pills, which made him anxious, regretting not gathering more treasures earlier. Now, he could only feel envy. At this moment, Su Yang looked at Su Qiaoen, noticing she was also injured, and asked, Tell me, what happened with your Fuyo Pavilion? It's my ineptitude. Su Qiaoen recounted the events without hiding anything. I plead for the senior to punish me. I accept the consequences. Su Qiaoen lowered her head, feeling anxious. So, Fuyo Pavilion not only turned against us, but also indirectly attracted the Sword Worship Pavilion. Su Yang narrowed his eyes, a cold glimmer flashing. This is outrageous. Fuyo Pavilion must be destroyed. Su Jianfeng was enraged, stating that if it weren't for Fuyo Pavilion's betrayal, revealing the senior's matters to Qingyun sect, Chen Qingshan wouldn't have gone to invite the Sword Worship Pavilion, and Gu Changye and the others wouldn't have offended the senior. Xiantian's sect wouldn't have fallen into crisis. It could be said that Fuyo Pavilion was the fuse of the entire incident. Senior, let me go and destroy this sect. Su Jianfeng's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he volunteered. No need. They should be arriving soon. At this moment, Fuyo Pavilion was indeed on its way to Xiantian's sect. Shen Fuyao's expression was not good. Not only did they waste a lot of time trying to catch Su Qiaoen, but in the end, she also managed to escape. An elder expressed his concern. Sect leader, Su Qiaoen is very likely to inform Zhuan Dianzong. So what if she goes to inform them? This time, we have Baijian Pavilion involved, uniting dozens of sections. Can Zhuan Dianzong handle it? Shen Fuyao was not concerned at all. Sect leader, I still believe that the vice sect leader. Elder, she has already been expelled from Fuyao Pavilion by me. Mind your words. Shun Fuyao interrupted the elder unhappily. The elder had no choice but to change his wording. I know Su Qiaoen well. She has always been loyal to our sect. Since she insists so much this time, perhaps what she said is true. Should we reconsider? Absurd. Shun Fuyao said coldly. How could Zuanianzong be as strong as she claims? Not to mention that Yaowang Valley would never help them, even if they would. Do you think Yaowang Valley would go against Baijin Pavilion for them? Don't bring this up again. Yes, elder, you are worrying too much. An elder strongly agreed with Shun Fuyao's decision, but he was instead worried because of Su Qiaoen. We are delayed. Everyone should be attacking Zuanianzong by now. We should hurry. Otherwise, when we arrive, Zuanianzong might already be destroyed, and we 1T get a share of the secret treasure. Shun Fuyao nodded and immediately ordered, all disciples, obey my command and accelerate. The disciples immediately urged their flying swords with all their might. When they finally arrived at Zuantianzong, they found it eerily quiet, with not a single shadow in sight. Where are the people? It was strange. They should have arrived long ago. Look, there are traces of fight all around, and the air is filled with the smell of blood. The disciples checked and found that a battle had indeed taken place, and it seemed very fierce with many casualties. But why is there no one here? An elder wondered. I know. We must have arrived too late. Zuanianzong has already been destroyed. They have divided the secret treasure and left, another elder guessed. Everyone felt this made sense. Someone angrily said, this is all Su Qiaoen's fault. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't be late. Now we have no share of the secret treasure, and they might even think that Fuyao Pavilion deliberately didn't come. If we offend Baijin Pavilion because of this, it will be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Shun Fuyao's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, cursing, damn Su Qiaoen. She has caused us great harm. Send out the order. Even if we have to turn the southern region upside down, we must find her. I want to kill her with my own hands and make her regret it. Just as the disciples were about to take their orders, a cold voice suddenly came from ahead. No need to search. I'm right here. Chapter 47. I'm just the gatekeeper, Su Qiaoen. Shun Fuyao's face immediately turned cold upon seeing her. I was worried about how to find you, but you delivered yourself right to my door. Su Qiaoen said, I have been waiting for you all along. Shun Fuyao mocked, what? Zuantianzong has been destroyed, and now you regret it and want to come back? I told you. Zuantianzong could not withstand the wrath of so many sections. You refused to listen and nearly got us killed. Now we have missed out on the secret treasure. You are the sinner of Fuyao Pavilion. Who said Zuantianzong has been destroyed? It was those dozens of sects that were destroyed, Su Qiaoen replied. Su Yaoen, do you think I would believe that? Are you going to say that it was Yaowang Valley that helped? Shun Fuyao scoffed. Yaowang Valley did come and mobilize their entire force, but Zuantianzong did not need their help. Sect Master Su killed them all by himself. The people from Fuyao Pavilion burst into laughter. This was simply a fairy tale. Shun Fuyao shook his head in disappointment. I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. If you know what's good for you, surrender peacefully, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless and annihilating you. Su Yaoen said angrily. I have your sect's interests at heart, yet you treat me like this. Shun Fuyao, you are too self-righteous. Today, Fuyao Pavilion will be ruined because of your poor decision-making. Nonsense. You think you could destroy my Fuyao Pavilion? Shun Fuyao sneered disdainfully. How much ability do you really have? I'm well aware. I indeed don't have that ability. But Zuantianzong does. That's enough. Shun Fuyao impatiently shouted. How long will you keep pretending that Zuantianzong has been destroyed? Which of your eyes saw Zuantianzong being destroyed? Su Yang's voice suddenly rang out as figures emerged one after another. The people from Fuyao Pavilion were shocked. How are you still alive? Shun Fuyao was very surprised. I killed those dozens of sects, so naturally, I'm still alive, Su Yang said calmly. Impossible. Shun Fuyao didn't believe it. How could your Zuantianzong have that kind of strength? Don't try to deceive me. Whether I have that strength or not, you will naturally believe it once I destroy Fuyao Pavilion. Su Yang's gaze revealed a murderous intent. Sect Master Su, leave them to me. Su Jianfeng, who had now become the gatekeeper of Zanianzong, was also considered one of them, and thus his title changed. He hated Fuyao Pavilion and volunteered to take on the task. Suyang nodded. Shen Fuyao did not recognize Su Jianfeng's identity and scrutinized him, asking, "Who are you?" Zuantianzong, the gatekeeper. Upon hearing this, Shen Fuyao was enraged. How ridiculous. You Zuantianzong send a gatekeeper to deal with us? Do you think Fuyao Pavilion is that easy to bully? Su Jianfeng proudly said, "To kill you, one person is enough for me. You're so boastful. Who do you think you are? The #1 sword cultivator in the southern region?" Shen Fuyao mocked. "I used to be, but now I don't dare to claim that title." Su Jianfeng recalled Su Yang's astonishing sword earlier. He was far from being comparable. Do you think we are fools? The #1 sword cultivator in the southern region is the ancestor of Baijian Pavilion. Would he come be a gatekeeper for Zuantianzong? An elder reprimanded. "I like it. What does it have to do with you?" Su Jianfeng coldly glared, accusing, "You Fuyao Pavilion could have attached yourselves to Zuantianzong and soared to great heights. But not only did you not seize that opportunity, but you also caused me great harm. Today you must die. Arrogant. Let me deal with you." An elder stepped forward, wanting to kill Su Jianfeng and give Zuantianzong a warning. You're not even worthy of me drawing my sword." Su Jianfeng took a step into the air, directly pulling the other party in front of him and gripping their neck. Crack! He took the head. The people from Fuyao Pavilion were instantly shocked. "You can shrink the distance. You are at the Earth Soul Realm," Shen Fuyao exclaimed. "Sect leader, how is this possible? If he were at the Earth Soul Realm, why would he be guarding the gate for Zuantianzong?" An elder said. "That makes sense." Shen Fuyao speculated that the opponent must have used some unknown means. He then ordered, "Second elder, third elder, you both go together. 2 Sunblaze realm experts will be enough to take him down." Yes, the 2 complied. However, just as they were about to make a move, Su Jianfeng appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye, simultaneously gripping their necks. Crack! 2 more crisp sounds echoed, and he easily took them down. This left the people from Fuyao Pavilion terrified. 2 Sunblaze realm elders were effortlessly killed by the opponent. Is this still a gatekeeper? Shen Fuyao's expression grew serious as he asked again, "Who exactly are you?" "Didn't I say? I'm the gatekeeper." Su Jianfeng pulled out a sword and shouted, "Don't come at me one by one, come all at once." How ridiculous. Do you really think Fuyao Pavilion is easy to bully? Kill him. Shen Fuyao ordered once more. This time, the Grand Elder led over 1,000 disciples to charge at him together. Su Jianfeng snorted coldly, "You are overestimating yourselves." After saying that, he charged forward with his sword. The Grand Elder was the first to take the hit. In one encounter, he had his throat slit. He widened his eyes, seeing Su Jianfeng as if he were in a place unguarded, wielding his sword with unstoppable force, and the screams were endless. Su Qiaowen's words were true. Fuyao Pavilion was finished. Unwillingly, she closed her eyes. He was too strong. Everyone run. Hurry. The disciples of Fuyao Pavilion were terrified by Su Jianfeng's terrifying presence and fled for their lives. Su Jianfeng naturally would not let a single one escape, and took out another sword. He threw out 2 swords and formed a hand seal. This scene was exactly the same as what happened at Qingyan sect. The 2 swords swiftly reaped lives, and the victims didn't even have time to react to how they died. Soon, Fuyao Pavilion was completely annihilated, leaving only Shen Fuyao. At this moment, she had lost all her previous composure, her eyes filled with deep terror. A sword cultivator. Such a terrifying sword cultivator. There is no one else like him in the southern region except for that one. Impossible, impossible. If he were really the ancestor of Baijian Pavilion, how could he be guarding the gate at Xintian sect? Just as Shen Fuyao was lost in thought, Su Jianfeng's cold gaze shot over. "Because of you, you caused my Baijian Pavilion to be dragged into this mess. I won't let you die easily." As he spoke, the 2 swords shot toward Shen Fuyao, and due to their incredible speed, they returned to Su Jianfeng's side in an instant. The next second, Shen Fuyao's arms suddenly fell off, blood gushing out. "Ah!" Shen Fuyao let out a piercing scream, writhing in pain. "Why, you really are the ancestor of Baijian Pavilion." She finally guessed Su Jianfeng's identity, feeling it was unbelievable. "I said, I'm just a gatekeeper now." Su Jianfeng manipulated the 2 swords to fly over again. Shen Fuyao was greatly shocked and hurriedly turned to look at Su Qiaowen. Help! Chapter 48. When Dan City sword bow and posture, she regretted it too late. Unfortunately, before she could say anything, Su Jianfeng was already in front of her, directly twisting her neck. Suyawen Said, Hedi expressiondim. However, she quickly adjusted her mood and prepared to take her leave. She was injured, and Qi Baihuan couldn't bear it, so he suggested to Su Yang, "Junior brother Su, she took great risks to inform us, and her injuries are serious. Since she has nowhere to go, let her stay here temporarily to recover." Su Qiaowen immediately looked at Su Yang with anticipation. Su Yang understood the intentions of his master and senior brother. Su Qiaowen was at least in the Fierce Sun realm, which could greatly enhance the strength of Xiantian's sect. Since his master had spoken, Su Yang naturally had to give face, so he agreed. Su Qiaowen was overjoyed. Thus, Xiantian's sect gained 2 gatekeepers in the Earth Spirit realm, and Luotian Peak added a servant in the Fierce Sun realm, along with a Su Qiaowen who was eager to become a servant. Su Yang had been running around during this time, and now that the troubles were resolved, he finally had time to calm down. He opened the system panel to check. Host, Su Yang. Cultivation, 3rd rank Fierce Sun realm. Root bone, infinite bone. Cultivation method, Dian Wu Dao Gong. Special skills, Emperor Teacher Dedeo, Emperor Teacher's I. Emperor Teacher's ability. Cultivation return, 200 times. Disciple, Yi Bufan, loyalty 100, cultivation 5th rank Great Mysterious Realm. Disciple, Bai Ningyue, loyalty 100. Cultivation 7th rank Bright Moon Realm. Servant Qingxia, 1 disciple, cultivation 1st rank Understanding Mysteries Realm. Servant Manyu, 1 disciple, cultivation 1st rank Understanding Mysteries Realm. Servant Shuzhen, 1 disciple, cultivation 10th rank Entering Mysteries Realm. Cultivation return, 50 times. Yi Bufan's cultivation speed was still very fast. Life and death experiences indeed allowed him to grow quickly in a short time. However, Su Yang had now reached the Fierce Sun realm, and even with a 200 times cultivation return, it was not as fast as before, indicating he needed to continue accepting disciples. He then closed himself off for 2 days to adjust, and when he emerged from his room, he found that Luotian Peak had changed dramatically. Originally desolate, it now had many flowers and plants, and a medicinal field had been cultivated, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. The fish pond had also been expanded and decorated with plenty of vegetation, with 9 stars happily swimming around inside. At this moment, Su Qiaowen was fertilizing the flowers and plants, appearing diligent and earnest. Seeing Su Yang come out, she hurriedly approached him. "Peak Master," Su Yang asked, "did you do all this?" The medicinal field was dug by Ning Yue, the fish pond was repaired by Lu Zhenming, and these flowers and plants are grown by me. I wanted to add some liveliness to our Luotian Peak. From Su Qiaowen's tone, it seemed she considered herself part of Luotian Peak. Su Yang didn't say anything and asked, "Where are the 2 of them?" Ning Yue went to Wendan City to purchase alchemy materials, and Lu Zhenming accompanied her. They should be back soon. Wendan City was a large cultivation city with many shops, such as those selling elixirs, magical tools, and secret techniques, almost everything one could imagine. It was a gathering place for cultivators, a trading hub, and a source of information. It was also a place to scout for talent, such as recruiting disciples or bringing in experts to expand the sect. Su Yang thought about the sword pill he had obtained. It was also time to take in a 3rd disciple. Not long after, the 2 returned on their swords and saluted Su Yang, seeing that their expressions were somewhat strange. Su Yang couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Didn't you manage to buy the materials?" "We got the materials, but we heard some news about our Xiantian sect." Bai Ningyue replied, "What news?" "This time our Xiantian sect destroyed dozens of sects, and we thought we could show our might in the southern region. But the news circulating in Wendan City is that our Xiantian sect obtained a secret realm treasure, and we were targeted by Yaowang Valley and Baijin Pavilion. Those dozens of sects were destroyed because they tried to compete with these 2 powerful sects for the secret realm treasure. In the end, Baijin Pavilion and Yaowang Valley fought over it, and due to Yaowang Valley mobilizing all their forces, they won and even killed the young master of Baijin Pavilion. Ultimately, Yaowang Valley obtained the secret realm treasure, and our Xiantian sect had to plead to be spared. Master, this news is too outrageous. Don't you think it's infuriating?" Bai Ningyue said indignantly. Su Yang hadn't expected it to spread like this. However, it was not surprising. After all, dozens of sects have been wiped out. People only knew the outcome and didn't witness the process, relying on speculation, which led to misinformation being spread and rumors becoming reality. Master, should we let Yawang Valley and Baijian Pavilion come out to clarify this? Binding US suggested. The news has already spread. Clarifying it wouldn't have much effect. This world doesn't have the internet, and everything is passed by word of mouth. Moreover, cultivators fly around, covering a wide area. Once a rumor spreads, it's hard to stop it. Su Yang didn't take this matter to heart and changed the subject, saying, I'm going out for a while. Master, where are you going? Do you want your disciple to accompany you? Binding Yu asked. Just wandering around Wendan City. You don't need to follow. Su Yang flew off on his sword. Wendan City was constructed very grandly, covering a large area and exuding an extraordinary air. Above the city, cultivators were flying on their swords, creating a lively and prosperous scene. Su Yang landed on a street. This street was called 100 Sect Street, where the storefronts of over 100 sects were stationed, aimed at recruiting disciples and bringing in experts. In simple terms, it was a talent recruitment market. The street was bustling with people, both cultivators and mortals, all looking around, hoping to join their desired sect. Shintian sect also had its own storefront, but it was desolate, with no one showing interest. Inside the shop, only one disciple was guarding it, nearly dozing off from boredom. When Su Yang walked in, the disciple opened his sleepy eyes and glanced over casually. Upon seeing it was Su Yang, he immediately perked up and hurriedly bowed. Disciple Lu Hai greets Master Su. Su Yang's status in Shintian sect was now esteemed, and the disciples had long changed their views of him. Haven't you recruited anyone? Su Yang asked. Master Su, as you can see, not even a fly has come in. The main reason is that there are rumors in Wendan City saying our Shintian sect obtained a secret realm treasure and was robbed by Yawang Valley, indirectly offending Baijian Pavilion. It is said that Baijian Pavilion has already declared they will find a way to settle accounts with our Shintian sect sooner or later. So no one dares to join our sect. I've already explained this to them, but no one believes it. Lu Hai was quite frustrated about this. Su Yang frowned slightly. The rumors were indeed becoming more and more outrageous. At this moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Su Yang went to the door to check and found that everyone was rushing towards the bone testing platform, where the roots of 1S bone could be tested. Someone had tested to have sword bone, a natural sword cultivator, which was even rarer than divine bone. Everyone was eager to see. Hurry to the bone testing platform. We must recruit that young man into our sect. Various sects were scrambling for that boy. We should also try our luck. It is said that the boy has refused invitations from all sects, claiming he already has a sect he wishes to join. Su Yang was somewhat surprised to hear the discussions among the crowd. He didn't expect such a rare sword bone to appear here. Master Su, should we also go and try our luck? With your skills, you might be able to recruit him into our Shintian sect, Lu Hai suggested. Didn't someone just say that the boy already has a sect he wants to join? In that case, we won't have much of a chance if we go. Su Yang had the supreme sword pill and could easily create an exceptional sword cultivator, so he wasn't very interested. At this moment, a young man strode towards the bone testing platform, followed by many people eager to see which sect he would choose. The young man stopped in front of the Shintian sect's storefront. Chapter 49. Trading a fool for a sword bone genius, why isn't he moving? This seems to be the storefront of the Shintian sect. He wouldn't want to join this sect, would he? How could that be? The Shintian sect is merely a second-rate sect. He just rejected so many first-rate and super first-rate sects. Why would he choose this one? That's right. I've heard that the Shintian sect offended the Sword Worship Pavilion. Only a fool would join them. The surrounding onlookers debated, certain that the boy would not choose the Shintian sect. But the boy looked at Su Yang and said, I want to join the sect. Everyone was taken aback. Even Su Yang was surprised, not understanding why he would choose the Shintian sect. The young man stood tall, like a sharp sword, with an extraordinary presence, especially his eyes, which held a maturity that didn't match his age, as if he had experienced countless hardships. Su Yang could clearly sense that the boy was very proud, with an air of contempt for the world around him. Judging from appearances alone, he was indeed a rare talent. If nothing unexpected happened, he would surely achieve great things in the future. Su Yang couldn't help but take an interest in him and activated the Imperial Master S.I to check. Indeed, He had the sword-bone physique, and it was a high quality. Even the entire 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, he was a remarkably gifted talent. However, what surprised Su Yang the most was that this person was actually the reincarnation of a sword immortal. No wonder he had a maturity that didn't team match his age and such extraordinary pride, looking down upon the world. You want to join my sect? Lu Hai asked excitedly. The boy nodded slightly. Lu Hai was overjoyed and said, "Great. Master Su, finally someone is willing to join our sect." Su Yang smiled and nodded. Lu Hai began to introduce, "Young man, this is the peak master of our Xiantian sect, Master Su. Since you have the sword-bone physique, you can become a disciple of our Xiantian sect under Master Su." Become his disciple? The boy frowned slightly, seeing Su Yang as unremarkable and hesitating. At this moment, people around began to advise him. "Young man, don't. The Xiantian sect is just a second-rate sect. They're not worthy of you. I know this peak master of falling sky peak very well. His qualifications are mediocre, not even as good as some second-generation disciples. 3 years ago, he only managed to recruit a disciple through trickery. If you become his disciple, you'll waste your talent and ruin your future. The Xiantian sect has also offended the Sword Worship Pavilion. They will be destroyed sooner or later. You're jumping into a pit of fire." Lu Hai could not bear to listen any longer and angrily said, "Don't speak nonsense. Our master, Su, has been biding his time. His actual strength is very impressive. Also, our Xiantian sect has not offended the Sword Worship Pavilion. Even the ancestor of the Sword Worship Pavilion is guarding our Xiantian sect. Arrogant! How dare you insult the ancestor of the Sword Worship Pavilion? You must be tired of living." To obtain this young man, they were truly making outrageous claims, thinking he was foolish. "Young man, you heard that. Joining such a sect will bring you harm." Everyone did not believe Lu Hai's words and continued to persuade the young man. "You all." Lu Hai was infuriated. However, Su Yang remained calm, looking at the boy with a tranquil expression. Even if the other party was the reincarnation of a sword immortal, Su Yang had nothing to be concerned about. He regarded this as a test for him to see if he could seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, the boy was deep in thought. Before awakening his memories, he had inadvertently passed by the Xiantian sect and felt a celestial aura. Just now, during the bone testing, he finally awakened his past life memories. He realized that it was the power of the celestial sword. Now that he had reincarnated, he remembered the cultivation techniques of his past life and possessed sword bone. But he just lacked a suitable sword. The Xiantian sect had celestial swords hidden within, but ordinary cultivators could not wield them. Since he was a sword immortal in his past life, he naturally had a way to control them. As long as he could join the Xiantian sect and obtain a celestial sword, his cultivation would be greatly accelerated. However, to have such a waste as his master was truly a humiliation. How could he be qualified? But for the sake of the celestial sword, he could only endure it for now. With this thought, the boy replied, "Good. I am willing to join Falling Sky Peak and become your disciple." Suddenly, a warning rang in Su Yang's mind. Warning: Du Fumang's loyalty to the host is -10. When loyalty falls below -20, he will develop murderous intent towards his master. Su Yang was taken aback. This guy's loyalty was actually negative. No wonder. After all, he was a reincarnated sword immortal and was extraordinarily proud. How could he truly be sincere in wanting to worship him as a master? There must be a reason behind this. Su Yang had experienced betrayal once and did not want to go through it again. This child cannot be accepted. This young man really couldn't understand human speech. He would regret it sooner or later. What kind of luck was the Xiantian sect having to recruit a sword-bone disciple? Everyone was filled with envy and jealousy towards the Xiantian sect. Master Su, he agreed. Lu Hai was overjoyed and hurriedly urged Du Fumang to bow and pay respect to his master. But at that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait!" A few people walked out from the crowd, led by a plump man with a rosy face, sporting a handlebar mustache, strutting arrogantly, and looking quite ostentatious. It's people from the Golden Heaven Gate. The Golden Heaven Gate is one of the 5 great divine sects. They actually came too. This person was Li Badong, an outer elder of the Golden Heaven Gate, responsible for recruiting disciples, and he must have set his sights on this young man. The crowd immediately guessed the intentions of the newcomers. Lu Hai frowned and quietly asked Master Su, "What should we do?" It's fine. Su Yang naturally wouldn't take the Golden Heaven Gate seriously. Li Batong approached the young man, examined him, and nodded in satisfaction. Sorbonne physique, not bad. He then looked at Su Yang and arrogantly said, "This young man, we from the Golden Heaven Gate want him." Lu Hai was displeased and said, "He has already agreed to join our Xintian sect. Just an agreement. He hasn't officially joined. Even if he has joined, if we from the Golden Heaven Gate want someone, who dares to refuse? Do you even have any reason to speak of? Reason? Li batem la wekudli." Shaking his handlebar mustache, "We from the Golden Heaven Gate are the reason. Don't like it? Tough luck. You." Lu Hai was furious. However, with Su Yang present, he wasn't afraid. The boy quietly watched, curious to see how his so-called master would handle this. Before Su Yang could speak, Li Batong continued, "Don't say we from the Golden Heaven Gate didn't take care of your Xintian sect. Bring him up. Soon." A disciple tossed a person in front of Su Yang. The person was ragged, disheveled, and appeared quite miserable, sitting on the ground with a silly grin, clearly a fool. "This is Qin Song, our Golden Heaven Gate's young master. You from the Xintian sect want to recruit disciples, right? Now I'll hand our young master over to you. As our young master, you have made a great deal for your Xintian sect." Li Batong smiled with a hint of mockery, his face full of ridicule. The crowd was speechless. Who didn't he know that the young master of Jindiaman was a fool, despised by everyone, and his status was even lower than a servant? To use him in exchange for a genius of sword bones was clearly an insult to Xintian sect. "Uncle Su, there being too much," Lu Hai said angrily, thinking that Uncle Su would definitely not agree. Su Yang used the Imperial Master's eye to observe Qin Song and was instantly moved. He was not a fool. He was just pretending to be one. Moreover, he originally possessed a high-quality divine bone, but it had been forcibly extracted from him. This was different from destroying the root bone. An extracted root bone could be transferred to another person through special means. However, the process of extraction was extremely painful, akin to forcibly pulling out one's bones, tendons, and blood vessels, leading to unbearable suffering, often resulting in death. Furthermore, this person had many scars on him, and considering his malnutrition and frail constitution, he should not have been able to endure. Yet, he had endured this torture. What immense will to survive did he possess? Generally, those with such a strong will to survive either clung to life out of extreme love or were driven by endless hatred. Clearly, he belonged to the latter. In order to survive, he had to pretend to be mad and endure various humiliations and ridicule. The plight and determination of the other person deeply touched Su Yang. Asking himself, if it were him, he would have likely already collapsed mentally or gone mad, or chosen to end his miserable life. Especially since Su Yang saw with the Imperial Master's eye that the other person had a jade pendant on him. It still carried the aura of his closest kin, along with the intense sadness and longing he had poured into this jade pendant. It was likely that this jade pendant was a relic from his closest kin. Since he was the young master of Jinyaman and his father was still alive, this relic should belong to his mother. This indicated that he was still a great filial son, a son discarded by his father like a piece of trash, yet he was extremely filial to his mother. Without needing to guess, Su Yang also understood the source of the other person's hatred. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you mute? What are you staring at?" Li Bateng impatiently at Su Yang. It was obvious. You were trying to exchange a fool for a genius of sword bones. The person would certainly be unwilling. Yet, they couldn't afford to offend your Jindiaman, so they had to pretend to be deaf and mute. Everyone thought this way. Su Yang came to his senses and readily agreed. "All right, I will exchange with you." Li Batong smiled triumphantly. "Looks like you were smart." No one felt surprised. They didn't want to offend Jinyaman, and this was the only choice. The young man felt disdain. A waste is indeed a waste. Taking such a soft egg as a master is simply a great humiliation. "Uncle Su, why did you agree?" Lu Hai was very confused. With Uncle Su's strength, he shouldn't be afraid of Jinyaman at all. "I have my own measures." Su Yang did not explain further and asked Qin Song, "Are you willing to be my disciple?" Being a disciple, Qin Song laughed foolishly, but a hint of sorrow flashed in his eyes. He wanted to take revenge, but could only join a force stronger than Jinyaman. Otherwise, he would have no chance at all. He had also heard about the recent news regarding Xintian sect. They had offended Baijin Pavilion, and it was uncertain if they would be destroyed, but it was practically impossible for them to develop and grow. Qinsong did not want to join Xintian's sect, but who would be willing to accept a fool in the eyes of the world? Moreover, this was also his only opportunity to escape Jinyamen. Helpless, he could only pretend to be mad and foolish, saying, "I want to be a disciple. Being a disciple is fun. Being a disciple is fun." Su Yang said, "Since you agreed, then bow 3 times and call me master." Bow, 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 master. Qinsong happily bowed 3 times to Su Yang and called out, "Master, He, you are my master now." Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 3rd disciple, gaining the Master S meeting gift, Sword Emperor diagram. Tip: Qinsong's loyalty to the host is only 50. Please pay attention, host. A loyalty of only half. However, Su Yang didn't mind. For someone who had experienced Qinsong's plight, their guard would naturally be higher than that of ordinary people. The fact that he still had loyalty to him under such circumstances was already quite good. Ha ha! Li Badeng suddenly burst into laughter. "You really took this fool as your disciple. A fool for a disciple, a waste for a master, a perfect match." The people around began to laugh derisively. It was truly embarrassing. Li Badeng immediately smiled at the young man. "Did you see that? With someone so pathetic, do you still want to be his disciple? Come to Jinyamen. With your talent, we will definitely provide you with the best resources, treating you like a son of God. Your status and position are far beyond what Xintian's sect can compare to." The young man glanced at Su Yang, utterly disappointed. Well, he would first join Jinyamen and then force Xintian's sect to hand over the immortal sword by using his identity as the son of God from Jinyamen. So he said, "This kind of waste indeed doesn't he deserve to be my master? All right, I will join Jinyamen." Ha ha ha, you made a very wise choice. Li Badeng laughed heartily. Qinsong saw everyone laughing at Su Yang and felt indignant, but he felt even more sorrow. It seemed that his master's situation was quite similar to his own. In this case, how could he take revenge? At this moment, Su Yang suddenly said to him, "Disciple, since you have joined my sect, I will teach you your first lesson now. Those who offend me must be repaid." Su Yang's gaze suddenly turned cold as he walked towards Li Badeng. What is he going to do? Qinsong was stunned. He wouldn't be crazy enough to fight with Li Badeng, would he? He is seeking death. Poor Qinsong, having just accepted a master, was about to mourn for him. Everyone was waiting to see Su Yang's joke. Only Lu Hai's lips curled up. Uncle Su was finally going to make a move. "Kid, are you going to fight me? Have you thought about the consequences?" Li Badeng faced Su Yang, who was approaching, and the smile on his face grew increasingly cruel. No, Qinsong wanted to call out to Su Yang, but he didn't dare. Once exposed, he would be doomed. Just as he was secretly anxious, Su Yang stopped in front of Li Badeng and turned to Qinsong, saying, "Disciple, watch closely." Li Badeng was immediately displeased, snorting coldly. "You don't know how to die. Seeking death." Saying that, he struck out a palm towards Su Yang. "Master." Qinsong was alarmed, instinctively wanting to remind Su Yang, but he immediately had to swallow it back. Everyone thought Su Yang was doomed, yet he kept his gaze on Qinsong's side, casually grabbing and easily seizing Li Badeng's wrist. "What?" Li Badeng was taken aback. Su Yang then said to Qinsong, "Open your eyes and watch." The next moment, with a crisp sound, Li Badeng's wrist was twisted, letting out a piercing scream. "Oh, Li!" The disciples below exclaimed in shock. They immediately rushed towards Su Yang, but Su Yang merely waved his hand, and they all fell to the ground dead. Everyone was in shock. Qinsong even forgot to pretend to be foolish, staring blankly at the scene before him. "You dare to kill someone from Jinyamen, you're dead." Li Badeng, enduring the excruciating pain, said fiercely, "A mere Jinyamen. I don't even take it seriously. You insulted my disciple and me. Don't say Jinyamen. Even if the 5 great divine sects gathered, you would still die." Su Yang grabbed Li Badeng by the neck and lifted him up. Li Badeng struggled wildly, wanting to break free, but he soon realized that the opponent's strength was far above his own, and he could not escape at all. How is this possible? Isn't he a waste? Why is he so powerful? Before Li Badeng could figure it out, Su Yang had already snapped his neck and casually discarded him like trash. Everyone present was stunned in place. Li Badeng was at the 5th rank of the Great Profound Realm, yet he had no ability to retaliate. He was definitely at the Starry Radiance realm. But even being at the Starry Radiance realm, what use was it? Killing the person from the Heavenly Gold Gate will definitely lead to his demise, and the Shintian sect will also be implicated. We should leave quickly. Getting involved with him would be troublesome. The crowd hurried away. Su Yang then walked up to Qin Song and said, "This is called He who bullies me must be repaid." Do you remember? Chapter 51. The meeting gift from the two ancestors. Qin Song stared blankly at Su Yang, but quickly reacted, continuing to play dumb. Clapping his hands and laughing foolishly, "They're all asleep, asleep, so fun, so fun." Lu Hai shook his head, truly a fool. He really couldn't understand why Uncle Su would take such a fool as a disciple. The only one still there was the young man, staring intently at Su Yang as if he was getting to know him again. Then, a smile crept onto his lips, tinged with a hint of amusement. "You hide pretty deep. Only then do you qualify to be my master. You've passed. This guy is really arrogant." Lu Hai curled his lips. Although he didn't tea like this young man, he was indeed a sword-bone talent and had the capital to be arrogant. Uncle Su would definitely take him in. Who would have thought that Su Yang would casually reply, "I already have a disciple. You can leave now." The young man frowned. "You want this fool, but not me? Is there a problem?" Su Yang retorted, "What about it? I possess a sword bone. I must be extraordinary. How can this fool compare to me? What do you think?" The young man questioned angrily, suppressing his rage. "Just because you dare to talk to me like that, you are not qualified to be my disciple," Su Yang scoffed. "What is a sword bone to me? In my eyes, it's like garbage. My disciple will make you look up to him. How outrageous! To say that I'm not as good as a fool is simply a great humiliation." The young man's face turned extremely ugly. If it weren't for his cultivation not being restored yet, he would have already torn Su Yang to pieces. "You don't understand my true strength at all. I wanted you to take me as a disciple. It was a chance for you, but unfortunately, you didn't seize it. Remember, my name is Dufama. If you don't take me in today, I will make you regret it in the future." The young man coldly dropped his words and turned to leave, already determined in his heart. "The day I take the immortal sword will be the day I slaughter the Shintian sect. Just wait to bear my sword immortal's wrath." Qin Song glanced at Su Yang, confusion flashing in his eyes. What is this master doing? He would rather take in a fool like me than a disciple with a sword bone. Could he be as foolish as me? "Uncle Su, why are you doing this?" Lu Hai couldn't help but ask. "You will understand in the future." "All right, I'm taking my disciple back now. You don't need to stay here. Let us go back to the sect together." Su Yang killed the person from the Heavenly Gold Gate. They would definitely come seeking revenge. Lu Hai understood this and thus closed the shop. Immediately, Su Yang took Qin Song and flew away on his sword, with Lu Hai following behind. The three landed in front of the Shintian sect's mountain gate. Su Yang said, "Disciple, from now on, this will be your sect, your home. Let's go inside." Home. Qin Song's heartstrings were slightly touched. Since the moment his mother died, he had no home. The word home was too distant for him. Qin Song looked up at the three characters Shintian sect carved on the mountain gate. His feelings were complicated. After so many years of barely surviving, he also wanted a home, a place to rely on, a shelter. If possible, living peacefully in the Shintian sect would be nice. But the problem was, he wanted revenge. And the Shintian sect couldn't provide what he wanted. Moreover, this sect not only offended the Sword Worship Pavilion, but now it had also offended the Heavenly Gold Gate. How could it protect him when it couldn't protect itself? Perhaps this is fate. The master must have acted to avenge me, which is why he killed Li Baden. Although I didn't expect him to have the strength of the Starry Radiance realm, this level of strength is simply not enough against the Heavenly Gold Gate. Forget it. Let's just live a few more days. Having a home before passing away could be considered a final bit of mercy from heaven. As Qin Song thought this, he followed behind Su Yang toward the mountain gate. At that moment, the ground suddenly began to shake, feeling as if it was moving, yet also appearing to contract. Very mysterious. This is the Earth's shrinking technique, a method of the Earth Soul realm. Qin Song was startled and instinctively looked up. He saw two old men sparring in the open space in front of the mountain gate. Every step they took caused the ground to tremble and compress, and they would disappear from one spot and reappear in another in the blink of an eye. One of the old men exuded a powerful sword intent, while the other was enveloped in a ball of purple alchemical fire. A sword cultivator, an alchemist, both at the Earth Soul realm. Qin Song's pupils instantly constricted. These two were the ancestors of the Sword Worship Pavilion and the Medicine King Valley. They were actually fighting here. The rumors were indeed true. The two great divine sects fell out over the Xiantian sect's secret realm treasures. This is it. The heavenly gold gate hasn't come seeking revenge yet. But the ancestors of the two great divine sects have come knocking first. The Xiantian sect cannot withstand this. I just arrived, and I'm already going to accompany the Xiantian sect to the grave. Alas, Qin Song felt extremely frustrated. At this moment, the two noticed Su Yang and immediately stopped, walking toward him. Oh no, they're coming over. Qin Song was extremely frightened, forgetting to continue acting dumb, his face showing despair. Should I escape? But how could he escape in front of the Earth Soul Realm? Just as he was panicking, the two elders stopped in front of Su Yang and respectfully bowed. We greet Sect Master Su. Qin Song was instantly dumbfounded. Did I see that wrong? Did I hear that wrong? The two ancestors are bowing to my master? What surprised him even more was that Su Yang put on a stern face and scolded. I came here to have you guard the gate, not to have you tear down the mountain gate. The two elders were not only not angry, but also appeared fearful. Su Jianfeng quickly explained, Please forgive us, Sect Master Su. We were too bored and got a little carried away. Bai Shixian also hurriedly added, I guarantee we won't do it again next time. It's all Su's fault. I told him not to fight. How can you blame me? You agreed to. That was because you forced me. I didn't force you at all. You were just bored and eager to fight. You were enjoying it. Was I? No, absolutely not. It was you who forced me. Damn. Old Bai, you're not being righteous. The two elders began to argue, getting red-faced, leaving Qin Song completely stunned. What's going on here? They are the ancestors of two great divine sects, the top Earth Soul Realm experts in the southern region. How could they be so respectful to my master? And guarding the gate of the Xiantian sect, is this a joke? Wasn't it said that the Medicine King Valley killed the young master of the Sword Worship Pavilion, and the Xiantian sect offended the Sword Worship Pavilion? Can someone tell me what is going on? All right, everyone stop arguing. This is the last time. Su Yang spoke, and the two elders immediately shut their mouths, simultaneously breathing a sigh of relief. Bai Shixian asked with a flattering smile, Sect Master Su, you just returned from the outside. You must be tired from a journey, right? Would you like me to massage your shoulders? Su Jianfeng, not to be outdone, said, Sect Master Su, let me massage your legs. They've gone mad. These two elders must have lost their minds. Qin Song couldn't believe this was real. No need. I just took in a disciple and am preparing to give a lecture. If you want to listen, come to Luotian Peak, Su Yang said. The two elders have been waiting for this day and were instantly overjoyed. Su Jianfeng looked at Qin Song, quickly moving to stand in front of him, exclaiming, This must be Sect Master Su's new disciple, right? Truly extraordinary, a dragon among people, a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. Bai Shixian hurriedly joined Qin Song in front of him, smiling broadly. This young man is remarkable, handsome and dignified. I quite like him. Here, I have a bottle of marrow-cleansing pills that can help you refine your bone structure. And here is a bottle of Golden Sun pills. If you get injured, just take one, and you one tea leave a scar. Consider this a meeting gift. Su Jianfeng became anxious. This old guy was flaunting his abundant elixirs, and he had already been taken advantage of last time. So this time he wouldn't let him get the upper hand. He hurriedly took out a sword and handed it to Qin Song. This green-edged sword is a mid-grade, Earth-level weapon. Consider it my meeting gift to you as well. Qin Song looked at the two high-ranking ancestors, who were flattering him with a face full of enthusiasm, and was instantly dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Chapter 52. Qin Song was stunned. Was he dreaming? Or was it Su Yang who said, Since they are giving it to you, just take it? Only then did Qin Song come back to his senses, taking the medicine bottle and sword, continuing to play dumb. So many toys, I like them. The two elders were taken aback upon seeing this. Bai Shixian asked, Su sect leader, what's wrong with him? Su Yang replied, he is the young master of Jianmin. Everyone says he is a fool. Fool? The two elders were speechless. How did sect leader Su take a fool as a disciple? No, there must be some mystery behind this. Bai Shixian immediately grabbed Qin Song's wrist to take his pulse, and soon his expression changed. He actually had so many new and old injuries on him, and he had been malnourished for a long time. His physique was incredibly weak, and even his soul was very frail, almost at the point of running out of energy. If this continued, he definitely wouldn't survive for 3 years. Moreover, he had no foundation. It had been forcibly extracted from him, and it was already a miracle that he was still alive. The more Bai Shixian spoke, the more surprised he became. How did he manage to hold on? Isn't he the young master of Jintiamen? How could he be in such a miserable state? Brother Bai, did you take the wrong pulse? Su Jianfeng said suspiciously. It can't be wrong. He has been bullied for a long time without timely treatment. Plus, his foundation was taken from him. If it were an ordinary person, they would have collapsed long ago. But he has managed to survive until now. It's simply a miracle. Bai Shixian looked at Qin Song with sympathy. This child was not just in a difficult situation. The dignified young master of Jintiamen had fallen to such a state. What exactly happened? Su Jianfeng was very puzzled. Lu Hai respectfully explained, 2 seniors. Although he is the young master of Jintiamen, it is said that he is an illegitimate child, greatly despised by the sect leader, who never acknowledges his identity. Plus, he is a fool, so even the servants in the sect can bully him at will. Not long ago, he was thrown to Windan City by Jintiamen and became a beggar, which is how he was brought back by Uncle Su. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Since he was born, he should be responsible for him. So what if he is a fool? Is a fool not a son? That kid Qin Huai is truly despicable. Is Jin Buhuan getting old and confused, choosing such a person as the sect leader? Su Jianfeng scolded unhappily. Jin Buhuan was injured in his early years, affecting his soul. He had previously sought my treatment, but I could only alleviate his injuries, not cure them. In order to survive, he has been in closed-door cultivation for these years, trying to break through to the heavenly soul realm for a glimmer of hope. Therefore, he has not cared about Jintiamen for a long time, under Qin Huai's management. Jintiamen has become increasingly arrogant. If this continues, Jintiamen will eventually fall into his hands. After Bai Shixian finished speaking, he glanced at Su Yang. All right, we will discuss Jintiamen later. I will take it back to Luotian Peak first. Lu Hai, you notify the sect master and senior brothers to come and listen to the teachings. You two come along later as well. After Su Yang finished giving instructions, he flew towards Luotian Peak with Qin Song. From a distance, Qin Song saw 3 people sparring on Luotian Peak. 2 had the Phantom of the Sun behind them, while 1 had the Phantom of the Moon. 2 were in the Luyang realm, and 1 was in the Haoyue realm. Qin Song was secretly shocked. Could they all be the elders of his master-S sect? But ISN Xiantian sect a second-rate sect? How could there be 2 super first-rate masters and 1 first-rate master? While in doubt, the 2 descended on their swords. Bai Ningyue, Lu Jinming, and Su Qiao immediately stopped and welcomed them. We meet the Peak Master. Master, you are back. Who is this? Bai Ningyue and the others curiously looked at Qin Song. He is my newly accepted disciple Qin Song. From now on, he will be your junior brother. Su Yang said, I finally have a junior brother. That's great. Bai Ningyue was overjoyed. Congratulations to the Peak Master on acquiring a disciple. Lu Jinming and Su Qiao hurriedly congratulated. Su Yang then introduced Qin Song. This is your second senior sister Bai Ningyue. This is Lu Jinming, our handyman at Luotian Peak. And this one could be considered a preparatory handyman. Her name is Su Qiao. Qin Song was stunned. 2 Luyang realm experts were actually handymen at Luotian Peak. And his second senior sister, Bai Ningyue, ISNT, she the goddess of Yaowang Valley? How did she become Master-S disciple? Before Qin Song could come to his senses, there was suddenly a commotion in the fish pond. 9 koi fish leaped out of the pond one after another, transforming into 9 stunningly beautiful women, each radiating a dazzling sunlight behind them. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring a disciple. The 9 women knelt on the ground, deliberately displaying their cultivation in front of Qin Song to show him their master's extraordinary status. At this moment, Qin Song felt his brain was spinning, dumbstruck on the spot. 9 Luyang realm great demons were actually Master-S servants? Is this still the legendary Xiantian sect? What kind of person is Master? Master, why does the 3rd junior brother seem a bit off? Bai Ningyue noticed that Qin Song was dazed and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Su Yang looked at Qin Song and smiled slightly. Now you don't need to pretend anymore. Qin Song's heart tightened. Did he see through something? He hurriedly continued to play dumb, I have many pockets. I can store many gifts. I want to store gifts. He, Master, the third junior brother. Binding Yue was taken aback. Could it be that the third junior brother is really a fool? Su Yang looked directly at Qin Song and slowly said, I know your experiences. Your biological father does not acknowledge you and despises you. You have never been favored since childhood, relying solely on your mother, enduring bullying. After your mother passed away, your divine bone was also taken from you, filling your heart with hatred, and you survived solely on your strong will to live. To protect your life, you had to pretend to be mad and foolish. Did I say anything wrong? Qin Song was stunned. How could he know? So the third junior brother has had such a miserable life. Binding Yue felt heartbroken after hearing this. Su Yang asked, do you think that by becoming my disciple, you have lost all hope of revenge? Or do you think that if I kill people from Jinyamen, Xiantian's sect will be finished? Qin Song did not respond. Su Yang continued, you saw just now. The two ancestors from the Sword Pavilion and Yaowang Valley are here at Xiantian's sect, treating me with utmost respect. Do you think those rumors are still true? Have you ever seen a sect with Luyang realm members as handymen, or 9 great demons as servants? These indeed overturned Qin Song's understanding of Xiantian's sect. Since you have joined my sect, I will naturally protect you. Your revenge, I will help you with. You need not have any concerns, just return to normal. Su Yang concluded, waiting for Qin Song to express his stance. Qin Song lowered his head, secretly clenching his fists, his heart struggling immensely. Having pretended to be mad and foolish for so many years, enduring countless humiliations, he had long closed himself off. Now, suddenly someone said they would protect him, help him take revenge, and let him drop the disguise to show his true self. Qin Song was very scared, afraid that this was just a dream. After a while, he suddenly looked up, his expression tense, with a slightly hoarse and trembling voice asking, are you really not lying to me? Chapter 53, Sword Emperor's Comprehension of Sword Dao. He finally stopped pretending. Su Yang smiled with satisfaction. From now on, this will be your home, and we will be your family. Among family, there is no deception, only care. Master is right. Third junior brother, from now on. If you have any difficulties, you can tell us. No matter what deep grudges you have, we will help you take revenge. From now on, we are your strongest support. No one will bully you again. Binding Yue took on the responsibility of the senior sister and gently comforted him. This made Qin Song feel a warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time. It was the first time someone cared about him since his mother passed away. After so many years of enduring humiliation and suppressing grievances in his heart, it finally collapsed completely at this moment, and he couldn't help but cry out loud. Third junior brother, don't cry. Binding Yue said anxiously, Master, the third junior brother. Let him cry. Su Yang knew he had held it in for too long. After all, he was just a 16 or 17-year-old boy who had experienced unimaginable pain. After a while, Qin Song had almost finished crying, and with a thud, he knelt before Su Yang, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Master, thank you. I am so fortunate to become your disciple. Ding. Disciple Qin Song's loyalty has reached 100. Host receives a 400-fold return on cultivation. Not bad. This kid finally let down his guard and acknowledged me as his master. At this moment, several figures flew in on swords and slowly descended. Su Junior Brother, I heard you have taken in a new disciple. Congratulations. Qi Bai Xian, along with several peak masters and disciples like Mo Lin, all came to congratulate Su Yang. Su Yang introduced Qin Song to everyone, and Mo Lin took the lead in greeting him, while the peak masters also presented him with gifts. This was a treatment Qin Song had never experienced at the Golden Sky Gate. He felt the warmth of camaraderie for the first time. His cold heart gradually warmed up, and while he was happy, he felt even more grateful to Su Yang. If this is a dream, please never let me wake up. Thank you all for your kindness. Senior uncles. Qin Song bowed deeply. Qi Bai Xian was surprised and said, Su Junior Brother, wasn't it said that your disciple was how he became better? Xiao Xianning guessed, it must be that Su Junior Brother cured him. Everyone nodded in agreement. With Su Yang's abilities, curing a fool would definitely not be a problem. Su Yang smiled and did not elaborate further. He said to Qin Song, since everyone has given you gifts, I naturally cannot be an exception. Saying this, he took out a supreme sword pill. The pill's aura transformed into 9 swords, flying around it while emitting a rich fragrance. Sword pill. The aura of the pill transforms into swords. This is a supreme quality sword pill. No wonder Su Jr. brother, this gift is truly enviable. They didn't know what to say. Such a grand gesture could only come from Su Yang. The most envious was Su Jianfeng. As a sword cultivator, the allure of the supreme sword pill was undoubtedly immense. I also want to become a disciple, Su Jianfeng said with a face full of resentment. Qin Song excitedly took the sword pill, swallowed it in one gulp, and immediately a series of bone-cracking sounds erupted from his body, accompanied by the sounds of sword singing. The pain of being reborn was nothing to Qin Song. When the bone-cracking sound stopped, his temperament had undergone a tremendous transformation. The sword intent emanated from him, like a sword pointing straight at the sky, sharp and fierce. I finally regained my root bone, Qin Song exclaimed with excitement, releasing a long howl to the sky. The sword intent around him unintentionally burst forth, and faint sword energy circled his body. Everyone instinctively stepped back, fearing they might be hurt by the sword energy. He can condense sword energy before even starting to cultivate. No wonder he has the supreme sword bone. Once he grows, he will undoubtedly become famous across the seas and lands, even possibly the first sword cultivator, astonishingly remarkable. Su Jianfeng marveled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a random doubled return, 1,000 heavenly soul pills. This pill is interesting. It contains the power of a heavenly soul realm expert. As long as it is crushed, it can summon a heavenly soul realm expert to obey commands, with the effect lasting for 1 hour. With so many heavenly soul pills, I won't even have to fight myself in future battles, Su Yang thought contentedly. At this moment, after venting his long-suppressed emotions, Qin Song knelt before Su Yang and said, "Thank you for the pill, Master. I'm immensely grateful." Now, he held Su Yang in the highest esteem, thanking the heavens for letting him meet his master. Now that he has forged his sword bone, according to Su Jr. brother's usual practice, he should be granting him techniques next, Xiao Xianning guessed. What grade of technique do you think Su Jr. brother will grant? A peak master asked. Need I say, it must be a heavenly grade technique. Qin Song was astonished to hear their conversation. One should know that heavenly grade techniques are extremely rare. They have hardly appeared in the southern region. Even his scoundrel father, the head of the Golden Sky Gate, practiced only a low-grade, earth-level technique. Moreover, now that he possessed the sword bone, he could only cultivate sword path techniques. Such techniques are already scarce, let alone heavenly grade ones. Does Master really have it? As he pondered, Su Yang took out a scroll and said, I won't be granting you techniques. Take this instead. A scroll? Is he asking me to cultivate with a scroll? Not only was Qin Song filled with confusion, but the others were also quite puzzled. How do you cultivate with a scroll? Open it and see, Su Yang said. Qin Song curiously opened the scroll, and everyone leaned in to look. The scroll depicted a person's back, their clothes billowing, standing tall with a sword in hand. What is so special about this painting? Everyone could not discern anything and thought it was just an ordinary painting. But Su Jianfeng suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, This painting contains the sword path comprehension of a sword emperor. Sword emperor? That's the pinnacle of existence in the world of sword path. His comprehension of the sword path is beyond any heavenly grade technique, even surpassing celestial manuals. But why can't I perceive anything? Old Su, are you mistaken? I can't feel a hint of sword path comprehension, Bai Shixian questioned. The comprehension of a sword emperor cannot be easily sensed. Only sword cultivators, especially those with extremely high talent, can grasp the mysteries within. You are not sword cultivators, so naturally, you can't perceive it. Even I can only sense a fraction of it, Su Jianfeng explained before turning to Qin Song. He saw Qin Song staring intently at the sword emperor painting, excitement evident in his eyes. Su Jianfeng hurriedly asked, How much do you sense? Qin Song replied uncertainly, I'm not sure. I just feel that this painting is very mysterious. I only glanced at it, and it felt as if I was drawn into a world of swords. The world of swords. You can actually sense the Sword Emperor's world of swords. No wonder you have the supreme sword bone, Su Jianfeng thought to himself. wanting to say how envious he was but felt too embarrassed to voice it. If nothing unexpected happens, this child will surely become a new sword emperor in the future. Senior really has a great method. The system's voice echoed again. Ding, Chapter 54. Something is off with the Xiantian sect, ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random doubled return, a sword sovereign order. Su Yang felt delighted. This sword sovereign order, like the Dan sovereign order, also contains a path of sword way. With this order, all sword cultivators under heaven will have to obey my commands. Disciple, put away the sword emperor painting for now. I will begin to teach now. Everyone sit down. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, everyone immediately sat down cross-legged with anticipation. Qin Song, seeing everyone's reaction, felt puzzled again. Why were they all so excited? Was there something different about Master S teaching? In his mind, although Master was mysterious, he shouldn't cause such a reaction, right? Especially the two ancestors from the Sword Sect and Medicine King Valley, both of whom are Earth Realm experts, were also so excited. At this moment, Su Yang opened the Imperial Master S Dao field, and his aura immediately changed. It has begun. Everyone immediately focused their attention, ears perked up. Initially, Qin Song was indifferent, but when he heard the profound principles of the Great Tao, it was like a sudden awakening, and he became extremely excited. Now he finally understood why everyone was like this, and realized that Master was not an ordinary person. The previously unremarkable aura was all a facade, and this was his true self. No wonder the two ancestors from the Divine Sect were willing to guard the Xintian sect. No wonder Master had 9 powerful demon servants and 2 Sun Realm attendants. He had actually become a disciple of such a high-ranking person. Mother, did you see? Your child has finally made it. Meanwhile, in a pavilion of the Golden Sky Gate, 2 people were sitting. One was clad in a golden brocade robe, looking extremely noble. He was the head of the Golden Sky Gate, Qin Huai. Across from him sat the head of the Sword Sect, Gu Qinglu. The Golden Sky Gate specializes in weapon refining, and all disciples within are weapon refiners. Many cultivators seek the Golden Sky Gate to forge magical artifacts, just like Gu Qinglu, who came for this purpose. Su Jianfeng actually sent him to purchase a large number of magical tools, saying that it was necessary to establish connections at Xuanianzong, and that by Shixian must not be outdone. Gu Qinglu still found it hard to believe. The master of Xuantianzong, Su Yang, was such a terrifying figure that even the ancestor had to refer to him as a senior. Previously, Gu Changya went to Xuantianzong to seize the treasure of the secret realm, offended Xuanianzong, and was expelled from the sect by the ancestor, ultimately dying there. Gu Changya was Gu Qinglu's adopted son, so his death was naturally very saddening. But the ancestor said that if one offended a senior, if he didn't die, the sword sect would be destroyed. Gu Qinglu could only accept all of this. Now, the ancestor went to Xuantianzong to keep watch. But since he didn't have any extra treasures on him, by Shixian from Yaowang Valley, who was also there to keep watch, gained the upper hand and received rewards from Su Yang, which made the ancestor very frustrated. So he ordered himself to come and purchase a large number of magical tools to send to Xuantianzong. Now that the magical tools had been purchased, Qin Huai curiously asked, Brother Gu, may I ask why the sword sect needs so many magical tools? Gu Qinglu casually replied, there are too many disciples, and the magical tools are not enough. Qin Huai naturally didn't believe it. It was rumored that the sword sect and Yaowang Valley had fallen out over the treasure of Xuantianzong's secret realm, and even Gu Qinglu's adopted son had died at the hands of Yaowang Valley. If he guessed correctly, Gu Qinglu's purchase of so many magical tools must be for preparing to take revenge on Yaowang Valley. It seemed a good show would soon be on display. Brother Qin, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Gu Qinglu was preparing to go to Xuantianzong to hand over these magical tools to the ancestor. But at that moment, someone rushed over in a hurry. Dad, something's happened. The person was tall and mighty, precisely Qin Huai's eldest son, the young master of Jiniaman, Qin Ao, the half-brother of Qin Song. What happened? Qin Huai asked. I just received news that elderly Badong from the outer sect and several disciples were killed in Windan City by the master of Xuantianzong's Falling Sky Peak, and that bastard Qin Song has been taken as a disciple by him, Qin Ao said quickly. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinglu's heart sank. Jiniaman was in big trouble. This is outrageous. Qin Huai was furious. How dare this small Xuantianzong kill my Jiniaman's people? They must be tired of living. Dad, let me take people to destroy this sect and deal with that bastard as well. Qin Ao's eyes flashed with killing intent. However, Qin Huai looked at Gu Qinglu. Brother Gu, I heard that Xuantianzong has also offended your sword sect. Are you not going to pursue this matter? Pursue? Do you want my sword sect to perish? Gu Qinglu had no intention of revealing the truth to Qin Huai, as it would offend Su Yang. So he smiled and said, Isn't it that they have also offended your Jiniaman? I think there is no need for my sword sect to take action, right? Qin Huai guessed that the sword sect was currently focused on dealing with Yaowang Valley, which was why they hadn't pursued Xuantianzong. So he said, Since they killed my Jiniaman's people, I will not let them go. Ao take Elder Zheng and Elder Qian to destroy Xuantianzong, and that bastard shouldn't be left alive either. Yes, father. Qin Ao agreed, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. Gu Qinglu also needed to go to Xuantianzong, so he said, I have nothing else to do right now, so I will go with you. Qin Huai naturally wouldn't refuse and reminded Qin Ao not to neglect Gu Pavilion Master. Soon, Qin Ao gathered his men and flew towards Xuantianzong. On the way, Gu Qinglu asked, I just heard you say that the Master of Falling Sky, Peak, took your brother as a disciple? That's right. It was because of him that the Master of Falling Sky, Peak, killed my Jiniaman's people. That bastard was originally going to be thrown into Windan City to fend for himself, but he ended up siding with Xuantianzong. I heard that the Master of Falling Sky, Peak, has mediocre talent, not even as good as his second-generation disciples. It seems to be true. He will take anyone as a disciple. Qin Ao sneered, looking down on Su Yang. Gu Qinglu secretly shook his head. Being able to take Su Yang as a master was a tremendous opportunity, and the foolish brother you spoke of would soon rise. Originally, you could have relied on this relationship to gain the favor of the senior, but unfortunately, what awaits you now is only a dead end. When the group arrived near Xuantianzong, Gu Qinglu secretly took out a jade pendant. This jade pendant was shaped like a jade sword, about the size of a pinky finger, known as the command sword, which could transmit messages within a certain range. It was a unique method of the sword sect. Gu Qinglu flicked his finger, and the command sword flew towards Xuantianzong. Its speed was so fast that Qin Ao and the others didn't even notice. Before long, the group stopped in front of Xuantianzong's mountain gate. Qin Ao said to Gu Qinglu, Pavilion Master Gu, this time you don't need to take action. Just watch from the side while we deal with Xuantianzong. Gu Qinglu naturally agreed and nodded. Strange, something seems off with Xuantianzong. Elder Zheng looked at the empty mountain gate and suddenly said, Elder Zheng, what seems off? Qin Ao asked. We've arrived at their mountain gate, yet there's no response at all. Normally, someone should have come out to meet us by now, Elder Zheng said suspiciously. That's true. Xuantianzong is eerily quiet, as if not a single disciple is present. With Elder Zheng's words, Qin Ao also felt something was amiss. I think they know they offended my Jiniaman and are deliberately hiding, Elder Qian speculated from the side. Qin Ao found it reasonable and coldly snorted. Do they think hiding will be useful? Smash the mountain gate and see if they come out. I'll do it. Elder Zheng stepped forward and struck out with a powerful palm. Boom! The imposing mountain gate instantly collapsed with a loud bang, shaking the ground. At this moment, the disciples of Xuantianzong were all gathered on Falling Sky Peak, listening to Su Yang's teachings, completely absorbed in it. But suddenly hearing the noise startled them all. Su Yang also paused. What's going on? Xiao Xianing asked in confusion. It seems to be coming from a mountain gate, a disciple replied. At that moment, Su Jianfeng received Gu Qinglu's command sword, and a line of words immediately appeared on the sword. Jintiaman is coming. Su Jianfeng frowned and informed Su Yang of the situation. In the past, if the divine sect had come to their doorstep, everyone would surely have been panicked. But now, they were not afraid at all and were even shouting. Jintiaman has such audacity to come to our Xuantianzong to cause trouble. They must have believed the rumors, thinking Xuantianzong was easy to bully. Su Sithi, how should we handle this? Everyone finally turned their gaze to Su Yang, as he was the stabilizing force of Xuantianzong, and it was up to him to decide. Qin Song hurriedly knelt and said, Master, this matter arose because of me, and I am willing to bear the responsibility. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. appreciating his willingness to face the issue and take responsibility. You haven't disappointed your master. I said I would protect you, so listen to me well. Some petty people need not be taken to heart. Qin Song was deeply moved, and at the same time, he admired his master even more. In the southern region, only his master would dare to treat gentlemen as petty characters. Su Yang's gaze shifted to Su Jianfeng and Bai Shixian. Bai Shixian was in a state of enlightenment, his realm barrier loosening, and he was currently closing his eyes to break through. Su Yang didn't want to disturb him, so he instructed Su Jianfeng. You two are in charge of the mountain gate, so handle it. Yes. Su Jianfeng accepted the order and directly used the technique of shrinking the ground into an inch, disappearing from a spot. He was very annoyed because Su Yang's teachings had greatly benefited him, and he was about to break through. But now, being interrupted at this critical moment was even more uncomfortable than a couple being suddenly interrupted just as they were about to consummate their union. Last time he had no complaints about being interrupted halfway through, but this time he wished he could destroy Jinyaman. He quickly arrived at the mountain gate, only to see it had turned into ruins, and Su Jianfeng's expression became even worse. The people from Jinyaman were shocked to see him. How did the ancestor of the sword sect end up here? It is said that the Xintian sect has offended the Baijian pavilion. Could it be that the old man himself has come to deal with the Xintian sect? No wonder the Xintian sect is so quiet. It turns out they have already been exterminated by the ancestors of the Baijian pavilion. Master, Gu Qinglu hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully handing over a ring. According to the master's instructions, the disciple has purchased a large number of magical tools, all stored in this storage ring. The storage ring is specifically used for storing items and is a unique refining technique of the Jintian sect. Su Jianfeng took it casually and coldly asked, "What is going on?" "It's like this, master. The master of the falling sky, Peak, killed people from the Jintian sect for his newly accepted disciple. This one is the young master of the Jintian sect, Qin Ao, who has come to the Xintian sect to settle the score." Gu Qinglu explained. "Junior Qin Ao, I greet Senior Su." Qin Ao cupped his hands and smiled, saying, "I didn't know Senior Su had arrived early. This Xintian sect is arrogant and ignorant and deserves to be destroyed. Senior Su is really quick to act, as expected of the #1 sword cultivator in the southern region, able to destroy a second-rate sect with a snap of his fingers. We admire you." Elder Zheng praised with a smile. Unexpectedly, Su Jianfeng suddenly made a move, and with a flash of sword light, Elder Zheng's head was directly severed. The people from the Jintian sect were instantly shocked. "Senior Su, what is the meaning of this?" Qin Ao asked in alarm. Su Jianfeng did not explain and struck again, killing Elder Qian as well. He continued to attack, leaving only Qin Ao alive, while all the other disciples of the Jintian sect were killed, their bodies in pieces. Why did you do this? How has my Jintian sect offended you?" Qin Ao's face turned pale with fear, his tongue tying in knots. Su Jianfeng flicked the blood off his sword and coldly said, "Keep an eye on him." Then he hurried back, fearing he would miss Su Yang's teachings. Qin Ao immediately wanted to escape, but was stopped by Gu Qinglu. "I can't let you go." Qin Ao asked in confusion, "Pavilion Master Gu, my Jintian sect has never interfered with your Baijin pavilion. Today your ancestor killed my sect's disciple without asking for reasons and wants to detain me. What is this all about? You will know soon enough." Gu Qinglu said, "Pavilion Master Gu, as far as I know, your Baijin pavilion has already fallen out with the Medicine King Valley, and your adopted son has also died at their hands. You can say it's a fight to the death. Now you are also at odds with my Jintian sect. Aren't you afraid of an alliance between my Jintian sect and the Medicine King Valley?" Qin Ao knew the Baijin pavilion was strong, but if the two divine sects allied, they would surely not be able to withstand it. He did not believe the Baijian pavilion would really dare to completely tear their relationship with the Jintian sect. "Are you threatening me?" Gu Qinglu showed a look of dissatisfaction. "This is not a threat. It's to make you see the reality. Your ancestor is completely engrossed in the sword path and acts solely on preference, possibly not considering so much. But the Baijin pavilion is managed by you, and you should understand the pros and cons. As long as you let me go, I can act as if nothing has happened. Otherwise, your Baijin pavilion will bear the wrath of two divine sections." Even if your ancestor is the #1 sword cultivator in the southern region, he may not fare well. Qin Ao was emboldened, confident that Gu Qinglu would think of the bigger picture. Unexpectedly, Gu Qinglu's expression turned cold, and he snorted, "Ignorant junior. You dare speak to me like this?" Slap. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Qin Ao across the face. "You." Qin Ao was furious. Slap. Gu Qinglu slapped him again, knocking out a tooth, leaving him with a mouthful of blood. "Stay obediently, and if you dare to talk back, I will knock all your teeth out." Gu Qinglu coldly shouted. Qin Ao did not dare to speak this time, becoming very obedient. He truly could not understand what had gotten into the Baijin Pavilion, what support they had to face the wrath of two divine sects. At this moment, Su Jianfeng had already returned to Falling Sky Peak, and Su Yang was still giving a lecture. He did not say anything, sitting cross-legged and continuing to listen, until Su Yang finished, closed the Imperial Master's teaching hall, and everyone was digesting the profound truths. Su Jianfeng's face showed joy. The barrier of his realm had finally loosened. He originally wanted to break through immediately, but Su Yang looked over and asked, "How did it go?" Su Jianfeng hurriedly replied, "This time the one who came is the young master of the Jintian sect. I killed everyone else and left him alive, thinking that since he is Qin Song's elder brother, he should handle it personally. He is now being watched by my disciple, waiting for a decision outside the mountain gate." Su Yang looked at Qin Song and asked, "How do you plan to deal with your brother?" Qin Song's face was filled with frost, his eyes revealing strong hatred, gritting his teeth and saying, "He is not worthy to be my brother. I want him dead." Su Yang stood up and said, "Let us go. I'll back you up." Chapter 56. Making the young master a beggar, he led Qin Song toward the mountain gate. Everyone else was digesting the profound truths, so Su Yang did not bring them along. When the two arrived at the mountain gate, Su Yang looked at the ruins and slightly frowned, saying to Qin Song, "With me here, do whatever you want without any worries." "Yes, master," Qin Song replied. "I greet Peak Master Su." Gu Qinglu bowed slightly. Qin Ao was astonished. Wasn't he the Xintian sect exterminated by the ancestors of the Baijin Pavilion? How are they still alive? And why is Gu Qinglu so respectful to this master of Falling Sky Peak? Has he lost his mind? Where is the ancestor of the Baijin Pavilion? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Make him kneel. Su Yang instructed Gu Qinglu. Qin Ao immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. "What are you? To command Pavilion Master Gu to make me kneel?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qinglu pressed his hand on Qin Ao's shoulder. Thud! A powerful force forcibly pressed Qin Ao to the ground, his knees smashing into the earth, causing the ground to crack. And he immediately heard the sound of bones breaking in his knees, letting out a piercing scream of pain. "Pavilion Master Gu, why are you listening to him?" Qin Ao shouted in pain. Gu Qinglu remembered that he had previously been unclear about Su Yang's strength, which led to the Baijin Pavilion offending him and almost being destroyed by his own hands. Now the Jintian sect was in the same situation. So he naturally wouldn't kindly explain, deliberately finding an excuse and sneering. "Your Jintian sect has been arrogant and overbearing for years. I've long been displeased with you. Is there a problem?" "You." Qin Ao was furious. "Disciple, I leave him to you," Su Yang said. Qin Song replied and walked in front of Qin Ao, looking down at him coldly. "Qin Ao, you have finally fallen into my hands." Qin Ao exclaimed in surprise. "You're not pretending to be foolish anymore?" Qin Song coldly smiled. "If I didn't pretend to be foolish, how could I keep my life? You bastard, you actually pretended to be foolish to deceive us." Slap. Qin Song raised his hand and slapped Qin Ao across the face. "You dare hit me." Qin Ao was furious and wanted to retaliate, but his shoulder was firmly pressed down by Gu Qinglu, and he couldn't move at all. "I not only want to hit you, but I also want to kill you." Qin Song drew out the Qing Feng sword and held it against Qin Ao's neck. Gu Qinglu envied him. The master actually gave his Qing Feng sword to this kid. He had asked for it for a long time, but the old man wouldn't part with it. His luck is truly good, being able to become Master Su's disciple. "Qin Song, you dare? I am your brother." Qin Ao's expression changed in panic, and he hurriedly called out, "My brother?" Qin Song became even angrier upon hearing this and questioned sternly, Since childhood, you bullied me, calling me a bastard, saying I am unworthy of carrying the blood of the Qin family. When I was discovered to have divine bones, you even incited Qin Huai to forcibly extract my divine bones and try to kill me completely. If it weren't for me pretending to be foolish, do you think I would still be alive? Now you tell me you are my brother. What right do you have? By the end, Qin Song shouted angrily, his body trembling uncontrollably. Su Yong patted his shoulder and said lightly, "Since he took your divine bone, let him return it." Saying this, he gave Gu Qinglu a look. Gu Qinglu understood and immediately pressed his hand on Qin Ao's back. Qin Ao was instantly shocked and hurriedly begged for mercy. "No, I was wrong. Don't dig out my divine bone. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." The master and disciple remained unmoved. Gu Qinglu squeezed with his 5 fingers and directly inserted them into Qin Ao's body, grabbing his root bone. The pain made Qin Ao scream immediately, his body shaking violently, and his facial muscles twisted and deformed. Soon, a bloody golden root bone was forcibly pulled out by Gu Qinglu. Qin Ao fell to the ground, his face ashen, on the verge of death. Qin Song knew that with Qin Ao's character, he definitely wouldn't last long, so he said, "Master, I don't want him to die so easily." "That's simple. Give him a Jin Yang Dan," Su Yang said. Upon hearing this, Qin Song didn't feel sorry anymore. He poured a Jin Yang Dan from a bottle and stuffed it into Qin Ao's mouth. Qin Ao quickly regained some breath, glaring fiercely at Qin Song. "You bastard. If you dare to kill me, my father will definitely not let you go." Qin Song grabbed his neck and said fiercely, "Don't worry. I won't let you die so easily. I want you to taste the feeling of being treated as trash and being mocked and humiliated by everyone." Saying this, he knocked him unconscious. Then he asked Su Yang, "Master, I want to throw him to Windan City to let him experience the suffering of being a disciple. Is that okay?" Su Yang knew he had gone through too much pain, and the hatred in his heart had accumulated for a long time. If not resolved, it would create a knot in his heart, which would not only affect his cultivation, but could also blind him with this hatred, leading him to fall into the demonic path. Therefore, he said, "As your master, I've said before, you can do as you wish." "Thank you, master." Qin Song respectfully bowed. Su Yang then instructed Gu Qinglu, "You run a trip to Windan City. Let everyone know that the young master Jindiaman has become a waste." Saying this, he took out a book of secrets. "This will be your reward. Don't let me down." Earth-level top-grade sword technique. Gu Qinglu was overjoyed at the sight, as his senior was indeed generous. He quickly took the secret manual, patting his chest to guarantee that he would handle the matter beautifully. He then picked up Qin Ao and flew away on his sword. "Master here." Qin Song held the bloody divine bone and respectfully handed it to Su Yang. "It was originally yours," Su Yang said. "Since the disciple now has the sword bone granted by the master, it is of no use to the disciple anymore, and besides, the disciple doesn't know how to handle it." Su Yang didn't refuse any further and accepted it. "All right, later I will reward your senior sister. This is because the divine bone is the best material for refining divine pills." Qin Song naturally had no objections. A day later, under Gu Qinglu's arrangement, Windan City gained a new beggar. At this moment, on a bustling street, Qin Ao was in ragged clothes, disheveled, with his legs crippled, lying weakly on the ground. His miserable appearance was even worse than that of Qin Song in the past. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Bastard, once I return to Jindiaman, I will make my father tear you to pieces." Just after he finished speaking, a few people stopped in front of him. One of them pointed at him and said, "Isn't this the young master of Jindiaman?" "Indeed. How did he become a beggar?" A few of them showed puzzled expressions. Qin Ao immediately ordered, "You all hurry to Jindiaman and let my father send someone to pick me up. I will reward you handsomely." The few exchanged glances. A cold smile crept onto their lips. Then they shouted loudly, "Everyone come and see! Come and see! The dignified young master of Jindiaman has fallen to become a beggar." Instantly, many people gathered around. When they discovered that it was indeed the young master of Jindiaman, they were very surprised. How did the young master of Jindiaman become a beggar? Not only that, look, his legs are crippled, and his root bone has been dug out. He has no cultivation left. He has become a waste. Who did this? Are they not afraid of offending Jindiaman? Qin Ao gathered his strength and shouted, "Whoever goes to notify my father, I will reward him with a mysterious great artifact." Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately tempted. However, the few people who had just spoken stepped forward to dissuade them. "You mustn't go. It will be troublesome if you do." Chapter 57. Are these Xiantian sect disciples stupid? What do you mean by that? Everyone was confused. The few explained, "We got the news that he was personally crippled by sect Master Qin, and he has severed their father-son relationship, making him a beggar for life. If you meddle, you will definitely anger sect Master Qin. Is that true? After all, he's his own son. He wouldn't do that, right? Could it be that you made a mistake?" People questioned. "Don't you know? The second young master was already expelled before. Now expelling a first young master is nothing strange. If it weren't for his father doing it himself, who would dare to treat the young master of Jintiamen like this? Isn't that courting death?" Upon hearing this, everyone felt it made sense. The few continued to incite. This person relied on being the young master of Jintiamen before, acting arrogantly, bullying men and women, committing all sorts of evil. Now that he has been expelled from Jintiamen and has become a waste, today is the time for grievances to be avenged and for revenge to be taken. Everyone charge. I have long found him displeasing. He bullied our sect before. I must settle this score. Damn it, he stole my partner. I want to kill him. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and rushed forward. The few quickly reminded, "Don't kill him. Leave him with a breath. Let him live worse than dead. That'll be satisfying." Qin Ao soon let out painful screams, beaten to a pulp, on the verge of death. Not far away, Su Yang and Qin Song were watching all of this. Gu Qinglu was beside them and asked, "Sovereign Su, are you satisfied with this?" Su Yang then asked Qin Song, "Disciple, is your hatred resolved?" The disciple is naturally relieved, but the most despicable one is still Qin Huai. He forced my mother to death, personally dug out the disciple's root bone, and made the disciples suffer bullying. Qin Song clenched his fists and said angrily, "What do you plan to do?" Su Yang asked. "The disciple wants him to kneel before my mother's grave and repent, to die in atonement." "All right, you send someone to notify Jintiamen to have them take Qin Ao back." Su Yang instructed Gu Qinglu. Yes. Gu Qinglu did not ask why and immediately went to arrange it. "Let's go back. Waiting for Qin Huai to come to you for disposal." Su Yang left with Qin Ao. Not long after, people from Jintiamen received the news and came to take Qin Ao back. Upon seeing his son's miserable state, Qin Huai was instantly furious and asked, "Who did this to you?" Qin Ao gritted his teeth and said, "It was that bastard Qin Song. He has been pretending to be stupid, and we were all fooled by him." Qin Huai was enraged. "How outrageous! This bastard is very scheming, but he is just a waste. Even if he joins the Xiantian sect, that sect doesn't have the strength to do this to you. This is all to blame on the sword worship pavilion." Qin Ao quickly explained the situation. Qin Huai frowned involuntarily, realizing that the sword worship pavilion actually assisted the Xiantian sect. If they intervened, this matter could get a bit tricky. "Father, you are overthinking it. From what I heard from Gu Qinglu, he simply dislikes our Jintiamen. Over the years, we have indeed been a bit high profile. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. The sword worship pavilion is just jealous of us. Otherwise, how could the Xiantian sect offend the sword worship pavilion and still help them? It's purely coincidental. Furthermore, the sword worship pavilion is currently focused on dealing with the Medicine King Valley and has no energy to turn against us." Qin Ao analysed logically. "You make a good point, but Su Jianfeng has a fiery temper and acts on whims. We must be cautious." Qin Huai thought for a moment and said, "I will send someone to the Medicine King Valley to join forces with them. By the way, invite the ancestor out of seclusion. That would be great. If we can invite the ancestor out of seclusion and join forces with the Medicine King Valley, the sword worship pavilion will be nothing to fear," Qin Ao said happily. At this moment, a girl was hiding outside, shocked by their conversation, and quietly left. "Just focus on recovering. Wait for your father's good news." Qin Huai left the room. "Qin Song, you wait. I will make you understand that you will never defeat me." Qin Song revealed a sinister smile. As Qin Huai was arranging things, the person who had eavesdropped earlier was quickly heading towards the Xiantian sect. This girl was named Qin Huairou, the sister of Qin Huai. Previously, Su Yang gave a sermon, and both Su Jianfeng and Bai Shixian were inspired by it. They are currently in seclusion, so the mountain gate of the Xintian sect is temporarily guarded by Lu Hai, who is also responsible for rebuilding the damaged gate. At this moment, he suddenly saw someone flying over. Looking up, he was taken aback. It seemed to be the goddess Qin Huairou from the Xintian sect. What is she doing at our Xintian sect? In his confusion, Qin Huairou had already landed in front of him. Lu Hai immediately became alert and asked, "You are from the Xintian sect. What do you want?" Qin Huairou replied, "I mean no harm. You don't need to be nervous. I came to see my nephew, Qin Song. You have already driven him out of the Xintian sect. Why do you want to see him?" "I have important matters." "What important matters?" "Call him out, and I will naturally tell him." Lu Hai flatly refused, saying, "Junior brother Qin is currently in closed-door training. It's not convenient." Qin Huairou, displeased, said, "Do you know that your Xintian sect is about to face a great disaster?" Lu Hai countered, "Are you referring to your Xintian sect?" "Not just the Xintian sect, but also the Yaowang Valley. They are about to join forces, and only I can save you." "Let me see Qin Song quickly." Qin Huairou thought that upon hearing this, they would surely be frightened. However, to her surprise, Lu Hai calmly said, "If it's just this small matter, please return. Don't disturb us while we rebuild the mountain gate." Even the few servant disciples were indifferent, continuing with their work. Small matter? Qin Huairou was speechless. Are these people fools? Don't they understand what I just said? The two great sects joining forces, let alone a small Xintian sect, even the Baijin Pavilion wouldn't be able to withstand it. Forget it, I won't waste time with him. I'll just barge in. Anyway, no one in the Xintian sect can stop me. Just as Qin Huairou was preparing to force her way in, someone suddenly walked over slowly. Lu Hai and the few servant disciples working on the mountain gate quickly approached, bowing in greetings, Master Su, greetings, sect leader Su. Su Yang glanced at the mountain gate and asked, "How is the repair going?" Lu Hai replied, "Master Su, you said you wanted the mountain gate to be more impressive than the 5 great sects, so the construction period is naturally longer. However, we are speeding up the process and will definitely finish before the Xintian sect comes to their demise." Upon hearing this, Qin Huairou could no longer hold back. Her expression stern as she said, "Who gave you Xintian sect the confidence? The Baijin Pavilion? Do you really think they will help you? They will soon be in trouble themselves." "Who is he?" Su Yang asked. "She is the goddess of the Xintian sect, Qin Huairou, the aunt of Junior Brother Qin. She claims to be here to see Junior Brother Qin and says that the Xintian sect and Yaowang Valley are going to join forces, claiming only she can save us." Lu Hai explained, "You are Qin Song's master?" Qin Huairou scrutinized Su Yang, finding him plain and unremarkable, even more mediocre than rumored. "Qin Song is really unfortunate to have found such a master. I have heard my disciple mention you, saying that besides his mother, you are the only one in the Xintian sect who truly cares for him. Your visit at this time proves what my disciple said is true," Su Yang said politely. "Then you should understand that I won't harm him. What I said earlier was not a lie." "I believe you," Su Yang nodded. "I see you don't believe me at all," Qin Huairou said discontentedly. "Why do you say that?" Su Yang asked. "If you believe me, you wouldn't have no reaction at all. Do you know how terrifying it is for the two great sects to join forces?" Su Yang chuckled. "How terrifying is it? When the two great sects join forces, there are tens of thousands of disciples, including hundreds in the Star Radiance realm, over 100 in the Bright Moon realm, and dozens in the Fierce Sun realm. This doesn't even include their affiliated sections. The most terrifying part is the Earth Core realm experts, who cannot be measured by numbers." Qin Huairou introduced with a very serious expression. "The Qin family will ask my ancestor to come out of seclusion." At that time, but halfway through, she noticed that Su Yang was not listening at all and was instead directing his disciples. "Lu Hai, that carving on the wall is a bit too soft. It's not very imposing. Have someone change it. And those columns are too thin. They aren't solemn enough. By the way, let's add a row of potted plants later. It won't look so stiff." Lu Hai nodded earnestly. "Okay, Master Su, I will have them do it as you say." Seeing this, Qin Huairou was infuriated and shouted, "Are you even listening to me?" Su Yang then shifted his attention back to her. "Sorry, where were we? How can you people in the Xintian sect be so carefree? With great disaster approaching, you're still thinking about rebuilding the mountain gate. What are you thinking? My nephew has endured humiliation for so many years. And after finally leaving the Jintian sect, how could he find such an unreliable master like you? I don't want to waste more words with you. Bring my nephew out. I want to take him away. Qin Huairou said angrily. He is my disciple now. Even if you were his aunt, you have no right to take him away. Moreover, he may not even want to go with you, Su Yang replied. Do you want him to accompany you to your grave? I want to take him away. Who in the Xintian sect can stop me? Qin Huairou's expression turned cold, and a sun appeared behind her. The pressure of the fierce sun realm erupted, intending to give Su Yang a warning to understand the gap between the Xintian sect and herself. Lu Hai and the servant disciples, seeing the opponent about to make a move, immediately put down their work and rushed to Su Yang's side, shouting, Audacious! A mere fierce sun realm dares to be reckless in front of Master Su. Is the Xintian sect a place where you can run wild? Offending sect leader Su, are you seeking death? Qin Huairou was almost laughing in anger. These disciples of the Xintian sect are simply unreasonable. They actually look down on her. A fierce sun realm expert. Qin Song cannot stay in such a sect. She must take him away. All right, today I will let you see if I have a right to act recklessly in your Xintian sect. Qin Huairou's face turned cold, and just as she was about to make a move, a hurried voice suddenly called out, Aunt, don't do anything reckless. Qin Song rushed over, panting. Qin Huairou immediately retracted her attack and happily said, Tsinger, you really didn't act foolishly. That's great. Qin Song caught his breath and apologized. I'm sorry, Aunt. I didn't mean to deceive you. Qin Huairou smiled and shook her head. I understand. It's my fault for being useless and unable to protect you, allowing you to suffer so much. Since you haven't acted foolishly, your aunt has decided to take you away from the southern region. As long as we leave the influence of the Jintian sect, they can't do anything to us. However, Qin Song refused, and I won't go. How can that be? This time, Qin Ao has been crippled, and Qin Huai is furious, saying he will definitely put you to death. If you don't leave, there will only be a dead end. Don't worry, Aunt. My master will protect me. I won't be in any danger. He can protect you? Qin Huairou scolded with a stern face. Do you know what kind of person he is? I've investigated thoroughly. Although he is the master of a peak, his aptitude is mediocre, and his cultivation is even inferior to some second-generation disciples. The disciples he accepted before were all through deceit. Don't be fooled by him. Aunt, you mustn't say such things about my master. He is very powerful. You can't even imagine, Qin Song said with displeasure on his face. Silly child, that's all fake. He pretended to be that way just to have you become his disciple. Qin Huairou earnestly advised, moreover, this time your father is not only asking the ancestor to come out against the Xintian sect, but he is also preparing to join forces with the Yaowang Valley. The Xintian sect can't withstand it. Listen to your aunt and come with me. That's the only way to save your life. Aunt, I'm serious. My master is really very powerful. The Jintian sect is not his opponent. And what you said about the Yaowang Valley will not join forces with the Jintian sect, because the ancestors of the Yaowang Valley and the Baijin Pavilion are guarding our Xintian sect. That's enough. Qin Huairou couldn't listen any longer and harshly interrupted Qin Song. Then, she glared at Su Yang, scolding, Is this how you deceive my nephew? You are too shameless. Qin Song was startled and quickly knelt in front of Su Yang, pleading, I'm sorry, master. My aunt doesn't understand your power. She cares for her disciple and meant no offense. Please forgive her. Sangha, you are confused. Qin Huairou became even angrier and said coldly, He is not worthy of being your master. I will let you see his true colors right now. After saying that, she raised her hand and struck toward Su Yang. No, Qin Song shouted in panic. Su Yang remained calm and casually waved his hand. Qin Huairou's attack instantly turned into nothingness, and at the same time, she was enveloped by an inexplicable force, immediately spitting blood and flying backward. Aunt, Qin Song cried out, rushing over to help her up. Qin Huairou was taken aback. She was at the 5th rank of the solar realm and had been heavily injured by this person with just one move. Su Yang said coldly, Since it's for my disciple's sake, I won't hold it against you this time. If you dare to offend again, you'll die. Thank you, Master, for your mercy. Qin Song expressed gratefully, quickly taking out a medicine vial and handing a spirit pill to Qin Huairou. And take it quickly. Golden Sun pill. Qin Huairou was stunned upon seeing it. Sang'er, how do you have high-grade spirit pills? And a whole bottle at that. Such high-level healing pills are hard for even me to obtain. It's a gift from the Medicine King Valley's ancestor to please my master, Qin Song replied honestly. Qin Huairou was bewildered. The ancestor of the Medicine King Valley would please him, even if he could heavily injure her with one move. His cultivation was at most a few ranks higher than hers. The ancestor of the Medicine King Valley was in the Earth Soul realm. How could he possibly please him? Just as she was pondering this, two people suddenly stepped into the Xiantian sect, moving as if the ground was shifting, and in the blink of an eye, they were close. Qin Huairou's pupils constricted. Earth Soul realm. It's the ancestor of the Sword Offering Pavilion and the ancestor of the Medicine King Valley. What are they doing in the Xiantian sect? Greetings, Sect Master Su. The two bowed, their faces full of joy, clearly having successfully broken through in cultivation. The two elders are bowing to him? Qin Huairou blinked, feeling as if she were hallucinating due to her injury. You two came at the right time. Help them rebuild the mountain gate, Su Yang instructed. Qin Huairou was in a panic. Was this guy crazy? Although she had misjudged him, his strength was indeed unexpected. But the ancestors were top figures in the southern region. To command them to do manual labor was simply an insult, and they would surely fly into a rage. Especially the ancestor of the Sword Offering Pavilion, whose temper was already explosive. If he got angry, everyone here would suffer. Qin Huairou hurriedly said to Qin Song, "Quick, let your master apologize to the two elders. Hurry." Chapter 59. The two elders happily doing manual labor, however. Qin Song was calm and unhurried, saying, "Aunt, you don't need to worry. They wouldn't dare disobey master." Qin Huairou frowned tightly. This foolish boy had been completely brainwashed by Su Yang. No, she couldn't let him get them killed. Qin Huairou endured the pain, wanting to get up and plead with the two elders. But she saw that not only were the two elders not angry, but Su Jianfeng was also laughing heartily. "We came here for this matter." Bai Shixian also smiled, saying, "I've discussed with Elder Su. The rebuilding of the mountain gate will be fully handled by us too, and we guarantee you'll be satisfied." After saying that, the two elders rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Su Jianfeng pointed at several handyman disciples and said, "I'll take care of the carvings on this wall. You all step aside." He took out his sword and swiftly waved it at the wall. Stones flew everywhere, and sword intent surged. In no time, a vivid and grand sword dance scene was carved, infused with strands of sword intent. Several disciples looked at it and felt as if the figures on it might come to life. If anyone dares to come and smash the mountain gate again, let us see if they can withstand my sword intent, Su Jianfeng said proudly as he sheathed his sword. Bai Shixian then walked up to two giant stones, his palm igniting with purple alchemical fire, and began to refine the stones. In a short while, the stones transformed into two stone lions, also lifelike and imposing. Especially the eyes of the stone lions, which sparkled with purple light, sharp and spirited. With these two stone lions guarding anyone who dares to cause trouble here, unless their alchemy skills surpass mine, can only wait to be turned to ashes, Bai Shixian said, stroking the stone lions, very pleased with his work. Next, the two elders began to direct the disciples to work, personally getting involved and busying themselves with glee. Qin Huairou stared at them in a daze. Were they still the lofty ancestors of the divine sect? "Aunt, do you believe it now?" Qin Song asked with a smile. "What on earth is going on?" Qin Huairou came back to her senses and hurriedly grabbed Qin Song's arm. "Didn't I tell you? The two elders are now guarding the Xiantian sect, and they're responsible for the mountain gate, so naturally they must put in effort. How is this possible? Why would they do this?" Qin Huairou couldn't understand. "Because of my master," Qin Song said seriously. "Aunt, I didn't lie to you. My master's strength is truly unfathomable, far beyond that of the two elders. Otherwise, why would they willingly guard the Xiantian sect? But the rumors say." "You also said those are rumors. All false," Qin Song sighed. "If I hadn't met my master, I might have already died in Wendan City. Not only did he save me, but he also helped me forge the Supreme Sword Bone, allowing me to become a sword cultivator." "What did you say? He helped you forge the Supreme Sword Bone?" Qin Huairou's eyes widened in shock. "You find it hard to believe? I didn't dare to believe it at first either. The Supreme Sword Pill is so precious, but my master casually bestowed it upon me. If you don't believe it, you can ask anyone from the Shintian sect or the two elders. They can all testify. Qin Huairou looked at Su Yang in surprise. Also, this time Qin Ao was crippled because my master helped me take revenge. Now we just need to wait for Qin Huai to come to us, with my master here. The Sword Offering Pavilion and the Medicine King Valley will stand with the Shintian sect, so you don't need to worry at all. Qin Huairou truly couldn't believe it. But looking at the two elders happily doing manual labor, she couldn't help but believe. The Shintian sect was indeed hiding its strength. Aunt, you offended my master earlier. Although he won't hold it against you, I think you should still go apologize to him, Qin Song said. Qin Huairou nodded. I understand. Help me over there. The two approached Su Yang, and Qin Huairou knelt down to apologize. I'm sorry, Sect Master Su. I misunderstood you earlier. Su Yang glanced at her and said, forget it. You're concerned about Qin Song, so I'll let it go this time. Thank you, Sect Master Su, for your generosity. Qin Huairou stood up. At this moment, Bai Shixian came over and said, you're the Huairou girl from the Jintian sect, right? It's been many years. You're at the Solar Realm now. Junior has met Elder Bai. Qin Huairou bowed respectfully. Back then, you accompanied old Jean to my Medicine King Valley for treatment, and I thought you were a good girl. It's a pity that old Jean favored sons over daughters, giving all the resources to Qin Huai and passing the sect leader position to him. Over the years, the Jintian sect has become arrogant and unruly under his management. This time, offending the Shintian sect, they might be done for. By Shixian sighed and shook his head. Qin Huairou fell silent, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Do you have a relationship with Jinbu Huan? Su Yang asked. We old fellows from the 5 great divine sects have some connections. Old Jin is obsessed with refining weapons and follows the path of weapons. But he was too radical. He entered a secret realm to obtain a heavenly grade weapon technique and ended up injuring his soul. To save his life, he's been in seclusion for years. I don't know how he's doing now, Bai Shixian said. Sect Master Su, if possible, please help save his life, Bai Shixian earnestly requested. Save him? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. When old Jin was around, the Jintian sect was nothing like it is now. Ultimately, it's all Qin Huai's fault for ruining the Jintian sect's reputation. As long as Sect Master Su heals old Jin and has him dispose of Qin Huai, the Jintian sect will return to its former state, Bai Shixian explained. Sect Master, can you heal my ancestors' injuries? Qin Huairou quickly asked. Huairou girl, don't doubt Sect Master Su's abilities. My disciple was also injured in his soul and was healed by Sect Master Su, Bai Shixian answered quickly. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairou immediately knelt down, saying, Master Su Feng, please save my ancestor. Qin Song also knelt down, stating, Master, although I dislike the Golden Heaven sect, the true culprits are Qin Huai and his son. I want them to receive the punishment they deserve, and more importantly, I want my ancestor to know their true colors, so that they will be abandoned by everyone and I can relieve my hatred. In that case, go bring your ancestor here, Su Yang agreed, considering the faces of his disciples and Bai Shixian. Thank you, Master Su. I will go invite my ancestor right away. Qin Huairou was overjoyed and immediately prepared to leave. Qin Song stopped her, saying, Little aunt, what about your injury? After taking your golden sun pill, it's no longer serious, she replied. Wait until I bring our ancestor here, then I will clear your grievances. Qin Huairou hurriedly left. However, upon returning to the Golden Heaven sect, she found that the disciples were all rushing towards the main hall. Qin Huairou grabbed a disciple to inquire, and learned that the ancestor had exited seclusion. Without needing to guess, it was definitely Qin Huai who had invited the ancestor out. She hurried to the main hall, where the senior members of the Golden Heaven sect had already gathered. Qin Huai stood beside the throne, and on the throne sat a majestic old man with a long beard, the ancestor of the Golden Heaven sect, Jinbu Huan. Chapter 60. The ancestor of the Golden Heaven sect seeks a Master. Qin Huairou stepped forward to pay her respects, saying, Disciple pays homage to the ancestor and congratulates you on exiting seclusion. Jinbu Huan's expression was stern as he asked, Where have you been? Returning to the ancestor. I bring good news. Someone can cure your injuries, Qin Huairou responded. Hearing this, Jinbu Huan's expression changed. Are you serious? Disciple would not dare deceive the ancestor. Quickly tell me, who is it? Is it Bai Shixian? Jean Buhuan asked impatiently. It is not Senior Bai. Then who is it? Qin Huairou glanced at Qin Huai and replied, Ancestor, it's not convenient to discuss here. Qin Huai immediately expressed dissatisfaction. We are all fellow disciples. What is inconvenient? Do you have some kind of plot? Qin Huairou retorted, Do you think I am like you? Impudent. Qin Huairou, I am your elder brother. Is this how you speak to me? Elder brother? Qin Huairou scoffed. Have you ever treated me like your sister? Enough. Mind your identity. Jean Buhuan's expression was displeased, and the two finally closed their mouths. He then said to Qin Huairou, Huairou, what Huai said is not wrong. We are all family here, so feel free to speak. Qin Huairou had no choice but to say, Ancestor, the person I mentioned is Su Yang, the master of Falling Sky Peak from the Xiantian sect. Xuantian sect. Jean Buhuan's expression immediately turned cold. Qin Huairou, you are quite bold. Do you think I have been in seclusion for so long and do not know what is happening outside? Huai has already told me that this Xiantian sect is just a second-rate sect. The master of Falling Sky Peak is in cahoots with the rebellious Sun Qin Song, has killed my disciples, and even dug out Qin Ao's divine bone. I just exited seclusion to settle accounts with him, and you actually tell me he can cure my injuries. What is your true intention? Qin Huairou was furious. That scoundrel Qin Huai had already misled the ancestor. She hurriedly explained, Ancestor, it's not as he says. He once defiled a female disciple and fathered Qin Song, but did not acknowledge this son, allowing him to be bullied everywhere. The one with the divine bone is Qin Song, which Qin Huai forcibly dug out and gave to Qin Ao. These two have been arrogant and domineering outside for years, tarnishing the reputation of our Golden Heaven sect. They have also usurped disciples. If I had not been careful, I might have already been persecuted by Qin Huai. Please see clearly, Ancestor. You slander. Qin Huai shouted angrily. I slander? Do you dare swear to the heavens? Qin Huairou countered. Ask everyone present if I have lied. Qin Huai replied, not humble or haughty. The words of the sect leader are all true. Qin Huairou is jealous of the sect leader and wants to frame him. Ancestor, I have already found out that Qin Huairou is the mastermind behind the Xiantian sect. The real culprit is her. Everyone supported Qin Huai's words, making Qin Huairou's face turn green with anger. What else do you have to say? Jean Buhuan scolded. Ancestor, they have all been bribed by Qin Huai. I am wronged, Qin Huairou cried out. At this point, you still do not repent. I am very disappointed. Jean Buhuan lectured, not believing her at all. Qin Huairou knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, Ancestor, I am truly wronged. You can go to the Xiantian sect. Senior Bai from Medicine King Valley and Senior Su from Sword Worship Pavilion are both at the Xiantian sect right now. This time, it was also Senior Bai who sought Master Su's help to save you. They can testify for me. Absurd. Qin Huai shouted. Medicine King Valley and Sword Worship Pavilion have already fallen out. How could the two seniors possibly be together? And you say Senior Bai sought help from the Master of Falling Sky Peak? He is even worthy? You clearly want to deceive the ancestor to go to the Xiantian sect. Your intentions are treacherous. Your intentions are treacherous. Your intentions are treacherous. Everyone shouted in unison. Ancestor, please believe me. Qin Huairou looked at Jean Buhuan with hopeful eyes. Unfortunately, Jean Buhuan remained unmoved and loudly commanded, Take her down. Qin Huairou felt desolate in her heart. The ancestor still only believed Qin Huai. Just because she was a woman, no matter how outstanding she performed, she could not compare to a single compliment from Qin Huai. At this moment, several elders at the Luyang realm acted together and subdued Qin Huairou. Ancestor, do not provoke the Xiantian sect. You will regret it. Qin Huairou advised as she was taken away. Jean Buhuan still did not listen and disdainfully snorted, A second-rate sect, easily destroyed with a snap of my fingers. Regret? He then looked at Qin Huai and asked, Has there been a reply from Medicine King Valley? They have agreed to join forces. According to Lai Tiancheng, they have already made an appointment with Sword Worship Pavilion to settle matters with the Xiantian sect. Qin Huai replied, I did not expect these two sects to turn against each other. Sword Worship Pavilion does not take my Golden Heaven sect seriously. I want to see how much progress Su Jianfeng, the #1 sword cultivator in the southern region, has made over the years. Jean Buhuan's eyes flashed with cold light. By the way, Ancestor, There's something I forgot to tell you. Lai Tiancheng was previously injured and on the verge of death, but he is now fully recovered. It turns out he encountered a master, even senior but has to regard him as a junior, Qin Huai reported. Do you know who this master is? Jin Buhuan asked hurriedly. He said this master is rather low-key and does not dare to reveal his identity without permission. However, Lai Tiancheng did reveal a little. Our Medicine King Valley's goddess Bai Ningyue has already accepted this master as her teacher. According to reports from the disciples, Bai Ningyue appeared in Windan City not long ago. As long as we find her, we can find that master, Qin Huai explained. Upon hearing this, Jin Buhuan immediately stood up. I will go to Windan City right now. Ancestor, I will accompany you, Qin Huai offered. No need. Since this master prefers to be low-key, having too many people around would be counterproductive. What about the Xintian sect? Qin Huai asked. Wait for me to return. If I can't make it back in time, you go first. Anyway, with Medicine King Valley holding back Sword Worship Pavilion, dealing with the Xintian sect will be easy, Jin Buhuan instructed before immediately setting off for Windan City. At this moment, Su Qiaowen was accompanying Bai Ningyue in a medicinal materials shop in Windan City, purchasing medicinal materials. This was a property under Medicine King Valley. Although Bai Ningyue was no longer the goddess of Medicine King Valley, the disciples treated her with even more respect than before, allowing her to choose any medicinal materials for free, no matter how precious. Goddess Bai, all the medicinal materials are here. Please take a look. The shopkeeper respectfully displayed a pile of medicinal materials in front of Bai Ningyue. Bai Ningyue began to carefully check them. Su Qiaowen looked at the medicinal materials in amazement. So many rare treasures. Only Medicine King Valley could produce such a collection. Ningyue, is the master really going to let you refine the divine pill this time? How confident are you? Normally, I wouldn't have much confidence, Bai Ningyue replied while checking, but my master gave me a divine bone. With it, as the main material, it should be no problem. However, the auxiliary materials for the divine pill are also very rare. The materials I can find can only temporarily refine the divine sun pill. As soon as I finished speaking, someone rushed in and asked urgently, You can refine the divine sun pill? Chapter 61. The life of mortals is cheaper than grass. Who are you? Su Qiaowen saw that the person was able to approach her without her noticing, indicating that their cultivation was definitely above hers. She immediately stood in front of Bai Ningyue on guard. Bai Ningyue, however, exclaimed in surprise, You are the ancestor Jin Xian from the Golden Heavenly Gate? The ancestor of the Golden Heavenly Gate? Su Qiaowen looked at the person in surprise. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Golden Heavenly Gate had been in seclusion for a long time and hadn't appeared in public for years. How could he be here? I didn't expect that little girl Ningyue would still recognize me. Jin Buhuan chuckled. Back when I came to the Medicine King Valley, I had the honor of seeing the demeanor of Jin Xian, and naturally, I wouldn't forget. Bai Ningyue smiled. Time flies, doesn't it? The little girl from back then is now a top expert. Is Bai Lao doing well? Jin Buhuan sighed. If it weren't for my injury, I wouldn't have been in seclusion for so long. Looking back, so many years have passed. The ancestor is doing well. I wonder why you came to see me this time, Senior Jin? Bai Ningyue asked. I heard that you've taken a high-level master as your teacher. Upon hearing this, Bai Ningyue immediately understood Jin Buhuan's intentions. He must be here to seek treatment for his injuries. She nodded slightly yes. Jin Buhuan couldn't wait to say, Could you introduce me? My master is currently at the Yu Lai Tavern in front. I will take you there right away. Bai Ningyue instructed Su Qiaowen to pack up the medicinal materials and then led Jin Buhuan towards the tavern. Jin Buhuan glanced at Su Qiaowen in surprise. A top expert at the Solayang realm could earn respect anywhere, yet she seemed to follow Bai Ningyue like a subordinate. Even the divine sex goddess typically wouldn't receive such treatment. Jin Buhuan couldn't help but ask indirectly, Ningyue, who is this? Bai Ningyue replied, Her name is Su Qiaowen. She is a servant under my master. Su Qiaowen smiled bitterly. Don't flatter me. I haven't received your master's acknowledgement yet. I can only be considered a preparatory servant at most. Bai Ningyue comforted her. Since your master hasn't chased you away, it means he has already acknowledged you. Jin Buhuan felt a bit numb at the back of his head. A dignified Solar Yang realm expert, even in the Golden Heavenly Gate, would be treated with the utmost respect, yet she was merely a servant, and a preparatory one at that. Moreover, from their words, it seemed she had only become a preparatory servant because she was reluctant to leave. How terrifying must this high-level master be? Jean Buhuan couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. When he met this person later, he must be very respectful and not be careless. At this moment, in the third-floor hall of the Yu Lai Tavern, Su Yang sat by the window, leisurely sipping tea, feeling very comfortable. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, it was the first time he could enjoy afternoon tea so leisurely. After 10 years of crossing over, apart from the time spent living in the mundane world at the beginning, the rest of the time had been spent in monotonous cultivation. It had been 10 years since he last returned home. He wondered how things were now. When he had time, he should go back and take a look. While he was pondering, suddenly someone walked over and sat down across from him. Su Yang glanced at the person. It was a fat man, at the 7th grade, great profound realm, who was now sweating profusely as if he had been on a long journey. Without asking for Su Yang's permission, he picked up the teapot and drank deeply. Only when the teapot was empty did he wipe his mouth in satisfaction. "I'm so thirsty." He then looked at Su Yang and apologized. "Sorry, brother, I've been on the road for several days and am really thirsty. There weren't any seats, and I saw you were alone, so I just sat down and drank your tea. But don't worry, I won't drink for free. I'll pay for this meal and give you a pill as compensation." Saying this, he took out a pill. This pill is called the Great Recovery Pill, a low-grade spiritual pill. "I see you are immortal. In the future, no matter what illness you have, just take this pill and you'll be cured. Plus it can enhance your physique. Consider it a stroke of fortune for me." In the fat man's view, Su Yang would definitely be grateful and thankful. However, to his surprise, the mortal showed no reaction and smiled as he refused. "It's just a pot of tea. There's no need to go to such expense." The fat man was astonished. "This is a spiritual pill. Ordinary people can't even buy it with money. Are you sure you don't want it?" Su Yang shook his head slightly. The fat man laughed. "Interesting, you fit my taste. Let's be friends. Don't feel any psychological burden. I don't care whether my friends are cultivators or mortals, as long as we can get along. You're quite interesting. All right, I will be your friend. My name is Su Yang." Su Yang introduced himself with a smile. "My name is Zhen Shiming, the young master of the Heavenly Harmony sect. My sect is a top-tier sect in the cultivation world, and I am somewhat of a prominent figure. If you have trouble in the future, just mention my name, and it will definitely help." The fat man said with a hint of pride. "Really? How much do you value your life?" Su Yang couldn't help but smile. At that moment, a group of people suddenly walked over. "You two get lost. We want this seat." They came over demanding Su Yang and the fat man leave. Appearing very arrogant, Zhen Shiming was displeased and asked, "Who are you? How dare you tell us to leave? Do you know who I am?" A tall man slammed a golden token on the table and arrogantly said, "Now do we have the qualifications to make you leave?" Seeing the golden words inscribed on the token, Zhen Shiming's face suddenly changed. "Golden Heavenly Gate." He quickly stood up with a smiling face and said, "Sorry, we'll leave right away." He then gestured to Su Yang to hurry and leave with him. However, the other party mockingly laughed. "I said to make you leave, not to let you go." Zhen Shiming frowned. "You are being too excessive." The other party grabbed Zhen Shiming by the collar and said fiercely, "You offended our golden heavenly gate. Do you still want to mix in the southern region?" Zhen Shiming gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll leave. But this brother of mine is just a mortal. Don't make things difficult for him." Only then did they turn their attention to Su Yang, grinning. "Does a mortal even deserve to sit here? Throw him out." Zhen Shiming hurriedly shouted, "This is the 3rd floor. He will die from the fall. The life of a mortal is cheaper than grass. If he dies, so be it." The other party coldly shouted, "Throw him down." Immediately, one person grinned and walked towards Su Yang. Su Yang's gaze turned cold as he prepared to take action, but Zhen Shiming suddenly pushed the person back with a palm. Then he grabbed Su Yang, and he didn't know when a talisman paper appeared in his hand. "Dodge," he whispered, and the talisman glowed, enveloping the two of them. In the next second, Zhen Shiming disappeared from the spot, reappearing outside Dan City in the blink of an eye. "Brother Su, this void talisman is impressive, right?" Zhen Shiming turned around, wanting to show off in front of Su Yang. However, he found that Su Yang had not followed him and was stunned. "Oh no, I forgot. This talisman cannot transport anyone with higher cultivation than me, nor can it transport mortals. Zhen Shiming immediately panicked and started pacing anxiously. What should I do? What should I do? Chapter 62. Is this guy missing a few brain cells? Inside the tavern, when the group saw the fat man suddenly run away, they were immediately furious. That fat bastard, if I catch him, I will definitely peel his skin off. The injured man gritted his teeth in anger. What's the hurry? His friend is still here, right? The tall man coldly stared at Su Yang and asked, "Who is that fat man?" Su Yang ignored him, glanced at the empty teapot, and called out, "Waiter, refill the tea. How dare you ignore me? You must be tired of living." The tall man roared in anger and slapped down. Su Yang casually grabbed and twisted. Crack! He directly crippled the man's arm. The tall man screamed in pain, and the others exclaimed, "You Shi Xiao. So you're also a cultivator, but no matter who you are, if you offend our golden heavenly gate, you will undoubtedly die." The tall man glared at Su Yang fiercely, enduring the pain. Before Su Yang could speak, an angry voice came from nearby. "Who gave you the guts to act recklessly outside?" Jin Tianmin. Looking in the direction of the voice, it was Jin Buhuan and Bai Ningyue who had rushed over. "Who are you?" Jin Tianmin conducts its affairs without needing your meddling. "Get lost." The tall man did not recognize Jin Buhuan and shouted arrogantly. Jin Buhuan's anger flared at these words, and he raised his hand to slap. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap sent the tall man flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Since when does Jin Tianmin allow you bullies to act this way? Who are you disciples of?" Jin Buhuan demanded. The tall man was helped up by a few junior disciples, furious and snarled. "My master is the fourth elder of Jin Tianmin. You've injured me, and not only will you die, but your sect and family will also pay the price. No one can save you." Jin Buhuan coldly replied. "Even Chun Jungsi has to kneel and pay his respects when he sees me. Is this how he usually teaches you? Who do you think you are? In the entire southern region, the only one who can make my master kneel is our ancestor of Jin Tianmin. I tell you, our ancestor has just come out of seclusion. If he knows his disciples are being bullied, he will surely not let you off." Jin Buhuan restrained his anger and said, "Your ancestor never allows his disciples to bully others. If he finds out about your actions, he will definitely not spare you." The tall man sneered. "Do you think the ancestor believes us or you? He only recognizes facts." "Facts?" The tall man grinned maliciously. "What we show him is the fact. Do you think he is blind? You, an outsider, know nothing. If you have the guts, don't leave. I'll go invite my master here to deal with you." Jin Buhuan snorted coldly. "I'm waiting. You let Chun Jingxi come. Wait for it." The tall man and his group hurriedly left. As soon as they left, kind-hearted people in the tavern advised, "You should hurry and escape. When Jin Tianmin's people arrive, you will undoubtedly die." Jin Buhuan said, "Jin Tianmin never bullies others. This time it's clearly their fault. Don't joke. Do you think the current Jin Tianmin is the same as before? Ever since their ancestor went into seclusion, under the rule of Qin Huai, Jin Tianmin has become arrogant and overbearing, disregarding everyone. I don't know how many people have been persecuted by them over the years. A friend of mine was just looking at them a bit too long and had his eyes gouged out and his cultivation ruined. Your friend is considered lucky. At least they left him with his life. I had an old friend whose partner was targeted by someone from Jin Tianmin. She refused to submit and ended up being flayed alive, tortured for 3 days and nights before dying. Even their sect suffered a massacre with no one spared. Jin Tianmin is too despicable. Ultimately, the culprit is still Qin Huai. I heard he is lecherous, and many female disciples in the sect have been defiled by him." "What do you mean you heard?" "That's already a well-known secret. One female disciple even gave birth to his son, but Qin Huai not only refused to acknowledge him, he even gouged out the child's divine bones. It's simply a sin. I don't know what their ancestor is thinking. Clearly, their goddess Qin Huairou is superior in every way to Qin Huai. Yet he stubbornly passed the position of sect leader to Qin Huai. Jin Tianmin has become like this, and their ancestor bears a large responsibility. I heard the ancestor of Jin Tianmin values sons over daughters, so even if Qin Huairou is exceptional, he ignores her. Isn't that blind? All right, stop talking. If these words reach their ancestor's ears, we'll be dead." Jin Buhuan listened to their discussions, his expression extremely grim. As a result, he became angry and the injuries he had been suppressing suddenly flared up, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Elder Jin, Binding Yue, was shocked upon seeing this. Jin Buhuan quickly circulated his true energy to suppress his injuries again, finally catching his breath. However, his complexion was very poor, and his spirit was weak, aging him considerably. Ningyue, is all of this true? Jin Buhuan asked weakly, with a hint of hope in his eyes. Binding Yue nodded. What Jin Tianmin has done over the years is evident to all. Jin Buhuan smiled sadly. I really am blind. He then suddenly stood up, eyes gleaming with cold light. I want to kill that beast. However, although he had suppressed his injuries, his body had become very weak, and his emotions fluctuated too greatly, causing him to black out and faint. Binding Yue quickly supported him and called for Su Yang, Master, Elder Jin. Su Yang activated his Imperial Master S.I to check. The blood Jin Buhuan had just spat out had caused his injuries to worsen significantly. If he wasn't treated soon, he would perish in less than half a year. Moreover, if he forced himself to act during this period, he would only die faster. Although this old man was confused from his earlier performance, he was still worth saving. Furthermore, he had promised Qin Song and Bai Shixian. So he said, you take him back first. What about you, Master? I'll clean up some trash first. Su Yang's eyes revealed a killing intent. Binding Yue said no more and took Jin Buhuan away. At this moment, in a shop selling magical artifacts in Wendan City, Chun Zhengxi looked at his severely injured disciple. Instantly furious. Master, no one has ever dared to treat us at Jin Tianmin like this. You must seek justice for your disciple this time. The tall man complained with a face full of grievances. Those who dare to offend Jin Tianmin should not be spared. However, the sect leader said that the ancestor is currently in Wendan City and ordered me to restrain you all. You must not let him know that you did not meet him just now, Qin Zhengxi asked. Of course, I would be that stupid. How could I let the ancestor know about this? That's good. You stay here to recover, and I will catch them and bring them back for you to deal with. Qin Zhengxi immediately led his men towards the Yulai Tavern with his sword. Meanwhile, Su Yang did not wait for Qin Zhengxi, but instead, Zhang Ximing arrived first. He reached the entrance of the tavern and saw everyone gathered there, afraid to enter. He pulled someone and asked for the reason. The person had just dined on the third floor and recognized Zhang Ximing, saying, an old man just helped your friend and injured a Jin Tianmin person. They said they would come back to deal with them. As a result, that old man suddenly fainted and was taken away, and your friend is still inside. Zhang Ximing became anxious, thinking this guy must be lacking a brain for not knowing to run away. Chapter 63. My pill is a bit special. Inside the tavern, there were no other customers left, as everyone was afraid of being implicated. Only Su Yang remained seated, calm, picking up the freshly refilled tea, blowing away the steam, and taking a gentle sip. His demeanor was elegant and carefree. The tavern owner, with a stiff upper lip, approached and advised guest. Jin Tianmin's people are about to arrive. You should leave quickly. Su Yang put down his teacup and smiled slightly. Boss, your tea is quite good. The owner replied helplessly, if you like it, I'll give you 10 pounds and the tea money is waived. Just hurry and leave. When Jin Tianmin's people arrive, you'll die a terrible death, and my tavern might be implicated too. They can't do anything to me. I will ensure your tavern is safe. Su Yang said confidently. Did you not hear them say they were going to invite the fourth elder? He is a top-tier expert in the Luyang realm. How could you possibly be his opponent? Moreover, he has the entire Jin Tianmin backing him. In the southern region, they are like the heavens. No one dares to provoke them, the owner urged, not believing him. But Su Yang leisurely sipped his tea and said lightly, the sky of Jin Tianmin is about to change. What nonsense are you talking? Jin Tianmin has a strong presence in the earthly soul realm. Who can shake them? Besides, their ancestor has come out of seclusion, making them even more unapproachable. I advise you to leave while you still can. The owner's words were cut short when suddenly a loud shout came from outside. I am Chun Zhengxi. Who dares to provoke Jin Tianmin? They have arrived. The owner was instantly horrified. People outside the tavern looked up towards the sky. Chun Zhengxi was soaring through the air on his sword, backed by a dazzling sun and exuding a terrifying killing intent. This was the aura of a top-tier master, truly fearsome. Just being in the presence of such killing intent sent chills down my spine. The Jin Tian Gate was indeed not to be trifled with. That kid inside was finished. Everyone below was discussing among themselves, all intimidated by Chen Jingxi's presence. Zhen Shiming felt an urgent sense of dread, struggling violently within. Finally, gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Damn it! Who said we were friends? If I die, then so be it." With that, he rushed into the restaurant. Su Yang glanced out the window and saw that Chen Jingxi had already approached. He set down his teacup, smiled calmly, and said, "I've finished my tea. It's time for me to leave." With that, he stood up. The owner was speechless. Now, he realized the danger, but it was too late. Just as Chen Jingxi was about to charge into the restaurant, Su Yang casually extended his finger. An inexplicable force surged forth, and Chen Jingxi had just begun to declare, "Old man, today I will unleash a massacre. Let us see who dares." Before he could finish, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming power enveloping him. His face changed drastically. In the next moment, bang, a muffled sound echoed. His body was obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Everyone was left dumbfounded. What has happened? Who made a move? A master of the Burning Sun realm was killed just like that? Each person's face was filled with confusion. The owner looked at Su Yang in shock, stuttering, "Did you do this?" "Just clean up a piece of trash from the Jintian gate," Su Yang replied nonchalantly, preparing to leave. Just then, Zhen Shiming rushed up to the third floor in a panic, calling out, "Brother Su, I'm here to save you." Su Yang was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect him to return, showing such loyalty. Zhen Shiming quickly dashed over, grabbed Su Yang's hand, and summoned a talisman, shouting, "Divine travel, fast." The talisman lit up, enveloping the two of them, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly flying away. The speed was comparable to a full-speed sword flight of the Burning Sun realm. After an unknown amount of time, the two landed by a stream. Zhen Shiming was already drenched in sweat, panting heavily. "No, I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted." He rushed to the stream, bent down, and drank deeply from the water. After finishing, he collapsed onto the ground, glancing at the sky and seeing that they weren't being pursued, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "I actually saved someone from a master of the Burning Sun realm. This is so thrilling." Zhen Shiming was ecstatic, but when he looked at Su Yang, his expression turned to one of grievance. "Brother Su, I've completely offended the Jintian gate for you this time." Su Yang smiled and said, "You didn't make a bad friend. You still have the mood to laugh. Do you know how serious the consequences of offending the Jintian gate are?" Zhen Shiming waved his hand, dismissing it. "Forget it. You're just a mortal. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. I need to return to my sect immediately and inform my father. You should find a place to hide quickly. Here's a great elixir for you. It might save your life." Su Yang did not refuse this time and also took out a pill. "Since we are friends, you should accept my gift as well." Zhen Shiming glanced at the white pill, sensing no spiritual energy from it. It was definitely not a spiritual pill. However, it looked good, probably a precious elixir from a mundane world. He accepted it without complaint, treating it as a token of their friendship. Su Yang reminded him, "This pill is quite special. It's not meant to be consumed. If you encounter danger, just crush it." "What kind of operation is this?" Zhen Shiming had never heard of a pill that wasn't meant to be eaten. It must be some strange thing from the mundane world. Zhen Shiming didn't think much of it, casually putting it away, and cupped his hands to say goodbye. "Brother Su, I'm very glad to have made a friend like you. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, I will definitely treat you to a drink." "There will definitely be a chance," Su Yang replied. "I hope so," Zhen Shiming said worriedly, leaving with a final, "Take care," before flying away on his sword. Su Yang sighed, thinking that Zhen Shiming was indeed the first true friend he had made since crossing over. There were no mixed interests, and neither party cared about each other as status, willing to risk their lives to save one another. In a world where strength was paramount, and even in his previous life where money ruled all, such friendship was rare. Thus, Su Yang did not reveal his strength in front of Zhen Shiming, hoping that this friendship could remain so pure. Next, he returned to Luotian Peak and found that Jin Buhuan had already woken up but was still very weak. Qin Song was beside him, and Su Jianfeng and Bai Shixian were also present. Jin Buhuan immediately approached, kneeling in front of Su Yang and repenting, "Senior, it was my fault for trusting the wrong person. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Su Yang said calmly, "At least you have a conscience. Take this." He handed over a divine sun pill. Thank you, Senior, for the pill. Jin Buhuan gratefully accepted it and immediately went inside to heal. Meanwhile, in a dungeon within the Jintian Gate, Qin Huairo was sealed in her cultivation, slumped on the ground. Qin Huai stood in front of her, grinning smugly. My dear sister. You saw it. No matter how hard you try, the ancestor ultimately chose to believe in me. Qin Huairo snorted coldly. You won't be proud for long. The ancestor will find out your true colors sooner or later. Qin Huai laughed heartily. You'll be disappointed. I've heard from Yaowang Valley that a master can cure the ancestor. Once the ancestor recovers, I will only be more valued. Qin Huairo's heart stirred as she asked, the master you're talking about, did they heal the injuries of Lord Lai? So, yes, it's him. The ancestor has already gone to find him. If we can win the favor of that master, our Jintian Gate will become even more powerful, perhaps even surpassing the other 4 great sections. And I will become a figure above everyone else in the southern region, something you could never compare to. Thinking of this, Qin Huai felt an overwhelming excitement. Qin Huairo sneered, don't get carried away. That master would never associate with you. I know you're unconvinced, but that's the reality. Once I handle that master, let us see what you have to say. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly ran in to report, sect leader, Yaowang Valley has already set off for Xintian sect. Qin Huai's lips curled into a smirk. Good sister, did you hear that? The end of Xintian sect is near. I will personally capture that bastard and, in front of you, skin him alive, so you two can keep each other company in the underworld. Ha ha ha. Qin Huai laughed heartily as he left. Qin Huairo watches back with a cold smile, thinking, you're probably going to your doom this time. Qin Huai originally wanted to wait for the ancestor to return and go together, but since Yaowang Valley had already set off, he had no choice but to lead his disciples to kill them first. Just as Qin Huai left, a disciple rushed back from Windan City in a hurry. It was the senior brother Yu, who had his arm crippled by Su Yang. He didn't TC the sect leader, but instead encountered Qin Ao, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Qin Ao looked in the direction of Xintian's sect, revealing a sinister cold smile. Bastard, when my dad captures you, I will make you wish you were dead. Yu Qi quickly approached and asked, young master, where's the sect leader? My dad has already gone to Xintian's sect. What happened to your arm? Qin Ao asked curiously. Yu Qi quickly recounted the events. Qin Ao exclaimed, the 4th elder is at the 4th grade Burning Sun realm. How could someone kill him without revealing themselves? What kind of cultivation is that? Yu Qi replied, still feeling scared. I asked the owner of the restaurant. The other party just moved a finger, and the master exploded. What did you say? A finger movement killed the 4th elder? Qin Ao was shocked. Such a method. Even the ancestor couldn't achieve. Could it be that master? Quick, tell me what he looks like. Qin Ao asked urgently. He looks handsome and appears to be an ordinary person, with no signs of cultivation at all, Yu Qi said. Returning to simplicity, it must be that master. Qin Ao was determined, glaring at Yu Qi and cursing, you bunch of idiots, why provoke someone you shouldn't? Do you want to get Jin Tianmin killed? Yu Qi was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Young master, we didn't mean it, please forgive us. What good is it for me to forgive you? If because of you, he refuses to save the ancestor, even if you had 10 heads. It wouldn't be enough to chop off, Qin Ao reprimanded. Yu Qi immediately panicked and pleaded, young master, you must save me, I don't want to die. Qin Ao said, if you want to live, the only way is to find that expert first and seek his forgiveness. If you can also invite him to treat the ancestor, not only will you be innocent, but you will also have merit. Otherwise, just wait to die. Yu Qi hurriedly said, young master, I have a way to find him. What way? The young master of Tiana's sect has a close relationship with that expert. He must know the whereabouts of that expert. The young master of Tiana's sect? Are you sure? I saw them sitting together drinking tea with my own eyes. But it seems he doesn't know the expert's strength and thinks he is just a mortal. Yu Qi recalled, it seems this expert is very low-key and doesn't want to reveal his identity. Qin Ao pondered, then said, you go to Tiana's sect. Make sure to seek the other's forgiveness and represent me in establishing a good relationship with Tiana's sect. Remember, do not reveal the expert's identity. Young master, I know what to do. Go. If this matter is handled well, when my father returns, you will definitely benefit. Thank you for your promotion, young master. Yu Chi turned his worries into joy and immediately set off for Tian's sect. Qin Ao smiled proudly, thinking you thought that by digging out my divine bone, I'll be done for? Just wait until I climb up to the expert and ask for his help. With the expert's methods, I will surely recover. And you, along with your useless master, will die without a burial place. At Falling Sky Peak, Su Yang stood by the fish pond, feeding fish with cleansing marrow pills. Binding Yue came over with Qin Song to report, Master, Qin Huai is already on his way here. Su Yang casually tossed a cleansing marrow pill into the pond, watching the 9 koi fish happily compete for it, and asked without looking back, is the mountain gate built? It's already built. With the help of Elder Su and the Ancestor, not only is it built very grandly, but even if no one is guarding it now, it's not easy to break into our sect, Bai Ningyue replied with a smile. Su Yang adjusted his sleeves and turned to look at Qin Song, saying, Master hopes that after today, you can resolve the hatred in your heart. Everything Master has done for his disciple will never be forgotten. Qin Song knelt down and respectfully bowed to Su Yang, feeling deeply moved. He knew that Master did all this to help him take revenge and untie the knot in his heart. At this time, Qin Huai, leading the disciples of Jin Tianmen, was swaggering towards Tian's sect. This large group naturally attracted a lot of attention. When it was recognized that it was Jin Tianmen, many were frightened and quickly hid away. What is Jin Tianmen planning to do? The sect leader is personally leading the way with so many people. It can't be good. I heard they're going to Tian's sect. It seems that young Master Qin was crippled by someone at Tian's sect before. They're going to seek revenge. Tian's sect is too bold. They dared to cripple young Master Qin. They're definitely dead this time. Let's follow and see the excitement. Many people followed Jin Tianmen from a distance with a mindset of watching a show. Among them was a young man who mixed into the crowd, who was the reincarnated sword immortal Du Fumong. He stared at the Jin Tianmen group and snorted. If that kid accepts me as his disciple, I could get the immortal sword and help them resist Jin Tianmen. It's a pity he is blind and prefers to take a fool as a disciple instead of me. Little does he know that I am the reincarnation of a sword immortal. Being able to become my master is a tremendous honor for him and also an opportunity one grant him. Tian's sect is definitely doomed. I cannot let Jin Tianmen get that immortal sword. Du Fumong's eyes flashed with cold light. If necessary, even if he had to use his trump card, he must seize the immortal sword. As they followed Jin Tianmen, they arrived at Tian's sect. When they saw the mountain gate of Tian's sect, they were all dumbfounded. The mountain gate was built magnificently. The luxurious gate tower was dozens of meters high, with 5 gates and 5 layers of gate towers, resembling a palace, majestic and solemn. Even the plaque was several meters long, with the words Tian's sect in gold leaf that seemed to glow, strikingly eye-catching. The walls were carved with lifelike sword dance images, giving a very mysterious feeling as if they could move. There are also 2 tall stone lions, bearing their teeth and claws, exuding a fierce aura that made people inexplicably anxious. Most speechless was that the front of the mountain gate was filled with potted plants. These potted plants were not ordinary. They were all extremely precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Some even spotted celestial essence grass. Wow, is this really Tian's sect? This mountain gate is even more impressive than the 5 great divine sects. It's too intimidating. Why would Tian's sect use so many heavenly materials and treasures to decorate their mountain gate? Are they crazy? Don't they worry about being robbed? Tian's sect, a second-rate sect, dares to build such an impressive mountain gate. This completely does not fit their identity, and they aren't afraid of being ridiculed. Everyone felt speechless about Tian's sect's actions and scoffed at them. Sect leader, this Tian's sect has made their mountain gate more impressive than our Jin Tianmen. They are provoking the dignity of our divine sect. A burly man with a long face beside Qin Huai looked very displeased. He was Zhang Shou, the second elder of Jin Tianmen and Qin Huai's trusted aide. They don't have such a big head, but dare to wear such a big hat. This sect is just a joke, Qin Huai snorted disdainfully. Sect leader, Master, let me destroy this mountain gate and give them a warning. A disciple at the Star Radiance realm stepped forward to volunteer. He was Lin Mo, Zhang Shou's direct disciple. Just destroy the mountain gate. Don't damage those heavenly materials and treasures. They will all be ours later. Zhang Shou looked at the row of potted plants with greed in his eyes. Yes, master. Lin Mo accepted the order and flew down on his sword. Just as he was about to make a move, a figure suddenly stood in front of the mountain gate, shouting, "Dare to touch my Xintian sect's mountain gate and try it." The person was Qin Song. I thought who it was. It turns out to be you, this bastard. Why aren't you pretending to be dumb anymore? Lin Mo's lips curled into a mocking smile. Lin Mo, you are Qin Ao's lackey. All the humiliation you have given me over the years, today I will return it tenfold. Qin Song glared coldly at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with intense hatred. Lin Mo laughed upon hearing this. You've only joined Xintian sect for a few days, and you are already so arrogant. By the way, where are the others from Xintian sect? Why is it just you out here? Did they know to be afraid and threw you out to die alone? Today, the one who dies will be you. Qin Song pointed at Lin Mo and shouted angrily. You clueless bastard. I will destroy your mountain gate first and see how you make me die. As he spoke, Lin Mo unleashed his aura, and behind him, starlight shimmered, like countless stars shining. As long as you dare to destroy my sect's mountain gate, you will surely die, Qin Song shouted. I will definitely destroy it. Lin Mo charged forward on his sword and raised his hand to slap the wall, with the full power of a Star Radiance realm cultivator. Everyone thought this luxurious mountain gate would definitely be smashed down. But unexpectedly, just as Lin Mo's attack was about to hit the wall, the sword dance image suddenly moved. A sword light flashed out from the wall, carrying a terrifying sword intent. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo didn't even have time to react before his head separated from his body, falling to the ground with a mocking smile still on his lips. Montakia! Zhang Shou immediately cried out in grief. Everyone was shocked, never expecting that the sword dance image on the wall contained such terrifying sword intent. Lin Mo's head rolled right to Qin Song's feet, and he coldly snorted, Now do you know who is clueless? Saying that, he lifted his foot and stepped on the head. Get your foot off me! Zhang Shou shouted angrily at Qin Song, trembling with a face full of bushy hair. Qin Song looked up at him, not only refusing to move his foot, but instead showing a provocative expression as he crushed his skull underfoot right in front of him. Bastard! I want your life. Zhang Shou was furious and immediately prepared to strike Qin Song dead. However, he was stopped by Qin Huai, who said, Don't act impulsively. There is something strange about this mountain gate. Zhang Shou replied in a deep voice, Sect Master, I saw it clearly. This sword dance diagram contains the sword intent of a sword cultivator. From the power it just displayed, it should be at the full moon realm, capable of killing Lin Mo in an instant. Let me take action, and I can surely break it. Qin Huai asked uneasily, Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Zhang Shou nodded. Good, destroy the mountain gate and capture this bastard Qin Song alive. Qin Huai said coldly. Zhang Shou immediately rushed down impatiently, roaring fiercely, You little bastard. I'm going to capture you and torture you severely, making your life worse than death. As he spoke, he swung his sword violently at the wall. Although he was not a sword cultivator, he was at the 6th rank of the Fierce Sun realm, and this strike, fueled by anger, was several times more powerful than the previous sword light. However, Qin Song remained calm, giving a disdainful smile. Fool, go down and accompany your disciple. Just as his words fell, the sword dance diagram shone again with a beam of sword light. This time, its power was even stronger than before, easily deflecting Zhang Shou's attack without losing momentum. What? Zhang Shou's face changed dramatically. Get back! Qin Huai also sensed the terror of this sword light and shouted urgently. But it was too late. The sword light struck Zhang Shou, splitting him in two, dying more tragically than Lin Mo. Everyone was stunned. The sword dance diagram actually became stronger against stronger opponents, effortlessly eliminating a top expert of the 6th rank in the Fierce Sun realm. Who exactly is this sword cultivator that left such terrifying sword intent at the gate of the Xintian sect? Sect Master. This sword intent must be the work of the Sword Worship Pavilion, an elder guest. Damn Sword Worship Pavilion, they are deliberately opposing us, Qin Huai said darkly, extremely angry. Qin Huai, don't you look down on my Xintian sect? How come you can't even destroy a mountain gate? Is this the ability of your divine sect? Qin Song mocked loudly, daring to challenge Qin Huai for the first time, feeling immensely pleased. Beast, once I break the mountain gate, you'll see. Qin immediately ordered. All disciples, follow orders, use magical tools to smash it until that sword intent is exhausted. Yes, the disciples complied, pulling out their magical tools. The Golden Sky Gate was not lacking in magical tools. Each disciple had several, some even possessing more than a dozen. Qin had brought over 1,000 disciples. And under his command, they all threw their magical tools, raining down upon the Xiantian sect's mountain gate. The sword dance diagram immediately shone with countless sword lights, shattering these magical tools one by one. But the second wave of magical tools quickly followed. Onlookers were amazed. Only the Golden Sky Gate could afford such extravagance. The second wave of attacks was also blocked, but the sword intent within the sword dance diagram showed a clear weakening. Sect Master, it's working, an elder said happily. Keep smashing. Qin ordered again. The third and fourth waves of attacks followed in succession. After the fifth wave, the sword dance diagram showed no response, and the sword intent it contained was finally exhausted. The disciples of the Golden Sky Gate were immediately overjoyed. Let me smash this mountain gate. Brother Zhao, you can't take all the credit. You guys smashed the mountain gate. I'll capture that bastard. A few disciples rushed down eagerly to perform well. However, just as they approached, the two stone lions suddenly moved. Chapter 66. Life as the Guardian of Xiantian Sect. Death as the Guardian of Xiantian Sect. The stone lions opened their eyes wide. Purple light flickering. They then opened their mouths and spewed out a ball of purple flame, sweeping towards the few people. Startled, they felt the power emitted by the flames and were all horrified. It's pill fire. Run. But they had no time to escape and were instantly engulfed by the flames. The shrill screams rang out as they quickly turned to ashes. Everyone was astonished. The mountain gate of Xiantian Sect not only contained sword intent, but also concealed pill fire, both of which were terrifyingly powerful. Who exactly did this? Sect Master. This pill fire should be the handiwork of the Medicine King Valley, an elder speculated. Didn't the Medicine King Valley promise to join forces with us? Why are they still involved with the Xiantian Sect? Qin questioned, confused. The elder couldn't answer either. Qin Song shouted, who else wants to come to their death? The disciples of the Golden Sky Gate fell silent, not daring to show their faces. Qin weren't you going to capture me? Come on, are you scared? Qin Song provoked. This little beast. Qin gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching with rage. At that moment, a person flew in swiftly from the front. It was Lai Tiancheng from the Medicine King Valley. I heard that the Medicine King Valley is going to have a life and death battle with the Sword Worship Pavilion here. Why has only he come? Everyone was puzzled. Ha! Sect Master Qin, your Golden Sky Gate arrived quite quickly. Lai Tiancheng laughed heartily. Valley Master Lai, are you the only one from the Medicine King Valley? Qin asked. Yes, is there a problem? Of course there's a problem. How can you fight the Sword Worship Pavilion alone? Just as Qin was puzzled, another person arrived on a flying sword. It was Gu Qinglu. Qin was taken aback. He too was alone? Lai Tiancheng, are you ready to die? Gu Qinglu shouted as soon as he arrived. Today, you will definitely die. Lai Tiancheng replied coldly. Big words, come and fight. Come if you dare. I'm not afraid of you. Qin immediately said, Valley Master Lai, I will assist you. As long as we capture Gu Qinglu, the Sword Worship Pavilion will definitely have no time to worry about the Xiantian Sect. But Lai Tiancheng refused, saying, This duel is between me and him. You cannot interfere. Qin was displeased. After all, he was also at the 9th rank of the Fierce Sun Realm. How could he not interfere? Before Qin could speak again, Lai Tiancheng and Gu Qinglu had already charged toward each other. Everyone thought they were about to witness an unprecedented battle between the sect leaders, watching intently with high expectations. However, when they reached the gate of the Xiantian Sect, Qin Song suddenly took out a chessboard and placed it in front of them, smiling as he made an inviting gesture, Please, seniors. The two immediately sat cross-legged and began to play chess. Lai Tiancheng, with a serious expression, said, Last time we had one win and one loss. This game will determine life and death, and I will not lose. Then you're doomed. The winner will only be me. Gu Qinglu said earnestly as well. Everyone was left dumbfounded. So their so-called life-and-death battle was actually a game of chess? Qin Huai's facial muscles twitched again, his expression extremely ugly. Secmaster, it seems we have been played, an elder said. Do I even need you to say that? Qin Huai was so angry he almost cursed. Secmaster, the Xintian sect doesn't seem as simple as we thought. The Sword Worship Pavilion and the Medicine King Valley are clearly on their side. Should we retreat first and plan again? Another elder suggested. Retreat? Qin Huai grabbed the collar of that elder, questioning fiercely. We came here in full force, and several of our disciples have died. There are so many people watching. You want me to retreat? Do you want the Golden Sky Gate to become a joke in the southern region? Then what should we do now? The elder asked weakly. Qin Huai released him, pointing at the mountain gate of the Xintian sect, and shouted angrily, "Smash it! At all costs, smash it to pieces!" Countless magical tools once again rumbled down towards the mountain gate. The two stone lions continuously spewed flames, burning each magical tool one by one. However, the Golden Sky Gate had too many magical tools, and the two stone lions soon ran out of fire. Qin Huai first glanced at Lai Tiancheng and Gu Qinglu, both of whom were focused on the chessboard, seemingly not concerned about anything else at the moment. This was for the best. He then glared at Qin Song, grinning maliciously. Without these supports, let's see how you handle it. Qin Song snorted. Have you forgotten that I have a master now? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yang stepped out with his hands behind his back. After seeing his master, Qin Song immediately bowed. Is he really Qin Song's master? He looks quite weak. The Xintian sect is a second-rate sect. How strong could his master be? That's true. The others from the Xintian sect haven't dared to show themselves until now. It seems this person also came out with a stiff upper lip. Everyone looked down on Su Yang. Kid, how dare you take in this bastard? Today, I will flatten your Xintian sect, Qin Huai shouted. But Su Yang ignored him and looked at the mountain gate, saying to himself, it seems this mountain gate needs to be reinforced. It can't withstand this little attack. Hearing this, it turns out he was just testing the Xintian gate earlier. Xiao Xining also walked out from inside and replied, Su Shidi, it's just that the magical tools of the Xintian gate are too many. If it were another sect, this mountain gate would definitely be able to stop them. Yes, Su Shidi, I think this mountain gate is already very good. You're just asking too much. Qi Bai Xian, along with several peak masters and many disciples, walked out one after another. They all ignored the Xintian gate and were happily discussing this luxurious mountain gate. Everyone was dumbfounded. Does the Xintian sect not have a sense of crisis? The Xintian gate has already broken through all the defenses of your mountain gate. Shouldn't you be panicking right now? Can't you show some respect? After all, it's a divine sect. This is outrageous. Qin Huai was furious and shouted, kill them all. Just as he was about to give the order, he saw two old men walking out from the Xintian sect, startling him so much that he swallowed the words back. The ancestors of the Sword Worship Pavilion and the Medicine King Valley. They are actually in the Xintian sect. Everyone suddenly understood. It turns out the Xintian sect has these two ancestors backing them. No wonder they dare to act so recklessly. How are they getting good with the two old men? But to everyone's surprise, Bai Shixian chuckled and said, don't worry, even if this mountain gate is inadequate. With the two of us here to guard it, I believe no one in the southern region would dare to trespass into the Xintian sect. Did I hear that wrong? Two divine sect ancestors are guarding the Xintian sect? You heard it too, which means I didn't hear it wrong. Have they lost their minds? Everyone was dumbfounded, hardly believing their ears. What surprised them even more was that Su Yang instructed the two old men, you have exhausted the sword intent and elixir fire. Now rain fuse it. I want it to be stronger than before. If you can't even do this, I will consider whether to let you continue guarding. Is he crazy? How dare he speak to the two ancestors like that? Does he think it's so glorious to guard the Xintian sect? The two ancestors probably just acted on impulse. They really think too highly of themselves. Everyone thought Su Yang was being too arrogant and would surely anger the two old men. But unexpectedly, the two old men hurriedly pleaded, no, 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 we will not let you down. Please don't drive us away. Yes, yes, yes. I, Su Jianfeng, am guarding the Xintian sect. Even if I die, it will be while guarding the Xintian sect. Everyone was collectively petrified. Chapter 67. The Xintian Gate Self-Harms, Su Yang said indifferently. Let's see your performance. All right then. Just wait a moment. Su Jianfeng summoned 3 swords, which circled around him. A powerful sword intent erupted from him, continuously growing stronger. As the sword intent rose, sword chi gathered around him, and under the influence of the 3 swords, formed a whirlwind, accompanied by howling sounds, leaving sword marks on the ground. Everyone involuntarily felt a sense of dread. This is the #1 sword cultivator in the southern region. Just the gathered sword chi makes me feel horrified. So terrifying. I dare bet that even if someone from the Liuriang realm approaches his sword chi, they will definitely be torn to shreds. Is he working so hard just to stay at the Xiantian sect to guard it? Everyone exchanged glances, feeling it was unbelievable. At this moment, Su Jianfeng's sword intent reached its peak. He made a hand seal, and all the sword chi surged toward the wall. The previously dim sword dance diagram immediately came to life, looking even more agile than before, making it feel like looking at it too long would be influenced by the sword intent. Meanwhile, Shu Xian was also exerting himself. He raised his hands, and purple elixir fire erupted from his palms. 2 flames rose into the sky, intertwining as if 2 purple dragons were soaring, distorting the surrounding space due to the excessive temperature. But Shu Xian still felt it wasn't enough. He widened his eyes and desperately urged the elixir fire, causing the temperature to rise further. The nearby disciples of the Xiantian sect began to sweat, and breathing became difficult. Only then did Shu Xian, satisfied, clap his hands on the 2 stone lions, channeling the raging flames into them. The originally gray stone lions turned purple, appearing even more majestic and imposing. Who? The 2 old men finished their work, both panting heavily. They looked nervously at Su Yang, smiling and asking, "Sect Master Su, how are we doing?" Everyone was puzzled as to why the 2 ancestors were so subservient to this person. Su Yang replied, "Whether it's good or not, we'll find out after trying." Saying this, he turned his gaze to the people from the Jintian gate. "Did you not want to destroy my mountain gate? Go ahead." They were instantly frightened and shook their heads like rattles. If they attacked again, they would be left with nothing but ashes. Did you not hear Sect Master Su's words? What are you still hesitating for? Did you not hear that you are to continue? Su Jianfeng shouted. No one from the Jintian gate dared to speak. Su Jianfeng's temper flared up immediately. This was about whether he could continue staying at the Xiantian sect to guard it. He pointed randomly at an elder from the Liuriang realm and ordered, "You, use all your strength to smash the mountain gate." The elder was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he kept waving his hands, saying, "Su Senior, I dare not, I dare not. Damn it, I told you to smash it, so smash it. Do you believe I will chop you down?" Su Jianfeng Guset. The elder immediately looked to Qin Huai for help. At this moment, Qin Huai was also extremely anxious, fearing that Su Jianfeng would choose him. With the mentality of better him than me, he instructed Elder Zhou, "If Su Senior tells you to smash, then smash. Don't be wishy-washy. Don't lose the face of our Jintian gate. This isn't losing face. It's practically losing a life." Elder Zhou was extremely frustrated and tried to seek help from others. However, one by one, they were either looking down at their fingernails or counting clouds. Su Jianfeng impatiently said, "I will give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't act, I will chop off your head." Elder Zhou was so anxious he was about to cry. It was death either way. Even the onlookers felt deep sympathy for him, with some already starting to mourn for him in silence. 1 breath. Su Jianfeng began counting. 2 breaths. 3. Just as Su Jianfeng was about to say 3, Elder Zhou suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. He steeled himself and suddenly slapped himself hard. He spat out a mouthful of blood, gravely injured. "Su Senior, I'm injured and unable to exert my full strength. It won't be accurate." As he spoke, he continued to spit blood, fearing his injury wasn't serious enough. Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy is really talented. He could think of such a method. Su Jianfeng blinked, also somewhat taken aback. "You really are a coward. What a disgrace." Su Jianfeng cursed him and let him off, pointing at another elder. "You." But before he could finish, that elder imitated him, and even more ruthlessly, directly stabbed himself with a sword. Blood splattered everywhere, a horrific sight. "Su Senior, I am injured too." Seeing this, the others to avoid being chosen by Su Jianfeng. All began to self-harm. In an instant, cries of agony and wails filled the air. The more blood they could squeeze out, the more they did, with some even deliberately smearing across their faces, try to look as miserable as possible. In the end, even Qin Huai didn't know when his mouth started bleeding. Su Jianfeng stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Is there not a single man among you from Jintiamen? He cursed angrily. Who cares about being a man? Staying alive is more important. They all tacitly lowered their heads, finding their fingernails amusing at that moment. Supreme Master, look at this. Su Jianfeng helplessly glanced at Su Yang. Su Yang also didn't expect these guys to do such things. He waved his hand. Forget it, we'll test again next time. The disciples of Jintiamen immediately felt relieved, letting out a long sigh. However, Su Yang immediately shifted his gaze to Qin Huai and said lightly, "Bring him over." Yes. The two elders responded and rushed towards Qin Huai. Stop them! Qin Huai exclaimed in horror, shouting loudly. As a result, the disciples of Jintiamen started playing with their fingernails again. The two elders grabbed Qin Huai by the shoulders and brought him in front of Su Yang. Kneel! The two elders pressed down simultaneously, causing Qin Huai to fall to the ground with a thud. The force shattered his kneecap, making him break out in a cold sweat from the pain, quickly begging for mercy. Don't kill me. Your life is not important to me. Su Yang turned to Qin Song and said, Disciple, it's up to you now. Thank you, Master. Qin Song coldly walked up to Qin Huai. Songer, I'm your father. You can't treat me like this. Qin Huai immediately played the emotional card. Little did he know, without saying a word, Qin Song raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. This slap is for my mother. Slap. This slap is for my aunt. Slap. This slap is for Jintiamen. Slap, slap, slap. Qin Song slapped him more than a dozen times until Qin Huai's mouth was full of blood and he was dazed. These slaps are for all the women you've defiled. He then glared with wide eyes, gritting his teeth, and coldly spat out, The last slap is for myself. Slap. Chapter 68. The last whip of the soul. You come this slap carried all the humiliation Qin Song had endured over the years, as well as his deep hatred for Qin Huai. Fueled by anger, it directly sent Qin Huai spitting blood, his head drooping, feeling dizzy. Qin Song also panted heavily, his hands swollen from the slaps. But he was still not satisfied. He grabbed Qin Huai by the collar and said with hatred, Did you ever dream that one day you would fall into my hands? Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Qin Huai struggled to lift his eyelids, desperately pleading, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Let you go? Qin Song coldly questioned, Did you ever let me go? Let my mother go? Back then, she knelt down like you are now, begging you to spare us. But what did you do? You slapped her hard, destroying one of her eyes. After saying that, he pressed down on his head and forcibly gouged out one of his eyeballs. Qin Huai immediately let out a piercing scream. Everyone watching felt their scalps go numb. How much suffering must one endure to hate their own father like this? You little beast. No matter what, I'm still your father. How dare you treat me like this? You'll definitely die a terrible death. Qin Huai's expression twisted in rage, glaring at Qin Song with his remaining eye and cursing. Who will die a terrible death? Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind. They saw Jin Buhuan with a stern face, accompanied by Bai Ningyue, walking out from Xintian's sect. From his complexion, rosy and radiant, he looked vigorous and his breath steady, indicating that his injuries had clearly healed. It's the ancestor. Why is the ancestor at Xintian's sect? The disciples of Jintiamen were all puzzled, with a vague sense of foreboding. Qin Huai, now with only one eye and severely impaired vision, hadn't seen that Jin Buhuan came from inside Xintian's sect. He struggled to turn his head and saw the ancestor and Bai Ningyue together, and, noticing that his injuries had healed, he was overjoyed. The ancestor was healed by a master, and since Bai Ningyue was the disciple of that master, her presence beside the ancestor indicated that the ancestor had gained the favor of that master. He immediately called out, Ancestor, you finally came. Save me, save me. Jin Buhuan looked expressionlessly at Qin Song. Did you hit him? Before Qin Song could answer, Qin Huai jumped in to complain, Ancestor, this little beast is being outrageous. making me kneel before him in front of so many people, slapping my face, which is not just a slap to my face, but also to the face of Jinyaman. He relies on the support of Baijian Pavilion in Yaowang Valley, not even putting you in his eyes. Ancestor, you must seek justice for your disciple. Upon hearing this, Jin Buhuan shifted his gaze to Su Jianfeng and Bai Shixian. The two elders were still holding Qin Huai tightly. Let him go first, Jin Buhuan said. Old man Jin, are you still going to protect him? Su Jianfeng said displeased. Of course the ancestor will protect me, Qin Huai interjected. Listen well, my ancestor's injuries have healed. Do you know who healed him? Bai Shixian. You should be well aware of that, master, right? Bai Shixian first glanced at Su Yang and smiled meaningfully. I naturally know. Even I have to show respect when I see him. Everyone was taken aback. Who was this master they spoke of that even the ancestor of Yaowang Valley had to respect? As long as you know, the injuries of our ancestor were healed by that master. His abilities are so formidable, I don't need to elaborate. Binding Yue has taken him as her master and, as his disciple, she is now beside our ancestor, which means our ancestor has gained the favor of that master. If you continue to help Xiantian's sect, it will be disrespectful to that master. If you anger that master, can you bear the consequences? Qin Huai questioned sternly. Bai Shixian chuckled. I indeed can't bear it. Then why don't you let me go? Do you want to offend that master? Qin Huai shouted. You. Su Jianfeng was furious upon hearing this and was about to speak, but was stopped by Bai Shixian. Let's let him go first. Saying this, he secretly gave Su Jianfeng a wink. Su Jianfeng immediately understood. A hint of a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and together with Bai Shixian, they released Qin Huai. Qin Huai thought they were afraid, and smugly said to Qin Song, Little beast, do you think that by relying on Xiantian's sect, with Baijian Pavilion and Yaowang Valley backing you up, you can deal with me? Your vision is still too narrow. You should know that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people. My ancestor has made the acquaintance of an otherworldly master. In front of him, Baijian Pavilion and Yaowang Valley are nothing. Now, they dare not intervene anymore. You, your master, and Xiantian's sect will all have to bear the wrath of Jinyaman. Qin Huai pointed at Su Yang and the disciples of Xiantian's sect, revealing a sinister smile. But he quickly noticed that the disciples of Xiantian's sect were not panicking at all. Their gazes towards him were quite unusual, as if they were looking at a fool. Qin Huai instantly became furious and immediately said to Jin Buhuan, Ancestor, none of these people can be spared. Please destroy Xiantian's sect. You're right, they indeed cannot be spared. Jin Buhuan raised his hand, and a whip appeared in his hand. The soul whip. It was said that this whip was a heavenly grade artifact, the treasure of Jinyaman, and even the Tianhun realm had to be wary of it. Jin Buhuan took out this whip, clearly showing he was genuinely angry. Now, Xiantian's sect was in for it. Everyone was moved. Qin Huai grinned maliciously. Little beast, the ancestor is very angry, and the consequences will be severe. No one from Xiantian's sect will survive today, and you. I will make you wish you were dead. Thinking of the countless slaps he received from Qin Song in public, and having one of his eyes gouged out, he wanted to return the favor 1,000-fold. For now, he would let him watch helplessly as the people from Xiantian's sect died one by one under the soul whip. But at that moment, a shadow of the whip flashed by, and with a loud crack, Qin Huai's back was brutally whipped, instantly leaving a deep bloody mark. Skin torn and flesh exposed. Even his 3 souls and 7 spirits were missing a soul, causing Qin Huai to let out a miserable scream. The one who struck was naturally Jin Buhuan. Everyone was taken aback, wondering why the ancestor of Jinyaman was attacking Qin Huai. Was it a mistake? Ancestor, why are you hitting me? Qin Huai asked, puzzled. I'm hitting you, this beast. Jin Buhuan shouted angrily. Enduring the excruciating pain, Qin Huai pleaded, Ancestor, do you have a misunderstanding about me? Misunderstanding? Do I need to list all the good deeds you've done over the years? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have known you did so many heinous things behind my back. You've ruined the reputation of Jinyaman. The more Jin Buhuan spoke, the angrier he became, and he struck again with the whip. Qin Huai lost another soul and fell to the ground, barely alive. Ancestor, I was wrong. Give me another chance, and I will definitely change. He quickly admitted his mistake, feeling relieved when he saw Jin Buhuan lower the whip. The ancestor was indeed reluctant to part with him. Little did he know, Jin Buhuan handed the soul-whipping whip to Qin Song, specifically designed to target souls. One strike disperses a soul, and 3 strikes result in the soul flying away forever. You take the last strike. Yes, ancestor. Qin Song coldly glared at Qin Huai. Chapter 69. It's not a negotiation. It's a notification. Qin Huai was instantly horrified, shaking his head and begging, "So don't. I'm your father. Doing this will bring down heavenly wrath upon you." Qin Song snorted, "If heaven strikes me down for someone like you, then it must be blind." With that, he raised the soul-whipping whip without hesitation. "No!" Qin Huai cried out in despair. Ultimately, he was struck by Qin Song, causing his soul to scatter, never to reincarnate. The onlookers exchanged glances, shocked that Jinyaman had come aggressively to Xiantian's sect, but instead of causing trouble, Qin Huai ended up dead, killed by his own son. Truly, it was retribution. Qin Song knelt on the ground, looking up at the sky with red-rimmed eyes, choked with emotion. "Mother, your child has finally avenged you." Jin Buhuan walked over with a sigh. "Child, you've suffered these years." Saying this, he personally helped him up. Qin Song knelt before Su Yang and bowed. "Thank you, Master, for helping me take revenge." Su Yang replied, "Now that the revenge is taken, don't hold any grudges. Focus on your cultivation in the future, and don't let your master down." "I will definitely not disappoint Master's kindness," Qin Song promised solemnly. At this moment, Jin Buhuan also knelt before Su Yang. "Su Sec Master, I can't express my gratitude for your great favor. Please accept this soul-whipping whip." Everyone was dumbfounded. First, there was the ancestor of the Sword Worship Pavilion and the ancestor of the Medicine King Valley paying their respects to Su Yang. And now, even the ancestor Jinyaman was kneeling and offering the sect's treasure. What on earth was this guy relying on? Could it be that he was that esteemed figure? That's impossible. I've heard of his deeds. He's the most useless peak master of Xiantian's sect. Just look at him. Nothing special about him. How could he be that esteemed figure? Why are the 3 ancestors treating him so respectfully? If I'm not mistaken, that esteemed figure is within Xiantian's sect and has a very close relationship with Su Yang. The 3 ancestors are being polite to him because of that esteemed figure. He's just riding on someone else's coattails. With your words, all previous doubts have been resolved. This Su Yang really has good fortune, actually able to curry favor with an esteemed figure. Now he even received the soul-whipping whip. He must be overjoyed. While they were whispering among themselves, Su Yang took the soul-whipping whip and directly gave it to Qin Song. Everyone was speechless. Is he stupid? That's a heavenly-grade artifact. Even if Qin Song is his disciple, he doesn't have to be this generous, right? Master this. Qin Song was also stunned and didn't dare to take it for a moment. After all, this was a life-saving gift from the ancestor to his master. How could he have a nerve to ask for it? As your master, I should remind you, in the future, when I give you something, just accept it. Moreover, this is just a heavenly-grade artifact, not some precious treasure, Su Yang said sternly. This guy is too good at pretending. It's just a heavenly-grade artifact. Does he have some immortal artifact too? Pretending to be so modest. Looking down on the soul-whipping whip in front of the ancestor of Jinyaman. ISNT, that's slapping his face? It's estimated that the ancestor of Jinyaman would be furious. However, Jin Buhuan smiled at Qin Song and said, "Your master can accept my gratitude. I'm already very happy. A heavenly-grade artifact is naturally not worthy of your master's attention. Just accept it." Everyone was once again dumbfounded. It must be that the ancestor of Jinyaman wanted to please that esteemed figure, which is why he went out of his way to flatter Su Yang. This guy really is good luck. After Qin Song accepted the soul-whipping whip, the system's voice rang in Su Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random return, the God-striking whip. Su Yang felt a surge of joy. It turned out to be a top-grade immortal artifact. At this time, seeing that there was no more excitement to be had, everyone prepared to disperse. But in the crowd, there was one person staring straight at Qin Song, and that was Du Fengmong. From the moment Qin Song appeared, a storm surged in his heart. He realized that Qin Song was actually the supreme sword bone. This was the root bone that sword cultivators dreamt of. Although Du Fengmong was a sword immortal in his previous life, he only had the most ordinary sword bone to allow his sword path to go further. He reincarnated and obtained a top-grade sword bone body. This was something he had painstakingly worked for and spent a lot of resources on. Yet he never expected that the beggar he once looked down upon actually possessed the supreme sword bone. No wonder the master of Falling Sky Peak insisted on taking him as a disciple. He must have known in advance. On the contrary, at that time, he had just awakened his previous life's memories, and his mind wasn't particularly clear, which is why he misjudged. The supreme sword bone is even more precious than an immortal sword. Originally, Du Fengmong planned to wait for the right moment before coming to Xintian's sect to seize the immortal sword. Now that he encountered the supreme sword bone, he was incredibly excited and determined to obtain it, and he needed to do so quickly. The best time to seize someone's root bone is before they start cultivating. Now, this beggar has already embarked on the path of cultivation, and fortunately, his cultivation level is still low. If he waits any longer, even if he digs out the other party's root bone, he won't be able to replant it into himself. After thinking this through, Du Fengmong took out a pill, Heavenly Soul Pill. Originally, it was prepared as a life-saving trump card before he grew stronger, but now he had to use it early. Clenching the Heavenly Soul Pill, Du Fengmong soared into the sky on his sword. What does this young man want to do? I know him. He asked the one with the sword bone. Earlier, he wanted to join Xintian's sect, but was rejected. Does he now see that there are powerful figures in Xintian's sect and wants to apprentice again? As the crowd was puzzled, Du Fengmong flew close to Xintian's sect. What does this reincarnated sword immortal want to do? Su Yang frowned slightly. When Su Jianfeng saw Du Fengmong, his eyes lit up. Although he was young and only at the profound realm, he gave the impression of an extraordinary sword cultivator. This was definitely a good seed for sword cultivation. Immediately, he developed a love for talent and asked, "Little guy, I see your bones are extraordinary. Are you willing to be my disciple?" Everyone immediately felt envious that the ancestor of the sword worship pavilion had taken an interest in him. The young man must be overjoyed. However, Du Fengmong scoffed disdainfully. "You're worthy to be my master? You don't know what you're talking about. What did you say?" Su Jianfeng's face instantly darkened, feeling displeased. "I said, you're not worthy," Du Fengmong said, enunciating each word. How unreasonable. Su Jianfeng was furious and wanted to teach this ignorant kid a lesson. But he was stopped by Su Yang. "Don't act impulsively. Sect Master Su, this guy doesn't know what's good for him. Let me teach him a lesson." Su Jianfeng said unhappily. "Yes, not as simple as you think." Su Yang understood that since this reincarnated sword cultivator dared to be so arrogant, he must have some backing. Moreover, his intentions were not good. Su Jianfeng was confused. Isn't this kid just a profound realm cultivator? How complicated can he be? "You're quite clever," Du Fengmong chuckled lightly. "What brings you here?" Su Yang asked. "Hand him over to me." Du Fengmong pointed at Qin Song. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding the other's intentions. They must have seen Qin Song's supreme sword bone. "You want my disciple? Do you think I would agree?" Su Yang said lightly. "I'm not discussing this with you. I'm informing you," Du Fengmong threatened. "Hand him over, and I'll leave your corpses intact." Chapter 70. So the reincarnated sword immortal is so poor everyone laughed. This boy must have a problem with his brain, right? A mere transcendence realm cultivator actually dared to talk big in front of 3 ancestors. Does he not know how to write the word death? "Ignorant child, I command you to reorganize your words and say it again," Su Jianfeng reprimanded. "You are called the #1 sword cultivator in the southern region, right? I just witnessed your sword intent, and in my presence, you are nothing but a joke." Du Fengmong's disdainful expression instantly infuriated Su Jianfeng. Unable to endure any longer, he shouted angrily, "You little brat, let me see if you can withstand my sword." With that, he raised his hand and manipulated a sword to charge forward. Everyone thought the boy was doomed, but Du Fengmong remained unfazed, disdainfully snorting, "Overestimating yourself." He crushed a Heaven Soul Dan and waved his hand. A terrifying power erupted, quickly condensing into a humanoid shadow. Just as the flying sword reached him, the shadow raised a hand and clamped it tightly. Su Jianfeng was taken aback, immediately changing his hand gestures to try to manipulate the flying sword out of the bind. But the shadow's 2 fingers did not move an inch. No matter how the flying sword struggled and shook, it couldn't break free. Then, the shadow casually tossed the flying sword back towards Su Jianfeng. Su Jianfeng realized he had lost control of the flying sword. His heart sank, and he quickly commanded the other two flying swords to intercept. The three flying swords soon met in midair, 2 against 1, but Su Jianfeng's 2 flying swords were easily deflected. The remaining flying sword continued flying toward Su Jianfeng. At this point, his expression finally changed, and he gathered all his strength, slamming his hands together in an attempt to catch the blade empty-handed. But the power of the flying sword exceeded his imagination, pushing him back. Everyone was taken aback. Given the situation, Su Jianfeng was likely to be pierced through by the flying sword. Bai Shixian saw this and immediately rushed behind Su Jianfeng, pressing his palms against his back to assist him. However, it had no effect, and he was also pushed back. Jin Buhuan couldn't stand it any longer and also rushed to Bai Shixian's back. The 3 Earth Soul Realm powerhouses joined forces in the southern region. No one was their match. But now, the 3 of them were struggling, and the flying sword unleashed an incredibly strong sword intent, simultaneously knocking all 3 of them away. The flying sword couldn't withstand this sword intent either, developing numerous cracks and shattering into pieces. The 3 ancestors fell to the ground, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone gasped in shock, looking at the shadow in disbelief. What kind of method was this young man using? Even the combined strength of 3 ancestors couldn't stop it. At this moment, Lai Tianqing and Gu Qinglu also stopped their game of chess and rushed over to help the 3 ancestors up. Su Jianfeng stared intently at the shadow and said solemnly, "This is something formed from an extremely terrifying power. What exactly is it?" "It's the Heaven Soul Dan," Bai Shixian blurted out, also staring at the shadow. "What is a Heaven Soul Dan?" Su Jianfeng asked, clearly having never heard of it. The others present also looked puzzled. The Heaven Soul Dan is a very special elixir. The method of refining it involves sealing the power of a Heaven Soul Realm powerhouse into the pill. When needed, the pill can be crushed to release this power. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Does that mean this shadow is equivalent to a Heaven Soul Realm powerhouse? No wonder even the 3 ancestors were not a match. Now, the Xintian sect was in trouble, judging by this young man's demeanor. It seemed he didn't intend to let the sect off easily. They all eagerly wanted to know how the situation would develop next. But Du Fengmong suddenly cast a cold glance and warned loudly, "If you don't want to die, get lost immediately." He didn't want anyone to know about the existence of the Supreme Swordbone, and after he destroyed the Xintian sect, he would take the Immortal Sword. Both of these were extremely precious treasures. Although Du Fengmong was arrogant, he understood the principle that possessing precious things can lead to trouble. Naturally, he couldn't leak the news of these 2 treasures before he had truly grown stronger. Upon hearing this, everyone, unwilling to risk their lives for mere spectatorship, quickly fled. Du Fengmong then turned his gaze to the Xintian sect, standing with his hands behind his back, adopting a condescending posture, and said, "Now, will you still resist?" He believed they had already been intimidated by him. However, to his surprise, none of the Xintian sect disciples were afraid. Bai Ningyue even disdainfully snorted. "Dare to snatch people from a Xintian sect? Did you ask my master?" Du Fengmong coldly smiled. "I almost forgot. Your Xintian sect still hides a so-called expert. From your words, it's easy to deduce that he should also be in the Heaven Soul Realm. Bring him out. Let me meet him. Blind your dog eyes. My master is right in front of you." Bai Ningyue pointed at Su Yang. "Him?" Du Fengmong was momentarily stunned. "This kid is the expert?" Not all what he expected. "I remember your name is Du Fengmong, right?" Su Yang said lightly. "You don't deserve to call my name," Du Fengmong arrogantly replied. "A mere reincarnated sword immortal. Do you really think of yourself as someone important?" Su Yang sneered at. Du Fengmong's expression changed. "How do you know?" Everyone was surprised. This person was actually a reincarnated sword immortal. However, Qi Bai Xian and others quickly scoffed in their hearts. What is a reincarnated sword immortal? Su Shidi is a reincarnated celestial powerhouse, much more impressive than him. Don't mind how I know. If you had sincerely worshipped me as your master, I would have given you a chance. Unfortunately, you missed your opportunity, and now you dare to run wild in my Xintian sect, then leave your life behind. Su Yang said calmly, "You're so arrogant. Others call you an expert. and you really think you're impressive. You're at most in the heaven soul realm. Killing you is as easy as pie, Du Fengmong confidently said. Just based on him? Su Yang's gaze shifted to the shadow. Du Fengmong knew there was a gap between the Heaven Soul Dan and a real Heaven Soul Rel powerhouse. He then slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Relying on just one Heaven Soul Dan, naturally, I can't deal with you. But what if I have more than one? As he spoke, he raised his hand and revealed 2 more Heaven Soul Dawn. Crack! He crushed them, quickly condensing 2 more shadows. Now, do you still have confidence? Du Fengmong asked with a hint of mockery. 3 Heaven Soul Dawn. Is this your trump card? A reincarnated sword immortal. Turns out to be so poor. Su Yang shook his head in disdain. Fool! Do you think Heaven Soul Dawn are so easy to refine? One requires the power of a Heaven Soul realm as a catalyst, and 3 require 3. Do you think the Heaven Soul realm is as common as cabbage? Du Fengmong wanted to mock Su Yang's ignorance, but before he could finish, Su Yang suddenly revealed 6 Heaven Soul Dawn in his hand. Chapter 71. You're cheating. He crushed them, and 6 shadows instantly formed. Du Fengmong was left speechless. How could he have so many Heaven Soul Dawn? Heaven Soul Dawn are precious to you. But to me, they're indeed like cabbage, Su Yang mocked. You. Du Fengmong was extremely furious. But he quickly snorted, I admit I underestimated you. But do you really think I only have 3? After saying that, he revealed 7 more Heaven Soul Dawn in his hand. A hint of pain flashed in his eyes. But he still crushed them. 10 shadows from the Heaven Soul realm, not to mention in the southern region, even across the entire northern wilderness, would almost sweep everything away. Now you see my... Du Fengmong wanted to regain face in front of Su Yang. But Su Yang directly took out 14 Heaven Soul Dawn and crushed them all at once. 20 phantoms, twice as many as Du Fengmong. How is that possible? Where did you get so many heavenly soul pills? Du Fengmong exclaimed in disbelief, losing his composure. Are 20 a lot? Su Yang retorted. That's not just a lot. Even I only prepared 10. Du Fengmong frowned tightly, suddenly realizing he couldn't see through the other party. Have you revealed all your trump cards? Su Yang asked. Don't be smug. I am a reincarnated sword immortal. How could I have only this little backup? A fierce light flashed in Du Fengmong's eyes, and with hands forming seals. He shouted in a deep voice, Heaven and earth, yin and yang, borrow souls to become immortal. As soon as the words fell, the 10 phantoms were successively drawn in. When the first phantom entered Du Fengmong's body, his aura was immediately greatly enhanced. Then came the second, third, fourth. The aura surged higher and higher, and his clothes fluttered without wind. When all 10 phantoms had entered Du Fengmong's body, an unimaginable aura shot straight into the sky, instantly causing the heavens to change color. Du Fengmong immediately seemed like a different person, exuding tremendous majesty, as if he were an existence not of this world. Immortal might. Su Zan Feng et Kulim in Shok. His face changing dramatically. Du Fengmong had actually used the power of these 10 phantoms to forcibly transform himself into an immortal. Once that terrifying immortal might was released, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Those with weaker cultivation directly fell to their knees uncontrollably. Even the 3 elders felt immense pressure. Su Yang immediately activated the Emperor Master S.I to check, discovering that Du Fengmong had not truly become an immortal, but had temporarily borrowed the power of 10 heavenly soul realm beings through a certain secret method, gaining the strength of an immortal. However, this power was still far inferior to that of a genuine immortal, at most half an immortal. Moreover, this secret method had significant side effects, causing severe damage to both body and soul. The longer the borrowed time, the greater the damage. Once it exceeded the bearable limit, the power would backfire, leading to death. Kid, this is the trump card I kept hidden. I thought I wouldn't need it, but you forced it out. Du Fengmong stood in midair, looking down with a dismissive attitude, sneering, what if you have 20 heavenly soul pills? In front of me, one sword can resolve it. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew a sword, and an extremely strong sword in 10 erupted, with sword energy surging around him. So strong. Is this what a sword immortal is like? Su Jianfeng realized that his pride in swordsmanship was nothing compared to the sword immortal, and fear arose in his heart. At this moment, Du Fengmong aimed at the 20 phantoms and suddenly swung his sword. The dazzling sword light swept away with a deafening sound of breaking air, causing even space to tremble as if unable to bear it. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosions, the 20 phantoms were utterly defeated without any ability to resist. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock, deeply shaken. Du Fengmong stood tall, sword pointed at Su Yang. Speaking with a tone of utter disdain, "Your heavenly soul pills have been completely slaughtered by me. What do you have left to rely on?" Everyone nervously looked at Su Yang. Yet Su Yang remained calm, not showing any panic on his face. "Although you are a reincarnated sword immortal, you are now only in the profound realm. If you forcibly borrow the power of an immortal, once you exceed your limit, there will be only one path to death. You can actually see this. You do have some ability. But how long do you think it will take to kill you?" Du Fengmong said dismissively. "It depends on how long you can hold out." Su Yang raised his hand, and once again, 10 heavenly soul pills appeared in his hand. "You still have more," Du Fengmong exclaimed in surprise. 10 phantoms appeared in front of Su Yang and rushed towards Du Fengmong. 20 heavenly soul pills. I can slaughter them with one sword. What can these 10 do to me?" Du Fengmong arrogantly said, swinging his sword again. As he said, the 10 phantoms were instantly annihilated. "I don't believe you still." Du Fengmong's words hadn't finished before Su Yang took out heavenly soul pills again. This time, the quantity was a bit more, a full 100. "Damn!" Du Fengmong instinctively cursed, clearly shocked. "Is this guy wholesale buying heavenly soul pills?" 100 phantoms immediately rushed towards him. Du Fengmong had no choice but to raise his sword to meet them. 100 phantoms were not as easy to deal with as before. After all, Du Fengmong could only be considered half an immortal. If he weren't a reincarnated sword immortal, with strength far exceeding that of a half immortal, he might not have been able to handle these 100 phantoms. By the time Du Fengmong managed to kill all the 100 phantoms, he was already breathing heavily. However, at least it was resolved. He thought he was safe. Just as Du Fengmong thought this, he heard a series of breaking air sounds coming from ahead. Turning his head, he trembled slightly. Another 100 phantoms. "You're cheating," Du Fengmong yelled in frustration, losing all semblance of a sword immortal-esque demeanor. "If I'm cheating, so what?" Su Yang admitted freely. "You." Du Fengmong's face turned pale with anger. Soon, another 100 phantoms rushed close, and he could only grit his teeth and continue to kill. This time, not only did it become more difficult to kill, but he also suffered injuries in multiple places, looking very disheveled, far from the earlier invincibility. Boom! With a loud explosion, after the last phantom was dealt with by Du Fengmong, he was already drenched in sweat. Even his sword-holding hand was trembling uncontrollably, clearly reaching his limit. "I need to quickly eliminate the Xiantian sect." Du Fengmong tightened his grip on the sword, took a deep breath, and tried to muster his spirit. He then glared at Su Yang. "I'm going to kill you all." Saying that, he charged towards Su Yang first. Su Yang remained unhurried. "Wait until you kill them all." He waved his hand again, and still 100 heavenly soul pills appeared in front of him. "Damn!" Du Fengmong's eyes widened, and he trembled all over with fear. He was very clear about how precious heavenly soul pills were. Even with his abilities as a former sword immortal, he had spent a lot of effort to obtain 10. But this guy truly treated heavenly soul pills like cabbages, spending them 100 at a time. This is too abnormal. A heavenly soul realm being simply cannot have such means. He had long known that he was a reincarnated sword immortal. Yet he didn't take him seriously at all. Could it be? Du Fengmong's heart stirred. Is he a reincarnated, powerful immortal, even more terrifying than me? It must be so. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain his various, unimaginable means. At this moment, Su Yang was about to crush this 100 heavenly soul pills when Du Fengmong hurriedly shouted, "Wait, wait, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life." Saying this, he immediately knelt down. Upon seeing this, everyone was not too surprised, thinking it was only natural. This further confirmed Du Fengmong's speculation. This person was indeed a reincarnated powerful immortal, and they all knew it, which is why they were so calm. Du Fengmong was greatly frustrated, wondering why he was so unlucky. "Now I know you were wrong. Weren't you very arrogant just now?" Su Yang mocked. "I was foolish. I accidentally discovered that the Xiantian sect was hiding an immortal sword and thought you couldn't control it, so I wanted to take it for myself. Now that I think about it, that immortal sword must belong to you, otherwise, how could a second-rate sect possibly possess an immortal sword? To show my apology, I am willing to make compensation. Any condition will do. After hearing Du Fengmong's explanation, Su Yang finally understood why he had chosen to join the Xiantian sect earlier. It turned out he had bad intentions from the beginning. No wonder his loyalty was negative. You only have two choices. Either commit suicide or I send you on your way. Su Yang was not a kind-hearted person and would not easily let him go. Senior, I really know I was wrong. Please give me a way to live. Du Fengmong lowered his head, pleading. I won't say a second time. Su Yang reminded un Molfet. Are you really going to wipe us out completely? Du Fengmong raised his head and stared fiercely at Su Yang. You brought this upon yourself, and you won't live? Su Yang replied calmly. Good. Du Fengmong suddenly stood up, his expression turning ferocious. If you won't leave me a way out, then none of you will have it easy. Saying this, he took out a short sword and stabbed it into his own heart. The crowd was stunned. What was he trying to do? In their confusion, Du Fengmong's blood soaked the short sword, immediately illuminating it with a bloody glow. Before my reincarnation, I considered various accidents, such as encountering an existence like you. So I left a final trump card. Du Fengmong roared. With blood as a sacrifice, my soul returns to its true form. After saying that, the short sword crazily absorbed his blood until it was drained, turning his body into a desiccated corpse, lifeless. However, the short sword floated in midair, and amidst the blood glow, it condensed into a new physical form. The terrifying aura sent chills down the spines of everyone present, including the three ancestors, all of whom felt fear. Celestial might. True, celestial might. This is my original power, activated at the cost of this life. After using it, my path of swordsmanship will be severed. Du Fengmong glared at Su Yang angrily, gritting his teeth. Even if you are also a reincarnated celestial, no matter how many tricks you have, you cannot contend with a true celestial. I want all of you to accompany me in death. Saying this, he spread his arms, and sword intent erupted, with substantial sword aura appearing around him. The sword aura roared with a heart-pounding howl. The terrifying pressure nearly suffocated everyone. Those with weaker cultivation had already collapsed on the ground, their faces filled with horror and utter despair. Finally, everyone stopped being calm and began to worry. After all, he was now a true sword immortal, and no matter how capable Su Yang was, he couldn't possibly be a match. Junior brother Su, you must leave quickly. We will hold him off. Chi Baiyuan immediately stepped forward. Master, I am willing to protect you with my life. Uncle Su, hurry and go. Others also expressed their willingness, standing in front of Su Yang, ready to sacrifice themselves. Du Fengmong laughed maniacally. You ants think you can block me? A celestial? How naive! All of you, go die. With a wave of his hand, terrifying sword aura shot towards them. The crowd wanted to counterattack, but to their astonishment, they realized they couldn't even move in the face of such terrifying celestial might. Only then did they realize the gap between themselves and the celestial, feeling utterly hopeless. Just as the sword aura was about to descend, Su Yang calmly said, Retract your sword aura. Du Fengmong chuckled upon hearing this. Who do you think you are? Telling me to retract it? Just as he spoke halfway, he suddenly felt an inexplicable force enveloping him, causing him to involuntarily raise his hand and summon it back. All the sword aura immediately returned to his side. The crowd was dumbfounded. What's going on? How could this happen? What did you do to me? Du Fengmong exclaimed in shock. Su Yang held a token in his hand, which was the Sword Master token. This token contained the essence of the sword path, and all sword cultivators must bow and submit unconditionally before it, allowing them to live or die as it pleased. Kneel, Su Yang said softly. Du Fengmong's body became uncontrollable, and he obediently knelt down. When he looked up at Su Yang again, he found the other party's aura had changed, as if he had seen the true meaning of the sword path, and he couldn't muster a single thought of resistance. This feeling, are you? Du Fengmong was taken aback, stuttering in disbelief, shaking his head. Impossible. If you truly reached that level, how could you appear in a place like this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something someone had said to him before his reincarnation. I have calculated the heavenly secrets for you. If you want to achieve great success in the sword path, you must reincarnate. In your next life, you will encounter a tremendous fortune. If you can grasp it, you will soar into the sky with boundless prospects. But fortune and misfortune are interdependent. If you miss it, it will be a catastrophe. Remember, Du Fengmong chose to reincarnate because of this prediction. He should have realized that this fortune came from this person. He had almost been able to take him as a master before. It was all because he had underestimated him at that time that it led to today's situation. Du Fengmong felt immense regret, but everything was too late. Su Yang casually said, "You should take your own life." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Fengmong instinctively raised his hand. He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha! Old ghost, you really calculated correctly. Life! Boom!" He slammed his palm onto himself and collapsed. His body once again transformed into a beam of blood light, flashing and completely dissipating, leaving only the short sword behind. Bai Shixian saw this scene and immediately thought of Luo Nanxing. It was the same back then, but this time, the other party was a powerful sword immortal, yet still unable to defy Su's commands. Just how powerful was he? At this moment, the short sword suddenly shattered, revealing a phantom. Chapter 73. To keep the job of the gatekeeper, the figure was an old man with white hair and white eyebrows, exuding the aura of a celestial. He floated in mid-air and sighed. In the end, you still couldn't grasp this fortune. He then looked at Su Yang. Everyone immediately tensed up. However, the old man had no malice. Instead, he knelt down respectfully and said, "Junior Ghost Wudge, I pay my respects to the senior." Su Yang asked, "Are you in cahoots with him?" Ghost Wudge hurriedly replied, "Senior, you misunderstand. Although I know him, I only helped him calculate the heavenly secrets once. We have no deep ties. Then why did you leave a mark on this sword?" Su Yang asked again. "When I helped him calculate the heavenly secrets, I predicted that after his reincarnation, he would encounter a fortune, which was also my opportunity. So, I gifted him this sword and secretly left a mark." "It seems he couldn't grasp it," Ghost Wudge explained. "So what?" Su Yang asked again. "I dare to ask for a favor from the senior," Ghost Wudge said cautiously. "What kind of favor?" "I would like to ask the senior to accept someone as a disciple," Ghost Wudge said carefully. "Accept a disciple?" Su Yang's heart stirred. Someone who could be recommended by a celestial must be extraordinary. He asked, "Who is it?" "This matter is significant, and I cannot reveal it for now. Please forgive me." "Senior, if you don't say, how can I accept?" Ghost Wudge took out an item, which was a jade pendant. It was carved with 9 dragons, vividly lifelike. As long as the senior holds this item, if the person approaches, it will react. Saying this, he presented it with both hands. Su Yang did not take it immediately, but opened his Imperial Master eye to inspect it. He then revealed a faint smile, finding it interesting that this jade pendant sealed such an intriguing thing. Ghost Wudge was greatly shocked. He could actually see the secret of this jade pendant. It was known that the seal on the pendant had been concealed by the heavenly secrets, and no one could detect it except for himself. This senior was indeed extraordinary. This also strengthened Ghost Wudge's resolve, and he pleaded, "Please, senior, help me. I'm willing to fulfill any request of the senior. What can you provide to satisfy me?" Su Yang asked casually. Ghost Wudge seemed to be prepared and immediately took out a token, introducing, "I once discovered a secret place in this realm, where a treasure is hidden. This item has great causality, and I dare not take it. Therefore, I sealed it, and only with this token can it be unlocked. I believe that treasure will surely satisfy the senior." The fact that even a celestial dared not take the item immediately piqued Su Yang's interest. Additionally, he possessed the Supreme Imperial Master System and was originally looking to accept disciples to grow stronger, so he naturally had no reason to refuse. Thus, he accepted the jade pendant and the token, saying, "I hope you won't let me down." Ghost Wudge was delighted and quickly said, "Please rest assured, senior. I will not disappoint you. I won't disturb you any longer, and I hope to see you again." After saying this, the phantom gradually dissipated. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. This time, Su Yang not only easily defeated a powerful sword immortal, but also made a celestial being kneel and seek help as a junior. They couldn't help but feel that Su Yang was even more unfathomable and respected him even more, especially the disciples of the Shintian sect, who were feeling proud and self-satisfied. At that moment, Jin Bu-Huan suddenly knelt down. Su Yang was puzzled and asked, "What are you doing?" Jin Bu-Huan replied, "If it weren't for the assistance of the senior, the Jin Tianmin would have been destroyed. This great kindness is unforgettable for me. I heard that Elder Bai and Elder Su are guarding the Xintian sect. To repay this great kindness, I am willing to serve." Su Jianfeng sneered, "Old man Jin, this is not repaying kindness. You clearly want to take advantage. The mountain gate is enough for me and Elder Bai to guard." Bai Shixian also agreed, "With the two of us here, no one would dare to cause trouble for the Xintian sect. You should return to Jin Tianmen. They didn't want anyone else competing for their tasks, or it would be harder to demonstrate their value." Jin Bu-Huan naturally wouldn't be easily persuaded to leave. He mentioned Qin Song and asked the senior to give him a chance for Qin Song's sake. Saying this, he quickly gestured to Qin Song. Qin Song, feeling the pressure from the ancestor, could only nervously say, "Master, how about giving my ancestor a chance?" Su Yang didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. "Then you can stay." Jin Bu-Huan was overjoyed. "Thank you, sect leader Su." He then stood up and smiled at Elder Su and Elder Bai, Su brother by brother. "I hope to receive your guidance in the future." The two elders rolled their eyes. Jin Bu-Huan didn't mind and turned to the disciples of Jin Tianmin, his expression immediately turning cold. "Listen up. If you tarnish the reputation of Jin Tianmin again, Qin Huai will be your end." The disciples quickly responded in unison. "We will definitely correct our mistakes. Now go back and convey my order. Qin Huai Ro is the new sect leader and will be in charge of Jin Tianmin. Anyone who has objections will be killed on the spot," Jin Bu-Huan commanded. An elder asked, "Aren't you going back with us? Can't you see? I am now the gatekeeper of the Xintian sect. Why would I go back?" Jin Bu-Huan said sternly. The disciples were left speechless. The three ancestors of the three great divine sects were fighting to be gatekeepers of the Xintian sect. Who would dare to provoke this sect in the future? The heavens of the southern region were bound to change. Soon, they left, dragging their injured bodies. The disciples of the Xintian sect also dispersed, leaving the three ancestors to guard the mountain gate. The three stared at each other, and finally couldn't help but laugh. Bai Shixian sighed before this. Who would have thought we three would end up guarding a second-rate sect? Who let the Xintian sect have such good luck with someone like sect leader Su emerging? Even a sword immortal can be killed with just a word. It is our honor to guard for him. Su Jianfeng had just felt the true essence of the sword path from Su Yang and had already made up his mind to stay at the Xintian sect to guard for the rest of his life. What do you think? If those two old guys know, will they come over too? Jin Bu-Huan mentioned the other two ancestors of the divine sections. No way. 3 people are already enough. If they come over, won't they be competing for our jobs? Su Jianfeng immediately stated. Bai Shixian and Jin Bu-Huan also strongly agreed, absolutely not letting them know. However, those who left earlier would definitely spread today's events. As long as it reached the ears of those two, they would probably come over to check. Bai Shixian guessed. It's simple. Let's use the combined strength of our 3 sects to suppress this news and not let anyone know the true situation of the Xintian sect, Su Jianfeng proposed. What if sect leader Su finds out? Wouldn't he be unhappy? Jin Bu-Huan expressed his concern. Do you want them to come over and compete for our jobs? If sect leader Su thinks there are too many gatekeepers one day and asks you to leave, would you be happy? Su Jianfeng said unkindly. Brother Su is right. To protect our jobs, we can only do this. Bai Shixian nodded in agreement. Lai Tiancheng and Gu Qinglu, who were listening nearby, exchanged bitter smiles. The 3 ancestors of the divine sects were truly putting in a lot of effort to keep their jobs as gatekeepers. If they were to say this out loud, no one would believe it. Even Su Yang couldn't have predicted this moment. He called Bai Ningyue and Qin Song forward and instructed, "You both focus on your cultivation. I need to go on a long trip." Chapter 74. I am a friend of Jin brother Su Yang, was preparing to go to the secret realm mentioned by Gue Wuji. He also wanted to take a look at his hometown in the mortal world. After all, that was the starting point of his journey to this world. And he had some nostalgia. Bai Ningyue and Qin Song originally wanted to follow him, but Su Yang refused, urging them to concentrate on their cultivation so that he could gain more returns from his efforts. Sect leader, let me accompany you. It would be good to have someone to take care of you on the way, Su Qiaoan proactively requested, looking at Su Yang with hopeful eyes. All right, Su Yang agreed. Su Qiaoan was overjoyed and quickly followed Su Yang, flying off on her sword. This made Lu Jinming extremely envious. Women indeed had a natural advantage. The two flew along the way and encountered a group of people. Seeing them in a hurry, they couldn't help but feel a bit curious. They seemed to be from the Tianhe sect. Su Qiaoan recognized their identity. Tianhe sect? Su Yang recalled Zhen Shiming. Yes, this sect is a super first-rate sect and has some connections with the Fuyo Pavilion. The one leading them is an elder from Tianhe sect named Su Mingsheng. They seem to be in a rush, as if they are fleeing. Did something happen to Tianhe sect? Su Qiaoan asked, puzzled. At this moment, the other party also noticed Su Yang and Su Qiaoan, and Su Mingsheng was slightly taken aback. You are the vice sect leader Su from Fuyo Pavilion? Elder Su asked. Elder Su, what's going on? Su Qiaoan inquired. Oh, don't mention it. Our young master, that troublemaker, offended Jin Tianmin, and now Tianhe sect is doomed. To save our lives, we can only leave this sect. We must leave before Jin Tianmin comes to kill us. Farewell. Su Mingsheng hurriedly dropped this line and quickly left with his disciples. Sect leader, isn't Jin Tianmin already being restructured? How can there still be people causing trouble outside? Su Qiaoan asked. Let's go take a look. Su Yang immediately headed towards Tianhe sect. At this moment, in the main hall of Tianhe sect, the atmosphere was very oppressive. The sect leader, Zhen Yuhe, sat on the throne, frowning with a very ugly expression. Zhen Shiming knelt in the center of the hall, looking up at him, unwillingly asking, Dad, are you really going to hand me over? Zhen Yuhe's face was stern as he scolded. Why did you offend anyone? You just had to offend Jin Tianmin. They have always been arrogant and overbearing. Anyone who offends them ends up with a bad outcome. Many disciples have already fled. If I don't hand you over, Tianhe sect will follow you to the grave. From now on, I sever our father-son relationship. You are no longer a member of Tianhe sect. Zhen Shiming was stunned. Husband, you can't. A woman in the hall, Zhen Shiming's mother He Ping, pleaded for him with a sad face. If you hand him over, he will lose his life. Zhen Yuhe reprimanded. He caused such a huge mess. If we don't hand him over, do we want to die with him? I can die in place of him. He Ping knelt down. Mom. Zhen Shiming was taken aback. The one who offended Jin Tianmin is him, not you. What good would it do for you to die in his place? Zhen Yuhe dismissed her. This is none of your business. Go back. He is your son. Can you really be so heartless? He Ping said sadly. What else can he do besides some escape tricks? We shouldn't have let him be born. He has embarrassed me so much. Now he wants to drag the entire sect down with him. This ungrateful son is not worth mourning. Zhen Yuhe's contemptuous words immediately disheartened Zhen Shiming. Ever since he was young, his father had never cared for him simply because of his mediocre talent, which had not brought him any glory. If it weren't for his mother defending him everywhere, he might have been kicked out long ago. Why are you still kneeling? Aren't you ashamed? Go back. Zhen Yuhe once again drove He Ping away. He Ping looked deeply at her son. Mother, each person is responsible for their own actions. You don't need to plead for me. I am an unfilial son and will not be able to serve you in the future. Please forgive me. Zhen Shiming knew he was doomed, so he bowed 3 times to his mother as a farewell. Son. He Ping's eyes were filled with tears as she gently stroked her son's cheek. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. Mother will take you away. Saying that, she grabbed Zhen Shiming, and in her other hand, there appeared a void escape talisman. You dare. Zhen Yu, he shouted angrily and rushed forward. Escape. He Ping shouted lightly, and the void escape talisman lit up, enveloping the two of them. Just as they were about to disappear, Zhen Yu, he panicked and instinctively manifested a solar phantom, striking out with a palm. This palm was filled with all his strength, ferocious enough to interrupt the void escape talisman and send He Ping flying. BFF. He Ping fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Mother. Zhen Shiming exclaimed, rushing over to help his mother up. Zhen Yu, he furrowed his brow, realizing he had struck too hard, but said nothing. Son, I'm sorry, mother is useless. He Ping managed to squeeze out a sentence and reluctantly closed her eyes. Mother, mother, Zhen Shiming cried, tears streaming down his face, filled with sorrow. She is your wife. How could you do this? Zhen Shiming glared at his father, questioning sharply. This is her own doing. Blame it on yourself. It's all your fault. Zhen Yu, he retorted, appearing even angrier. Yes, it's all my fault. Just because I'm not worthy in your eyes, no matter how hard I try, you never acknowledge me, not even willing to mention me in front of others. In your heart, there's only your own face. You don't deserve to be my father. The death of his mother made Zhen Shiming explode, venting all the grievances he had endured over the years. Unfilial son, Zhen Yuhi raised his hand to strike. Go ahead. If you have the guts, kill me. Zhen Shiming shouted. Zhen Yuhi thought about using Zhen Shiming to apologize to Jin Tianmin, so he reluctantly lowered his hand. He then coldly ordered, bind him and take him to Jin Tianmin. Zhen Shiming was tied up tightly, ready to be taken to Jin Tianmin. But at that moment, a disciple rushed in to report, Sect Master, they have arrived. They came so quickly. Everyone's expression changed, and they became tense. Quick, go welcome them. Zhen Yuhi hurriedly led the disciples out of the main hall, also dragging Zhen Shiming along. When they saw the visitors, they were momentarily stunned. Brotersu. Zhen Shiming was astonished. Why was he here? Su Yang also looked surprised to see Zhen Shiming bound. Deputy Pavilion Master Su. Why have you suddenly visited our sect? Zhen Yuhi frowned upon recognizing Su Qiao In, realizing the visitors were not from Jin Tianmin. Sect Master Zhen, I heard that you offended Jin Tianmin, so I can take a look, Su Qiao In said with a smile. Deputy Pavilion Master Su is thoughtful. This matter was all caused by this unfilial son of mine, and has nothing to do with my Tianha sect. I was just about to take him to Jin Tianmin to apologize. Zhen Yuhi explained, pointing at Zhen Shiming. He is your son. Are you really going to hand him over without caring for his life? Su Yang said with some dissatisfaction. Who are you? Zhen Yuhi scrutinized Su Yang and saw he was a mere mortal. He is. Su Qiao and was about to introduce, but was interrupted by Su Yang. I am Brother Zhen's friend. He offended Jin Tianmin because of me. You expelled him from the sect? Zhen Shiming panicked upon hearing this. He hurriedly denied, Brother Su, I know you want to help me, but this disaster was caused by me. How can I let you take the blame? While speaking, he kept signaling to Su Yang not to speak recklessly. But Su Yang insisted, you offended Jin Tianmin to help me. Since we are friends, I naturally cannot let you bear this alone. Zhen Shiming was speechless. How could he be so foolish to come all this way just to share the burden? Originally, only one person was supposed to die, but now both were going to die. Sure enough, upon learning that Su Yang was the real culprit, Zhen Yuhi became furious. You little brat, you caused my Tianha sect to suffer. You must also go to Jin Tianmin to apologize. It has nothing to do with him. He is just a mortal. Zhen Shiming quickly pleaded. Shut up. Zhen Yuhi scolded. You offended Jin Tianmin for a mere mortal. You can actually do such a foolish thing. So what if he's immortal? Can't mortals be friends? At least he will bear the burden with me. Zhen Shiming disdainfully glanced at the Tianha sect people. Unlike you, all of you are afraid of death. You are not even as good as a mortal. Nonsense. How dare you compare him to us? He is not worthy. Zhen Yu, he angrily reprimanded. He immediately ordered, arrest him. Who dares? Su Qiao and immediately blocked their way. Zhen Yu said in a deep voice, who is he to you? Why are you defending him so much? Seeing that the peak master was unwilling to reveal his identity, Su Qiao replied, he is my friend. If you dare to touch him, you must ask me first. Su Qiao when did you become so desperate that you would even be interested in a mortal? Watch your mouth. If you speak recklessly again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Su Yao and Xiaotif. Even Shun Fu Yao wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. How dare you cause trouble in my Tianha sect? You must be tired of living. I, Su Qiao dare to do so today, you can try. It was rare for Su Qiao to have a chance to show off in front of Su Yang. So she directly drew her weapon, manifesting a solar phantom and assuming a fighting stance. Zhen Yu frowned, not out of fear of Su Qiao but because he didn't want to offend Fu Yao Pavilion. He advised Su Qiao he offended Jin Tianmin. If you help him, Jin Tianmin will blame you, and your Fu Yao Pavilion will also suffer. Think carefully about the consequences. I will protect him. What can Jin Tianmin do? If they dared to come, they could try. Su Qiao was extremely arrogant, seemingly not putting Jin Tianmin in her eyes at all. Everyone thought she was crazy. For a man, she was actually challenging Jin Tianmin. Zhen Shiming secretly admired her. Brother Su had such great charm that even a top-tier expert was willing to go through fire for him. Being handsome is indeed a good thing. He said coldly. All right, you said it. Don't blame me for not giving your Fu Yao pavilion face. Elder Yan. Elder who? Take her down and hand her over to Jin Tianmin. Yes. The two elders immediately took their orders. Just as they were about to act, a disciple suddenly shouted, Look, the people from Jin Tianmin are here. Everyone looked up to see a group of people flying in the sky. Yu Qi, who had lost a hand to Su Yang, was among them, currently following an old man. The Grand Elder of Jin Tianmin, Wang Feiping. It is rumored that he is in charge of the Jin Tianmin's law enforcement hall, and those who offend Jin Tianmin are basically dealt with by the law enforcement hall. The fact that he personally came meant he was definitely here to seek justice. This was bad. The Tianhe sect people recognized the old man's identity and became worried. Meanwhile, Yu Qi immediately noticed Su Yang. His expression froze, and he quickly whispered to Wang Feiping, Grand Elder, that person is the expert. Wang Feiping followed his gaze, but did not see anything special about Su Yang. However, it was precisely because of this that he found him even more unfathomable. He is the best here. We must invite him back to heal the ancestors' injuries, Wang Feiping said. Grand Elder. He is very low-key and doesn't like to reveal his identity. Besides, we've offended him. He may not agree. Wang Feiping thought for a moment and said, Since he appears in Tianhe sect, it shows he has a close relationship with the young master of Tianhe sect. Then we will pretend we don't know him. First please Tianhe sect, and then invite them to come forward. The Grand Elder is wise. After they had made their arrangements, they descended on their swords. He hurriedly brought the disciples to greet them. I am He, the sect master of Tianhe sect. I greet the Grand Elder of Jin Tianmin. Everyone was extremely tense, fearing that Wang Feiping would be angry. To their surprise, Wang Feiping held up Jinyuha and laughed. I have long heard that the Tiange sect is warm and hospitable. The grand welcome from sect master Zhen and his disciples has truly honored me. I am flattered. Truly flattered. Jinyuha was taken aback by his words. This attitude didn't seem like one of coming to seek justice. Could it be that his proper etiquette had pleased him, leading to such friendliness? It seems that the Jintian sect is not as arrogant as rumored. Jinyuha felt a surge of joy and quickly said, Elder Wang, your esteemed presence has brought glory to my sect. So we must use the most formal etiquette to show our respect for the Jintian sect and Elder Wang. Sect Master Zhen was indeed a person of character. He was someone I have always admired. Suddenly, I felt a sense of regret for not meeting him sooner. Wang Feiping proposed, if Sect Master Zhen does not mind. Our two sects can interact more in the future. Is Elder Wang serious? Jinyuha asked in surprise. Of course, as long as Sect Master Zhen does not mind my Jintian sect. Not all. To befriend the Jintian sect is something I could only wish for. Then it's settled. My Jintian sect will henceforth form an alliance with your sect, sharing honor and disgrace, advancing and retreating together. That's wonderful. Jinyuha exclaimed in delight. He initially thought the Jintian sect was here to seek retribution, but unexpectedly gained their admiration and formed an alliance. His so-called charisma was truly undeniable. From now on, who would dare to offend my Tiange sect? By the way, Sect Master Zhen, may I ask which one is your son? Wang Feiping inquired. Jinyuha's heart tightened. The other party was definitely here to settle accounts with him, this incompetent fool. After all the effort he put into befriending the Jintian sect, he could not let this rebellious son ruin everything. He pointed to Zhen Shiming and said, Elder Wang, this is my disobedient son. It makes me angry just to mention him. He has never listened to discipline and likes to cause trouble outside. I sincerely apologize for his offense against your sect. Wang Feiping was taken aback to see Zhen Shiming bound up. Is this how you treat your son? Not good. He seems dissatisfied, he thought. Jinyuha quickly replied, Elder Wang, I intended to take him to your sect to apologize, to express my sincerest regret. I have already severed our father-son relationship and expelled him from my sect. You may handle him as you see fit. Wang Feiping was astonished. You expelled him from your sect? Chapter 76. Do core disciples count as sincerity? Jinyuha struck a righteous pose and said sternly, I have always been one to help justice over kinship, even if it's my own son. As long as he makes a mistake, I will act justly and not spare him. Elder Wang, this is his own doing. You need not consider me. His life or death is up to you. Zhen Shiming angrily retorted, selling out your son for glory and still speaking so grandly makes me feel sick. Shut up. Zhen Yuhe slapped Zhen Shiming across the face. Zhen Shiming glared at him and gritted his teeth. This slap, I'll take it as a repayment. From now on, we owe each other nothing and have no further ties. Zhen Yuhe had originally worried that this rebellious son would act out of desperation and drag him and the Tiangi sect down. Now that he said this, it was indeed something he wished for. He quickly turned to Wang Feipeng. Elder Wang, you heard that. He has severed ties with me. The mistakes he made, he will bear the consequences himself. I will now hand him over to you for your disposal. As he spoke, he ordered someone to bring Zhen Shiming before Wang Feipeng. Then he pointed to Su Yang and added, by the way, Elder Wang, there is also him. He is the root cause of the offense against your Jintian sect. He is the most culpable. But he didn't know how Su Qiaowen from Fuyo Pavilion befriended this person. Not only did she want to protect him, but she also shamelessly claimed that when your Jintian sect came, no one dared to act recklessly in front of her. It was simply outrageous. Zhen Yuhe, you are shameless. Zhen Shiming was instantly furious and hurried to explain. Elder Wang, he is just a mortal. Your Jintian sect is a divine sect. If you were to go after a mortal, it would only harm your Jintian sect prestige if it got out. I am willing to take full responsibility. Were you? How dare you bargain with Elder Wang? Zhen Yuhe instigated. Elder Wang, you cannot let these two go. Otherwise, they will think anyone can provoke the Jintian sect. You must make an example of them to demonstrate the might of the divine sect. Zhen Yuhe, Zhen Shiming was beside himself with rage. Sect Master Zhen, you're doing very well. Wang Feipeng nodded slightly. Not at all. Since our two sects are allied, I naturally have to consider the Jintian sect. Zhen Yuhe laughed. And to further flatter the Jintian sect, he took the initiative. Elder Wang, you need not trouble the Jintian sect to deal with these two. My Tiangi sect will help you capture them. You really spare no effort. Very good, very good. Wang Feipeng nodded again, looking very satisfied, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Zhen Yuhe was unaware and felt quite pleased. He had successfully latched onto the big leg of the Jintian sect. He immediately straightened his face and loudly ordered, Elder Yin, Elder who? Quickly capture these two. Yes. The two elders responded eagerly, just as happy as Zhen Yuhe. Elder Yin even showed a sinister smile. Su Qiaowen, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Let us see if you can still be so arrogant now. With that, he and Elder Hu charged towards Su Qiaowen. But at that moment, Wang Feipeng suddenly appeared behind the two and struck them with two powerful palms. The two never expected him to ambush them and were caught off guard, instantly spitting out blood and collapsing dead on the ground. The disciples of the Tiangi sect were all taken aback. Elder Wang, why did you do this? Zhen Yuhe asked in utter confusion. Did I tell you to move? Wang Feipeng frowned disapprovingly. But you just said, what did I just say? Did you think my Jintian sect is weak and needed your help? No. We would never think that. Zhen Yuhe hurriedly waved his hands. Don't quibble. My eyes are not blind. I see clearly. Wang Feipeng took the opportunity to express his indignation. You, Zhen Yuhe, I initially thought you were a decent person and specifically allied with your Tiangi sect. But you actually looked down on my Jintian sect. So this alliance is hereby nullified. Zhen Yuhe was shocked and quickly said, Elder Wang, you misunderstand. You need not say more. Wang Feipeng interrupted him immediately. My Jintian sect has never been looked down upon like this. In the entire southern region, you are the first from the Tiangi sect. Zhen Yuhe, you are very good. Zhen Yuhe was instantly frustrated. Couldn't he see my clear intention to please him? What kind of reasoning was this? How could his attitude change so abruptly? Wang Feipeng ignored him and turned his gaze to Zhen Shiming. Zhen Shiming's heart tightened, thinking he was doomed. But to his surprise, Wang Feipeng personally untied him. Zhen Shiming was puzzled. He was going to kill me? Even more surprising was when Wang Feipeng patted Zhen Shiming on the shoulder and smiled. I have always admired people like you who value loyalty. Just now, you took all the responsibility to protect your friend, showing great loyalty. I deeply admire that. Zhen Shiming was utterly bewildered. What is going on? He had just said he admired Zhen Yuhe, and now he was praising me? Could it be that some wires were crossed? Wang Feipeng continued. People like you who value emotions are rare nowadays. How about this? Since you have severed ties with the Tiangi sect, and are currently without support. If you don't mind, would you be willing to join my Jintian sect? What? Did I hear that wrong? Zhen Ximing asked in a daze. I offended you, and you don't kill me? You want me to join the Jintian sect? Not only was he in disbelief, but the disciples of the Tiangi sect also found it incredible. Only Su Qiaoan looked at Su Yang, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Wang Feiping smiled and said, what offense? It's just a minor friction, nothing so serious. Yu Qi immediately cooperated with him and added, Brother Zhen, it's purely a misunderstanding between us. Before coming here, I told our Grand Elder that I greatly admire your willingness to stand up for your friend without hesitation, and I feel deeply ashamed of my previous actions. Our Grand Elder has already reprimanded me, and this time he specially brought me here to apologize to you. Saying this, he sincerely bowed to Zhen Ximing and added, I'm sorry, Brother Zhen, please forgive me. Wang Feiping also slightly bowed, saying, on behalf of Jinyamen, I apologize to you. At the same time, he invited Zhen Ximing to join their sect as a core disciple. No way. They are apologizing to me and inviting me to join Jinyamen, even offering me the position of core disciple. Zhen Ximing was stunned, completely caught off guard. Are you guys joking? Zhen Ximing felt that this was not real at all. Of course we're not joking. A person like you, who values loyalty and righteousness, is someone Jinyamen is eager to have, so we cannot treat you poorly. Wang Feiping said seriously. Once Zhen Ximing received confirmation, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He was just about to agree when Su Yang suddenly said, you think offering him the position of a core disciple is enough sincerity? Zhen Ximing immediately became anxious. It was already a tremendous opportunity for them to invite him to join Jinyamen and offer him the title of core disciple. How could Su Yang still find fault with it? If they angered them, it would be minor if they changed their minds. But it would be terrible if they caused trouble for them. Zhen Ximing quickly apologized. Elder Wang, please don't be angry. My friend here is just a mortal and doesn't he understand what being a core disciple represents. Please don't hold it against him. He quickly shot a glance at Su Yang, urging him to apologize quickly. However, Wang Feiping not only did not blame him, but also agreed wholeheartedly, saying, I think your friend is absolutely right. A core disciple indeed lacks sincerity. A talent like you should hold the position of elder in Jinyamen. He secretly glanced at Su Yang, seeing that he no longer opposed it, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Qi again cooperated, saying, what the Grand Elder said is absolutely correct. Only the position of elder is worthy of Brother Zhen's status, and I wholeheartedly support it. Huh? Zhen Ximing was stunned. Wang Feiping invited again. Just in time, the position of the fourth elder has become vacant. From now on, you'll be the fourth elder of Jintiamen. This might not be appropriate. Zhen Ximing knew his own worth. Even being a core disciple was already elevating himself. Besides, wasn't every elder of the divine sect a top-tier expert in the Liang realm? He was just at the Great Xian realm. How could he be qualified for such a position? But Wang Feiping insisted, in Jintiamen, we value character over cultivation level when recruiting elders. With your character, you are completely qualified. I believe no one will object, so don't refuse. Saying this, he signaled to Yu Qi. Yu Qi understood and immediately bowed, saying, Disciple Yu Qi greets the fourth elder. The other disciples of Jinyamen also bowed to Zhen Ximing. Zhen Ximing appeared at a loss. Su Yang smiled and clasped his hands, saying, Congratulations, Brother Zhen. Zhen Ximing forced a smile, saying, I feel like I'm dreaming. Wang Feiping laughed heartily. This only shows you have a fate with Jinyamen. Elder Zhen. The disciples of Tianhe's sect were stunned by the scene, especially Zhen Yuhe, who knew his son's capabilities all too well. Is Wang Feiping blind? How could he make him an elder? But at this point, it was useless for him to refuse. He then glanced at the corpses of Elder Yan and Elder Hu, recalling Wang Feiping's earlier warning. Zhen Yuhe's eyes turned, and he laughed heartily. My son, I always believed you would have a day to stand out. Now that you become an elder of Jinyamen, I can take comfort in my old age. Zhen Ximing's expression immediately turned cold. Becoming an elder of Jintiamen has nothing to do with you. Zhen Yuhe sighed softly. My son, we had some misunderstandings before, and it's understandable that you are angry with me. But no matter what, you share my blood. You are my biological son. How can there be grudges between father and son? Shut up. Zhen Ximing shouted sharply, interrupting Zhen Yuhe. Then he glared, saying, "Since childhood, you have never cared for me. This time, when I got into trouble, your first reaction was not to think about how to protect your son, but to cut ties with me immediately to save your Tiana sect. My mother was killed by your palm in order to save me. Now that you see I've become an elder of Jintiamen, you acknowledge me as your son again. Jinyuha, I feel ashamed for you for being so shameless." Jinyuha's expression turned angry, but he still forcibly suppressed his anger and forced a smile, saying, "My son, your mother's death was purely an accident, and I am also very sad. I believe she must be watching from above, wanting to see us reconcile. Just forgive your father for her sake." "Impossible," Zhan Shiming firmly rejected. "From the moment you killed my mother, you died in my heart. How outrageous! You ungrateful son." Jinyuha couldn't bear it anymore and instinctively raised his hand. Wang Feiping immediately stood in front of him, coldly saying, "What do you want to do to our elder Zhen?" "Elder Wang, your sect, as one of the 5 great divine sects in the southern region, surely has strict requirements for recruiting disciples. Moreover, it's still the position of elder. With his abilities, he is simply unqualified. If this matter gets out, it will also damage your sect's reputation. So I hope Elder Wang will think twice," Zhen Yuha advised earnestly. But Wang Feiping grabbed his neck, his expression cold, saying, "When did it become your place to manage the affairs of Jintiamen?" Zhan Yuha showed a pained expression, struggling to squeeze out a sentence. "I was wrong. Let me go. Whether I let you go or not is not up to me." Wang Feiping turned to Zhen Shiming. "Elder Zhen, what do you say should be done with him?" "Son, save me. I am your father." Zhen Yuha quickly pleaded for help, but Zhen Shiming remained indifferent, even gritting his teeth and saying, "I want him to accompany my mother in death." "All right," Wang Feiping responded and directly snapped Zhen Yuha's neck. He couldn't understand how it had come to this, even in death. The disciples of Tiana's sect were shocked and quickly knelt down, begging for mercy. Wang Feiping asked, "Elder Zhen, how should we resolve this?" "Just say the word, and Tianhe sect will be immediately removed from the southern region." Zhan Shiming did not make things difficult for them, as he only hated Zhen Yuha. Moreover, with Zhen Yuha dead, Tianhe sect was also effectively non-existent. Then, Zhen Shiming prepared to take his mother's body and return to Jinyamen with Wang Feiping. Wang Feiping cautiously said, "Elder Zhen, since you and your friend have such a good relationship, why not invite him to Jinyamen for a visit?" "I think it's not necessary." Zhan Shiming was still unsure what kind of situation he would face after returning to Jinyamen. So how could he dare to bring Su Yang back to the sect? But Wang Feiping did all this to invite the expert Su Yang. So he said, "He is your friend, so naturally, he is an esteemed guest of Jinyamen, and we will treat him with respect." Hearing this, Zhen Shiming finally put down his worries and looked at Su Yang, saying, "Brother Su, I still owe you a drink. How about you come with me to Jintiamen, and we won't return until we're drunk? I have some matters to attend to, so I want to go with you." Su Yang replied, "All right then, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, come to Jintiamen to find me, and I will definitely help if I can," Zhen Shiming promised. This made Wang Feiping anxious. If they couldn't invite the expert, no one could treat the injury of the ancestor. Just as he was thinking of a reason, Zhen Shiming walked into the hall to deal with his mother's body. Su Yang took the opportunity to say to Wang Feiping, "Brother Zhen is my friend. Don't let him suffer any grievances in Jinyamen." Wang Feiping hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, "Please rest assured, Senior, we will take good care of Elder Zhen. However, I have a humble request." Chapter 78. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. I have returned. "You may speak," Su Yang said. "It's like this. My ancestor was injured many years ago, affecting his soul, and medicine can't heal him. I heard that Senior had cured the Vice Master of Yaowang Valley. So I would like to request Senior to save my ancestor," Wang Feiping pleaded. "I have already cured him," Su Yang replied. "Really?" Wang Feiping was overjoyed. "That's wonderful. Senior, your great kindness will never be forgotten by my Jinyamen. If there is ever a need for my Jinyamen, please don't hesitate to ask, and we will do our utmost." Wang Feiping believed Su Yang's words and immediately made a guarantee. At this moment, Yu Qi stepped forward and said, "Senior, I would also like to ask you to save someone. He is the young master of our sect, and he was previously harmed by someone who dug out his divine bone and crippled his legs, making him a useless person. I wonder if Senior can also heal him?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "Do you know who harmed him?" Yuchi replied, I know. This matter is related to Xuantianzong. Our sect leader is extremely furious about this and has already taken people to kill them. Considering the time, that sect should have been destroyed by the sect leader. Su Yang looked at him expressionlessly. Do you really want Xuantianzong to be destroyed? Without hesitation, Yuchi answered, Senior, you don't know. This Xuantianzong is too arrogant. Clearly just a second-rate sect, yet they dare to oppose my Jinyaman. If we don't destroy them, they will think my Jinyaman is easy to bully. You make a valid point. Su Yang nodded slightly. Yuchi immediately felt delighted. He actually received praise from the senior, which was great. If he could invite the senior back to heal the young master, he could redeem himself. So he quickly knelt down and said, Senior, our young master is kind-hearted. Yet he was cruelly crippled by Xuantianzong. I beg Senior to show mercy and save our young master. I will bow my head here. Wang Feiping felt a trace of disdain flash in his eyes at Yuchi's blatant lies. However, he did not expose him, as Qin Ao was the young master of Jinyaman. Although Wang Feiping did not like his actions, he could not undermine his own people. Your young master is kind-hearted? Su Yang laughed. Yes, Senior. Our young master has a kind heart, but he has a brother who is treacherous and vicious. This person betrayed Jinyaman and joined Xuantianzong. When our young master learned of this, he personally went to Xuantianzong to persuade him to come back. But this person did not repent and even incited his master to cripple our young master. His master is also shameless and despicable, without his underhanded methods. He would not have been able to harm our young master at all. Now that Xuantianzong has been destroyed by my Jinyaman, it can be considered their own fault. Yuchi twisted the truth, thinking that since Xuantianzong had already been destroyed, there would be no evidence to contradict him, and the senior would not know the truth. He did this naturally to invite Su Yang back to save Qin Ao. But little did he know that the person standing in front of him was precisely the shameless and despicable master he spoke of. You really are thinking of a young master, Su Yang said. Senior is overpraising me. As a disciple of Jinyaman, this is what I should do. Yuchi felt pleased again at Su Yang's praise. He believed his strategy was effective and thought the senior would agree. However, Su Yang's expression turned cold as he instructed Su Qiaoan, take care of him. Yes, Su Qiaoan complied and drew a sword. Yuchi's expression changed immediately. Senior, what did I say wrong? Su Qiaoan answered on behalf of Su Yang. Listen well. This person is the peak master of Xuantianzong, the master of Qinsong. What? Yuchi was taken aback. Su Qiaoan continued. Let me inform you further. Qin Huai is already dead, having been beaten to the point of losing his soul by Qin Song. Furthermore, your ancestor has appointed Qin Huairou as the new sect leader of Jinyaman, while he himself remains at Xuantianzong to guard the mountain gate along with the ancestors of Baijin Pavilion and Yaowang Valley. The disciples of Jinyaman were stunned. The sect leader was dead, and the ancestor was guarding the mountain gate at Xuantianzong? Even more unbelievable was that the profound expert before them was actually a peak master of Xuantianzong. How could this be possible? However, Wang Feiping did not doubt it. For one thing, just the fact that he could easily command a top-tier expert like Su Qiaoan was enough to prove his extraordinary nature. Yuchi was extremely frustrated, never expecting the true master to be right in front of him. He quickly begged, Senior, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. You slandered my peak master and wanted to destroy Xuantianzong. How could I let you go? Su Qiaoan glared, and with one sword thrust, pierced Yuchi's heart. Just then, Zhen Shiming, carrying his mother's corpse, walked out from the main hall. Seeing Su Qiaoan kill Yuchi, his expression changed immediately, and he rushed over to ask, What happened? Su Yang explained, he spoke ill of me, and Su Qiaoan couldn't stand it, so she killed him. Zhen Shiming's heart sank, and he quickly stood in front of Su Yang, pleading with Wang Feipeng. Elder, although I don't know the specifics of what happened, Su Yang is my friend, and I am willing to take responsibility for him. He thought that since he was siding with the elder would surely be displeased and might even expel him from Jinyaman. However, Wang Feipeng was indignant and said, Yuchi relied on his identity as a disciple of Jinyaman to act arrogantly and cause trouble. He is unworthy of being a disciple of Jinyaman. Your friend is not at fault. It is Yuchi who deserves to die. Zhen Shiming was stunned to hear this. He did not expect the elder to be so fair and clear about grievances and rewards. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Feipeng did not dare to linger any longer, fearing he would end up like Yu Qi, and thus hurriedly called for his disciples to leave. After Su Yang and Zhen Ximing bid farewell, they continued on their journey with Su Qiaoan. 3 days later, the two arrived at Jinheng City. This was a mortal city and also the starting point of Su Yang's journey to this world. However, they soon discovered that many cultivators had gathered in Jinheng City. Peak Master, although there are cultivators in the mortal realm, there shouldn't be this many. Something must be amiss, Su Qiaoan said. They should be here for the secret realm. Su Yang speculated. Is the Peak Master referring to the secret realm mentioned by the senior Gue Wuji? Su Qiaoan asked. Exactly. According to the address he provided, that secret realm is not far from Jinheng City. Su Yang couldn't think of any other reason that could attract so many cultivators. Should we head to the secret realm first? Su Qiaoan suggested, fearing the treasures in the secret realm might be taken by others. No need to rush. This secret realm opens every once in a while, and there are still 2 days until it opens this time. Besides, they don't have tokens and cannot unlock the seal. Su Yang was not worried at all. At this moment, he was eager to see his family. So he took Su Qiaoan to a restaurant. Wingxianglai, it was the family business of Su Yang. Standing at the entrance, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. After a while, he collected his thoughts, smiled slightly, and said, I'm back. With that, he strode inside. Chapter 79. Limited to once, I will use it now. The business of the restaurant was still booming, with customers coming and going. Su Yang found a corner seat, which was exactly where the real person, Xianming, used to sit. Back then, Su Yang was just a teenager helping out in the restaurant. When Xianming had no money to pay the bill, Su Yang did not make things difficult for him, treating it as his treat. Thus, the master and disciple became acquainted. Soon after, Xianming took Su Yang back to Xuantianzong. Time really flies. As Su Yang reminisced about the past, it had already been 10 years. At this moment, a familiar figure caught Su Yang's eye. It was his elder brother, Su Jinyuan. He was over a decade older than Su Yang and had practically raised him. Now he was in his middle age. Brother. Su Yang stood up and called out. Brother. Su Jinyuan, upon seeing Su Yang, was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Suddenly, Su Jinyuan hurried over, sizing up Su Yang. You finally came back. You've grown so much. Yes, I'm back. How are Mom and Dad? Su Yang asked. Su Jinyuan's expression darkened. Mom and Dad passed away 3 years ago due to illness. Su Yang was taken aback. He had come back a step too late. Feeling guilty in his heart. Mom and Dad always cared about you. Since you're back, you should go visit them, Su Jinyuan said. Okay. Su Yang nodded. Although he had only stayed in the Su family for half a year after he crossed over, his parents in this life had treated him with great care. Naturally, he had to pay his respects. This is... Su Jinyuan looked at Su Qiaoan. Just as Su Yang was about to introduce her, Su Jinyuan interrupted. Could it be your sister-in-law? Puffed. Su Qiaoan almost spat out her drink. Su Yang quickly explained, Brother, you misunderstood. She is not your sister-in-law. Then who is she? Su Jinyuan asked. She is my fellow disciple. Su Yang was favored by Xianming Zhenren, who wanted to take him to Xuantiangong, and his family all knew about it. Moreover, to mortals, cultivators were like celestial beings, held in high regard. So when Su Jinyuan heard this, he immediately said respectfully, I'm sorry, immortal, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me. It's fine, it's fine. Su Qiaoan didn't dare to act arrogantly in front of Su Yang's brother and appeared very polite. My brother has troubled the immortal over the years. If he has done anything wrong, I hope the immortal will be understanding, Su Jinyuan said. Not at all. Su Qiaoan thought to herself, I can't afford to be understanding. At this moment, a few people suddenly entered through the door. All of them were cultivators. Among them, one woman was exceptionally beautiful. When Su Jinyuan saw her, he was taken aback and exclaimed, Nian Yijiao. Su Yang found the name somewhat familiar. He quickly recalled that in this life, his family had arranged a betrothal for him, and the other party seemed to be named Nian Yijiao. However, after Su Yang crossed over, he heard that his fiancée had already joined a sect, so he had never met her. He didn't expect to encounter this fiancée he had never met upon returning. Su Yang activated his emperor's eye to check. Nian Yijiao actually had a heavenly bone physique, and her cultivation had reached the 3rd rank Starshine realm. At this moment, Nian Yijiao walked over quickly. Yijiao, what a coincidence that you're back. My brother just came home too. Su Jinyuan happily introduced, pointing to Su Yang. This is my brother Su Yang, also your fiancé. You two returning at the same time is quite fateful. Nian Yijiao looked Su Yang up and down, her phoenix eyebrows slightly furrowed and with a hint of superiority. She said, I am now a cultivator, and we are from two different worlds. Naturally, our engagement is void. I came back this time for important matters and to formally annul this engagement. Su Jinyuan immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Yijiao, the engagement was arranged by both our parents. How can it just be annulled? Besides, my brother has also joined sect, so he is well matched with you and is not beneath you. Don't lie to me. He shows no signs of cultivation at all. He is clearly immortal, Nian Yijiao said with a stern face. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, just ask this one. Su Jinyuan pointed to Su Qiaowen. With Nian Yijiao's strength, she naturally couldn't discern Su Qiaowen's true abilities. However, she could still sense the signs of cultivation on her, realizing she was indeed a cultivator. Uncertain, she asked, which sect are you from, fellow Taoist? Seeing that the other party was the fiancé of the Peak Master, Su Qiaowen replied honestly, I am a servant from the falling sky peak of Zhuaniangong. Servant? Nian Yijiao immediately showed disdain in her eyes. I've heard of Zhuaniangong. It's just a second-rate sect. Since you are a servant, she looked at Su Yang, then you must also be a servant of Zhuaniangong. With such a status, how can you say you are well matched with me? Do you even know what my sect is? I'm eager to hear more, Su Yang replied. I am a core disciple of the Tianjin sect. You should know what kind of existence this sect is. Nian Yijiao said proudly. One of the 5 great sects of a southern region, the Tianjin sect, I naturally know, Su Yang nodded. Good that you know. Now that you understand the gap between us, do you still think you are worthy of me? Su Qiaowen couldn't stand it and retorted. So what if it's the Tianjin sect? The foundation of Zhuaniangong is not something you can comprehend. You are the one unworthy. Impudent, Nian Yijiao scolded. As a core disciple of the Tianjin sect, how could I be unworthy of a servant from a second-rate sect? You are insulting me and also insulting my Tianjin sect. You'd better apologize immediately. Apologize to you? Su Qiaowen sneered. You don't have that qualification yet. As soon as these words came out, it immediately drew dissatisfaction from the few disciples behind Nian Yijiao, who scolded in unison. You Zhuaniangong aren't even worthy to hold my Tianjin sect's shoes. Yet you dare to speak to our senior sister like that? Are you seeking death? If you don't apologize, not just you, but your entire Zhuaniangong will suffer. They glared with wide eyes, ready to take action if she didn't apologize. Su Jinyuan was suddenly flustered and hurriedly tried to mediate. Several immortals, please calm down. Let's talk this out. Shut up. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? A disciple of the Tianjin sect immediately rebuked. Su Jinyuan was frightened into silence. It was still Nian Yijiao who waved her hand. Forget it. The Su and Nian families are at least family friends. I won't hold today's matter against you. But this engagement is non-negotiable. It must be annulled. Su Yang immediately said, I agree to annul the engagement. He originally had no feelings for Nian Yijiao and was worried about how to dissolve the engagement. Now that she brought it up herself, he couldn't have asked for more and agreed on the spot. Seeing Su Yang so agreeable, Nian Yijiao's tone softened. As compensation, I can agree to one thing for you. Saying this, she took out a token and handed it to Su Yang. In the future, if you encounter any trouble, as long as you bring this token to find me, I will help you once. But it's limited to once, so use it wisely. However, Su Yang received the token and said, I want to use it now. You want to use it now? Nian Yijiao's phoenix brows furrowed. Since you have already said it, what's the problem with me using it now? Su Yang retorted. Fine. What do you want me to help you with? Su Yang first asked. You just said that I am not worthy of you. I want to know what kind of man is worthy of you. Nian Yijiao answered without hesitation. I possess a heavenly bone. I am a child of heaven, so only a divine son is worthy of me. And if one day you suddenly discover that I am better than a divine son, would you regret it? You better than a divine son? When Nian Yijiao heard this, she laughed. You're just a servant from a second-rate sect. How dare you claim to be better than a divine son? Her few companions also laughed along, thinking it was a delusion. There is nothing impossible in this world. I just want to ask you, would you regret it? Su Yang asked again. Nian Yijiao, I know that my annulment of the engagement makes you feel embarrassed. But this is a world that respects the strong. You need to face reality. If you really are that outstanding, then I can only blame myself for not recognizing true talent. But that is impossible. You should accept the facts and stop entangling with me. Nian Yijiao advised with a hint of arrogance. All right, with your words, I am at ease. Su Yang raised the token and said, what I want you to do is to not regret it and to have no further ties with me. Saying this, he threw the token back. You. Nian Yijiao's expression darkened. A true man can bend and stretch. If you can accept reality and work hard, I might still regard you highly. But for the sake of that pitiful pride, you easily throw away the opportunity one gave you. Acting on impulse like this will only make me more disappointed in you. You will never achieve anything in your life. Since you don't cherish it, then take care of yourself. With that, she turned and left. The foolish woman will regret it sooner or later. So Yao Eng faf din dissatisfaction. I never expected Nian Yijiao to turn out like this. Brother, don't be sad. There are plenty of fish in the sea. With your qualities, you will definitely find a better girl. Su Jinyuan comforted. Brother, let's not talk about her anymore. Let's go home. Su Yang didn't take this matter to heart and followed Su Jinyuan back home. As soon as they entered the house, a young girl rushed to greet them. When she saw Su Yang, she paused for a moment. Dad, who is he? The girl looked to be in her late teens, cute and charming. Su Yang knew she was Su Nian, his niece, who was actually not much younger than him. When he first crossed over, he was still a teenager, and she was just a little girl following him around every day. He didn't expect her to have grown up so much now, looking elegant and lively. Nian, you don't even recognize him? He's your little uncle, Su Jinyuan introduced with a smile. Little uncle? Su Nian exclaimed with joy. You're back. That's great. Saying this, she ran over and hugged Su Yang, hanging on to him and looking very happy. Su Yang also smiled happily. Nian, it's been 10 years. I almost couldn't recognize you. You've really changed a lot. Little uncle, you've also become more handsome. I heard from Dad that you were favored by a celestial master and went off to cultivate with him. Are you very powerful now? Su Nian blinked, her eyes full of curiosity. Not bad. Ordinary people are no match for me. Su Yang chuckled lightly. Just then, a cold snort came from nearby. How shameless. You don't even have a trace of cultivation, and you dare to say such things. Following the sound, a man with an ethereal presence walked out of the hall. His face stern. A top expert of the Hao Yue realm, Su Yang saw through him at a glance. Nian, who is this? Su Jinyuan asked in confusion. Dad, I forgot to introduce him. This is Elder Zhou from the Zheni sect. I met him on the way, and he said he has a fate with me and wants to take me as his disciple. So I brought him home to share this good news with you, Su Nian explained. The Zheni sect is a top sect, and he is Elder Zhou. A senior member of the Zheni sect, Su Qiaowen whispered. So it's Elder Zhou. My apologies. Su Jinyuan quickly bowed. You are Su Nian's father. I want to take your daughter as my disciple. Are you willing? Elder Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, posing as he asked. If the elder can take my daughter, it would be her fortune. If she is willing, I naturally have no objections. To enter a celestial sect is something every mortal dreams of, Su Jinyuan said happily. Since you have no objections, then I will take your daughter with me now. Elder Zhou said eagerly. Wait a minute, Su Nian called out. Elder Zhou looked at her in confusion. Elder Zhou, I really wanted to become your disciple. But now that my little uncle is back, he is also a cultivator. I want to cultivate with him, Su Nian said, wrapping her arms around Su Yang's. Looking very clingy, just like she did back then. Elder Zhou frowned. He is lying to you. He doesn't have any signs of cultivation. He is just a mortal. My little uncle wouldn't lie to me, right? Little uncle? Su Nian looked at Su Yang and asked. Of course, Su Yang nodded slightly. At the same time, he activated his Imperial Master SI to check and was surprised to find that Su Nian was actually a quality divine bone, second only to the Supreme Divine Bone. His niece truly surprised him. Kid, you say you're also a cultivator, then let me ask you, which sect are you from? Elder Zhou asked coldly. I am the peak master of the falling heaven peak of the Xiantian sect, Su Yang replied. Xiantian sect? Elder Zhou sneered. I've heard of that sect. Your sect leader is Qi Bai Xian, and even he has to bow when he sees me. I've also heard that among the 7 peaks of your Xiantian sect, there is a useless peak master, and that is you. It seems you are even more useless than the rumors say. Sun Yin immediately protested. You can't say that about my little uncle. I am speaking the truth. The only reason he became a peak master is because of sheer luck. If you follow him to cultivate, you will ruin your future, Elder Zhou said. He is my little uncle, so I want to follow him. If you speak ill of my little uncle, I don't like you, and I won't be your disciple. Leave immediately, Sun Yin said with a stern face, issuing an eviction order. To be chosen by me is your honor. You have to worship me, whether you like it or not. Elder Zhou said coldly. Why are you so unreasonable? I said I won't worship you, so I won't. Sun Yin replied, unhappily. That is not up to you. If you don't agree, I will destroy your entire family. Elder Zhou glared coldly. Chapter 81. Even the ancestor must bow in respect. Su Yang's expression immediately turned cold. You dare to destroy my Su family? You're looking for death. Elder Zhou sneered. With you as a waste, you dare to speak wildly in front of me. Let me show you the gap between us. As he spoke, he unleashed his aura, and a moon-like phantom appeared behind him, exuding an imposing presence. Su Jinyuan and Sun Yin trembled in fear. Su Yang's gaze turned icy. Just as he was about to take action, Su Chaoan said, Peak Master, let me handle this kind of scum. Ham Su Yang no dead. So Su Chaoan stepped forward to block, and the father and daughter both breathed a sigh of relief. Just because they refused to worship you as a master, you want to destroy their entire family? Is this the style of your Zhini sect? Su Chaoan said coldly. Who are you? Elder Zhou asked. I'm a servant disciple of the falling heaven peak of the Shantian sect, Su Chaoan said proudly. Because she had introduced herself this way in front of Nian Yijiao before, Su Yang had no objections. This meant she had finally transitioned from a preparatory servant to a formal servant. A mere servant dares to be arrogant in front of me? You are truly ignorant. Elder Zhou said dismissively, waving his hand casually. He thought he could easily kill her, but found that she remained unscathed. How can you block my attack? Elder Zhou asked in surprise. A mere how you wear realm, and you dare to boast. Su Chaoan waved her hand casually as well, and an invisible attack swept forward, immediately knocking Elder Zhou back. Puffed. He fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Who exactly are you? Elder Zhou asked in shock. He was in the second rank of the How You Wear realm, and someone who could easily injure him must be at least in the 7th rank or above. How could such a powerful expert be a servant? Did I not say? I am a servant of the falling heaven peak. You can't even defeat me. Yet you dare to mock my peak master. What are these gras? Suyaoen dontiv. Elder Zhou stood up, staring directly at Su Chaoan. You cannot be a servant. Name yourself. Then listen well. My name is Su Chaoan. Suyaoen? Elder Zhou's expression changed, and he exclaimed, You are the deputy master of the Fuyo Pavilion. Su Chaoan. This was an ultra first-class expert of the Liang realm. I am no longer a disciple of the Fuyo Pavilion. I am now just a servant of the falling heaven peak of the Shintian sect, Su Chaoan reiterated. Elder Zhou was left speechless. A Liang realm expert actually came to a second-rate sect to be a servant. What was she thinking? Suyaoen, regardless of whether you are a servant of the falling heaven peak or not, even though I am not your opponent, you had better not meddle in this matter, or you will bring trouble upon yourself, Elder Zhou warned. Are you threatening me? With your Zhini sect, how can you deal with me? Suyaoen said disdainfully. I can't deal with you, but the Zhini sect is now an affiliated sect of the Baijin sect. To be honest with you, the people from Baijin sect are currently in Jinheng City. If you touch me, you will offend Baijin sect. Do you think you can withstand the anger of the divine sect? Elder Zhou asked sharply. Baijin sect? Su Chaoan was taken aback. Now you're afraid, right? Elder Zhou sneered coldly. Peak Master, how should we handle this matter? Su Chaoan turned to ask Su Yang. After all, the sword-breaking pavilion and the Shintian sect have a deep relationship now, with the ancestors even helping to guard the gate. Zhou Changhua thought she was scared and said smugly, What use is it to ask him? As long as you apologize to me and promise not to interfere in this matter, I can let it go. Su Yang didn't expect that people from the sword-breaking pavilion had also come to Jinheng City. It seems they all came for the secret realm. After thinking for a moment, he said, Have him call the people from the sword-breaking pavilion over. Yes. Su Chaoan replied and said to Zhou Changhua, Our peak master wants to see the people from the sword-breaking pavilion. Go call them over. He is worthy of having the sword-breaking pavilion come to see him? Who does he think he is? Just as Zhou Changhua finished speaking, Su Qiaowen rushed in front of him and grabbed his neck. Don't make me say it a second time. Call the people from the sword-breaking pavilion over, or else die. Su Qiaowen's expression was cold, and she was choking Zhou Changhua to the point where he could barely breathe. All right, I'll call. Zhou Changhua caved in and quickly agreed. Only then did Su Qiaowen release her grip, giving a cold shout, "Get lost!" Zhou Changhua hurriedly fled. Su Yinyin clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Sister, you're so powerful." Su Qiaowen smiled slightly, where my little strength is nothing in front of the peak master. Really? My uncle is even more powerful than you? Su Yinyin asked with shining eyes. Of course, in the entire southern region, there is no one more powerful than him. Su Qiaowen admired from the bottom of her heart. Uncle, so you're this powerful. You must teach me. I want to be as powerful as you. Su Yinyin said eagerly. All right, Su Yang replied with a smile. Meanwhile, by a lakeside pavilion in Jinheng City, a young man sat playing the zither. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Handsome and elegant. And at this moment, he was plucking the strings, the melodious music exuding a lingering sword intent that made people's hearts tremble. Behind him stood a beautiful woman. It was Nian Yijiao. She gazed at the young man with infatuated eyes, filled with admiration. She had long heard that the sword-breaking pavilion had two divine sons. One was the young master Gu Changye, who unfortunately died not long ago. The other was the one in front of her, Jian Xingyang, who was humble, polite, and refined, and reportedly favored by their ancestor. If he weren't so low-key and devoted to the sword path, uninterested in fame and power, Gu Changye would probably not have been the successor of the sword-breaking pavilion. This was the man Nian Yijiao admired. That Su Yang was not even comparable to a hair of his. At that moment, Jian Xingyang finished a piece, and Nian Yijiao immediately applauded like a little fangirl. Senior brother Jian, you play so beautifully. Jian Xingyang humbly said, it's just a display of elegance. I hope it doesn't make Nian junior sister laugh. Not at all. Senior brother Jian's zither skills are not inferior to your swordsmanship at all. I believe that in the near future, Senior brother Jian will definitely inherit your ancestors' mantle and become a #1 sword cultivator in the southern region. Nian Yijiao said enviously. #1 sword cultivator in the southern region? Jian Xingyang smiled bitterly in his heart. He probably had no hope, because he had already heard from the sect master that the Xiantian sect had produced a sword path genius with supreme sword bones. That's not all. That boy's master was the peak master of the falling heaven peak, a person so revered even by their ancestor. Moreover, the ancestor and the ancestors of the other two great sects were guarding the Xiantian sect, even going so far as to seal off information to prevent the other two sects' ancestors from encroaching on their territory, showing just how unfathomable this master was. It was simply impossible for him to surpass that master's disciple. Seeing Jian Xingyang's expression not right, Nian Yijiao asked, Senior brother Jian, what's wrong? Jian Xingyang came back to his senses and said, Nian junior sister, don't say such things. A sword path genius has emerged in our southern region. With him around, I dare not covet the position of the #1 sword cultivator. Nian Yijiao was startled. Senior brother Jian, you're not joking, right? I haven't heard of such a person in the southern region. I naturally wouldn't lie to you. Although he is not as good as me now, he has an incredible master, and it won't be long before he surpasses me. No way. I heard that you were personally taught by your ancestor. How could that person's master compare to your ancestor? Jian Xingyang said seriously. In front of my ancestor, he would also have to bow down. Nian Yijiao was immediately shocked. Making the #1 sword cultivator in the southern region bow down? What kind of terrifying existence could that be? She quickly asked, who is he? Chapter 82. What the hell are you thinking about for you? I don't know this either. In fact, Jian Xingyang knew, but he had already received the ancestor's order not to disclose the identity of the master, especially to the people of the two great sects. Anyone who divulged this would be severely punished. Then how does senior brother Jian know all this? Nian Yijiao asked curiously. I heard it from my ancestor. I see. I really want to meet this extraordinary master. If I could get his guidance, it would definitely be invaluable. Nian Yijiao admired the strong. And after hearing Jian Xingyang say this, she couldn't help but feel yearning. Jian Xingyang also wanted to be guided by the master, because he had learned from Gu Qinglu that the ancestor had directly broken through in cultivation after just listening to the master speak once. It's known that at the level of the ancestor, breaking through to each realm is extremely difficult. Just speaking could help the ancestor break through, showing how remarkable the master's methods were. Senior brother Jian, why don't you ask your ancestor to help introduce us, so we can have a glimpse of the master's demeanor? Nian Yijiao suggested. The ancestor said, the master is very low-key and doesn't like to be disturbed. To introduce us recklessly would only displease him. In that case, that's fine. Nian Yijiao couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. To prevent her from asking further, Jian Xingyang changed the subject. By the way, I heard this is your hometown, and you have a marriage contract. Did you just go to break off the engagement? Speaking of this makes me angry. That guy actually entered the Immortal Gate, and even boasted that I would regret it. Nian Yijiao said with a frown. Since he dares to say that, he should have some confidence, right? What confidence? He is just a servant disciple of a second-rate sect. Yet he dares to compare himself to a divine son. Isn't that ridiculous? Haha, this person is a bit interesting. Which sect is he from? Jian Xingyang asked with great interest. Nian Yijiao thought for a moment and said, it seems to be from the Xintian sect. Xintian sect? Jian Xingyang was taken aback. Yes. You know the sect too? Nian Yijiao asked. I've heard of it. May I ask what this servant disciple's name is? Jian Xingyang pretended to ask casually. His name is Su Yang, a servant disciple of the falling heaven peak. You don't know him, do you? Jian Xingyang's heart sank. He was no mere servant disciple. He was clearly that master. Nian Yijiao actually had a marriage contract with the master and even disliked him for breaking off the engagement. If she knew, it wouldn't just be regret. She would probably regret it to her core. How could I know him? Jian Xingyang forced a smile. I told you. How could someone like him be known to senior brother Jian? You don't know how despicable he is. I kindly offered to compensate him, promising to help him with something. But he rejected me for a bit of pathetic pride. Once he realizes the cruelty of the cultivation world, he will definitely regret it. Nian Yijiao felt quite displeased just thinking about it. Jian Xingyang didn't know what to say, so he could only perfunctorily reply, let bygones be bygones. Nian Yijiao nodded. I certainly won't hold it against him. With the gap between him and me, he can only look up to me and will not have any further interactions. Jian Xingyang secretly shook his head. Nian Yijiao, you have no idea what a great opportunity you have missed. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on a sword. It was Zhou Changhua. I have seen the sword divine son. He landed in front of the two and respectfully bowed. You are Zhou Changlao from the True One sect? You're injured? Jian Xingyang was slightly surprised. I just encountered a fierce Yang realm cultivator and was accidentally severely injured by her. Jian Xingyang frowned. With the secret realm about to open, many experts were gathering in Jinheng City. However, you guys are indeed an affiliated sect of my Bai Jian Pavilion. Even if the other party is from the Sunlit Realm, they should understand the consequences. Didn't you tell them? Of course I did. But the other party didn't take Bai Jian Pavilion seriously. They even shouted that you should go meet them in person. Who is so arrogant? Nian Yijiao exclaimed in surprise. Even the usually gentle Jian Xingyang's expression turned serious. In the southern region, no one dares to look down on my Bai Jian Pavilion. Do they really think being from the Sunlit Realm makes them impressive? Since they wanted to go meet her, fine, I'll go meet her. Zhou Changhua was delighted to hear this. I'll lead the way. Senior brother Jian, I'll go with you to see who is so arrogant, Nian Yijiao said. All right. Jian Xingyang nodded in agreement, then took out a flying sword, elegantly leaping onto it. He casually asked, do you know the identity of the other party? Zhou Changhua replied, it's Su Qiaoen, the vice master of Fuyo Pavilion, but she claims to be a servant at the Falling Heaven Peak of the Xintian sect now. It's that Falling Heaven Peak master who boasted and asked the sword god to meet him. It's simply absurd. What? Jian Xingyang's legs went weak, and he fell off the flying sword with a thud. The two were taken aback. Senior brother Jian, what's wrong? Nian Yijiao hurried over to help him up. I'm fine. Jian Xingyang stammered, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This is a disaster. If the ancestor finds out that I'm going to find a powerful person for trouble, won't he skin me alive? Damn Zhou Changhua, are you trying to get me killed? Senior brother Jian, are you feeling unwell? Nian Yijiao asked with concern. noticing Jian Xingyang's strange expression. More than unwell, my soul is about to be scared out of me. Junior Sister Nian, I thought about it. This is a matter for my Bai Jian pavilion. You shouldn't go. I'll handle myself. Jian Xingyang couldn't risk exposing the identity of the powerful person. Are you worried I'll be put in a difficult position? Thank you, senior brother Jian, for thinking of me. Nian Yijiao secretly rejoiced and stated, but I've already broken off the engagement with that person. He has nothing to do with me. Even if he kneels down and begs me to help his peak master, I won't agree. Senior brother, you can rest assured, I will definitely stand by your side. Who the hell is thinking of you? I just don't want to be skinned by the ancestor. Jian Xingyang wanted to cry, but had no tears, suddenly putting on a stern face and saying, I said, this is a matter for my Bai Jian pavilion. There's no need for your Tianjin sect to interfere. Please show some self-respect. Senior brother Jian, Nian Yijiao was taken aback. Let's go. Jian Xingyang immediately took Zhou Changhua and left quickly. Nian Yijiao stood there, frowning, wondering why senior brother had become so strange. Could it be that he is jealous? Nian Yijiao's brows relaxed, and she smiled happily. No wonder he reacted so strongly when he heard it was related to the Xintian sect. It turns out he has feelings for me already. He doesn't want me to go with him, probably because he wants to meet Su Yang, this love rival. But he wouldn't actually kill Su Yang out of anger, would he? Although I have no feelings for Su Yang, our families are at least connected. The Su family once did a favor for the Nian family. My father arranged the betrothal to repay the Su family's kindness back then. Just consider it repaying the Su family's favor. Nian Yijiao thought for a moment and ultimately decided to visit the Su family. Chapter 83. Attack me with all your might at this time. Zhou Changhua brought Jian Xingyang to the sky above the Su family. Sword God, they are right below. Please, Sword God, you must help me. Zhou Changhua pleaded. First, tell me how you got into a conflict with them. Jian Xingyang didn't rush down, but wanted to clarify the situation first. This, Zhou Changhua stammered. Jian Xingyang's expression turned serious. Warning, Elder Zhou, you'd better not hide anything, or you'll bear the consequences. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Changhua began to explain. To be honest, I accidentally discovered a girl who possesses a divine bone physique. I wanted to take her as my disciple. She initially agreed, but unexpectedly her uncle is the useless master of Falling Heaven Peak from the Xintian sect. He used sweet words to persuade the girl to follow him for cultivation. With a waist like him, wouldn't he ruin her? So I tried to persuade her kindly, but the other side had Su Qian beat me badly. How despicable. He twisted the truth and became angrier as he spoke. Those who don't know would really think he was the one wronged. However, Jian Xingyang knew that powerful people are usually low-key and never provoke others. Zhou Changhua definitely wasn't telling the truth. This bastard, if I didn't know the identity of the powerful person, I would have been severely harmed this time. Jian Xingyang felt anger rising in his heart, and his expression turned ugly. But he didn't reveal Su Yang's identity, only softly said, let's go meet him. Zhou Changhua, seeing his expression was not good, thought he believed his words and was delighted, immediately leading Jian Xingyang down on the flying sword. At this moment, Su Yang was sitting in a small courtyard, leisurely sipping tea. Su Jinyuan and Su Nian Yin accompanied him. Su Jinyuan was worried and had no thought of enjoying tea. In contrast, Su Nian Yin was smiling as if the sky were falling and it had nothing to do with her. The tea at home is still the best. Su Yang took a gentle sip, revealing a satisfied smile. Brother, are you really confident? Su Jinyuan asked worriedly. Dad, didn't T Sister Su say it? My uncle is the most powerful expert in the southern region. What else is there to worry about? Su Nian Yin said nonchalantly. Su Jinyuan shot her a glare. Although he was immortal, he still knew a bit. The longer one cultivates, the stronger they become. He heard that some immortals have cultivated for hundreds of years, while his brother had only left home for 10 years. How could he possibly compare to those old monsters who have cultivated for hundreds of years? His brother was definitely saying this to avoid worrying him, and only this girl would be so naive. Su Jinyuan thought for a moment and said, Brother, why don't you take Nian Yin and leave first? Just as he finished speaking, Su Qiaoan, standing behind Su Yang, reminded, Master, they have arrived. At this moment, a sound of breaking air echoed through the sky. They came so quickly. Su Jinyuan looked up, and his heart sank. Su Yang activated the Emperor's eye to check. Mid-grade sword bone, 10th grade How You Air realm. Presumably, he is another son of the Bai Jian Pavilion. I heard Su Jianfeng mention him before, praising him endlessly and requesting to guide him a little. He is quite handsome. Sun Yin's eyes lit up as she looked at Jian Xingyang, but she quickly added, but my uncle is still more handsome. Soon, the two landed on the ground. Zhou Changhua immediately shouted, "This is the son of Bai Jian Pavilion, Jian Xingyang. I've invited him over, and you still have time to apologize." Jian Xingyang called out loudly, "Kneel. Did you hear that? The sword god told you to kneel. What are you still standing there for?" Zhou Changhua posed and scolded. Unexpectedly, Jian Xingyang raised his hand to strike, and Zhou Changhua's legs hurt, making him kneel down involuntarily. "Sword god, what is the meaning of this?" Zhou Changhua asked in surprise. Jian Xingyang ignored him and also knelt down, respectfully addressing Su Yang. Junior, Jian Xingyang, pays respects to Master Su. Zhou Changhua was stunned. What is going on? How could the son of a prestigious sect kneel and bow to the master of a second-rate sect? I heard Elder Su mention you. You are much better than Gu Changya, Su Yang said casually while sipping tea. Master Su, you're too kind. My ancestor said that Master Su is a powerful person of this generation. It is his greatest honor in this life to guard the door from Master Su at the Xiantian sect, Jian Qingyang flattered. Zhou Changhua was immediately confused. The first sword cultivator of the southern region, the ancestor of Bai Jian Pavilion, guarding the door at the Xiantian sect, and feeling honored for it? Did I hear that wrong? Su Yang asked. Besides you from Bai Jian Pavilion, have the people from Yawang Valley and Jinyamen come? Jinyamen is currently reorganizing internally and hasn't sent anyone over. The person who came to Yawang Valley this time is Zheng Yufeng. If he knew that Master Su had also arrived, he would definitely come to pay his respects, Jian Xingyang replied. Are you all here for this secret realm? Su Yang asked again. That's right. It is rumored that there is a treasure hidden in this secret realm, which is extremely rare. So many cultivators have come this time. Since this treasure is so precious, why not send more powerful experts? Su Fengzhu is unaware that this secret realm has restrictions. Only cultivators below the Luyang realm can enter. Upon hearing this, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Then I will also be restricted? However, since the seal of this secret realm was personally arranged by Gue Wuji, and he had the token given by him, it should not affect him. After thinking this, Su Yang looked at Zhou Changhua. This person wanted to annihilate my Su family. What do you say should be done? What? He wants to destroy Master Su's entire family? Jian Xingyang was immediately furious and sternly reprimanded. Zhou Changhua, what did you just say to me? Realizing that his scheme had been exposed, Zhou Changhua quickly begged for mercy. Sword God, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I promise I won't dare again. Dare again? Jian Xingyang's face turned serious. From now on, your Zheni sect is no longer an affiliated sect of our Baijin Pavilion, and you will pay the price for this. Saying this, he raised his hand and drew a sword. Zhou Changhua was immediately horrified. Sword God, don't. Jian Xingyang ignored him, his eyes filled with cold light, and directly swung his sword, sealing his throat and taking his life. He then knelt down and said, Master Su, this person has offended you and has been punished. I hope Master Su can calm down. A jumping clown, why would I care? Su Yang waved his hand and changed the subject. Previously, Elder Su asked me to guide you a bit. Since we have met here, let me see your swordsmanship. Attack me with all your strength. Jian Xingyang was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you, Master Su. Then I will not hold back. With that, he manifested a substantial moon-like shadow behind him, and his sword intent began to surge wildly. When the sword intent reached its peak, Jian Xingyang tightly gripped his sword. His gaze sharpened, and he exerted all his strength to stab at Su Yang. Just then, Nian Yijiao arrived, and, seeing this, her expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, Sword brother, no. Chapter 84. What a sin. Does this woman never stop? Nian Shimi? Jian Xingyang was momentarily stunned, instinctively retracting his attack. Nian Yijiao breathed a sigh of relief, descended on her sword, and gratefully said, Thank you for showing mercy, sword brother. Show mercy? She can't possibly think I want to kill Master Su. Jian Xingyang found it laughable. However, thinking of the ancestor's orders, he did not explain and asked, Didn't I tell you not to come? Why did you follow? Sword brother, please don't be angry. Although he and I have already annulled our engagement. Their family has helped my Nian family. So, I specifically came to ask Sword brother to spare his life for my sake, Nian Yijiao pleaded. Just as expected, this misunderstanding was escalating. Jian Xingyang was left speechless. Nian Yijiao glanced at Zhou Changhua's corpse and couldn't help but frown. They actually killed Zhou Changhua. No wonder Jian Xingyang fought so desperately. This is a huge mess. She immediately glared at Su Yang. You quickly kneel and apologize to Sword brother. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. You want me to kneel and apologize to him? I already know. Nian Yijiao pointed at Su Qiaowen. She is not some miscellaneous servant. She is the deputy master of Fuyo Pavilion, Su Qiaowen. No wonder you dare to speak so boldly in front of me. It turns out she is backing you. But do you understand that even Fuyo Pavilion cannot afford to offend Baijin Pavilion? You let her kill Zhou Changhua, and if you don't apologize to Sword brother, I can't protect you. Su Yang frowned. This woman really was self-righteous. Nian Yijiao, don't say any more. Jian Xingyang quickly stopped her. Do you want to get me killed by asking Master Su to kneel and apologize? Yet Jian Xingyang also did not dare to expose Su Yang's identity, which made him anxious. But Nian Yijiao thought he was very angry and comforted. Sword brother, they are indeed in the wrong this time. I will have them apologize to you and make appropriate compensation until you are satisfied. Saying this, she glared at Su Yang and urgently said, You quickly kneel and apologize. Do you still want to live? Su Yang said indifferently. You can ask him if he dares to accept my apology. Su Yang, Nian Yijiao shouted angrily. Can you put away your pathetic pride? Do you know what kind of existence Baijian Pavilion is? Don't say your Xintian sect. Even the entire Fuyo Pavilion can easily destroy it. Understand? Su Nian grumbled. Nian Yijiao, I have tolerated you for a long time. Since you have annulled your engagement with my uncle, why are you still meddling in our affairs? Besides, my uncle is the most powerful person in the southern region. The sword brother you speak of also has to kneel and bow to my uncle. Nian Yijiao retorted angrily. Su Yang, is this how you deceive your niece? My uncle did not deceive me. If you don't believe me, ask him. Su Nian pointed at Jian Xingyang. Jian Xingyang was extremely annoyed. If he admitted it, wouldn't he that exposed Master Su's identity? The ancestor would surely skin him alive. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Su Yang spoke. Nian Yijiao, didn't we agree to have no further entanglements? Have you forgotten? Do you think I want to come? I came to save you out of kindness, because your Su family once helped my Nian family. Nian Yijiao shot a glance at Su Qiaowen. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother to look at a man like you who relies on women. Watch your mouth. Su Qiaowen coldly shouted. Did I say anything wrong? If you didn't have feelings for him, would the vice master of Fuyo Pavilion willingly help him? I was wondering why he agreed to annul the engagement so readily. It turns out he has already climbed onto you. Nian Yijiao originally felt guilty, but now she looked down on Su Yang even more. A dog can't spit out ivory. Suddenly, Su Qiaowen rushed in front of Nian Yijiao and slapped her across the face. You dare hit me? Nian Yijiao was furious. Don't just hit you. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, I'll kill you. Su Qiaowen said coldly. Nian Yijiao felt her killing intent and couldn't help but shiver. But she was even angrier, her pretty face turning pale. You'll regret this when the time comes. She then said to Jian Xingyang, Sword brother, I will not take care of this matter. Who the hell wants you to take care of it? Jian Xingyang was so annoyed he wished he could seal Nian Yijiao's mouth. But Nian Yijiao was still not done. She walked up to him and whispered, Sword brother, I know you're very angry, but Su Qiaowen is in the Luyang realm, and we're not her match. It's better to leave first. Leave? What the hell for? If it weren't for you causing trouble, I would have already received guidance from Master Su. Jian Xingyang said with a stern face, You leave. Sword brother, don't be impulsive. You are no match for her. Nian Yijiao kindly advised. I said you leave. Jian Xingyang said impatiently. Sword brother, get lost. Jian Xingyang shouted angrily. Nian Yijiao furrowed her brows, guessing that Sword brother didn't want to implicate her. But how could she leave him behind and go alone? She firmly stated, Sword brother, I am willing to stay and advance and retreat with you. What a sin. Does this woman never stop? Jian Xingyang couldn't bear it any longer and directly pointed his sword at Nian Yijiao. I'll say it again. Get lost now. Or don't blame me for being rude. Unexpectedly, Nian Yijiao not only didn't He get angry, but was also deeply moved. He intentionally acted so ruthlessly to avoid implicating her. This was the man she admired. Responsible and bearing burdens, unlike Su Yang, who only knows how to hide behind women. All right, I'll leave. Nian Yijiao agreed and flew away on her sword. She knew she couldn't persuade Jian Xingyang and planned to find reinforcements. Sore brother, wait for me. I will definitely not let you get into trouble. Nian Yijiao quickened her pace. Jian Xingyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Master Su, your decision to annul the engagement with her is truly wise. Su Yang said, she seems quite interested in you. Jian Xingyang hurriedly replied, Master Su, don't joke. I can't handle that. Su Yin curled her lips. A woman like her who is so self-righteous. Whoever marries her will be unlucky. Uncle, you need to be more discerning when looking for a woman in the future. Never choose a woman like her to be my aunt. All right, let's not mention her anymore. You continue. Su Yang changed the subject, prompting Jian Xingyang to launch another attack on him. Meanwhile, after Nian Yijiao left, she flew out of Jinhang City and arrived at a mountain peak. A group of cultivators had gathered there, consisting of members from the Baijian Pavilion, Yaowang Valley, and Tianjin sect. The three major sects not only sent their proud disciples, but also a Liryang realm expert to ensure the safety of their disciples. The representative from Baijian Pavilion was Zhao Wenjian, the head of the Sword Sacrifice Hall. From Yaowang Valley was Su Canghe, the head of the Heavenly Medicine Hall. And from Tianjin sect was Sun Qijin, the head of the Gathering Array Hall. The three top-notch experts sat together, chatting and laughing amicably. At this moment, Sun Qijin suddenly asked, I heard before that your two sect had some conflicts because of the Xintian sect. Is that true? Zhao Wenjian and Su Canghe exchanged glances. Su Canghe laughed and denied, Brother Sun, our two sects have always had a good relationship. Where did you hear that? Sun Qijin replied, I heard it casually. It was said that the Xintian sect obtained a treasure from an ancient secret realm, which caused not only your two sects to fall out, but also led to the destruction of dozens of sects, and it seems that even the Jintian Gate got involved. That is pure nonsense. Do you believe such hearsay, Brother Sun? Zhao Wenjian left. Now that I see you two getting along so well, I naturally don't believe it. However, I have received another piece of news. Sun Qijin looked at Su Canghe. I heard that your Valley Master has recovered from his injuries, and it was said that he was treated by a mysterious expert. Su Canghe replied calmly, that is indeed the case, but this expert is very mysterious. I don't know his identity, and the Valley Master hasn't revealed any information about him. Is that so? Sun Qijin showed a hint of skepticism. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm lying? Su Canghe said unhappily. Haha, Brother Su, don't be angry. I'm just curious. Sun Qijin explained. After all, in our southern region, if such a mysterious expert appears, it will be troublesome if we accidentally offend him without knowing his identity. Zhao Wenjian waved his hand. Brother Sun, rest assured that expert acts discreetly and generally wouldn't provoke us so easily. That's true. The southern region is neither too big nor too small. It's not easy to run into such an expert, let alone offend him, unless we're extremely unlucky. Just as Sun Qijin finished speaking, Nian Yijiao arrived on her sword. Looking hurried, disciple greets master. Nian Yijiao respectfully bowed to Sun Qijin. Sun Qijin smiled and asked, have you resolved your marriage issue? The marriage issue has been resolved, but now I have encountered another problem. Nian Yijiao said, what problem? Sun Qijin asked. This matter is related to Baijian Pavilion. Nian Yijiao looked at Zhao Wenjian. Related to us? Go ahead, I'm listening. Zhao Wenjian said curiously. This is a long story. I hope Hall Master Zhao can go to the Su family quickly to save senior brother Jian. Qingyang is in trouble? Zhao Wenjian immediately became nervous. Su Qiaoan, the deputy master of Fuyo Pavilion, killed Elder Zhou from the Zhenyi sect, and now senior brother Jian wants to take revenge for Elder Zhou. But Su Qiaoan is in the Liryang realm. I advised senior brother Jian not to act impulsively, but he wouldn't listen and even drove me away. Hall Master Zhao, you should hurry over. If it's too late, I fear senior brother Jian will be in danger. Nian Yijiao spoke rapidly. Zhao Wenjian was taken aback. Su Qiaoan is currently a servant at the Falling Sky Peak and is also under Master Su. Qingyang knows about this, so how could he seek revenge on her? Did he drive you away? Could it be that Master Su has arrived? Zhao Wenjin quickly asked, who is Su Qiaoan with? To my shame, I don't know how she got involved with my former fiancé, who is a servant at the Falling Sky Peak of the Xintian sect. Su Qiaoan offended you at the cost of this relationship, and I almost lost my life at her hands. Nian Yijiao recalled, feeling angry. How outrageous! Su Qiaoan is getting too reckless, daring to lay hands on you? Sun Qijin's expression turned cold. Zhao Wenjian and Su Songhai exchanged glances, both realizing in their hearts that the person must be Master Su. Only he could make Su Qiaoan act like this. They hadn't expected him to come as well. Even more surprisingly, the person Nian Yijiao wanted to withdraw from the engagement with was actually Master Su. She must not know Master Su's identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to withdraw from the engagement. Such a good opportunity wasted. Brother Zhao, time is of the essence. We must go find Su Qiaoan and settle this. Sun Qijin said eagerly. However, Zhao Wenjian waved his hand unhurriedly. Brother Sun, calm down. I believe Qingyang can handle this matter. There's no need for us to go. If we go, won't that reveal that Master Su is that mysterious expert? If the ancestor finds out, I would definitely be doomed. Brother Zhao, although Jian Qingyang is a swordsmanship genius, he is still in the Haoyue realm, which is a level below Su Qiaoan. He probably can't handle it. Sun Qijin said. I said there's no problem, so there is definitely no problem. Brother Sun need not worry. Could it be that he broke through to the Liryang realm? Perhaps. If Qingyang can receive guidance from Master Su, he might just break through. Zhao Wenjian couldn't help but feel a bit hopeful. Sun Qijin, however, was confused. Breaking through is breaking through. Not breaking through is not breaking through. What do you mean, perhaps? Senior Zhao, I can assure you that Senior Brother Jian hasn't broken through yet. You should hurry over to check. He could really be in danger. Nian Yijiao urged anxiously. Even if he hasn't broken through, it's none of your business. Why are you worrying? Zhao Wenjian, learning that Nian Yijiao had broken off her engagement with Master Su, had a bit of dissatisfaction towards her and huffed rudely. This made Sun Qijin feel displeased, and he sternly said, my disciple is concerned for him. Why can't you appreciate that? Sun Qijin, I'm not saying your disciple is useless, but she is a disaster waiting to happen and will eventually harm your Tianjin sect. You should hurry and expel her from the sect. How outrageous! Zhao Wenjian, you've gone too far. Do you think my Tianjin sect is easy to bully? Sun Qijin shouted angrily. Am I going too far? Su brother, do you think I'm right? I think you're being too lenient. If she were my disciple, I wouldn't just expel her. I would cripple her cultivation. The two of them exchanged insults, infuriating Sun Qijin to the point of rage. You are going too far. Nian Yijiao couldn't help but ask, Senior Zhao, Senior Su, have I offended you in any way? Zhao Wenjian replied indifferently. I already said, I just simply find you unpleasant. Su Songhai added, Brother Zhao, we share the same opinion. I suddenly find her face very irritating. Nian Yijiao felt depressed, wondering if her appearance was really that annoying. All right, Zhao Wenjian, Su Songhai, you are clearly trying to make trouble for my Tianjin sect. I will remember this debt today. Sun Qijin said coldly, let us go. After saying this, he left in anger. Finally, we drove them away. Zhao Wenjian smiled. I wonder if Sun Qijin would spit blood if he knew that the expert he mentioned was the one his disciple broke off the engagement with. Su Songhai teased. Forget about them. Let us hurry to pay our respects to Master Su. Yes, we must not delay. The two immediately took their disciples and flew towards the Su family. Chapter 86. That expert is nearby. Meanwhile, after Sun Qijin left, he felt increasingly uneasy. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with the two, they were all members of the divine sect, and he felt that they should maintain a good appearance. However, they openly slandered their own disciple without any mercy, which is unreasonable. He couldn't help but ask, Yijiao, are you sure you didn't offend them? Master, they are all seniors of the divine sect. How could I dare to offend them? Yijiao felt quite frustrated. With her appearance and temperament, she was usually praised wherever she went. But today was the first time she was met with such disdain. Moreover, they were two seniors from the divine sect. If this got out, Where'd she put her face? Could it be that you did something to offend them without realizing it? Think carefully, Sun Qijin reminded. No, I only went out to cancel an engagement and didn't do anything else, nor did I have any conflicts with disciples from their sects, Yi Jiao recalled. Then that's strange. Could it really be simply because they don't like their disciple? Sun Qijin couldn't help but scrutinize Yi Jiao, making her uncomfortable. Master, you don't think there's something wrong with my appearance, do you? Yi Jiao said, feeling depressed. How could that be? It's them who lack vision. By the way, you just said you were bullied by Su Qiaowen? Sun Qijin changed the subject. Yes, I don't know how she got together with my ex-fiancé, and to vent her anger, she slapped me, Yi Jiao said, feeling a sting on her face and furious. She dared to hit you. That's a slap in the face of my Tianjin sect. Sun Qijin's expression darkened, just the right outlet for the pent-up anger he had. Let's go settle the score with her. With that, he stormed towards the Su family. At this time, in the courtyard of the Su family, Jian Xingyang was sitting cross-legged after receiving guidance from Su Yang, seemingly having an epiphany. Meanwhile, Su Yang had gone to the family ancestral hall to pay respects to his parents. He knelt on the mat, bowed 3 times respectfully, looking at his parents' spirit tablets with a somber expression. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I came back late and couldn't send you off. Don't feel too guilty. From the moment you decided to embark on the path of immortality, your parents were prepared for it. Su Jinyuan patted Su Yang's shoulder and consoled him. Brother, I want to be alone for a while, Su Yang said. All right, Su Jinyuan replied, taking a few people out of the ancestral hall. Su Qiaowen was waiting outside. Before long, she sensed a group of cultivators flying in on swords, looked up, and reported, Peak Master, people from the Sword Sect and the Medicine King Valley have arrived. They should be here to see you. Don't mind them, Su Yang casually replied, continuing to accompany his parents. In the sky above the Su family, Zhao Wenjian and Su Canghai rushed over with their disciples, quickly spotting Jian Xingyang in the courtyard. Xingyang is breaking through to the Luyang realm, Zhao Wenjian exclaimed in delight. He must have received guidance from Peak Master Su. Congratulations, Brother Zhao. Your sect is about to gain another top-tier expert in the Luyang realm. Su Canghai cupped his hands in congratulations. Zhao Wenjian laughed heartily, feeling in high spirits. Soon, everyone landed in the courtyard to protect Jian Xingyang. As for Su Yang, he did not come out, and naturally, they dared not disturb him. After a while, Sun Qijin and the others also arrived, hovering in the sky above the Su family. Seeing both divine sect members present, he couldn't help but snort. This Zhao Wenjian keeps saying Jian Xingyang can handle it, but he still came. He really knows how to put on a show. Yi Jiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Jian Xingyang safe and sound, and then said, Master, they should have dealt with Su Qiaowen by now. Offending the Sword Sect, how could she survive? Sun Qijin was not surprised at all. Yi Jiao raised an eyebrow, thinking that Su Yang would undoubtedly face death as well. She had warned him long ago, but he wouldn't listen. He deserved it. Jian Xingyang actually broke through to the Luyang realm so quickly. Sun Qijin looked at Jian Xingyang, astonished. Who made Jian Xixiang a genius in the sword path? A trace of admiration appeared in Yi Jiao's eyes. He was indeed the man she had set her sights on. But at that moment, Jian Xingyang suddenly frowned, showing a look of pain on his face. Not good, Zhao Wenjian shouted. Xingyang is too anxious. He's about to fail. It's not just a simple failure. It seems he's about to go berserk. Su Canghai noticed the signs. Xingyang, stop, Zhao Wenjian urged urgently. In his current situation, he can't stop at all. He either succeeds in breaking through or goes berserk, Su Canghai said solemnly. What do we do? Zhao Wenjian was anxious. If he went berserk, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Canghai didn't know what to do either. Master, Jian Xixiang is about to go berserk. You must help him. Yi Jiao was equally anxious, but in this situation, no one could help. He could only rely on himself. However, judging by his condition, the chances of a successful breakthrough were slim, Sun Qijin assessed. Suddenly, Jian Xingyang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura became very chaotic. Xingyang, Zhao Wenjian called out. Jian Xingyang did not respond, his body trembling slightly. Damn it, it's all because I was too anxious. I should have been steadier. But now, it's too late to say anything, Jian Xingyang lamented. What a pity. The sword sect is about to lose a sword path genius, Sun Qixin sighed. Jian Shixiao. Yi Jiao's brows furrowed tightly. The man she had finally set her sights on was about to fall like this? Just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out, as if every word contained supreme truths, pouring into Jian Qingyang's ears. Jian Qingyang immediately felt as if he had been enlightened, his brows gradually relaxing, and his aura began to stabilize. Peak Master Su has made a move. Zhao Wenjian was overjoyed. I think I also received an epiphany. This is the truth of the Tao. Su Canghai was both surprised and delighted. The others also benefited and quickly sat down to listen. Master, which great figure is speaking? It sounds so profound. Yi Jiao said in astonishment. It must be that great figure. It can't be wrong. He is actually nearby. Everyone quickly go down and listen to the great figure. Sun Qixin excitedly led his disciples down to the courtyard to listen. However, after only a few sentences, Jian Qingyang suddenly opened his eyes wide, a brilliant light bursting forth. And at the same time, a faint sun phantom appeared behind him. He had finally succeeded in his breakthrough, officially becoming a top-tier expert in the Luoyang realm. Suyang also stopped his teaching. Everyone secretly felt it was a pity. If he had spoken a little longer, perhaps they too could have broken through. Jian Qingyang knelt on the ground, facing the direction of the Su family ancestral hall, gratefully bowing his head and saying, "Thank you, Peak Master Su." Yi Jiao was taken aback upon hearing this. Peak Master Su? Could it be? Chapter 87. Master, I don't want to live anymore. What am I thinking? Besides Su Yang, who accidentally became a second-rate sex handyman disciple, there were no other cultivators in the Su family. Moreover, how could someone who could expound on the truths of the Tao possibly be from the Su family? Yi Jiao dismissed this absurd speculation. Qingyang, congratulations on your breakthrough. My sword sect has gained another member in the Luoyang realm. Haha. Zhao Wenjian laughed heartily, grinning from ear to ear. It's embarrassing to say. If it weren't for Peak Master Su's timely assistance, I might have gone berserk, Jian Qingyang said with a wry smile. Is this Peak Master Su the mysterious great figure you mentioned? Is he from the Su family? Sun Qixin hurriedly asked. Jian Qingyang then realized that the Tianjin sect people were also present and thought to himself that it was bad. He was about to expose Peak Master Su's identity. Fortunately, Yi Jiao helped him out, replying, Master, you misunderstood. I know the people from the Su family, and aside from Su Yang, who is just a handyman disciple, they should just share the same surname. Jian Qingyang quickly added, Junior Sister Nian is indeed very clever. Yi Jiao smiled happily and said, Thank you, Jian Shixiao, for your praise. Congratulations on gaining the favor of the great figure and successfully breaking through to the Luoyang realm. Sun Qixin then dispelled his doubts and said, Jian Shizhi, could you help me introduce the great figure? Senior son, the great figure does not like being disturbed. Without his permission, I have no right to introduce you. Jian Qingyang refused. I was being presumptuous. Sun Qixin expressed understanding. Zhao Wenjian immediately changed the subject and asked, How did you all come here? Sun Qixin explained. I was originally looking for her to settle the score, but you all got to her first. Zhao Wenjian frowned, realizing he thought they had dealt with Su Qiaoan. These two master and disciple truly have a death wish. Brother Jian, I'm relieved to see you're okay, Nian said, looking at Jian Qingyang with affectionate eyes. Jian Qingyang felt disgusted upon learning they were here to trouble Su Fengzhu. This foolish woman, unaware of her own danger, should stay far away from me. Just as Jian Qingyang was about to speak, Su Yang and Su Qiaoan happened to walk over. It's quite lively, Su Yang smiled lightly. Why are you still here? Nian Yi Fronit. This is my home. Why can't I be here? It's you who keeps intruding without my permission. We've already canceled our engagement. Can't you stop pestering me? Su Yang replied, unhappily. Pestering you? Su Yang, who gave you that confidence? I'll tell you today. Even if all the men in the world died, I wouldn't pester you. Besides, I already have someone I admire, and he is 1,000 times better than you. Nian, he said with a look of disdain. 1,000 times better than me? Su Yang chuckled. Then I'm very curious about who this person is. Nian, he walked in front of Jian Qingyang, proudly introducing. My brother Jian is not only the son of the Baijin Pavilion, but has also just broken through to the Liang realm. and has received guidance from a great master. Compared to him, you are like dirt. Upon hearing this, people from Baijin Pavilion and Yaowang Valley showed strange expressions. Jian Xingyang was immediately frightened. What is wrong with this woman? Why does she keep trying to harm me? He quickly shouted, Nian, don't say that. Nian said, Brother Jian, stop pretending. I already know your feelings for me. Feelings for you? Jian Xingyang was stunned. I have no feelings for you at all. Yes, if you didn't take care about me. Why did you deliberately send me away earlier? Your sense of responsibility moved me. Today, let's open our hearts to each other, so he knows that the man I admire is someone he can only look up to. This is absurd. Jian Xingyang wanted to cry, but had no tears. The reason I sent you away was so you wouldn't learn about Su Fengzhu's identity. What kind of logic do you have to think I like you? Xingyang, do you like her? Zhao Wanjian asked coldly. Jian Xingyang was about to explain, but was interrupted by Nian. Zhao, Senior, I don't know why you have a prejudice against me. But Brother Jian and I are in love. Although you are the hall master of Baijin Pavilion, you have no right to interfere with us. Enough. Jian Xingyang couldn't help but shout in anger. Brother Jian, don't be angry. Even if we don't get his approval, we still slap. Before Nian could finish, Jian Xingyang raised his hand and slapped her. Brother Jian, why did you hit me? Nian was stunned. If you keep talking, you'll ruin me. I have never had any feelings for you. Don't slander me. No, it's impossible. You're lying to me. Nian shook her head, unwilling to believe it. I must be blind to have liked you. You foolish woman. If you're not smart, go back and fix your brain, Jian Xingyang said bluntly, his face filled with disdain. So it turns out she was being overly sentimental. I knew it. How could Brother Jian like a woman like this? It's embarrassing. I would want to face anyone either. Laughter erupted around them. Nian then realized how ridiculous she was and shouted in a fit of rage. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. You still have the face to disdain others when you're just as despised, Su Qiaoan mocked loudly. You, Nian, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood. Disciple, Sun Qizhen exclaimed, quickly supporting her. Master, I don't want to live anymore, Nian said, feeling humiliated for the first time in her life. She rolled her eyes and fainted. This is outrageous. I'll take revenge for you. Sun Qizhen glared at Su Qiaoan. His eyes filled with intense killing intent. I want you dead. After saying that, he rushed towards Su Qiaoan. However, Zhao Wanjian and Su Songhai blocked his way. What do you mean? Sun Qizhen said in a deep voice. I've told you before, your disciple is a disaster. It's not too late to expel her from a sect now, Zhao Wanjian advised. You keep slandering my disciple. Do you think my Tianjin sect is easy to bully? Sun Qizhen shouted angrily. We're trying to save you. I'll kill her. Get out of my way. Sun Qizhen wouldn't listen at all. What if we don't? Su Ganghai's not. You're determined to help her? Sun Qizhen's face darkened. Isn't it obvious? This is too much. Let me test your abilities today. Sun Qizhen was already furious, disregarding the odds and prepared to fight them. But at that moment, Su Yang suddenly spoke. You two, stand aside. Chapter 88. Please, Master Su, preside over justice. The two complied and stepped aside. Sun Qizhen still didn't see the situation clearly, glaring angrily at Su Qiaoan. For this pretty boy, you provoke my Tianjin sect. I want you both dead. After saying that, a phantom of the sun appeared behind him, and he struck out with a powerful palm, believing that, as a 6th grade Liang realm cultivator, Su Qiaoan would certainly be unable to withstand his rage. However, Su Qiaoan did not move, instead revealing a mocking smile. Su Yang casually waved his hand, and Sun Qizhen's attack was instantly rendered formless. He was thrown back, spitting out blood and severely injured. Hall Master, the disciples of Tianjin's sect exclaimed in shock. Sun Qizhen looked at Su Yang in disbelief. How could he injure him with a single move? Set up the formation. The disciples of Tianjin's sect quickly took their positions and set up a killing formation. This sect was skilled in formations, and at this moment, 7 disciples arranged the 7 killing formation, immediately filling the courtyard with a strong killing intent, pressing toward Su Yang. No, Sun Qizhen urgently advised, but it was too late. Before Su Yang could make a move, Jian Xingyang coldly said, You're asking for death. Whoosh! With a sound of sword resonance, Jian Xingyang pointed, and a flying sword, under his control, left a remnant shadow in the air, returning to his hand in an instant. The 7 disciples of Tianjin's sect remained frozen in their original positions. The next second, thud, 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 thud. Their throats almost simultaneously bore wounds. Blood splattered as they fell to the ground dead. Jian Xingyang, you dare kill my Tianjin sect disciples. Do you want to tear the face with my Tianjin sect? Sun Qijin shouted angrily. What if we do? Jian Xingyang said indifferently, placing the sword against Sun Qijin's neck. Master Su, how should we handle him? Master Su? Sun Qijin's expression changed. Could he be? With the situation at this point, they no longer hid the truth. Zhao Wanjian spoke. Sun Qijin. He is the master of the falling sky peak of the Xintian sect. The profound truths you just heard came from his mouth. He is the great master you cannot provoke. What did you say? Sun Qijin was shocked, unable to believe it, but my disciple said he was just a servant disciple. Zhao Wanjian sneered. I warned you long ago. Your disciple is a disaster and will eventually bring ruin to your Tianjin sect, but you didn't believe me. Everyone present showed mocking expressions. At this point, Sun Qijin finally realized, so you all didn't just dislike my disciple. You already knew his identity. Otherwise? Zhao Wanjian retorted. Su, Songhai added, your disciple had an engagement with Master Su. It was a great opportunity for you, and you could have gained a fortune. But she was blind and didn't recognize a true dragon. Not only did she become a joke, but she also put you in a bind. Sun Qijin was stunned. It turns out that the clown is actually our master and disciple. Oof. He couldn't accept it for a moment, feeling a surge of anger in his heart, and spat out blood again, worsening his injuries and leaving him on the brink of death. At this moment, Nian Yijiao woke up, saw the corpse of her disciple on the ground, and her master severely injured, with Jian Xingyang holding a sword to his neck, and was instantly taken aback. Jian Xingyang, what are you doing? Let my master go. Nian Yijiao shouted. Jian Xingyang looked at Su Yang for instructions. Su Yang could see that Sun Qijin was not far from death, so he signaled Jian Xingyang to put away the sword. Nian Yijiao hurried over to support Sun Qijin. Master, what happened to you? Who hurt you? Sun Qijin raised his hand to point at Su Yang, wanting to tell Nian Yijiao his identity. But he couldn't catch his breath and fell limp. Master! Master! Nian Yijiao cried out in despair, her heart broken. Then she glared fiercely at Su Yang and questioned, Is my master's death related to you? I killed him, Su Yang admitted. Can't you pretend? Did you use some despicable means to have them kill my master and my fellow disciples? I will kill you. Nian Yijiao thrust her sword at Su Yang. As a result, Su Yang easily caught it with 2 fingers. You! Nian Yijiao's face changed. With a slight exertion, Su Yang sent her flying, and she barely managed to steady herself. Nian Yijiao was shocked. How could he be this strong? Wasn't he just a servant disciple of Xintian sect? Why was he so powerful? You have been lying to me, Nian Yijiao said angrily. I told you before, I am far more outstanding than you imagine. You just didn't believe it, Su Yang said indifferently. If you had shown your strength earlier, how could I not believe you? Why should I show you my strength? To win you back? You think too highly of yourself. You, Nian Yijiao was infuriated and asked, So it really was you who killed my master? He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. What's wrong with that? The enmity of killing a master is unpardonable. I must kill you to avenge my master. Nian Yijiao said coldly. Can you kill me? Su Yang scoffed. Nian Yijiao's brows furrowed tightly. She never expected to misjudge someone and implicate her master. With the strength he displayed just now, she was not his match at all. Plus, the attitudes of the Sword Worship Pavilion and the Medicine King Valley seemed to be on his side as well, let alone avenging her master. It'd be difficult to even leave. Nian Yijiao thought for a moment and suddenly knelt down. Everyone was stunned. What was she doing? Was she begging for mercy for Master Su? But Nian Yijiao loudly said, Master Su, I know you are nearby and must have witnessed everything. I sincerely request that you come out and uphold justice. Everyone was speechless, looking at her as if she were a fool. After waiting for a while and seeing no response from Master Su, she quickly added, Master Su, as long as you can help me take revenge, you can make me do anything. Even if I have to be your slave, I am willing. As she spoke, she respectfully knocked her head in supplication. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. She was truly a fool. What are you laughing at? If Master Su helps me, let's see if you can still laugh. Nian Yijiao shouted angrily. If Master Su will help you, I would rather cut my own throat. Huh, count me in. I'm in too. Everyone mocked. You all. Nian Yijiao was furious. She immediately raised her voice and said, Master Su, you have seen it all. You are a person of great status. Yet they do not respect you at all. I can't stand it. Please, Master Su, show yourself and punish these arrogant people. After waiting a while longer, still receiving no response, Nian Yijiao remained undeterred and continued to call out, Master Su, Master Su, stop calling. Master Su won't help you. Jian Xingyang couldn't help but say, How do you know he won't help me? I think you are afraid. Nian Yijiao retorted, no longer enamored with Jian Xingyang, even hating him for embarrassing her in public. Do you even know who Master Su is? Jian Xingyang questioned. Of course I know. He is the one who helped you break through earlier, and he is the best in the southern region. But don't think that just because he helped you, he won't help me. I believe Master Su is a reasonable person, and he is my most respected and admired senior. Nian Yijiao flattered him, hoping to sway Master Su. Jian Xingyang shook his head, saying, Even if Master Su is reasonable, he won't kill himself. What do you mean? At this point, I won't hide it from you, Jian Xingyang said, pointing at Su Yang. He is Master Su. Him? Nian Yijiao's expression froze, disbelievingly saying, Impossible. How could he be Master Su? Jian Xingyang did not explain further and directly knelt down. Junior pays respects to Master Su. The others present also cooperated with Jian Xingyang, kneeling one after another and saying in unison, Junior pays respects to Master Su. Nian Yijiao was stunned. Impossible, this can't be. She refused to accept reality and kept shaking her head. As you can see, I'm the senior expert you spoke of, Su Yang said, standing with his hands behind his back, admitting it. You're only a few years older than me. How can you be that senior expert? Nian Yijiao said in disbelief. Age doesn't represent anything. Strength proves everything. No, this isn't real. You aren't. Nian Yijiao shouted in exasperation. Do you remember I asked you if I were more outstanding than the Son of God? Would you regret it? It seems now that you are not regretting, but refusing to accept reality. How could this be? Nian Yijiao was stunned, realizing that he had never deceived her. It was herself who had been blind and missed this fateful opportunity that could change her destiny. Everything is my fault. I harmed my master and my fellow disciples. I am the real culprit. It is I who should die. Ha ha ha. Upon this realization, Nian Yijiao suddenly threw her head back and laughed, appearing almost insane. With tears in her eyes, laughing and laughing, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, she took a deep look at Su Yang, feeling like a clown. Utterly ridiculous. I really shouldn't have come back. Nian Yijiao suddenly slapped her forehead and fell down. Su Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. At least she left herself with a bit of dignity. Su Qiaowen looked at Nian Yijiao's corpse and said, You take care of it, Su Yang instructed. Yes, Su Qiaowen replied. Master Su, they came for the secret realm, and now they are all dead. Tianjin sect will know soon. What do you plan to do? Zhao Wenjian asked. After I handle the matters of the secret realm, I will personally visit Tianjin sect, Su Yang said after some thought. Master Su also came for the secret realm? Zhao Wenjian asked again. That's right. I want what's in the secret realm. Su Yang made his stance clear. Zhao Wenjian laughed heartily. Since Master Su wants it, then we at the Sword Worship Pavilion will not get involved. The Medicine King Valley will not get involved either, Su Canghai immediately stated. Soon after, the people from the two sects took their leave. 2 days later, Su Yang set off to a valley. This was where the secret realm was located. Su Yang did not let Su Qiaowen come along, because entering the secret realm required being below the Li Huaying realm. It would be useless for her to come along. It was better to let her stay at the Su family to prevent the Tianjin sect from coming looking for trouble. At this moment, many people had already gathered outside the valley, waiting for the secret realm to open. Strange, why haven't we seen anyone from the 3 major divine sects? I saw them in Jinhang City a few days ago. Why hasn't a single one come today? It's better if they don't come. We have a better chance. Su Yang quietly listened to the discussions around him, patiently waiting. Suddenly, a man in splendid clothes walked towards Su Yang, smiling and teasing. Why is a mere mortal here to join the fun? Kid, are you here to seek death? Upon hearing this, Everyone turned to look, only now noticing Su Yang as a true mortal. Am I in your way? Su Yang asked Li. Kid, what attitude is that? How dare you speak to me like this? Huang Haibin said with dissatisfaction. What attitude should I have? You're just a mortal. When you see us cultivators, you should respectfully address us as a mortal master and kneel to pay your respects. Do you understand? Huang Haibin said, assuming a lofty demeanor. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Su Yang replied, unceremoniously. Everyone was surprised. Had this mortal gone crazy? How could he be so arrogant? You little brat, you're so bold. Just for that sentence. You're dead. Huang Haibin's face revealed a murderous intent, and he was about to make a move when a cold voice suddenly came from nearby. You dare bully a mortal. And you think you deserve to be a cultivator? Following the voice, two figures flew in on swords and quickly landed in front of Su Yang. Both were women. One was a gray-haired old woman, and the other was a young and beautiful girl dressed in men's clothing, exuding an air of nobility. Su Yang's heart stirred. The jade pendant on him actually reacted. Could she be the disciple that Gue Wuji asked him to take in? Who are you? Don't meddle in our business. Huang Haibin said sternly. Impudent. The old woman raised her hand and slapped Huang Haibin. Poof. The force was so great that it sent Huang Haibin flying, and he spat out blood, losing a tooth in the process. You dare hit me. Elder Lu. Take care of them. Huang Haibin shouted in a panic. Beside him was a man, a powerful 10th grade Haoyue realm cultivator. Daring to hit my young master, you're seeking death. Elder Lu's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to strike at the old woman. The old woman scoffed disdainfully. You overestimate yourself. As she spoke, she casually reached out. Elder Lu was instantly enveloped by a force and appeared in front of the old woman, being grabbed by the throat. Shrink the ground to an inch. A strong person in the Earth Soul realm. Everyone was shocked. Senior, spare me. Elder Lu panicked and quickly begged for mercy. Offending my master, you die. The old woman coldly uttered, directly twisting Elder Lu's neck. Huang Haibin was terrified. His legs went weak, and he fell to his knees, quickly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Senior, spare me. Senior, spare me. Bullying the weak is a disaster to keep alive. The old woman showed no mercy, striking with a palm that shattered Huang Haibin's skull. Everyone was stunned, not daring to breathe, fearing they would offend her. The old woman then stepped back behind the young girl, her demeanor respectful, clearly acting as a subordinate. This left everyone even more astonished. In the southern region, strong cultivators in the Earth Soul realm were all revered ancestors of the major sects, holding high status. But this person was merely a subordinate, which was simply unbelievable. What kind of identity did this woman have? Everyone was filled with curiosity about the young girl. She, however, ignored their gazes and looked at Su Yang, nodding with satisfaction. Though you are a mortal, you are quite handsome. Stay by my side as a servant, and I guarantee you a worry-free life. Everyone couldn't help but feel envious. After all, if even the Earth Soul realm was a subordinate, being her servant would surely come with great benefits. This mortal was really lucky, but to everyone's surprise, Su Yang said, how about you become my disciple? Chapter 90. Do you think what I give you is a broken sword? At this remark, everyone was taken aback. Had this guy gone mad to say such a thing? Was he seeking death? Impudent. The old woman shouted angrily, my master looks highly upon you, taking you as a servant, and instead of being grateful, you talk nonsense. Do you believe I will kill you with a single palm? Su Yang ignored her and asked the young girl, are you willing? How outrageous. The old woman was furious and was about to make a move. However, she was stopped by the young girl, who, intrigued, said, I want to take you as a servant, and you ask me to become your disciple? Interesting. Do you know my identity? You should not be from the southern region. The strongest in the southern region are the Earth Soul realm, and they are few in number, all being ancestors of major sections. It's impossible for them to be subordinates. You have quite an eye indeed. I am the third princess of the great Qian dynasty from the eastern region of the northern wilderness, Jiangling Qian. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. It was well known that the northern wilderness consisted of 4 regions: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, with the southern region being home to many sects led by the 5 great sections. The eastern region, however, was ruled by the great Qian dynasty, whose influence far surpassed that of the southern region. A princess of the great Qian dynasty was certainly of noble birth, and even the sons and daughters of the major sects could hardly compare. No wonder her subordinate was in the Earth Soul realm. Now do you still think you have the qualifications to be my master? Jiang Lingxian asked with a playful smile. Everyone thought this mortal would be frightened. Yet, Su Yang remained unfazed and replied, I do not care about the status of my disciple, only that they respect their master and uphold their teachings. Everyone was speechless. This guy was still putting on airs. Kid, do you not understand human language? What status does our princess have? You are not even qualified to be her servant. Yet you wish to be her master? You are truly delusional, Su Momo scolded. Su Yang still ignored her and directly took out a jade pendant. Tossing it to Jiang Lingxian, take this, kneel, and accept me as your master. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her brows, also annoyed by Su Yang. However, when she caught the jade pendant, the seal on it automatically lifted, flooding her with a wave of unfamiliar memories. Jiang Lingxuan's pupils instantly constricted. At the same time, a voice echoed in her mind, Congratulations, Empress, on recovering your memories. I have calculated the heavenly secrets for you. The one who gives you the 9-dragon ring pendant is your chance to return to your peak. You may take him as your master, and do not offend him. I await your return, Empress, to once again control the universe. The jade pendant appeared exquisite. What kind of treasure was this? What treasure? There's no spiritual energy fluctuation. It's just an ordinary jade pendant. Using a mundane object to make the princess accept him as a master? Had he gone mad? Everyone thought Su Yang was out of his mind. Wasn't he just mocking the princess? He was simply courting death. Su Momo angrily said, Princess, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. Let this old servant take care of him. But after Jiang Lingxian regained her memories, a sharp look flashed in her eyes, but quickly concealed. Gripping the 9-dragon ring tightly, she looked deeply at Su Yang and asked nonchalantly, May I know your identity? Su Yang had long used the eye of the Imperial Master to see that the jade pendant sealed a memory. Now this woman must have regained her memory. So, he stood with his hands behind his back, taking on an arrogant posture. My name is Su Yang, the peak master of the falling sky peak of the Xintian sect. Su Yang? Jiang Wuling murmured softly, then asked, Is the Xintian sect one of the 5 great sects of the southern region? Before Su Yang could answer, someone interjected. The Xintian sect is no great sect. It's just a second-rate sect. Second-rate sect? Jiang Wuling was taken aback. I remember now, Su Yang. The peak master of falling sky peak from the Xintian sect was a disciple casually picked up by the real man, Xianming, in the mundane world. After real man, Xianming, died, he inherited the position of peak master. His natural talent is mediocre, and after 10 years of cultivation, his strength is still inferior to some second-generation disciples. I also heard that recently in Wendan City, a boy with a sword bone wanted to take him as a master. But he rejected him and instead took in a beggar as a disciple. And that beggar is a fool. He doesn't want a sword-bone disciple, but wants a fool. What was he thinking? The more they looked, the more they felt Su Yang was abnormal. Not to mention, he was just a peak master of a second-rate sect. Even if he were an ancestor of a major sect, he would not have the qualifications to accept a princess as a disciple. Princess, there's no need to waste time with him. This old servant will take care of him right now. Su Momo could no longer hold back and was about to make a move. Impudent! Jiang Lingxian coldly shouted. Princess, there's no need to get angry with someone like this. Just kill him, Su Momo soothed. But unexpectedly, Jiang Lingxian glared at her and raised her hand to slap her. Su Momo was stunned. Princess, why? Jiang Lingxian scolded. You dare to be disrespectful to my master. Huh? Su Momo was taken aback. Before she could collect her thoughts, Jiang Lingxian suddenly knelt down and respectfully said, Disciple Jiang Lingxian pays respects to master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the 4th disciple and obtaining the meeting gift, the Emperor's Sword. The system's voice immediately rang out. Everyone was stunned. The dignified 3rd princess of the Dacian dynasty actually bowed to the peak master of a second-rate sect as her teacher. Was it just because he gave her a piece of ordinary jade? If I had known earlier, I could have had as many of these jade pieces as I wanted. What a waste of a good opportunity for this guy. Everyone was envious, feeling that Su Yang had hit the jackpot. Princess, how can you take him as your master? It undermines your authority as a princess, Su Momo hurriedly advised. What I want to do is none of your business, the princess retorted. But, Your Highness, shut up. Jiang Lingxian scolded with a stern face. Su Momo was helpless. What was happening with the princess? Since you have taken me as your master, I naturally have to give you a meeting gift. Su Yang took out the emperor's sword and handed it over. Take it. The sword was rusty, and not only did it lack any aura of spiritual power, it was even inferior to an ordinary sword. Everyone felt speechless again. To use such a broken sword as a meeting gift, he really had the nerve. It was clear he was a waste of a peak master from a second-rate sect, without even a decent magical artifact. Even Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback. However, she didn't say anything. Although this person had a low status and was recognized as a waste, since it was arranged by Gue Wuj, there must be something more to it. Having taken him as her master, she naturally couldn't embarrass him. She would just accept it as a keepsake. Having thought this through, Jiang Lingxian respectfully accepted it with both hands. Thank you, master. Everyone exchanged glances. Could it be that this princess had also gone mad? Suyang Asket, do you think the sword I gave you is a broken sword? Isn't it? Jiang Lingxian thought to herself. Just then, before Su Yang could explain, a sudden sound of breaking air rang out from the sky, accompanied by a loud laugh. Third princess, you really have opened my eyes. Chapter 91. If you don't believe your master, then don't be my disciple. Zhang Buzhong. Su Momo's expression darkened upon seeing the newcomer. The other party put away his flying sword, stepped into the air, and in the blink of an eye appeared on the ground. Spatial contraction. Another strong practitioner of the Earth Core realm. Moreover, Su Yang used the Master's eye to see that this person's cultivation had reached the 7th rank of the Earth Core realm, a full 7 ranks higher than Su Momo. Zhang Buzhong, what are you doing here? Su Momo instinctively stood in front of Jiang Lingxian, showing a wary expression. If I hadn't come, how would I know that the third princess of the Dacian dynasty has traveled all the way to the southern region to find a master? Zhang Buzhong looked at Su Yang, a hint of mockery in his eyes. To become the master of the third princess, you must have extraordinary abilities.